Chapter 1. The apocalyptic world amidst the torrential downpour. A woman of exquisite beauty, appearing to be in her late 20s, knelt before the iron gates of an opulent villa, accompanied by a small boy of 5 or 6 years. The woman, named Zhao Fu, hailed from a remote mountain village. 6 years prior, she had arrived in the city with dreams and aspirations of attending university, only to encounter a man who would irrevocably alter the course of her life, Li Jia. The notorious playboy of Beitang City. At that time, Zhao Fu and Li Jia were classmates, their fates intertwined during an unforeseen incident, leading to Li Jia's fervent courtship of Zhao Fu. Employing every conceivable tactic in his relentless pursuit, Zhao Fu, a naive and unassuming girl newly arrived in the city, found herself ensnared by this master of romance, entrusting him not only with her body, but also her heart. However, once Li Jia grew weary of her, he callously discarded her. It was only later that Zhao Fu discovered she was pregnant. Resolute in her desire to bring the child into the world, she clashed with her family over the decision. After giving birth, she envisioned raising the child alone. Yet, 5 years later, weary by life's burdens and beset by a terminal illness, she resolved to send her child to the Li family, hoping he might experience paternal love and lead a better life, thereby granting her peace in death. However, the Li family coldly rejected her, refusing to acknowledge the child as their own. Thus, Zhao Fu found herself kneeling at the iron gates, pleading desperately. At that moment, the gates swung open, revealing several figures sheltered by umbrellas. The man at the forefront bore a resemblance to the small boy. He was none other than Li Jia, the child's father. "Here, you filthy woman. This sum should suffice for you to live comfortably." Li Jia scowled as he extended a check toward Zhao Fu. Shaking her head, Zhao Fu looked up at Li Jia and implored, "Jia, you must keep Fu. He is your son. That is out of the question." Li Jia flatly rejected her, his tone icy. "Do you want this money or not?" At his words, tears streamed down Zhao Fu's face as she shook her head. With a disdainful snort, Li Jia tossed the check at her and turned to leave. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Fu clutched his leg and pleaded, "Jia, Fu is truly your son. You must keep him. My health is failing." Slap. Before she could finish, Li Jia struck her sharply across the face. "Let go, you filthy woman." Witnessing his mother being struck, the small boy rushed forward, clinging to Li Jia's leg, his innocent voice ringing out, "Daddy, don't hit mommy." In truth, the boy had never known his father until this moment when Zhao Fu showed him Li Jia's photograph. And he had been overjoyed to learn he had a father. But now, he could not comprehend why his father rejected his mother and resorted to violence. Elijah looked down at the boy clinging to him with disdain and kicked him away, exclaiming, "Who is your father, you bastard?" The boy was sent sprawling to the ground, curling up in pain, clutching his stomach. This suffering far exceeded what a 5-year-old could bear, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. Zhao Fu gasped in horror, releasing Li Jia and rushing to embrace her son, anxiously asking, "Fu, are you all right?" The boy, seeing his mother's worried expression, bit his lip, holding back his tears, and shook his head. Li Jia paid them no heed, striding into the villa as a gray-haired man, resembling a steward, picked up the check and handed it to Zhao Fu, offering a sympathetic suggestion, "You should accept this." Zhao Fu shook her head, cradling her son as they slowly vanished into the curtain of rain. The steward sighed deeply at their retreating figures before turning back inside and slowly closing the gates. 4 years later, as Zhao Fu lay on her deathbed, she called her now 9-year-old son to her side, gently ruffling his hair with a weak smile. "Fu, you must study hard and secure a good job in the future. Do not harbor resentment against the Li family, nor against your father. Promise me, will you?" With tears stifled, the boy nodded earnestly. Seeing his solemn promise, Zhao Fu's face softened into a serene smile as she gradually closed her eyes for the last time. 12 years later, at 2 o'clock in the dead of night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its luminous glow upon the earth. Dispelling the darkness, the youthful man, bearing a striking resemblance to his younger self, trudged wearily toward home. This young man, now named Zhao Fu, had adopted his mother's surname after her passing. At 21, Zhao Fu was a second-year student at Nanchur University, balancing work and study while renting a modest room off campus. Beneath the moonlight, despite his fatigue, his expression remained cold and distant, for he lived solely to fulfill his mother's dying wish to study diligently and secure a promising future. Since her death, his heart had frozen over, leaving him to ponder the meaning of existence in a world that felt devoid of purpose. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the stillness of the night. Startled, Zhao Fu looked up to see the sky ablaze, transformed into a vast sea of flames, with countless vibrant, comet-like objects plummeting towards the earth. With a resounding crash, A radiant, multicolored meteor landed before Zhao Fu, the blinding light causing him to shield his eyes. As the brilliance faded, a crystal, measuring a finger's length and 2 fingers wide, floated 2 meters above the ground. Intrigued, Zhao Fu approached and grasped the crystal, which remained unresponsive in his grasp. Meanwhile, the cacophony of explosions roused the slumbering populace, prompting them to fling open doors and windows, drawn outside by the allure of the floating crystals. Zhao Fu, realizing the chaos unfolding, hurried back to his rented room. Inside, he scrutinized the crystal closely. Its appearance was unlike any gem he had ever seen, if rare. Its value could be astronomical, yet the sheer number of crystals descending from the sky, likely in the hundreds of billions, suggested they might hold little worth. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a blinding burst of multicolored light, accompanied by a mechanical voice announcing, "Host detected as a primary sentient entity. Initiating soul binding. Ding. Soul binding successful, commencing transfer to the apocalyptic world." As the voice faded, Zhao Fu's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 2. The Trial of Inheritance. Ding. You possess 2 royal bloodlines, the bloodline of the Great Tang and the bloodline of the Great Qin. Please select which bloodline to undergo the inheritance trial. Warning, the opportunity for this trial is singular. Failure will result in the forfeiture of all inheritance qualifications. Inheritance trial, bloodline of the Great Tang, bloodline of the Great Qin. At that moment, Zhao Fu found himself in a hazy expanse. Bewildered by the prompts he had just heard, he had only just clutched the crystal before losing consciousness and entering this strange realm. Although uncertain of what the inheritance trial entailed, the mention of the Great Tang bloodline ignited a fierce resentment within him. He would never forget the events of that fateful rainy day, and his heart brimmed with disdain for that bloodline, rumored to be connected to the Li family. Conversely, the Great Qin bloodline might be linked to his mother. So without hesitation, he chose the bloodline of the Great Qin. Upon making his choice, a nearly 100-meter-tall altar gradually materialized before Zhao Fu. Constructed from black stone, each step was 9 inches high and half a meter wide. Ascending toward the heavens, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur and solemnity. As Zhao Fu stepped onto the altar, he felt a weight descend upon him. Initially, the pressure was manageable, but with each step forward, it intensified. By the time he reached the halfway point, beads of sweat cascaded down his body, soaking him through, making it difficult to maintain his balance as he wavered precariously on the steps. Yet, he clenched his teeth and persevered, step by step. Soon, illusions began to manifest, starting with enchanting beauties attempting to seduce him, followed by phantoms of power and wealth. Such illusions might ensnare an ordinary person, but they stirred not a flicker of emotion within Zhao Fu's frigid heart. Ultimately, despite the arduous journey, Zhao Fu stood atop the altar. In that moment, his mind cleared, and he was inundated with visions of the rise and fall of the Great Qin Empire. Scenes unfolded like a projector, chronicling the origins and glory of the Qin dynasty, culminating in its demise, beginning with the founding ancestor, Qin Fizi, who, rewarded for his prowess in horse breeding, was granted a fief by the Zhou king, thus establishing a small principality, and culminating in the reign of Qin Shi Huang, who unified the realm, forming the illustrious Qin dynasty, and concluding with the surrender of the last Qin heir, Yingzheng. To Liu Bang, Zhao Fu gazed at the unfolding spectacle, enraptured by the fervor of the Qin's rise and the desolation of its fall. Suddenly, Zhao Fu could only feel his blood coursing through his veins as if it were ablaze, igniting his entire being like a raging fire. This conflagration emanated from within, not in pain but in a warm and comforting manner, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring bath on a winter's day. Gradually, Zhao Fu opened his eyes. Before him stood a figure clad in a black and gold robe adorned with dragon motifs, exuding an air of authority, arms crossed behind his back, his piercing gaze surveying the world with an undeniable dominance. The aura surrounding him was one of unparalleled might, as if challenging anyone to contest his supremacy. He was none other than Qin Shi Huang. Yingzheng. Yingzheng's eyes scrutinized Zhao Fu before a faint smile graced his lips as he proclaimed, "The future of the Qin shall be entrusted to you." With those words, Yingzheng's figure began to fade, and a purple glowing cube materialized at the center of the altar. Although Zhao Fu had anticipated this moment, he was still taken aback. The bloodline he possessed was that of the Great Qin Empire, which had concluded the Warring States period, and now he was tasked with the rise of an empire. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fu stepped forward and grasped the pulsating purple cube. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself in a dense forest. The trees towered mightily, some reaching heights of over 100 meters. their trunks several meters thick, creating a canopy that obscured the sun, despite it being daytime. Light barely penetrated the thick foliage, and the trees bore fantastical shapes, some resembling human forms, others akin to beasts, their expressions a blend of struggle, agony, and ferocity, rendering the entire forest a rather ominous sight. Unexpectedly, in this initial locale, he gleaned some information after receiving the inheritance. Zhao Fu first noted his attire, a rough linen tunic and trousers, with simple cloth shoes adorning his feet, nothing more. Following the prompts from the rudimentary system, he summoned the attribute interface.name, Zhao Fu title, none occupation, none war merit. Commoner, 0-200 race, human lifespan, 21, 100 attributes, strength, 5, intelligence, 8, constitution, 4, agility, 6 cultivation level, 0 stage martial arts, none skills, none equipment, rough linen tunic. Cloth shoes, rough linen trousers. Upon reviewing his attributes, Zhao Fu noted his relatively weak strength and constitution. His current attributes were based on his physical condition in the real world, if one regularly exercised and maintained good health. Their attributes would reflect that, whereas a weaker constitution would yield lesser attributes. Allow me to introduce the world he now inhabited, known as the Apocalypse world, which spanned dozens of times larger than Earth. At present, Zhao Fu's soul had entered this realm, while his physical body remained in the real world, reminiscent of certain online game narratives. Time in the Apocalypse world differed from that of reality. 1 day here equated to 3 days there. Furthermore, upon death in this world, one would not truly perish but would be barred from logging in for 10 days, with all levels, equipment, and skills reset to 0. It was crucial to note that this world was fraught with peril. Countless alien races and terrifying beasts roamed beyond humanity. Typically, individuals entering the Apocalypse world would spawn in the system's main city, but due to the trial of inheritance, Zhao Fu's spawn point deviated from that norm. Promptly, Zhao Fu sought a concealed mountainous area and placed the purple cube upon the ground. An immediate notification resonated. Yes? No? Use the stone of inheritance. Zhao Fu selected yes. The purple cube emitted rippling waves of light, spreading like water ripples, and an invisible force enveloped the area within a mile radius. In the next moment, all flora and fauna within that vicinity vanished, revealing a flat expanse of ground. Illusory figures of several structures gradually emerged, a thatched cottage with 2 rooms labeled Village Chief's Hall, a building with a furnace and a flag hanging from the door marked Blacksmith Shop, another cottage filled with simple garments labeled Tailor's Shop, and yet another containing various jars and vials labeled Pharmacy. Additionally, a circular platform constructed of stone bricks appeared, designated Starting Ground, alongside another cottage displaying 5 stone tablets labeled Class Change. Chapter 3. Village Attributes. As these structures materialized, 5 figures also began to take shape. At the forefront stood 2 young men, one with a stern countenance, and the other exuding scholarly elegance. Behind them were 3 others, 2 men and a woman. Among the men, one bore a muscular physique, resembling a blacksmith, while the other donned physician's garb, appearing to be a healer. The final figure, a woman of striking beauty, was likely the owner of the tailor's shop. We pay our respects, Your Highness. Upon their appearance, the 5 individuals initially wore expressions of confusion, but soon regained their composure, kneeling in unison, with Zhao Fu now the bearer of the Qin legacy. He regarded them with a calm demeanor. Rise. They complied, standing respectfully before him. Zhao Fu proceeded to examine their attributes, starting with the stern young man. Name, by Qi qualification, SSS title, God of Death, title effect, all attributes 10. Causes fear in enemies, reducing their combat effectiveness while bolstering the morale of allied forces. Occupation, general, occupation effect, can dual class into 2 types of military units. War merit, commoner, 0-200, race. Human lifespan, 24, 100, loyalty, 100 attributes, strength, 10. Intelligence, 10, constitution, 10, agility, 10 cultivation level, 0 stage martial arts, none skills, none equipment, rough linen tunic, cloth shoes, rough linen trousers. Although Zhao Fu had anticipated encountering historical figures such as Bai Qi, he was still somewhat astonished to find the legendary general before him. Bai Qi, renowned as the foremost general of the Warring States period, had engaged in numerous battles, achieving an almost flawless victory record, with over 1 million lives claimed in his campaigns, earning him the moniker God of Death. Yet, his fate was not a favorable one, culminating in an execution. After reviewing Bai Qi's attributes, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the other scholarly young man. Name, Li qualification, SS title, Chancellor, title effect, enhances public sentiment, increasing population attraction rate by 5, boosts high qualification attraction by 5. Occupation, civil official, occupation effect. Can choose one type of military unit profession. Increases intelligence by 2, constitution by 2. War merit. Commoner, 0-200 race, human lifespan, 23, 100 attributes, strength, 6, intelligence, 10, constitution, 5, agility, for cultivation level, 0 stage martial arts, none skills, none equipment, rough linen tunic. Cloth shoes, rough linen trousers. Having reviewed Li Si's attributes, Zhao Fu felt less surprised, for in history, Li Si was a prominent minister of the Qin state, instrumental in Qin Shi Huang's unification efforts. Yet, his fate was similarly grim, meeting a tragic end through execution. Turning his attention to the remaining 3 individuals, Zhao Fu noted their names and occupations without delving into their specific attributes. Wang Daz, the blacksmith with the skill of forging, Zhang Baizhu, the healer possessing the healing skill, and He Yun, the seamstress with the skill of tailoring. Each of these 3 bore a qualification rating of S.It is essential to note that in the apocalypse world, qualifications hold paramount importance, classified into 9 tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Higher qualifications result in accelerated training and comprehension rates, with E being twice as fast as F, D 4 times, C 8 times, B 16 times, and so forth. Additionally, higher-tier military units necessitate top-tier qualifications, with military classifications ranging from F to SSS, each having further subdivisions. After assessing their attributes, Zhao Fu instructed them to wait a moment and entered the village chief's hall, where a purple cube floated serenely in the air. He then proceeded to check the village attributes. Village name, Daqin Village, legendary, level, beginner, 0-5000, village area, 1 square kilometer village territory, 46 square kilometers residents, 6,1100 soldiers, 0-440. Each village has population and soldier limits, typically. A common beginner village has a cap of 300, blue quality villages 400, silver quality 600, gold quality 800, and purple quality 1000. The current limit is 1100 due to a special village attribute bonus, while the soldier cap reflects the maximum number of units that can be class changed. Public sentiment, 100. Public sentiment represents the loyalty of all residents. If public sentiment reaches 80, it boosts the population attraction rate. If it drops to 0, residents may begin to defect. Negative sentiment can attract criminals, who will not pledge loyalty, posing a potential threat to life. Currently, with only 5 villagers bestowed by the system, all holding a loyalty rating of 100, defection was not a concern, hence the public sentiment remained at 100. Special attributes, crop yield and territory 30. Crop growth time -30, population and soldier cap 10, random resident attribute 1, soldier attribute 1, population attraction rate 20, high qualification attraction rate 20. Can possess subsidiary villages. 4. Subsidiary villages receive 1/10 of the main village's special attributes. Ordinary villages lack subsidiary capabilities, requiring elevation to intermediate status to acquire them. Blue villages can host 1 subsidiary, silver villages 2, gold villages 3. Having reviewed the village attributes, Zhao Fu recognized their formidable nature. However, he was acutely aware that this was not the sole strength. For the vast history of Huaxia encompassed far more than just the Qin state. For instance, the 3 dynasties of the pre-Qin era, Xia, Shang, Zhou, the 7 warring states, Qi, Chu, Qin, Yin, Zhao, Wei, Han, the Chu-Han contention, Chu-Han, the 3 kingdoms period, Wei, Shu, Wu, the Wei and Jin dynasties, the southern and northern dynasties, the Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Song, Liao, Western Xia, Jin, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. The multitude of states is beyond counting. Only through the great unification achieved by various dynasties can one obtain a legendary village. Nevertheless, there are indeed many who possess legendary status, and this merely pertains to the Huaxia culture, without considering other nations. Concurrently, the deep-seated enmities and grudges inherited through generations remain, such as those among Zhou, Qi, Chu, Yin, Zhao, Wei, and Han. Historically, the 7 states extinguished by the Qin are bound to vow vengeance upon the Qin. Such animosity is almost irreconcilable, a relentless cycle of vendetta that can only conclude with the annihilation of one party. The Qin also harbors formidable foes, such as the Han and Chu, who vanquished at point. One can imagine the tumultuous eras of history, rife with strife and conflict, manifesting in this unified world. Presently, ordinary individuals may cultivate the heart of the city or occupy a village to develop their own city. Coupled with the myriad of alien races in this world, one can easily envision a future that is exceedingly brutal, bloody, and dark. Zhao Fu exhaled, casting aside such thoughts as he stepped out of the village hall, leading 5 others to the initial site, a platform constructed of stone bricks where population refreshment occurs. Typically, an ordinary primary village can refresh 1 to 4 individuals daily, a blue-grade village 3 to 6, a silver-grade village 5 to 8, a gold-grade village 7 to 10, and a legendary village 9 to 12 individuals. However, due to the village's special attributes and the enhancement from Li Si's title, the overall population attraction rate stands at 25, allowing the Qin village to refresh between 11 and 15 individuals daily. Zhao Fu waved his hand towards the initial site, initiating the population refreshment. 13 figures gradually emerged, comprising 8 males and 5 females, including both elders and children. The loyalty of these individuals, however, was not high, standing at merely 60, thus causing the village's overall morale to decline from 100 to 70 upon their arrival. As for their qualifications, Chapter 4. Military units. Typically, individuals refreshed from an ordinary primary village possess qualifications of F grade. Every 3 days, an E grade individual may refresh, every 12 days a D grade, every 48 days a C grade, every 192 days a B grade, and it takes 768 days to refresh an A grade individual. S grade individuals, however, are generally unattainable in ordinary villages. It is evident how rare high qualification individuals are. A treasure indeed. In A grade qualification requires just over 2 years for refreshment, let alone S grade. The aforementioned times pertain to ordinary village qualifications. Blue grade villages can reduce these durations by 2/3. Silver grade villages further by 2/3 of the blue grade time, and so forth. In purple legendary grade villages, most daily population refreshes yield F grade individuals, with a minority being E grade, and even fewer at D grade, while extremely rare C grade individuals require over 2 days for refreshment. Adding the special attributes of the Qin village and Li Si's title attributes, which enhance the high qualification attraction rate to 25, the Qin village requires merely a little over 1 day to obtain them. Consequently, this time, the qualifications of the 13 individuals in the Qin village were as follows: 1 C grade, 2 D grade, 3 E grade, and 7 F grade. Zhao Fu then led by Qi and 6 young men with commendable combat prowess to the 5 stone tablets, which served as the class transition stones, 4 of which could transition into specialized combat units. Qin soldier. Evaluation, E grade unit. Description: the Qin soldiers who once swept across the 6 states. Unit effect: each transition grants the basic technique, Qin heart technique. This introduces the military units. Next, we will discuss the transition stones. The first is the infantry transition, with options: sword infantry, spear infantry, axe infantry. Transitioning to infantry grants proficiency in the chosen weapon skill. For instance, transitioning to axe infantry provides basic axe technique, along with infantry class bonuses, strength 2, constitution 2. The second is the shield infantry transition, with choices: sword and shield infantry, spear and shield infantry. This transition grants the skill shield defense and bonuses of strength 1, constitution 3. The third is the archer transition, with choices: sword-bearing archer, dagger-bearing archer. This grants the skill basic archery and bonuses of strength 2, agility 2. The fourth is the cavalry transition, with options: axe cavalry, sword cavalry, spear cavalry. This grants the skill equestrian skills and bonuses of strength 2, constitution 1, agility 1. The fifth pertains to non-combat professions, the scholar transition stone, capable of transitioning 10 scholars. This grants the skill research, with professional bonuses of intelligence 4. The upper limit for scholars is merely 10, and their role encompasses various research pursuits, such as agricultural studies to enhance yields, livestock studies to acquire the ability to tame wild beasts, and brewing studies to produce fine wines. Naturally, high qualifications are paramount for scholars. Thus, Zhao Fu had no intention of transitioning anyone into a scholar today, as the village has just been established and there are 50 free slots available. Exceeding this number necessitates the payment of equivalent copper coins for transition. Zhao Fu transitioned the 6 individuals into infantry. As for Bai Qi, Zhao Fu held him in high regard and turned to inquire, Bai Qi, what profession do you wish to choose? The decision lies with you. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded, as military generals can dual class into two combat types. Thus, he chose cavalry and infantry. Zhao Fu also opted for infantry, yet he preferred not to wield knives or spears, instead selecting the sword infantry profession. Acquiring the basic swordsmanship and the Qin heart technique. In the world of Tianqi, one can only cultivate after obtaining techniques. Currently, his displayed cultivation level is merely at 0, which necessitates training for advancement. Cultivation is divided into 9 tiers, each tier further divided into 9 segments, with each segment's enhancement granting an overall 1 to attributes. Only through villages with inheritance can one acquire corresponding techniques. With such a comprehensive array of military types, an ordinary village typically begins with the ability to transition into F-grade units, militia, and techniques must be self-acquired. Presently, within the village hall, there are some wheat seeds, simple farming tools in the blacksmith shop, a few weapons, some clothing in the tailor's shop, and basic medicinal herbs in the apothecary. Zhao Fu instructed the women to gather wild fruits nearby, while the men collectively felled trees to construct houses and fences first. Once a degree of safety was established, they would commence cultivating farmland at this moment. Li Si observed Zhao Fu also heading to chop wood, and promptly expressed concern. Your Highness, you should rest. How can such strenuous labor befit your status? The others also exhibited worried expressions at the thought of Zhao Fu tiring himself. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's cold heart softened slightly. He smiled gently and replied, There is no need to overly concern yourselves with me. Simply regard me as a friend or family. Upon hearing this, Li Si's expression tightened. Zhao Fu is the heir of the Qin Empire, destined to become an emperor. How could he be regarded as merely a friend? This would be an affront of grave consequence. Just as Li Si contemplated voicing his thoughts, Zhao Fu preemptively interjected, All right, time is of the essence. Let us hasten to chop wood. Thus, Li Si refrained from further comment, yet his respect for Zhao Fu deepened. After considerable effort, several wooden houses and simple fences were completed. Unbeknownst to them, the loyalty of the recently joined 13 individuals increased by 10 points, raising the village's morale to 80. That evening, Bai Qi successfully hunted a wild deer and several rabbits, igniting a towering bonfire around which everyone gathered in a lively scene. However, Zhao Fu, accustomed to solitude, refrained from joining in and remained inside the house. To briefly elucidate, in the Tianqi world, slaying non-human creatures typically yields no loot, only some copper coins. Simultaneously, when residents or soldiers defeat other creatures, the village gains experience, which is the means through which the village advances. At this juncture, Li Si entered with a wooden tray, bearing numerous small pieces of roasted deer meat, and respectfully presented it, saying, Your Highness, please indulge. Zhao Fu nodded, having worked up an appetite after the labor, picked up chopsticks, and sampled a few pieces, finding them exquisitely delicious. He intended to continue eating, but, noticing Li Si waiting nearby, he remarked, Li Si, you need not accompany me here. Go outside and enjoy the festivities. Li Si smiled slightly and replied, It is better for me to accompany your Highness. Hearing his words warmed Zhao Fu's heart somewhat, and he chose not to say more, continuing to eat a few more pieces of deer meat. At that moment, Bai Qi also entered, standing by in attendance. Do you have any thoughts on the future of the Qin? Zhao Fu suddenly inquired. Still consuming the deer meat. Lic, once a prime minister, and Bai Qi, a renowned general, surely possessed foresight and strategies far surpassing Zhao Fu's. Thus, he approached them with humility, seeking their counsel. Presently, the world is akin to a chaotic chessboard. Yet within this game, the priorities remain indistinct, the situation unclear, with life and death intertwined, heroes, magnates, benevolent souls, and tyrants, who are the pawns, and who the players, all remains uncertain. Yet, one thing is indisputable: if one fails to strategize and advance cautiously, the inevitable conclusion will be ruined. Chapter 5, The 100 Schools of Thought. Your Highness, might you recount the events that transpired after the downfall of our great Qin? Bai Qi inquired, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and began to narrate. After the fall of the Qin, the Chu-Han contention unfolded, leading to the tripartite division during the late Eastern Han, the Wei, and Jin dynasties. The Southern and Northern dynasties. What? Why does the grand and illustrious land of Huaxia suffer incessantly at the hands of foreign tribes? Upon hearing Zhao Fu's lament, Bai Qi's countenance darkened with rage, and he could not help but interject. Realizing his outburst, he swiftly apologized to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gently shook his head, signaling that it was of no consequence. Historically, since the Qin dynasty, Huaxia had ceased to be an object of fear for these foreign entities, instead becoming a target for their relentless bullying. In the pre-Qin era, the 100 schools of thought flourished, with a plethora of talents emerging from various disciplines, including military strategy, legalism, diplomacy, Taoism, Confucianism, and Moism. However, following the Han dynasty, there was a suppression of diverse philosophies in favor of Confucianism, which prioritized scholarly pursuits. While this approach cannot be deemed entirely erroneous, it has proven somewhat inadequate in matters of warfare. Your Highness, I believe that to claim victory in this chess game, we must first extricate ourselves from several larger strategic maneuvers, and the first to disengage should be Huaxia, by Qi, initially filled with indignation, soon calmed and thoughtfully articulated. Lic nodded in agreement, adding, Your Highness, at present, Huaxia is on the verge of becoming the largest battleground. If we become entangled in this, the cost will be exorbitant. Thus, maintaining our own well-being is the wisest course of action. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu too nodded in affirmation, and they discussed world history, ultimately reaching a consensus regarding the future path of the Qin dynasty. Although their deliberations seemed to stray far afield, the primary strategy remained paramount. The immediate focus must be on the prosperous development of the Qin village. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spent several hours in the Tianqi world. Realizing that it was time to attend to matters in the real world, Zhao Fu instructed by Qi and Li Si to exercise extra caution, especially in the evening, ensuring that patrols were conducted to safeguard their security. With that, he exited the Tianqi world. As consciousness returned to his body, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes to find that dawn had indeed broken. Checking his phone, he noted the time was already 8 in the morning. Rising from the ground, he hastily freshened up and ventured outside to procure a few items for breakfast. Subsequently, Zhao Fu resolved to withdraw from school. He anticipated that the Tianqi world would soon engulf the reality, a warning that had been imparted during his inheritance. Thus, the pursuit of academic excellence and the promise of a good job had become futile, prompting a shift from his initial intentions. Nanshi University, recognized as one of Huaxia's prestigious institutions, was a bastion of elite talent, and admission therein was a coveted achievement for many. Are you certain about your decision to withdraw? Inquired his homeroom teacher, Li Hong, with a tinge of regret as he sought to dissuade Zhao Fu. Despite Zhao Fu's somewhat reclusive nature, his academic performance was exemplary, and graduation promised a bright future. Yet, Li Hong was taken aback by Zhao Fu's choice to leave. Zhao Fu nodded earnestly, affirming that his mind was made up. Ultimately, Li Hong resigned himself to the situation, facilitating the withdrawal process, which granted Zhao Fu a refund of 5,000 yuan. Throughout the years, Zhao Fu had never indulged in leisure. He had consistently opted for work during his free time and was now juggling 3 part-time jobs. Though it was arduous, he had managed to save a modest sum, which, if spent judiciously, should suffice for several years. After purchasing a few boxes of instant noodles from the supermarket, Zhao Fu returned home and powered on the second-hand computer he had acquired to explore news regarding the Tianqi world. It was, without doubt, the most discussed topic globally at that moment. As Zhao Fu searched online, a plethora of information emerged before him, revealing that a forum dedicated to the Tianqi world had already been established, boasting over 100 million users, with numbers surging rapidly. Who possesses the ability to establish such a forum so swiftly? Zhao Fu pondered, prompting him to register for an account and delve into the discussions. Aside from various conversations about the Tianqi world, the forum was rife with offers to purchase all manner of items related to it. A copper coin had skyrocketed to 8 yuan each. The elite families of the real world were evidently aware of the impending events, pouring their resources into the Tianqi world, with some offering hundreds of billions to acquire a stone of inheritance. Ordinary individuals could only gaze enviously, dreaming of such wealth. Yet those who possessed the stones of inheritance merely smiled wryly, knowing that such treasures were awarded only after rigorous trials, observing the massive influx of resources from the prominent families. Zhao Fu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, one silver lining was that, while every region in the Tianqi world had its main city governed by its own lord, interregional connections were non-existent. Thus, traversing from one region to another relied solely on individual capability. Yet, the vast distances separating these regions were daunting, with peril lurking at every turn. Moreover, the entry into the Tianqi world was randomized for most individuals, eliminating the possibility of strategic resource accumulation in specific areas. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would have already faced defeat from the outset. Within the forum, Zhao Fu located his designated area, now dubbed the Terror Forest, which housed 3 main cities, one in the east called City of Holy Light, another in the south known as Forest of Warriors, and a third in the west referred to as City of Demon Trees. Zhao Fu perused the introductions of these main cities, discovering that each was vast enough to accommodate over 100,000 inhabitants, requiring 2 copper coins for entry. Within the city, private duels were prohibited, though arenas existed for such purposes. Furthermore, the guards in these cities typically possessed a cultivation level of at least first tier. The cities offered a myriad of goods, including weapons of silver quality. In the Tianqi world, weapons were classified into various grades: ordinary, white, fine, blue, rare, silver, perfect, gold, legendary, purple, and epic, orange. Each grade of weapon conferred additional attributes, with ordinary weapons granting 1, blue weapons 2, and so forth. Beyond merchandise, a crucial aspect was that each city had its own merit system. By completing tasks assigned by the city, individuals could earn merits, which could be exchanged for various rewards or even official positions within the city's governance. Intrigued, Zhao Fu continued to absorb the information regarding the main cities, eventually exhaling deeply as he prepared to re-enter the Tianqi world. Though the real world appeared tranquil, it was, in truth, on the precipice of tumultuous change. Chapter 6. Goblins. Upon re-entering the Tianqi world, Zhao Fu found that dawn had arrived. This time, the population had refreshed to 14 individuals, 8 males and 6 females, with 7 capable of combat. Notably, a berated individual had also emerged, a rather elderly man with slightly graying hair. Zhao Fu promptly facilitated his transition into a scholar. As for research, given the special attributes of the crops, there was no need for concern, prompting the choice of domestication studies, with hopes of developing the ability to tame beasts and advance the livestock sector. With the establishment of housing and a semblance of security, it was time to commence the cultivation of farmland. Zhao Fu entrusted this task to Li Si, while he and Bai Qi, armed with the few weapons available from the blacksmith, set out to patrol the vicinity for potential dangers or resources. Along the way, Zhao Fu, accompanied by his formidable bodyguard Bai Qi, dispatched several wild rabbits and 2 gray wolves, which yielded only copper coins, 1 from each rabbit and 3 to 4 from each wolf. Suddenly, the underbrush stirred, and a rabbit, slightly larger than a terrier, emerged. Its fiery red fur and grotesque appearance, coupled with eyes brimming with ferocity, marked it as a formidable foe. Upon sighting the creature, Bai Qi discarded the carcasses of the rabbits and wolves, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao Fu. Without warning, the rabbit opened its mouth, gathering fire elemental energy to form a fireball, which it launched towards Zhao Fu. "Your Highness, step back," Bai Qi urged with a serious expression. Zhao Fu nodded in compliance, fully aware of his lack of combat expertise and wishing not to burden Bai Qi further. As the fireball hurtled toward them, Bai Qi leapt forward, his sword slicing through the air with a faint shimmer, cleaving the fireball in twain. With a resounding crash, the fireball disintegrated into a myriad of sparks, causing no harm to Bai Qi. Zhao Fu could not help but exhale in awe. Indeed, the SSS-rated individual was formidable, his cultivation having advanced significantly in such a brief span. The rabbit, frustrated by its failed attacks, leapt and bared its sharp teeth at Bai Qi. Unfazed, Bai Qi retorted with a snort, sidestepping and thrusting his sword with precision, piercing the rabbit's throat and silencing it for good. Notification: your warrior has slain the elite beast, Fiery Rabbit, earning 6 points of military merit. Notification: you have received 3 points of military merit. It turned out to be an elite beast. To elaborate, elite beasts differ from ordinary creatures. They possess enhanced physiques and magical abilities, as exemplified by this fiery rabbit, capable of launching fireballs. Defeating elite beasts and above yields military merit, which can also be obtained by attacking villages. The merits primarily serve to elevate one's status. For Zhao Fu to advance to a mid-tier village, his status must rise to that of a citizen, whereas he currently holds the title of commoner. Moreover, higher status translates to better treatment within the system cities. This time, the fiery rabbit was slain, dropping 2 gleaming silver coins and a radiant red orb. Bai Qi handed it over to Zhao Fu, who, upon inspection, recognized it as a talent elemental orb, which, when used, would bestow the same skill upon him. After utilizing it, Zhao Fu acquired a fireball skill. The day's harvest was rather fruitful. Noticing that it was already noon, Zhao Fu took it upon himself to carry the fiery rabbit, while Bai Qi shouldered several wild rabbits and 2 gray wolves on their journey back. At that moment, Zhao Fu's attention was drawn to a peculiar tree. Its trunk entirely black with a metallic sheen, towering over 10 meters and measuring about a meter in girth, its leaves a deep shade of green. Upon closer examination, he discovered it to be a 10-year iron tree. 10-year iron tree, quality, white, capable of being crafted into equipment. The sight of this tree filled Zhao Fu with joy. At last, he could possess a weapon. Currently, the blacksmith shop had only a few weapons available, insufficient for equipping everyone comprehensively. The emergence of the 10-year iron tree alleviated Zhao Fu's predicament of being unarmed. Thus, he promptly returned to gather others to fell the tree, crafting wooden swords, shields, and bows. Although these wooden implements lacked the sharpness of true iron weapons, they could still inflict some damage. Furthermore, in terms of troop composition, Zhao Fu could now opt for shield bearers and archers as well. Today marked significant progress. Weapons were secured, farmland established, and wheat sown. Everything was gradually improving, bringing Zhao Fu a sense of happiness that he chose not to log out of the apocalypse world that night. Instead, opting for training done on the third day, the population refreshed, yielding 15 new individuals, 10 males and 5 females, with 8 capable of combat. Zhao Fu selected 4 shield bearers and 4 archers, bringing the total number of soldiers into Qin village to 21. That day, Zhao Fu intended to continue patrolling the surrounding areas with Bai Qi. However, a few women responsible for foraging wild fruits returned in a panic, reporting the sighting of foreign tribes. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression tightened as he sought clarification on the situation. It turned out that these women had been foraging for wild fruits 2 miles south of the Qin village when they suddenly heard the agonizing cries of a wild boar. Summoning their courage, they peeked and witnessed the scene of the boar being encircled and slaughtered, which prompted their hasty return to inform Zhao Fu. Without delay, Zhao Fu led his group southward. By the time they arrived, the foreign tribes had already departed, but they followed the blood trails and footprints left behind, leading Zhao Fu to discover a foreign village 3 miles south of the Qin village. The inhabitants were short in stature, slightly over a meter tall, with green skin, pointed ears, and protruding bellies, resembling a creature from a game known as goblins. The goblin village was estimated to house over 300 goblins. An acute sense of danger washed over Zhao Fu as he scrutinized the village from a distance. Among the 300 goblins, there were both elder goblins and young ones, approximately 40 to 50 in number, while the female goblins numbered over 80, leaving around 190 capable of combat. This was merely an ordinary quality village, with a soldier limit of just 100, indicating that nearly half of the goblins had yet to transition to combat roles. Goblins that had not transitioned were relatively weaker, lacking skills and class bonuses. The goblins typically wielded knives and were designated as goblin warriors. Additionally, Zhao Fu noticed a particular type of goblin, towering at 2 meters, with a hefty build, clutching a disproportionately small dagger, exuding a fierce appearance, categorized as goblin warriors. Chapter 7. The blood-soaked altar. The number of goblin warriors was not particularly high, with only 5 present. But what caught Zhao Fu's attention was a blood-red altar in the center of the village, constructed from various stones and standing about a meter tall, evoking an ominous feeling within him. Given the proximity, should the goblins discover Qin village, it would spell danger for the inhabitants. Currently, Qin village housed a total of 47 villagers, with only 21 being soldiers. Facing over 190 goblins was an impossible feat. These goblins were also not the mindless creatures often depicted in games, devoid of combat prowess. Upon careful observation, Zhao Fu noted their considerable fighting capabilities. With a grave expression, Zhao Fu pondered for a moment before addressing Bai Qi. Bai Qi, you stay here to observe the goblins while I return to the Qin village with everyone. Informally see that we are entering a state of heightened alert. Additionally, ensure that all soldiers are trained. I do not wish for anyone to lose their life due to unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi hesitated, his concern for Zhao Fu's safety evident. But your highness, your safety. Before Bai Qi could finish, Zhao Fu felt a warmth in his heart and interrupted. Do not worry. I will be cautious. It is only fitting that I undertake this task. I can both maintain vigilance and seek out their weaknesses. However, you must expedite the training of our soldiers, for the goblins are likely to discover us soon. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bai Qi nodded solemnly and returned to the village with the others, conveying the message to Li Sidlic. Equally grave, instructed the women to reinforce the defenses and assist in crafting various weapons. Bai Qi gathered the soldiers together, training them in formations, coordination, and deployment strategies. The villagers of Daqin, moved by Zhao Fu's willingness to risk his life for their safety, responded with enthusiasm and diligence, raising morale to an impressive 90. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu concealed himself in the underbrush on a hillside, observing the goblin village for any vulnerabilities. Engaging the goblins head-on would certainly spell disaster for Daqin village, even if they emerge victorious. The losses would be catastrophic, an outcome Zhao Fu wished to avoid. As time passed, the sun dipped lower on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red. Bai Qi eventually returned with his group. Zhao Fu sighed. After extensive observation, he had found no opportunities to exploit within the goblin village. However, he had noted certain behaviors of the goblins. Their intelligence appeared limited, and they exhibited a somewhat aggressive nature, occasionally squabbling over scraps of meat. With night approaching, Zhao Fu resolved to return, leaving 2 individuals on guard. He had considered launching a night raid, but realized that with only 23 individuals, facing over 300 goblins was an unwise endeavor. After a restless night, dawn broke, and the population refreshed once more, yielding 15 new arrivals, but only 5 were capable of combat, leaving Zhao Fu feeling somewhat disheartened. Just then, one of the 2 guards he had stationed reported, "Your Highness, the goblins are stirring." Immediately, Zhao Fu inquired further, learning that the goblin village had dispatched 4 teams, each comprising approximately 50 goblins, departing in 4 different directions. Upon receiving this report, Zhao Fu sensed an opportunity. The goblin tribe was not agricultural, but relied on hunting for sustenance, necessitating daily foraging to secure food for the village. Bai Qi, quickly assemble everyone. Zhao Fu commanded decisively. Soon, all 26 soldiers gathered, and Zhao Fu instructed them to each take some fruits for breakfast before pursuing one of the goblin squads. This particular group consisted of about 50 goblins, led by a goblin warrior. At this moment, Bai Qi demonstrated the results of their training, showcasing what true combat should resemble rather than a mere brawl among ruffians. Bai Qi organized the formation with shield bearers at the front, infantry in the second rank, and archers in the third. This was merely the most basic of formations. Archers, I understand you have only recently transitioned, and I do not require each of you to slay an enemy with every arrow. Just ensure you hit them in the largest areas of their bodies, Bai Qi whispered, signaling for the archers to prepare. In unison, the 8 archers drew their bows and released a volley of arrows, which flew toward the goblin ranks. Zhao Fu joined their efforts, unleashing a fireball into the fray. The archer's aim was true. All 8 arrows struck true, injuring 3 goblins lightly, severely wounding 4, and tragically killing 1 who was struck in a vital area. Zhao Fu's fireball also found its mark, injuring several goblins, one of whom was thrown back and lay on the ground, evidently nearing death. At that moment, the goblins noticed Zhao Fu's group, and with a shriek, they brandished their weapons, charging forward. Faced with such a horde, fear flickered across the faces of some, particularly those who had never engaged in battle before. However, Bai Qi's cold snort seemed to galvanize the others, dispelling their trepidation. It appeared Bai Qi's title had a morale-boosting effect. Loose arrows, Bai Qi commanded, and another volley of arrows was released, felling several goblins. This time, the goblins were more prepared, and the effect was not as pronounced as before. Zhao Fu also cast another fireball, injuring a few more goblins. Before long, the goblins were within 10 meters. Bai Qi bellowed, "Shield bearers, advance and disrupt their momentum. Infantry, follow closely." 8 shield bearers, wielding wooden shields crafted from the previously felled ironwood tree, surged forward. The collision of the 2 forces echoed loudly, and the goblins' blades struck the wooden shields, leaving mere superficial scratches without inflicting any harm. The momentum of the goblin charge faltered. Charging effectively requires unyielding spirit and relentless forward motion to unleash unstoppable force, but with the shield bearers' obstruction, their vigor waned. Furthermore, the initial volley of arrows and fireballs had already diminished the goblin strength by approximately 1/3. With their momentum stunted, Zhao Fu's shield bearers and infantry began their counterattack, while the archers behind them began to shoot freely. And Zhao Fu continued to cast fireballs. The tide of battle quickly began to shift. As for that corpulent goblin warrior, Bai Qi faced it alone in combat. The warrior, though appearing somewhat overweight, exhibited remarkable agility. With a small dagger in hand, it swung rapidly, creating arcs of light that left Zhao Fu feeling somewhat alarmed. Fortunately, Bai Qi was no slouch either. After more than an hour, the battle concluded. Zhao Fu's side suffered only minor injuries, while the goblin forces faced total annihilation, an outcome that showcased the efficacy of their diverse troop cooperation. After a brief respite, Zhao Fu led his companions in pursuit of another goblin contingent. Chapter 8. Triple kill. This particular goblin squad numbered fewer than 50. As before, the archers unleashed their arrows first, inflicting casualties upon the goblins. The shield bearers advanced, followed closely by the infantry. Zhao Fu cast 2 fireballs. Feeling somewhat fatigued, having already cast 7, he was temporarily unable to summon more. The shield bearers and infantry engaged in combat, while the archers continued to fire from the rear. At that moment, a goblin broke from the fray, brandishing its weapon and roaring as it charged at Zhao Fu. Unfazed, Zhao Fu had mentally prepared himself for this life-or-death confrontation. Clutching his iron sword, he charged forward. Aiming a fierce strike at the oncoming goblin, the creature deftly dodged his attack, mockingly shrieking at him before swinging its dagger towards his waist. Zhao Fu swiftly retreated, but the goblin pressed on. Having missed his first strike, Zhao Fu remained remarkably composed, disregarding the goblin's derision that in this genuine battle, where the stakes were life and death, his heart raced with anxiety that he observed his surroundings, retreated a bit further, and then lunged forward with a powerful thrust aimed at the goblin. This attack was also easily evaded by the goblin, which was about to advance and strike Zhao Fu once more when it stumbled over an uneven stone. Losing its footing, seizing this opportunity, Zhao Fu swung his sword at the goblin. The blade pierced its neck, causing a trickle of blood to flow, but the injury was not deep enough to be fatal. The goblin let out a pained cry, raising its dagger for a final strike against Zhao Fu. In that moment, Zhao Fu felt a surge of urgency. He summoned all his strength and yanked his sword from the goblin's neck. Blood sprayed forth, drenching him as the creature collapsed, lifeless. This marked his first kill of a humanoid creature, and his heart raced wildly as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side quickly concluded, with Bai Qi having slain another goblin warrior. Upon noticing Zhao Fu covered in blood, Bai Qi rushed over, concerned, and asked, "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" Having regained his composure from the harrowing encounter, Zhao Fu gently shook his head to indicate he was fine. Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. "Let me check if anyone else is injured," Zhao Fu instructed. Bai Qi nodded, surveying the others before responding, "Your Highness, the others are not seriously harmed." Zhao Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looking up at the sky, he noted the sun was high, indicating it was nearly noon. The third and fourth goblin parties were no longer within reach, so he decided to lay an ambush along the return path of the third goblin squad. Li Si arrived with a group of women bearing food, and everyone entered a temporary state of rest and recovery. As time passed, the third goblin squad returned, laden with a few gray wolves, a dozen wild rabbits, and a wild boar weighing 400 pounds. Zhao Fu and his companions concealed themselves in the underbrush, waiting for the opportune moment. Just then, a goblin warrior swaggered ahead, suddenly sneezing loudly, which drew the attention of several goblins. At that moment, Bai Qi ordered the attack. Arrows rained down upon the goblin ranks, causing chaos as several goblins fell dead and others were severely injured. Having recovered much of his mental energy after a few hours, Zhao Fu seized the chance to cast a few fireballs as well. This skirmish, benefiting from their prior experiences in ambush tactics, concluded even more swiftly than the previous encounters, with minimal injury sustained. However, the fatigue from the goblins' recent hunting expedition played a significant role as well. After a brief rest, Zhao Fu led his party towards the direction of the fourth goblin squad's return. Unfortunately, they found that the fourth squad had already reached the goblin village, which left Zhao Fu feeling somewhat regretful. Had they managed to eliminate that squad, the goblin village would pose little threat. At that moment, nearly 150 goblins lay dead, and the village sensed impending danger. Uncertain of their enemy's identity or numbers, they fell into a heightened state of alert. Goblins stood vigil at the village's perimeter, their expression serious, ready to swarm at the slightest sign of disturbance. Simultaneously, Zhao Fu and his companions approached the village, observing the goblins in full defensive mode. Currently, there are approximately 60 combat-capable goblins left in the village. The rest are either too old, too young, or females, Zhao Fu assessed. Although the village's strength appeared diminished, he had no intention of launching an immediate assault on one hand. He was in no rush. Goblins would regularly venture out to hunt for food, and once their provisions ran low, they would inevitably emerge. Ambush tactics would yield greater advantages over a direct attack. On the other hand, Zhao Fu wished to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. He had begun to form a sense of belonging to the Daiqin village and its inhabitants. However, waiting idly for the goblins to emerge was not an option. Taking advantage of their reluctance to venture forth, Zhao Fu ordered his men to set various traps around the vicinity of the goblin village. As night fell, leaving a few individuals on guard, they took with them the spoils that rightfully belonged to the goblins: the wild boar, several wild rabbits, and a few gray wolves. Although wolf meat was not particularly appetizing, it was better than nothing. Besides, wolf fangs could be fashioned into arrowheads, and their pelts could be used for armor. The materials from the previously slain Lihor rabbits were still in Zhao Fu's possession. But due to the tailor He Yun's novice skills, he was unable to craft blue-quality leather armor at this time. Upon returning to Daqin village, they rekindled the campfire, with the crisis averted. The atmosphere became less tense, filled with laughter, and as Zhao Fu entered the village, several children, around 4 or 5 years old, excitedly rushed over, surrounding him with admiration. "Your Highness, you are truly remarkable, having slain so many of those foreign creatures," they exclaimed. Zhao Fu smiled gently, responding, "This victory is not mine alone. It is also thanks to your parents. But you are our prince. Under your wise and valiant leadership, we were able to defeat so many of them," one small boy said, hugging Zhao Fu's leg, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. Such flattery from a child brought a smile to Zhao Fu's face as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, feeling the chill within him gradually thaw. Shortly thereafter, the parents of the children offered their apologies and took them home. Zhao Fu returned to the village chief's hall and, contemplating, asked Li Si, "What were the spoils from our goblin hunt?" It was impossible to avoid cleaning the battlefield after a fight. But due to the urgency of the situation, Li Si had led a team of women to handle the task. A smile spread across Li Si's face as he replied with a bow, "We obtained a total of 152 goblin daggers. Though they are too small for our kind to use and need modification, that we also acquired 685 copper coins and 7 silver coins from slaying 3 goblin warriors." Chapter 9. Rog Village. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. The following day brought another population refresh, yielding 14 new individuals, of whom 7 were combat capable. Additionally, a B-grade individual was generated, whom Zhao Fu promptly promoted to scholar, hoping for swift success in domestication research. Zhao Fu also promoted the 7 others to soldiers, bringing the total number of soldiers to 28. Once more, Zhao Fu led these 28 soldiers to the goblin village. The goblin settlement remained in a heightened state of alert. So Zhao Fu opted not to attack, allowing Bai Qi to continue setting traps while also training the new recruits. Another day passed, resulting in a population refresh of 15, with 6 combat-capable individuals. Zhao Fu promoted them to soldiers. Today, the goblins still dared not emerge, so Zhao Fu continued to wait, setting traps. During this time, he discovered a decade-old ironwood tree. On the 3rd day, the population refreshed again with 14 individuals, 8 of whom were combat-ready, and yet another B-grade individual appeared, all of whom Zhao Fu promoted. Finally, the goblins' food supplies ran out, forcing them to venture out. This time, approximately 100 goblins emerged from the village, half of whom were females, accompanied by 4 goblin warriors, seemingly newly promoted and slightly smaller than their predecessors. Now, only around 20 combat-capable goblins remained in the village, alongside 1 previously surviving goblin warrior. The rest consisted of the elderly, the young, and those lacking combat prowess. Although attacking the goblin village appeared easier, Zhao Fu sensed that it would not be straightforward. The blood-red altar at the village's center seemed suspicious, hinting at potential complications. Thus, Zhao Fu resolved to engage the 100 goblins, but not without employing the traps he had meticulously set. He divided the 42 soldiers into 3 teams and briefly outlined their strategy, instructing one team to charge in and initiate the attack. Upon spotting the enemy, the goblins, with a mere handful in sight, immediately raised their blades and let out a cacophony of battle cries as they charged forth. Following Zhao Fu's orders, they struck once and, unwilling to linger, swiftly retreated. Witnessing their foes flee in disarray, the goblins erupted in jubilant shouts, pressing forward with the intent to slay those who had deprived them of peace for several days. However, in the next heartbeat, one by one, the goblins fell into previously dug pits, impaled by sharp wooden stakes, their cries of agony echoing in the air. In an instant, nearly 20 goblins were lost from a contingent of 100. This staggering loss of combat strength brought the entire goblin horde to a halt. None dared to venture forth, uncertain if further traps lay ahead, and they could only stand their ground. Howling in fury, suddenly, a flurry of arrows rained down upon the goblin ranks, and several enemies emerged from the left, prompting the goblins to charge once more in a fit of rage. In mere moments, they triggered trap after trap, as massive logs and boulders came crashing down from the trees, injuring some goblins severely while others were crushed outright. The goblin force dwindled from 80 to just over 50. At that moment, another group appeared on the goblins' right flank, launching arrows at them before turning to flee. Having already suffered significant losses, the goblins were too wary to charge blindly into danger again, resorting to waving their weapons and shouting futilely at the retreating foes. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu's other two squads had regrouped and appeared behind them. Arrows and a fireball rained down into the goblin throng, catching them completely off guard. The ambush proved highly effective. The fireball severely injured two goblins while several others sustained lighter wounds, and all 9 arrows struck true, resulting in 3 deaths, 5 severe injuries, and 1 light injury. The number of combat-capable goblins plummeted to just over 40. Concurrently, another group that had been fleeing turned back to mount an attack, further diminishing the goblin ranks. White Chi. Eliminate 1 goblin warrior swiftly. The other shield bearers are to focus on defense and delay the remaining 2 goblin warriors. Infantry, charge forward, and archers, fire at will. Leave the one with the shattered leg to me, Zhao Fu commanded loudly, and the others obediently complied. The remaining goblin warriors, mostly newly promoted and still bearing many females, were quickly dispatched by the infantry and archers. 8 or 9 shield bearers formed a solid barrier around the 2 goblin warriors. Facing the limping goblin warrior, Zhao Fu found it easy to dispatch. He chose not to engage in close combat, knowing he would be outmatched there, but instead unleashed fireballs. The larger size of the goblin warrior, coupled with its injury, rendered it unable to evade, leading to its demise at Zhao Fu's hands. On the other side, White Chi swiftly dealt with another goblin warrior, and the remaining 2 goblin warriors fell, without White Chi needing to intervene, struck down by arrows from the archers, dying in a rather pathetic manner, as they were ensnared by the shield bearers, unable to dodge, becoming mere targets for the archers. The battle concluded, and the individuals began to clear the battlefield. White Chi sheathed his sword, turning to Zhao Fu, whose stern visage unexpectedly softened into a smile. Zhao Fu's tactics and leadership were deemed nothing short of perfect. While he may lack experience in larger-scale battles, this episode had showcased his exceptional talents. How could White Chi, serving such a formidable leader, not feel elated? Noticing the smile on White Chi's face, Zhao Fu was taken aback and curiously inquired, "White Chi, what brings forth your smile?" White Chi merely shook his head, refraining from answering Zhao Fu, and instead asked, "Your Highness, what shall we do next? Shall we attack the goblin village?" Zhao Fu replied, "Let us first encircle it. I sense something peculiar about that goblin village. They are without food and will emerge sooner or later, so there is no need to rush." White Chi nodded in agreement, stating, "I share the same sentiment. It is evident that the village's emptiness was a ploy to lure us in. Yet they did not anticipate your decision to strike at the stronger 100 goblins and the 4 goblin warriors, all of whom you have now annihilated." Zhao Fu's suspicion toward the goblin village only deepened. He ordered the battlefield to be cleared and directed his forces to surround the goblin village. The goblins within, upon witnessing the flickering shadows of their enemies outside, grasped the gravity of their situation, their faces betraying fear and confusion, leading to chaos within the village. Observing from outside, Zhao Fu had no intention to attack. They had effectively trapped the goblins, and there was no urgency. After observing for several minutes, Zhao Fu was taken aback when an elder goblin, wielding a gnarled wooden staff, led the remaining goblins to kneel at the village entrance. At that moment, Zhao Fu also received a system notification. Rogue village surrenders to you. Do you choose to accept? Chapter 10. The demon priest Zhao Fu and White Chi exchanged glances, both surprised. They had anticipated the goblins would endure hunger for several days before launching a desperate charge. Yet they had instead chosen to surrender. Smiling faintly, Zhao Fu opted to accept, and a prompt echoed in his mind. "You have accepted Rogue Village's surrender, gaining 50 military merit." Subsequently, Zhao Fu led his men out to the village entrance, addressing the kneeling goblins, "Rise." At his command, the other goblins, trembling with fear, slowly stood. Though they could not comprehend Zhao Fu's words, they understood his intent, as their lord possessed a built-in language translation ability akin to telepathic communication. At that moment, the elder goblin in front let out a series of guttural sounds, expressing gratitude for the noble lord's acceptance of Rogue's surrender. Zhao Fu nodded and posed a question that lingered in his mind. "Rogue, why did you choose to surrender now instead of holding out for a few more days?" Rogue, the elder goblin, wore a bitter expression. From the outset, he had sensed that Zhao Fu's forces were not numerous, evidenced by Zhao Fu's hesitance to directly assault the village. Therefore, he had dispatched 100 goblins, aiming both to search for food and to lure Zhao Fu into attacking the village, should Zhao Fu have chosen to attack the village. Rogue believed he could leverage the attributes of the Blood Altar, along with his remaining forces, to inflict severe damage upon Zhao Fu. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Fu opted to target the 100 goblins instead, annihilating them all and subsequently choosing to encircle rather than assault the village. At that point, Rogue Village faced two fates, either starving to death or charging out to be ambushed, rather than face such a grim fate. Surrender was the more palatable option. Understanding Rogue's explanation, Zhao Fu led his men to the village center to inspect the Blood Altar, obtaining a set of information. Demon Altar. Through sacrifice, one can be promoted to Demon Priest. Special effect. The Demon Priest standing on the altar can communicate with the deity. Effect. All attributes 5. Upon seeing this information, Zhao Fu instructed White Chi to fetch a beast, and shortly after, White Chi returned carrying a 300-pound wild boar, which he placed upon the altar. Zhao Fu drew a knife and slit the boar's throat, causing it to scream as blood gushed forth. The crimson liquid pooled around, and the blood altar pulsated with a sanguine glow. The boar, seemingly gripped by fear, let out a final wail before succumbing, its body withering into a ghastly husk. As the altar's blood light intensified, a spectral figure began to materialize in the air. Resembling a diminutive demon but distinct in that it bore 3 short horns atop its head, its eyes pitch black, and it possessed 2 pairs of wings, one large and one small. Tap tap tap. Aduka. The demonic apparition uttered in the tongue of demons, inquiring, "Do the humble humans worship my great god Kerr?" Notification. Do you wish to promote to Demon Priest? Warning. Once promoted to Demon Priest, your swordsman class will be erased, but skills may be retained. Without hesitation, Zhao Fu accepted. The spectral figure shot a beam of bloodlight into Zhao Fu's forehead, and a prompt followed. Demon Priest, D-rank troop category. Summary. Priest of the demon god Kerr. Troop effect. Gain. Demonic power. After the bloodlight entered Zhao Fu's mind, the apparition gradually faded, returning everything to normal. Zhao Fu examined the Demon Priest class and could not help but ponder. Indeed, the D-rank troop category is significantly superior to the previous swordsman class. Firstly, the class bonuses include Strength 1, Constitution 1, Intelligence 4, and the acquisition of skills, Hellfire Ball, Blood Healing Technique, along with Demonic Power, all attributes 2. Regrettably, this troop type had reached its limit. The so-called God Kerr was merely a diminutive deity in the realm of hell, possessing limited divine power. Furthermore, due to the weakening of the planar dimensions, in this world, only a maximum of 100 demon priests could be promoted. Zhao Fu considered himself fortunate, as one had recently perished, allowing him to fill that vacancy with a sense of serendipity. Zhao Fu felt a wave of joy wash over him as he smiled and proceeded to inspect the goblin barracks. The goblins had only 2 types of promotion stone tablets. Point 1 was Goblin Warrior, F-rank troop category. Summary. Warriors among goblins, troop effect, can acquire the skill /. The other was Goblin Champion, E-rank troop category. Summary. Goblins mutated by acquiring the power of the progenitor, troop effect, can acquire progenitor's power. It was no wonder they were so ferocious. They were indeed an E-rank troop category, though the limit on promotions was quite low, capped at only 5. Currently, Qin Village had yet to develop significantly, and assimilating Rogue Village as an affiliated village had only a slight impact, failing to yield substantial growth. Having ventured once more to various locales within Rogue Village, I ultimately arrived at the warehouse, where I discovered an abundance of coins, approximately 4,000 copper coins, along with 15 silver coins, though little else of significance remained. With the recent goblin incident now flawlessly resolved, I found that the overall morale of the goblin village stood at a mere 50. Consequently, Zhao Fu commanded his men to return and procure some provisions. The goblins, who had been famished for several days, eagerly descended upon the food and devoured it voraciously, resulting in an immediate increase of 10 points in their morale. At this juncture, Zhao Fu also returned to Qin Village, where all production and construction had come to a halt due to the goblin situation. Now, operations resumed one by one, primarily focusing on logging and housing construction, followed by the reclamation of farmland. In addition, Zhao Fu stationed a contingent of soldiers to scout the vicinity of Qin Village for any remaining threats. With his orders issued, Zhao Fu found himself with some leisure time and examined the 2 skills he had acquired upon his recent promotion to Demon Priest, a D-grade Hellfire Ball and an E-grade Blood Healing. Skills, like attributes, are classified into 9 major tiers and 3 minor stages. The Fireball obtained from the previous encounter with the Lihor Rabbit was merely an ordinary F-grade Fireball, and this time, Zhao Fu sought to assess the power of the D-grade Hellfire Ball. He made his way to a clear area, extended his hand, and a blood-red fireball materialized within it. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the fireball, which landed on the ground with a resounding explosion. A crater nearly a meter deep marked the earth where it struck, demonstrating a potency at least 4 times greater than that of the ordinary fireball, which typically only left a small black mark on the ground. As for the blood healing technique, it is a skill derived from the underworld, akin to that of a priest's healing abilities. After testing both skills, Zhao Fu felt a twinge of regret. The number of available classes was far too limited. And the realm of magic skills was notably deficient, with their prices soaring to several times that of standard physical skills. Zhao Fu entertained the notion of eventually establishing a mage guild. In the meantime, he devoted his remaining time to training. Bai Qi had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier and was on the verge of advancing to the 3rd, while Zhao Fu remained at the 0 tier. Though his current low rank might seem inconsequential, it would ultimately dictate the fate of a nation. Thousands of ordinary soldiers could scarcely contend with a 9th tier soldier. In their presence, the common soldier would be but fodder for slaughter. A nation devoid of high-tier soldiers could hardly secure its footing. Currently, Daqin village was still lacking in population, and having even one combat-capable individual was commendable. However, once the population was sufficient, Zhao Fu would promptly implement a policy for elite troops. Chapter 11. Bloodline. On the following day, the population increased by 15, including the emergence of an individual with A-grade potential. Zhao Fu promptly promoted him to scholar, bringing the total number of residents in Daqin village to 110, comprising 47 soldiers and 4 scholars. Moreover, through recent training, Zhao Fu had also advanced a tiered name. Zhao Fu title, Nun class, Demon Priest military merit, Commoner, 53-200, race, human lifespan, 21-100, attributes, strength, 8. Intelligence, 11, constitution, 7, agility, 9, special power, weak demon power, rank, 1st tier cultivation method, Daqin heart method skills, Hellfire ball, basic swordsmanship, equipment, iron sword. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Fu proceeded to the research room. To facilitate his studies on domestication, he had designated a separate chamber and captured several wild rabbits and hens to assist in his research. Bai Lao, how goes the research? Zhao Fu inquired of an elderly man with graying hair. Known as Bai Shan, the first B-grade individual that had emerged from Daqin village, Bai Shan was currently grasping a wild hen and turned to Zhao Fu with a joyful expression. Your Highness, we have made significant progress. Within 3 days, we will surely unlock the secrets of domestication. Reassured by his words, Zhao Fu moved to the cultivated fields, where he was pleasantly surprised to find not only Daqin village residents, but also several female goblins lending a hand. Li Si approached to explain, Your Highness, the number of combat-capable goblins in their village is quite limited, and food resources are somewhat scarce. I conferred with Rog and arranged for some idle female goblins to assist in the village in exchange for food. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded in approval, taking satisfaction in the orderly development of Daqin village. Thankfully for Li Si's presence, the complexity of these matters would have been quite daunting otherwise. With time to spare, Zhao Fu summoned Bai Qi to personally lead a squad of soldiers to patrol the vicinity of Daqin village. In the real world, the entire Li family in Beitang City was enveloped in jubilation, as they had received the legacy of the Tang dynasty. The royal bloodline of the Tang dynasty, having evolved over the years, had become a prominent family with numerous descendants, primarily divided into several branches, with Beitang City being one of them. In the villa's main hall, several elderly men occupied the sofas, while Li Jia, now in his 40s, sat nearby. He had undergone considerable change, sporting a small patch of facial hair. Beside him sat a beautiful woman, Zhang Shuyan, his current wife. Other family members also filled the room, their gazes fixed on a handsome young man at the center. This youth, who appeared to be just 20 years old, exuded a calm demeanor and an air of maturity beyond his years. He was none other than Li Jia's second son, Li Baiqing. Li Baiqing and his father represented 2 distinct types of individuals. He lacked the flamboyance of Li Jia and approached matters with maturity and composure. He was notably talented, one of the 3 great prodigies of Beitang City, and with his handsome visage, he had become the object of affection for nearly all the young women in the city. More significantly, he had inherited the legacy of the Tang dynasty. Who would have thought that among all the descendants of our Li family, none succeeded in the trials? Yet in the end, Qing'er surpassed them all and obtained the legacy of our ancestors. Truly a blessing for our branch, an elderly man with a rosy complexion exclaimed with hearty laughter. Others nodded in agreement, and a proud smile graced Li Jia's face, although he had not succeeded. His son brought him honor. Grandfather, the ancestral legacy is quite simple. One must remain true to their heart and not be swayed by external temptations to succeed. Li Baiqing replied humbly, his tone gentle. The elder laughed heartily. Enough, Qinger, you need not be modest. Currently, none of the Li family's descendants can compare to you. You are truly deserving. Henceforth, we shall all look to you as our leader, and all resources will be directed toward you. You must strive to develop and endeavor to restore the glory of our Tang dynasty. Li Baiqing nodded earnestly, fully aware of the heavy burden upon his shoulders and the ancestral aspirations that he must fulfill in restoring the Tang dynasty. Afterward, as the family gathering concluded, an elder sat in a room, addressing the now gray-haired steward. Have you obtained the information I requested? The steward nodded and presented a document to the elder. The elder took the document and glanced over it. Somewhat astonished. I did not expect this illegitimate child to possess some capabilities. Li Jie's son has indeed produced 2 commendable offspring. You should speak with him about this. Let him know that we welcome him back to the Li family. For he carries our legitimate bloodline, which may prove advantageous in the future, the elder instructed the steward. The steward hesitated. Master, this may prove difficult, considering the events of the past. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed. Indeed. Li Jie's past actions were somewhat excessive. Approach him with an offer. Whatever he desires, our Li family can accommodate as compensation for him and his mother. What if he remains unyielding? The steward inquired with uncertainty. The elder pondered for a moment before replying. If he steadfastly refuses, let him be for now. However, should he dare to obstruct Qi's endeavors, let him meet a dire fate. At this, the steward nodded and departed the room. In another ancient chamber, 6 elderly individuals sat in their chairs, one of whom, visibly enraged, exclaimed, Why is it that none of my family's descendants have received any indication of success in the trials within the world of apocalypse? If the trials were failed due to a lack of talent, that would be one thing, but how could they not even be given a chance at the trials? Needless to say, it is evident that someone has already acquired the legacy of our Daqin Empire. An elderly woman interjected coolly. What? The legacy of my Daqin Empire has been seized by another? The irate elder shouted once more. Another thin elder, unable to tolerate the commotion, chimed in. Jiang Lao, must you be so restless? How could anyone other than those of the Daqin royal bloodline obtain the ancestral legacy? It must be a bloodline that has inadvertently circulated beyond our lineage over the millennia. A portly elder sighed. It has been too long to ascertain who has acquired the legacy of our ancestors. We can only hope that they reveal some information in the world of apocalypse to help us locate them. The other elders nodded. Resigned to the reality of their situation to eye in the world of apocalypse, Zhao Fu once again gathered his forces, having discovered yet another goblin village. This particular village housed around 160 goblins, making it relatively easy to conquer. Chapter 12. The talented list Zhao Fu, accompanied by the soldiers of Daqin village and the goblins of Rog village, surrounded this small settlement, which comprised over 70 goblin warriors, with the remainder consisting of females, the elderly, and children. Rog, go and persuade them to surrender, Zhao Fu instructed, with the combined strength of Daqin and Rog villages now surpassing that of the goblin settlement and a variety of troop types at his disposal. Capturing the village without incurring any losses would be most advantageous. Understood, Your Highness. Old Roger, much like the villagers of Daqin, respectfully addressed him as Your Highness before stepping forward and proclaiming loudly, You are all surrounded. With no hope of victory, surrender now and do not throw away your lives in vain. However, no sooner had old Roger finished speaking than the goblins within the village erupted in furious howls, seemingly cursing him. They were not subjects of Zhao Fu, and, lacking any means of translation, could not comprehend the insults hurled at them. Zhao Fu furrowed his brows and inquired of old Roger, What are they saying? Old Roger nodded and replied, Your Highness. They are calling me a disgrace to goblins for collaborating with the cunning humans to attack them. It is a shame upon our kind. Upon hearing old Roger's words, Zhao Fu let out a cold snort. Since they refused to surrender, force was the only recourse. Zhao Fu signaled to Bai Qi with a glance. Bai Qi shouted, Form ranks. Fire the arrows. The shield bearers immediately raised their shields and advanced, followed by the infantry. The archers in the third row lit their arrows, drawing their bows in unison. Loose. With a command, a volley of flaming arrows was unleashed, but this time they were not aimed at the goblins. Instead, they struck the goblins' wooden dwellings, igniting them in flames. Chaos ensued among the goblins in the village. Subsequently, arrows began to rain down upon the goblins, and as they witnessed their comrades fall, old Roger felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had chosen to surrender. Otherwise, This would have been the fate of Roger Village at that moment. The goblins, left with no choice, charged out in desperation. Observing the mass of goblins surging forth, the archers took aim with precision. While Zhao Fu and Old Roger unleashed hellfire balls to Zhao Fu's surprise, Old Roger raised his gnarled staff, and two blood-red fireballs, each the size of a basketball, coalesced above him, exuding an impressive aura. Then, Old Roger swung his staff, sending the two blood-red fireballs hurtling into the throng of charging goblins. The density of the goblins meant that the fireballs exploded violently, sending a dozen of them flying. With 5 or 6 left in a gruesome state, clearly beyond salvation, the fireball conjured by Old Roger was the result of honing a particular skill to its zenith. Zhao Fu felt a twinge of gratitude that he had refrained from attacking Roger Village initially. Otherwise, with Old Roger's powers combined with the attributes of the altar, he would have suffered a significant blow. However, such thoughts were of little consequence now, as Zhao Fu released his hellfire balls, albeit with less potency than Old Roger's, only sending 7 or 8 goblins tumbling through the AT that moment. Bai Qi led the shield bearers and infantry forward, forcefully pushing back the charging goblins. Roger, call out again and see if they are willing to surrender. Zhao Fu observed the fear and panic etched on the faces of the goblins within the village and leaned down to speak to Old Roger. Upon hearing this, Old Roger stepped forward once more and bellowed, "Now you have witnessed the might of this esteemed highness. Surrender, and the noble lord shall treat you kindly." Having witnessed the demise of so many goblins and seeing the ferocious soldiers outside the village, as well as the flames rising behind them, it was evident that death awaited them either by fire or at the hands of their enemies. Furthermore, seeing Old Roger seemingly thriving in the midst of it all, they felt that Zhao Fu would not be cruel to them. Ultimately, they chose to lay down their weapons and emerged, kneeling upon the ground. Notification: the goblins of Jian Village surrendered to you. Do you accept? Zhao Fu smiled, understanding that these foreign beings would only submit to the powerful. Once they witnessed true strength, they would choose surrender. Accept the surrender and gain 50 battle merits. Bai Qi, I leave this matter to you. Help extinguish the fire. I need to step out for a moment. Zhao Fu recalled that he had not exited the apocalypse world for nearly a day and thus instructed Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded and led everyone, including the goblins, to put out the flames. Zhao Fu then exited the apocalypse world. Although one could consume food within the apocalypse world to stave off hunger, such sustenance did not translate to the real world, where food was still a necessity. Otherwise, one would face starvation. As his consciousness returned to his body, an overwhelming sense of hunger surged through his mind. Zhao Fu sat up in bed, having subsisted on instant noodles for several days, and decided he would like to change his diet today, intending to head downstairs for a fast food meal. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by an elderly man with gray hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Recognizing the elderly man, Zhao Fu felt a flicker of unease, recalling him as the steward of the Li family, and his expression immediately hardened. What brings you here? The steward paid no heed to Zhao Fu's demeanor and stated, the master wishes for you to return to the Li family, whatever you desire. The Li family can fulfill it as compensation for you and your mother. Compensation? At his words, Zhao Fu felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. What compensation can bring my mother back to life? What can mend the pain in her heart? What can compare to the tears my mother has shed? I will not go, Zhao Fu declared coldly. The steward, observing Zhao Fu's reaction, sighed and replied, very well. However, I hope you can control your emotions and refrain from actions that may harm the Li family, or else. The steward left his sentence hanging, but Zhao Fu understood the implication. Should he act against the Li family, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. A chill ran through Zhao Fu's heart. He had initially intended to honor his mother's dying wish and avoid trouble with the Li family, not wanting her to suffer in the afterlife over such matters. Yet, they now threatened him. Indeed, he had no means to resist in reality, but once the world was consumed and Jian Village flourished, who would kill whom remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the steward had offered a cautionary reminder. Zhao Fu nodded, signaling his understanding. Afterward, the steward departed, and Zhao Fu ordered a fast food meal at a small restaurant downstairs. Returning home, he opened his computer, eating his meal while entering the Apocalypse forum to check for any news he might have missed and to observe the current situation across Huaxia. Various factions had entered the Apocalypse world, forming alliances and delineating their territories. A ranking of prodigies had even emerged. Each individual on the list was undoubtedly a paragon among men, held in the highest esteem, supported by vast families behind them. First, the heir of the great Xia, CG. Second, the heir of the great Shang, Di Wutian. Third, the heir of the great Zhou, Ji Xinming. Fourth, the heir of the great Han, Lu Yi. Of the top four, two were enemies. The prodigy ranking was determined by family strength. The longer a family had existed, the stronger it became. By this ranking, the Ying family of Daqin should have been fourth. But they had not obtained the Daqin inheritance and were thus frantically searching for someone to claim it. Chapter 13. A shocking turn of events. Zhao Fu held no fondness for these ancient families and did not wish to entangle himself with the Ying family. So he had no intention of seeking them out. As he continued to peruse the information on the Apocalypse World forum, he was pleasantly surprised to come across a rudimentary map someone had drawn, depicting the distribution of Huaxia in the Apocalypse World along with surrounding nations. Zhao Fu noted the small nation of Xiaoye to the southwest, which was precisely where he intended to venture after breaking away from the main conflict zone of Huaxia. With no further intriguing news to be found, he once again entered the Apocalypse World. Just in time, Your Highness. One of our villagers has been injured by a foreign entity, and Bai Qi has managed to capture a few of them, Li Si reported as Zhao Fu stepped back into the world. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a wave of confusion. Villagers typically only venture near Daqin and do not stray far. I've dispatched patrols in the vicinity, and there have been no signs of danger. How have foreign entities suddenly appeared? With a sense of bewilderment, Zhao Fu followed Li Si to find Bai Qi. That moment, Bai Qi had several creatures bound with ropes, slender beings, slightly taller than goblins, with a gaunt appearance and gray-black skin, resembling the goblins of Western folklore. Bai Qi, what has transpired? Zhao Fu approached to inquire. Bai Qi turned to see Zhao Fu's arrival and respectfully explained, Your Highness, our villagers were foraging for wild fruits nearby when, unexpectedly, a few foreign entities emerged and shot them with crossbows. After speaking, Bai Qi handed Zhao Fu a small, intricately crafted crossbow. Zhao Fu examined it, noting its fine craftsmanship. Such precision could not be achieved without a blueprint. Have you extracted any information from them? Zhao Fu asked. Bai Qi shook his head. Your Highness, due to the language barrier, we have gleaned very little information. However, I have already dispatched people to thoroughly investigate the areas where these goblins appeared. Just then, someone reported the discovery of a concealed entrance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu followed the group to the hidden entrance, which stood about a meter high, surrounded by dense underbrush. If the entrance were to be camouflaged, it would indeed be quite difficult to detect. The several captured goblins appeared noticeably anxious, as if they were guarding something of great significance. Realizing this, Zhao Fu understood that these goblins had been hiding within. However, he dared not rush in recklessly. He had no idea of their numbers, and with an entrance only a meter high, one could only crawl inside, significantly increasing the level of danger. After capturing one of the goblins, Zhao Fu ordered his men to whip it. The whip cracked harshly against the goblin, causing its skin to split and eliciting a horrified scream. Moments later, a notification appeared. Goblin Du Ji is willing to surrender to you. Upon hearing the prompt, Zhao Fu chose accept and instructed his men to bring the goblin before him. At that moment, the goblin's loyalty was merely at 10 points. Yet Zhao Fu remained indifferent. His objective was not to gain the creature's loyalty, but rather to ensure he could comprehend its language. How many goblins remain in your village? Zhao Fu inquired of the goblin. The creature appeared troubled upon hearing this, but as it glanced at the fierce soldiers nearby, who were poised to strike it with whips, it ultimately relented, stating, Noble sir, our village of Duan has a total of 96 villagers, 46 of whom are warriors, while the rest are women, the elderly, and children. So few in number, no wonder they dare not survive above ground. Zhao Fu mused, nodding in understanding. Addressing the goblin, he declared, I shall send one person back. Convey to them that I harbor no intentions of causing harm, but they must submit to my authority. The goblin nodded and approached the other bound goblins, muttering a few words to relay Zhao Fu's message. Zhao Fu then selected one of them to enter the cave. Shield bearers, surround the cave entrance and be wary. Crossbows may be discharged at any moment, Zhao Fu commanded, settling into await developments. As time elapsed, a full hour passed without any sign of the goblin surrendering. Zhao Fu, maintaining a composed expression, turned to Bai Qi and remarked, It appears this group of goblins is unwilling to capitulate. Prepare some hay. We shall smoke them out. Bai Qi nodded and ordered the preparation of hay, igniting it at the cave entrance, allowing dense smoke to billow inside. However, after a while, the smoke ceased to penetrate, as if the goblins had barricaded the cave's entrance themselves. These wretched goblins. Zhao Fu snorted coldly. Instructing his men to seal the cave completely, he then inquired about any hidden passages within the goblin village. Such passages were generally unknown to the goblins themselves, known only to a few elder goblins in the village. Relying on this knowledge, they could escape through other routes even if someone were sent to dig into their territory. Faced with this situation, Zhao Fu devised a countermeasure, summoning 10 goblin warriors, with 2 goblin villages under his command. Each capable of housing a maximum of 5 warriors, he now had a total of 10. Upon gathering the goblin warriors, Zhao Fu commanded them to use specially designed massive stone hammers to collapse all the passages extending from the estimated location of the goblin village, effectively entombing the entire group of goblins alive, intending to return in a few days to collect the remains. Of course, there was a possibility that the goblins might dig new passages. So Zhao Fu assigned the 10 goblin warriors the primary task of demolishing the area in the coming days. They were to collapse any passage they uncovered, leaving the goblins with no means of escape. Thus, the matter concluded. The remaining goblins were imprisoned, and the one who had surrendered was also confined due to its low loyalty, which rendered it a potential traitor. Nevertheless, as a capitulator, Zhao Fu offered it preferential treatment, providing ample food, while he chose to let the other goblins endure hunger for a few days. Upon returning to the village, Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, and Li Si began discussing the information Zhao Fu had previously acquired from the Apocalypse Forum. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, startling everyone in the Qin village. Zhao Fu emerged, hastily leading his men towards the source of the sound, where they found several goblin warriors stunned, standing aside as a fissure spanning over 10 meters in length and more than 50 meters in depth had formed in the ground, from which a chilling air wafted, imparting an eerie sense of dread. What transpired? Zhao Fu queried the nearby goblin warriors. The goblin warriors stammered. It seems that while following your orders to smash the ground with the hammers, one of our warriors struck the earth with excessive force, resulting in this calamity. Alert! The village of Duoluan has surrendered to you. Do you accept? Zhao Fu, deep in thought, was abruptly interrupted by this notification, silently reflecting. It seems they truly must endure some hardship to yield. Zhao Fu chose to accept, and instructed his men to commence digging. Chapter 14. The skeleton swordsmen. After several hours of digging downwards, they discovered a vast cavern nearly 100 meters wide, within which numerous smaller chambers had been excavated, seemingly designed as rooms. Due to the chain reaction of the fissure, a third of the cavern had already collapsed. Zhao Fu also spotted a group of goblins cowering in fear at the side. He descended with his men, and the goblins dutifully laid down their weapons, kneeling in submission. Noble sir, we are truly grateful for your acceptance of our surrender and for rescuing us, several elder goblins expressed, kneeling with sincere gratitude. Initially, Zhao Fu had harbored some grievances towards the elder goblins, but now he thought it best to let bygones be bygones. As they had become his subjects, he commanded, "Rise." Seeing Zhao Fu's lack of anger and his forgiveness for their previous defiance, the goblins breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Zhao Fu, intrigued, immediately proceeded to inspect the goblin barracks. He discovered that the barracks contained only 2 class transition stone tablets. Point 1 was for the goblin crossbowman, rated as an F-class unit, with a description stating, goblins wielding crossbows as their primary weapon. Unit effect, grants the skill crossbow mastery. The other, which brought Zhao Fu some joy, was the goblin mechanic, rated as an E-class unit, with a description stating, goblins proficient in mechanics. Unit effect, grants the skill mechanical research. This profession was entirely suited for the invention of large mechanical weapons. Zhao Fu had long desired to create a highly destructive cold weapon known as a ballista. The destructive power of a ballista is several times that of ordinary bows and arrows, posing a significant threat that most individuals would find daunting. However, despite his intentions, the complexity of such creations in the apocalypse world necessitated blueprints. And even if one were to find the method for constructing a ballista in reality, it could not be replicated in the apocalypse world. Now, with the presence of goblin mechanics, this issue was resolved. Of course, aside from the ballista, numerous other large cold weaponry could be researched. Regrettably, the transition limit for goblin mechanics was also capped at only 5. After examining the barracks, Zhao Fu proceeded to the storehouse, which contained some food and a handful of copper coins, less than 1,000, with not a single silver coin in sight. Given the village's scale, it was improbable that they had encountered creatures capable of dropping silver coins. Exiting, he looked up at the vast cavern and remarked, "This place can no longer serve as a residence. Let us relocate. I can provide basic protection." Upon hearing Zhao Fu's words, the elder goblins eagerly agreed. Recognizing the unparalleled opportunity of receiving protection from beings several times more powerful than themselves at this moment, Zhao Fu arrived at the village chief's hall of the goblin village, gazing at the white cube floating in midair. He reached out, revealing two options: destroy and relocate. Destroying the village would yield 1/10 of its current experience, but the result would be a shattered city heart, the very cube currently suspended in the air, which could no longer be utilized and would only serve to enhance other villages' qualities. 5 broken city hearts could elevate a village of ordinary quality to blue quality, while 10 blue hearts could upgrade a blue village to silver. 30 silver broken hearts could elevate a silver village to gold. This method of enhancement was unrestricted, with no one knowing the ultimate extent of possible upgrades. However, it was certain that the higher the quality, the more difficult the upgrade became. For instance, to elevate a gold village to a legendary grade village, one would require 120 gold grade broken city hearts, alongside a legendary grade item, to be integrated. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly challenging task, as gold quality villages were not as common as cabbages. Thus, most individuals could only aspire to upgrade their cities to gold, with no hope of attaining anything beyond legendary status. Conversely, choosing to relocate would also yield 1/10 of the village's current experience, and the city heart could be used once more, but the village's experience would reset to 0. For example, if a high-level village were to relocate, it would revert to a beginner village. A high-level town would downgrade to a beginner town. Currently, the goblin village was merely a beginner village, so there was no cause for concern, leading Zhao Fu to opt for relocation. The city heart emitted soft white light, enveloping the entire village as some basic structures began to vanish slowly. Notification: Qin Village has gained 120 experience. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fu, Qin Village had accumulated over 1,000 experience points, still requiring more than 3,000 to upgrade to an intermediate village. Turning his gaze back to the city heart, he noted that it no longer radiated white light, merely floating silently. Zhao Fu took it and examined it closely. City heart quality: white limited race. Goblin humans cannot utilize city hearts of other races, nor can other races use human city hearts. Furthermore, a village occupied by an outside race will not refresh its population. Thus, the villages Zhao Fu had conquered were entrusted to their respective races. He tossed the city heart to the elder goblins, instructing them to find a suitable location near Qin Village to establish a new settlement. After leaving the cavern, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi returned to observe the massive fissure. The fissure measured 17 meters in length and approximately 50 meters in depth, so profound that sunlight could not penetrate to the bottom, leaving it shrouded in darkness. However, faintly visible at the fissure's base was what appeared to be a neatly paved road made of stone bricks. "What are your thoughts?" Zhao Fu furrowed his brow and asked Bai Qi. Bai Qi, equally solemn, replied, "Your Highness, I sense that this fissure is far from ordinary." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu fell into contemplation for a moment. The vast chasm lay alarmingly close to the Qin village. Should any danger arise without prior investigation, it would be impossible to react in time. Moreover, Zhao Fu could not afford to keep a volatile bomb in proximity, lest it rob him of his sleep. Thus, he declared, "I wish to descend and ascertain what lies below." Bai Qi, wearing a worried expression, replied, "Your Highness, allow me to accompany you on this descent." Zhao Fu nodded in agreement and instructed someone to prepare ropes and torches before cautiously making his way down. After more than an hour, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi reached the chasm's depths, discovering an extraordinary sight: a 10-meter wide, 4-meter high passageway paved with stone bricks. The dimness enveloped the area, prompting Zhao Fu and Bai Qi to ignite their torches and proceed deeper into the corridor. With each step, the darkness thickened, rendering their surroundings pitch black, and an eerie silence fell over them, amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by a series of creaking sounds. Zhao Fu illuminated the source with his torch, revealing a skeletal swordsman, its skull ablaze with blue flames and brandishing a rusted sword, shakily rising to its feet. The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton fixated on the living forms of Bai Qi and Zhao Fu, and with a chilling howl, it instinctively raised its sword and charged towards them. This skeletal swordsman was far swifter than a typical skeleton, exhibiting remarkable agility rather than clumsiness. In mere moments, it closed the distance. Bai Qi hurriedly positioned himself in front of Zhao Fu, drawing his sword to confront the threat. The skeletal swordsman swung its weapon, aiming to strike Bai Qi. Bai Qi deftly parried the attack, but the skeletal swordsman withdrew its sword only to unleash a flurry of relentless strikes, each ringing out with a metallic clang, displaying no semblance of fear or defense. having successfully deflected several of the skeletal swordsman's blows. Bai Qi began to familiarize himself with its attack patterns. Seizing an opportunity as the skeletal swordsman executed another downward strike, Bai Qi sidestepped and retaliated with a swift upward slash, imbued with a trace of sword energy. Bang! The blow sent the skeletal swordsman flying 6 or 7 meters, crashing to the ground. Although a few bones in its chest were shattered, it sustained no significant injury and began to twist its bony joints. Attempting to rise once more at this moment, Zhao Fu intervened, launching a blood-red fireball that collided with the skeletal swordsman, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent it hurtling away. Yet, the fallen skeletal swordsman continued to writhe, determined to stand as Zhao Fu had just unleashed the hellfire ball. He found himself unable to cast another spell quickly, so he resorted to a standard fireball. An orange fireball shot forth, landing upon the skeletal swordsman as it endeavored to rise again. This time, the skeletal swordsman could not recover. Its body was obliterated, reduced to a mere pile of bones. Amongst the scattered remains, a solitary blue flame flickered gently. Approaching it, Zhao Fu received a notification, Martial Spirit, upon use. One may acquire one or more skills from their previous life. Realizing the significance, Zhao Fu understood that the martial spirit was a means to hone a specific skill to perfection, ultimately merging it with one's soul, allowing a deceased individual to transform into a spectral form. Upon their demise, the skill could be claimed by the victor. Unlike ordinary skills, which necessitate rigorous training to master, the martial spirit permits immediate enhancement of skills beyond proficiency. Recognizing that the skeletal swordsman was evidently a melee combatant, Zhao Fu acknowledged his own lack of prowess in close-quarters combat. As his attributes leaned towards magic, he turned to Bai Qi, entrusting the matter to him. His gaze fell upon the rusted sword on the ground. Curiosity piqued as he examined it. Tai Ching sword, grade, blue, attribute, strength 1, description. Originally a golden tier weapon, it has succumbed to the ravages of time over millennia, ultimately degrading to blue quality. What? This was once a golden weapon? Zhao Fu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly decrepit sword had once possessed great value. A golden weapon was a rarity, with silver weapons ranging from 1,000 to several thousand silver coins. A golden weapon would likely command a price 100 or even 1,000 times greater. The minimum estimate for such a sword could easily start at 1,000 gold coins, a staggering sum. In the world of Tianqi, where 100 copper coins equate to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins to 1 gold coin, 1,000 gold coins translates to a staggering 10 million copper coins. If one were to equate this to real-world currency, wherein 10 yuan exchanges for a copper coin, such a golden weapon would be valued at 100 million yuan, an unthinkable price in the current market. With a tinge of regret, Zhao Fu gazed at the Tai Ching sword. His curiosity further piqued about this place where even the skeletons wielded golden weapons. An idea struck him, and he proposed, Bai Qi, why not merge with the martial spirit and see what skill you might acquire? Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded, closed his eyes, and pressed the martial spirit against his heart. Gradually, the blue flame began to merge with his being. After a moment, Bai Qi opened his eyes, a look of delight crossing his face as he proclaimed, Your Highness, I have acquired a B-grade skill, 1 chi slash. What? A B-grade skill? Zhao Fu was taken aback once more. Considering the formidable power of his own D-grade hellfire ball, the mystery of this place only deepened his intrigue. Raising his torch, he pressed onward, and within minutes, he noticed another skeletal head igniting with blue soul fire. Grasping a rusted greatsword, preparing to rise once more, Zhao Fu swiftly launched a blood-red fireball, sending it crashing down. The fallen skeletal warrior swayed unsteadily as it attempted to rise again, but Bai Qi seized the opportunity. Charging forward to unleash his newly acquired 1 chi slash, a torrent of white sword energy erupted from his blade as it struck the skeletal warrior's chest. Bang! The blow sent the skeletal warrior flying over 10 meters, its body disintegrating into countless fragments of bone. This time, the skeletal warrior did not possess the martial spirit's flame, and Zhao Fu picked up its great sword to examine it. Baishan blade, grade, blue. Attribute, Constitution 1, description. Originally a golden tier weapon, it has been reduced to blue quality after enduring the ravages of time. Indeed, it was yet another golden weapon, intensifying Zhao Fu's curiosity about this enigmatic place. Driven by this intrigue, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi continued their exploration, encountering several more skeletons along the way. After vanquishing them, they obtained 2 additional martial spirits, all of which had once been golden tier weapons, now degraded to blue quality after millennia of erosion. Zhao Fu chose to utilize one of the martial spirits obtained from a skeletal archer, acquiring a C-grade skill, Stone-Shattering Arrow. This location had transformed into a veritable treasure trove, virtually guaranteeing blue-tier weapons and promising the acquisition of valuable skills. A blue-quality weapon could fetch between 100 to 1,000 silver coins. Thus, even the eroded weapons could command around 300 silver coins. Not an insignificant sum, especially when considering the potential for skills. In total, they had amassed 6 weapons and 3 martial spirits, particularly with Bai Chi's B-grade skill, collectively valued at over 10 gold coins, bringing their total worth to 31 gold coins, equating to 310,000 copper coins. Such bountiful rewards filled Zhao Fu with delight. He initially intended to continue their descent with Bai Chi, but the number of skeletons in the passageway began to increase, ranging from 5 or 6 to as many as 20 or 30. For safety's sake, Zhao Fu and Bai Chi opted to retreat. Upon returning to the surface, Zhao Fu promptly ordered the area to be concealed and instructed the construction of a staircase for future expeditions. Subsequently, he brought the 6 rusted weapons to the blacksmith Wang Da's, inquiring whether they could be repaired. Wang Da inspected the weapons with astonishment, expressing regret at the state of such fine weapons. After thorough examination, he nodded and said, "They can be repaired, but materials will be necessary." This revelation left Zhao Fu somewhat embarrassed, as the Qin village primarily relied on wooden and iron weapons, with scarcely a few decent iron ones available. Immediately, Zhao Fu dispatched individuals to scout for nearby open iron mines. Chapter 16. Human Settlements. Your Highness, we have made significant progress in our research on domestication, Bai Shan exclaimed joyfully as Zhao Fu had just sent out his orders. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's spirits lifted, thrilled to see the fruits of their labor after such a lengthy endeavor. Nodding in approval, he made his way to the domestication chamber, where several scholars stood beside a newly erected stone tablet. Upon noticing Zhao Fu's arrival, they respectfully stepped aside. Zhao Fu approached the stone tablet and placed his hand upon it, receiving a set of information. Tamer, F-grade unit, description, upon promotion, one may acquire the ability to tame wild beasts, with the unit effect granting the skill Tame. Upon seeing this, Zhao Fu promoted 2 individuals to tamers and instructed them to capture wild chickens and ducks for domestication, given the acute shortage of labor in the Qin village. They were compelled to integrate a significant number of goblins into various tasks to compensate for the lack of workforce, as for exploring the chasm, that would have to wait until the staircase was completed. Not far from the western edge of the Qin village lay the newly reconstructed goblin village. Zhao Fu entered to find the goblins bowing their heads respectfully. Stepping aside, he sought out 5 mechanical scholars, instructing them to begin research on the construction of siege crossbows. Just as he returned to the village, Bai Shan approached him again, inquiring, "Your Highness, what shall we focus our research on next?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fu almost forgot that now, with the successful research and domestication, the scholars had become quite idle, and the matters at hand were truly overwhelming. Zhao Fu felt somewhat daunted by the sheer volume of tasks. Yet he earnestly contemplated what to pursue next. After a brief moment, he addressed Bai Shan, saying, "Commence your research on the teleportation array." The teleportation array was essential, should the Qin village successfully develop it. Future interactions between villages would be significantly facilitated. Furthermore, Zhao Fu wished to visit the main city of the system, as he found himself with currency that had no immediate use, prompting his desire to explore what might be available for purchase. Upon hearing Zhao Fu's words, Bai Shan and his team returned to their research. At that juncture, another individual stepped forward to report that a human village had been discovered 5 li to the north of Qin village. Zhao Fu immediately gathered his people to investigate, aiming to ascertain whether this human settlement was a bandit enclave or a typical village. Regardless of its nature, Zhao Fu harbored intentions to seize its populace. As the rate of village refresh felt excessively slow, and Qin village was in dire need of inhabitants, after more than an hour, they arrived at the human village described by the soldiers. From a vantage point, Zhao Fu meticulously observed the settlement and inwardly mused, "Indeed, a human village cannot be compared to an alien settlement." The village was fortified with thick wooden walls, and there were patrols on guard in the event of an enemy attack. Alarms would be raised, indicating a robust defense. Yet, living in such a perilous wilderness necessitated constant vigilance. The village comprised roughly 400 inhabitants, including over 60 elderly and children, and more than 160 women. Leaving around 200 men. It did not resemble a bandit stronghold but appeared to be an ordinary village. The basic patrols were equipped with leather armor and iron blades, appearing more affluent than Qin village, which relied on rudimentary weapons made of ironwood. Possessing only a handful of leather armors in terms of military composition, the villagers primarily consisted of militia, with a few wielding bows and shields. These individuals had not yet transitioned to specialized roles. Archers, shield bearers, and cavalry could only be unlocked through prior research or by upgrading the village's level. Intermediate villages could unlock shield bearers. Advanced villages could unlock archers, while only towns could boast cavalry. The current bowmen and shield bearers in the village were entirely self-trained, lacking professional enhancements or skills, rendering them significantly weaker than those who had pursued class advancements. If Zhao Fu were to conquer this village, it would instantly replenish the population deficit in Qin village. However, charging in with his men against such formidable defenses and an enemy force more than double their own would undoubtedly result in substantial casualties and a retreat. Realizing this, Zhao Fu turned to his companions and instructed, "You all remain hidden here. Bai Qi and I will negotiate." Zhao Fu and Bai Qi approached the village entrance, whereupon the guards called out with vigilance, "Who goes there?" Just as Bai Qi was about to respond, Zhao Fu gestured for him to remain silent and spoke instead, "I am the village chief of Qin village nearby, here to pay a visit to your esteemed village and kindly request an audience with your village leader." Upon hearing Zhao Fu's words, someone promptly went to inform the leader, and shortly thereafter, the gates opened, revealing a fair-skinned young man who approached Zhao Fu with a slight smile and a respectful gesture, saying, "My father awaits you." Zhao Fu returned the greeting and, accompanied by Bai Qi, followed the young man into a dwelling. Upon entering, they were greeted by an elderly man with a white beard seated at the head of the room, rising to his feet upon noticing Zhao Fu and Bai Qi. He smiled and gestured for them to sit. A serving girl promptly brought forth tea. "Unexpectedly, our village has the honor of hosting two distinguished guests. I apologize for the inadequate reception," the elder expressed with a hint of remorse. Zhao Fu smiled in response, saying, "You are too gracious, village chief. Our village has only recently relocated to this area and has just discovered your esteemed village. Thus, my visit is somewhat belated, and I hope for your understanding." The elder appeared somewhat taken aback, remarking, "I was indeed curious as to how a new village had appeared nearby. It seems you have only recently made your move. However, in these wilds, danger lurks at every corner, making it exceedingly difficult to find a safe haven." Zhao Fu nodded in agreement, intending to speak further when a young man entered, bearing a grave expression, and reported, "Village chief, the people from Wolf Village have come again demanding grain." The elder's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he excused himself and departed with his entourage. "Your Highness." Bai Qi turned to Zhao Fu, calling out. Zhao Fu nodded, and the two followed closely behind. They soon arrived at the village entrance, where a dozen fierce-looking individuals stood, one of whom, a dark-skinned and somewhat unsightly man, shouted, "Old man, hand over the grain." Upon hearing this, the fair-skinned young man, filled with indignation, stepped forward to retort, but was restrained by the elder, who commanded, "Bring out the grain and give it to them." The villagers complied with the elder's directive, hauling out several bags of grain to place at the entrance. Seeing the bounty, the leader of the bandits broke into a smug grin, declaring, "You old fool, at least you know your place." After issuing orders to his men to carry off the grain, they departed. As they watched the bandits' retreating figures, the fair-skinned young man huffed in frustration. Zhao Fu approached to inquire about the situation and learned that the village was named Li Family Village, led by an elder named Li Yukai. While the young man was his son, Li Wendat, he further discovered that Wolf Village was a bandit enclave located 8 li away from Li Family Village, comprising over 300 men, all of whom were seasoned brigands, possessing formidable combat capabilities. However, an assault on Li Family Village would entail significant losses for Wolf Village, and Li Family Village feared that these bandits might invade, pillage, and wreak havoc. Thus, a tenuous peace had been established, requiring Li Family Village to supply a monthly grain tribute to Wolf Village in exchange for a promise of non-aggression. This temporary peace put Li Family Village in a position of weakness, emboldening the bandits. Naturally, should an opportunity arise, Wolf Village would not hesitate to disrupt the status quo and invade. Although Wolf Village had long coveted Li Family Village, they had yet to find a suitable moment to strike. While Li Family Village remained ever vigilant. At this moment, Li Yukai, with good intentions, cautioned Zhao Fu, "Your village will inevitably attract their attention. It would be wise to prepare defenses before it is too late." Zhao Fu, surprised, shook his head lightly and replied earnestly, "Village Chief Li, what would be the benefits if I were to assist you in eliminating Wolf Village?" At his words, all eyes in Li Family Village turned to Zhao Fu, reflecting a mixture of skepticism, belief, gratitude, and trepidation. As long as you help us eradicate Wolf Village, Li Family Village will heed your command from now on. Li Wen declared excitedly. Liu Kai quickly interjected, I apologize. My son is young and naive. Please do not take his words to heart. A faint smile crept across Zhao Fu's face as he reiterated, then, village chiefly, if I were to eliminate Wolf Village, what could you offer in return? Li Yotsai's countenance showed signs of hesitation. On one hand, he recognized that Wolf Village posed a persistent threat and would likely seek an opportunity to strike. He was not foolish enough to believe the bandits would refrain from attacking. Thus, the villagers lived in constant fear. However, he also feared that Zhao Fu might not be able to contend with the bandits, risking retaliation against Li Family Village with disastrous consequences. Perceiving his concern, Zhao Fu reassured him, rest assured, village chiefly, you will not lose a single soldier in this endeavor, and Li Family Village will remain entirely uninvolved. Hearing this, Liu Kai finally steeled his resolve and inquired, what is it that you desire? Zhao Fu smiled subtly and replied, I wish for Li Family Village to join my Qin village. Upon hearing this, Liu Kai hesitated, contemplating for a moment, before ultimately acquiescing that if Zhao Fu could vanquish Wolf Village, then Li Family Village would indeed join Qin Village. In light of this agreement, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi departed. After their exit, some villagers expressed discontent, saying, is it not hasty for Li Family Village to join another village? I oppose this. To this, Liu Kai responded with a cold snort, fool, if they can easily annihilate Wolf Village, it signifies the strength of Qin Village, which could likewise obliterate Li Family Village with ease. Their visit may well be a prelude to aggression. If we do not comply, we may be the first to be eradicated. Realizing the gravity of Li Yotsai's words, the villagers were struck with a sense of dread and clarity. After leaving Li Family Village, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi followed the directions provided by Liu Kai to locate Wolf Village. Comprising over 350 individuals, predominantly men with formidable combat prowess, Wolf Village's defenses were somewhat lacking, featuring merely a fence and a few guards stationed outside. At that moment, the villagers were preparing a meal, with smoke rising high into the sky. Observing the scene with a confident smile, Zhao Fu returned to his own village, halting all activities and issuing a series of commands. As night fell, a somewhat scrawny young man from Wolf Village was scanning the surroundings, seeking a tree to relieve himself, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bound in a strange place, with several individuals observing him. Realizing the situation, the young man cried out in desperation, please, spare me. I have nothing. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Zhao Fu regarded the scrawny youth and inquired, what is your name? Wang Ergu recognized Zhao Fu as the master of this place and hastily replied, my lord. The diminutive figure was known as Wang Ergu. Very well, Wang Ergu, I require your assistance with a particular task. Upon its successful completion, I shall bestow upon you unimaginable rewards, Zhao Fu stated with a faint smile. The bandits congregating in the village were hardly virtuous individuals, lacking any semblance of loyalty, prompting Wang Ergu to hastily reply, yes, my lord. I shall comply with any command you issue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu commanded, release him. A soldier stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Wang Ergu, who obediently lowered his head and stood still. Tomorrow night, during the meal, I want you to incorporate this into your food, Zhao Fu said, handing Wang Ergu a vial. Wang Ergu's expression stiffened as he realized Zhao Fu's intent was to poison someone. Trembling, he accepted the vial with both hands. At that moment, Zhao Fu presented him with a red pill, instructing, swallow this. Wang Ergu sensed the ominous nature of the situation and forced a bright smile, saying, my lord, that may not be necessary. Rest assured, I will complete this task impeccably. Zhao Fu, however, was not swayed by his words, trusting a rogue like him could lead to betrayal at any moment. Thus, he coldly replied, will you swallow it yourself, or shall I summon someone to assist you? Faced with this ultimatum, Wang Ergu hesitated, clutching the red pill. Zhao Fu tilted his head, signaling for assistance, and his two soldiers approached. Wang Ergu, left with no choice, swallowed the pill, his face contorted in despair. Zhao Fu then retrieved a wild rabbit from a cage, fed it a pill identical to the one given to Wang Ergu, and tossed the rabbit at his feet. The creature hopped a few times before becoming rigid, frothing at the mouth, blood seeping from its eyes, and ultimately perished. This sight drained the color from Wang Ergu's face. He comprehended that failing to execute the task would result in a similar fate. This is for you. Rest assured. I will provide the antidote afterwards. Zhao Fu extended his hand, offering Wang Ergu 5 silver coins. Wang Ergu, pale-faced, nodded and tremulously accepted the coins. Following this, Zhao Fu instructed that Wang Ergu's eyes be covered, and he was released once more. The next day, Wang Ergu returned to the evil wolf village, his complexion ashen. Preoccupied with the task at hand, he inadvertently collided with a burly man, who promptly knocked him to the ground with a stinging slap, jolting Wang Ergu back to reality and reinforcing his resolve to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu began assembling all available forces, including goblins and gremlins, in anticipation of the opportune moment. That evening, within the hall of Evil Wolf Village, a robust and menacing man occupied the throne, bellowing, "Brothers, eat and drink well today. Tomorrow we shall raid Li family village for a few women to amuse ourselves." "Yes, yes, big brother." The hall erupted with enthusiastic responses, creating a lively atmosphere. Outside the village, Zhao Fu's cold gaze was fixed upon Evil Wolf Village as he inquired, "Bai Qi, do you think Wang Ergu will go through with the poisoning?" Bai Qi immediately bowed his head and clasped his fists, responding, "I would not dare question your highness's astute judgment." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Enough of that. Share your thoughts." Bai Qi raised his head and stated, "I believe Wang Ergu will indeed poison them." In such a bandit-infested village, individuals are often driven to betrayal for their own gain. As for your highness's plan, I am greatly impressed. Firstly, the bandits do not dine in the same manner as ordinary villagers. They partake in communal meals, thus creating optimal conditions for poisoning. Secondly, capturing an inconspicuous figure like Wang Ergu ensures he remains unnoticed. Although the Lord possesses the ability to assess loyalty, he must do so personally, making Wang Ergu's betrayal less likely to be detected. Thirdly, the combination of kindness and coercion is effective. Our Qin village has not developed any toxins, nor do we require antidotes. Your Highness merely utilized a poisonous pill and a harmless one to instill fear in Wang Ergu, preventing him from contemplating rebellion. Finally, by offering the allure of wealth, which is highly valued among bandits, your Highness's strategy appears flawless. However, at this point, Bai Qi paused. Zhao Fu nodded, encouraging him to continue. "Speak freely." Bai Qi replied, "Yet, there is always a possibility of failure. While human efforts are paramount, success ultimately lies in the hands of fate. It is conceivable that Wang Ergu may refuse to poison anyone, or he could be discovered. Therefore, your Highness, we must meticulously devise our offensive strategy." "Indeed," Zhao Fu concurred, acknowledging Bai Qi's valid concerns. Thus, the two began to formulate a comprehensive battle plan. As time passed, the previously lively hall of Evil Wolf Village was suddenly disrupted when an individual collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, lifeless on the ground. This marked the beginning of a chain reaction as others began to fall, similarly afflicted. The poison Zhao Fu had given Wang Ergu was derived from the venom of 100 snakes, meticulously refined by the apothecary Zhang Baizhu, rendering it extremely lethal. The formidable man seated at the head of the hall was taken aback, toppling the food before him as he abruptly rose from his seat. Yet to utter a word. At that moment, someone entered and reported, "The place is on fire." The man quickly grasped the situation, his expression hardening as he brandished a large blade, shouting to the few unaffected individuals, "Brothers, let us go. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on Evil Wolf Village." Outside, Zhao Fu observed several wooden structures ablaze, recognizing this as a signal indicating that Wang Ergu had executed his task successfully. Under the cover of night, Zhao Fu commanded, "Archers, prepare fire arrows, set the houses of Evil Wolf Village ablaze, and crossbowmen, aim at the guards outside the village." Dozens of archers complied, launching fiery arrows into Evil Wolf Village, igniting the structures in flames, much to the shock of the perimeter defenders. Simultaneously, over 40 gremlin crossbowmen released a volley of bolts, raining down upon the bandits, leaving them riddled with arrows. At this juncture, Zhao Fu refrained from immediate assault, instead issuing further orders for the archers to continue igniting the village, while the gremlin crossbowmen fired indiscriminately. This precaution was taken to guard against potential treachery. Consequently, Evil Wolf Village transformed into a sea of flames, and the gremlin crossbowmen unleashed more arrows, causing many bandits attempting to flee to either be struck down or retreat in fear. Then, 10 2-meter-tall, burly goblin warriors charged into the village, wielding massive stone hammers, wreaking havoc with unstoppable momentum. Zhao Fu then issued the command for a full-scale assault. Infantry, shield-bearers, and goblin warriors raised their weapons, shouting as they surged into the village, "Oh, it is you. I will slay you." The man, witnessing the near-total destruction of Evil Wolf Village, rushed at Zhao Fu in a fit of rage. As he charged, Bai Qi unsheathed his iron sword to meet him. Amidst the inferno, the two engaged in a fierce duel. The man's swordplay was brutal and forceful, each strike imbued with tremendous strength aimed at Bai Qi, who wielded his sword with grace and agility. The clang of metal echoed as their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. However, the man's strength began to wane while Bai Qi appeared to be thriving. Ultimately, the man made a fatal misstep, allowing Bai Qi to pierce his heart with a single thrust. The bandit leader is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed, Bai Qi proclaimed after slaying the man. Observing their leader's demise and surrounded by overwhelming numbers, the remaining bandits had no choice but to drop their weapons and kneel in surrender. Pleading for their lives. At that moment, Zhao Fu noticed a woman standing ahead, with alluring red lips, a captivating appearance, and an enticing figure clad in a red dress. She wielded a whip, causing several infantrymen to hesitate. Wang Ergu, his face pale, emerged from the side and said to Zhao Fu, "My lord, that is our third in command." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu gestured for an archer to hand him an ironwood bow, drawing it back. He readied a stone-shattering arrow, its aura swirling around the shaft, and aimed it at the heart of the enchanting woman. Just as he was about to release the arrow, the woman caught sight of him and, realizing she was surrounded with no chance of escape, quickly dropped her whip and shouted, "I surrender." Zhao Fu, taken aback, lowered his bow and glanced at the escalating flames, ordering that the captives be taken outside while he hurriedly made his way to the village chief's hall. With the lord of Evil Wolf Village deceased, the settlement could be claimed directly. Had the lord still been alive, a protective energy shield would have activated. Zhao Fu placed his hand upon the floating white emblem, selecting to occupy the village, and then chose to relocate. Notification: Qin Village has gained 345 experience points. Notification: you have earned 50 military merits. Notification: your status has been elevated to citizen. Paying little mind to the notifications, Zhao Fu swiftly exited Evil Wolf Village, which was ultimately consumed by flames, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. It was only then that Zhao Fu took a moment to review his newfound status, previously a commoner. He needed 200 military merits for advancement, and having conquered 4 villages, he qualified for the upgrade. To ascend from citizen to chief citizen required 500 military merits, necessitating the conquest of 10 villages. "My lord, I found these on the bandit leader," Bai Qi approached, presenting a pouch, a map, and a large blade to Zhao Fu. Upon examining the contents of the pouch, Zhao Fu noted over 30 silver coins, which held little interest for him, though he was intrigued by the map. Little spirit pill formula, evaluation, white. Required materials: little spirit herb, tree bud root, long stone. Efficacy summary: can double the cultivation speed. Upon seeing this formula, Zhao Fu felt a surge of delight. However, the raw materials, tree bud root and long stone, were rather commonplace, while the little spirit herb was notably harder to procure. He proceeded to examine the next item. The Great Blade, Mountain Blade, grade, blue. Attribute, Strength 1. Description: an exceptionally sharp great blade, capable of clearing paths and shattering stones. Bai Qi wielded a sword. Thus this blue-quality mountain blade would have to be set aside for now as a reward for whoever accomplished a great feat. His gaze shifted to the group of captives. Chapter 19. The Life and Death Pact. This group of captives numbered 64, with only one female, the third chief, who thrived in the wolf village, undoubtedly a formidable woman. Zhao Fu pondered for a moment and said, "Wang Ergu, come here and tell me who has committed the most evil deeds or identify the leader among them." Wang Ergu, his face ashen, trembled as he approached Zhao Fu. The people from Wolf Village glared at him in fury, having realized he was the traitor. Yet, despite their rage, they dared not voice it, for Wang Ergu held the power of life and death in his hands. Whoever he named as the leader or the most wicked would surely meet their end, and Wang Ergu could not bear to meet their accusing gazes. To Zhao Fu's surprise, Wang Ergu suddenly knelt, pleading, "My lord, the chief who led the evil has been killed, and the second chief has been poisoned. Please spare their lives. I bow before you." With that, Wang Ergu knocked his forehead against the ground several times, then lifted his head, his eyes beseeching Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu fell into deep contemplation, first considering the loyalty of these bandits. He had initially intended to execute some of the leaders and hand the others over to Bai Qi for proper discipline. Now, with Wang Ergu pleading for their mercy, Zhao Fu turned to scan the faces of the people from Wolf Village. Finally, he slowly spoke, "Are you willing to pledge your loyalty?" Upon hearing this, The members of Wolf Village were taken aback with joy, immediately kneeling on one knee and collectively proclaiming, "We vow to serve you unto death, my lord." However, one individual did not kneel but stood hesitantly. She was the third chief. Observing this, Zhao Fu had no intention of sparing such a leader. Although she was quite beautiful, Zhao Fu was not particularly interested, so he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Kill her. Bai Qi, take charge of the rest and discipline them well." Just then, as several soldiers stepped forward to seize the third chief and prepare to behead her, she turned pale and exclaimed, "I am willing to submit to you, but you must promise not to touch my body." "Ah, who is interested in her body?" Zhao Fu halted, astonished, yet he did not wish to delve into explanations. This woman had managed to attain the position of third chief, clearly possessing remarkable cunning, so it was better to eliminate her. He waved his hand again, ordering her execution. "Wait, I can give you my first time, but you must promise never to touch me again." The third chief bit her lip, steeling herself, and took a step back, calling out, "First time?" Zhao Fu was at a loss for words, truly believing she regarded him as a lecher. He waved his hand again, instructing them to hasten her execution. A dozen soldiers, armed with ironwood blades, advanced to encircle the third chief, preparing to dispatch her with a flurry of strikes. The onlookers from Wolf Village quickly urged, "Third chief, it would be wise to yield to the Lord. He possesses extraordinary grace and will surely achieve great things in the future." Upon hearing this, the third chief clenched her fists, biting down hard on her silver teeth, and finally shouted again, "Fine, I will agree, but you must promise to only demand it once a week that I can sign a life and death pact with you." A life and death pact. Zhao Fu, having already found their words quite absurd, now felt even more perplexed, as he had no understanding of such a concept. Subsequently, the third chief produced a piece of paper, bit her thumb until it bled, pressed it onto the paper, and then had a soldier pass it to Zhao Fu. Upon receiving it and examining it, he saw, "Life and Death Pact, description, links the lives of two individuals together. If one perishes, the other will also die. Prompt, do you accept Lu Mei's Life and Death Pact?" So such a thing existed. Zhao Fu mused, thinking it might be wise to have a few of these on hand to prevent betrayal. He felt no particular concern regarding the third chief as potential actions and chose to accept it. Immediately, the paper shimmered with ethereal light, splitting in two, one half merging into Zhao Fu's body, the other into Lu Mei's. Now that these individuals had surrendered, Zhao Fu could assess their attributes. Most were F grade, with a few at C grade, which surprised him as Lu Mei's attribute turned out to be S grade, prompting him to steal a few more glances at her. Bai Qi, witnessing this, further solidified his thoughts. "All right, everyone return to the village," Zhao Fu commanded. The people of Wolf Village, relieved that the third chief was not to be executed, breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi observed the scene with a stern expression, seemingly grasping something. Upon returning to Daqin Village, the members of Wolf Village were astonished to learn that Daqin Village was a legendary level settlement, and they felt a sense of admiration for their defeat at Zhao Fu's hands. Li Si, seeing Zhao Fu and Bai Qi return safely, also released a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhao Fu remarked, "Li Si, you take charge of arranging these individuals." Li Si nodded at the people of Wolf Village. But suddenly Bai Qi stepped forward and whispered something in Li Si's ear. Lic's face brightened, and Zhao Fu looked on with curiosity but chose not to dwell on it. He then led several soldiers to the south side of Daqin Village, producing a white city heart and placing it on the ground. Prompt, do you wish to use the city heart? Zhao Fu affirmed. And soon beams of light radiated outward, causing several basic structures to materialize. Entering the village chief's hall, Zhao Fu examined the attributes. Village name, Wolf Village, Ordinary, Level, Beginner, 0-5000, Village Area, 1 square kilometer Village Territory, 5 square kilometers Population, 0-300 Soldiers, 0-100 Public Sentiment, 0 Special Attributes. Crop Yield in the Territory 2. Crop Growth Time -2 It can possess subsidiary villages. 0 This was the attribute of an ordinary village, vastly different from Daqin Village. At this moment, Wolf Village displayed a public sentiment of 0. And the population was also 0, as Zhao Fu had initially brought the inhabitants of Wolf Village under Daqin Village's banner. Otherwise, Wolf Village's public sentiment would likely be in the negative, leading to a further refresh of bandits. Currently, Wolf Village lacked a tailor, blacksmith, or apothecary. They had likely all fled. However, each of the 3 main houses contained a class change monument, allowing for the transition into these 3 professions. With a limit of 1. Upon arriving at the barracks, Zhao Fu found only 1 class change monument. Bandit. Evaluation F-grade unit. Description: a scourge that emerges when public sentiment is negative. Unit effect: each individual can acquire the skill, Bandit Blade technique, upon class change. Zhao Fu initially considered destroying this bandit class change monument, which began as militia, but upon further thought, he decided this profession might prove useful, so he opted to keep it. He then sought out an elderly man with some management experience in Daqin village, appointing him as the new village chief of Wolf Village, while leaving several soldiers to temporarily oversee it until the population refreshed the next day, gradually restoring it to a normal village status. Having dealt with these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Daqin village, intending to discuss the affairs of Li family village with Bai Qi and Li Si. However, after only a brief conversation, Li Si meaningfully remarked, "Your Highness, it's getting late, and you must be quite fatigued. It would be wise to rest early." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a sense of curiosity, yet realizing the hour was indeed late, he returned to his room. Just as he opened the door, he was taken aback, for a mature and alluring woman lay naked upon the bed. Zhao Fu swiftly turned, shutting the door behind him, and shouted, "Li Si, get out here." Chapter 20. Iron Mine. Upon hearing Zhao Fu's call, Bai Qi and Li Si emerged, both appearing puzzled as they inquired, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Zhao Fu frowned and replied, "What is going on in my room?" At this, Li Si immediately understood, clasped his hands in a bow, and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness. May you soon be blessed with a dragon son." Zhao Fu's head began to throb at this remark. "What does that mean?" Li Si responded, "Your Highness, I perceive that the Lady Lu Mei possesses exceptional beauty. For you to take notice of her brings us joy and approval. On one hand, it allows you to have wives and concubines, and on the other, it helps win over the hearts of the people from Wolf Village. A win-win situation." Zhao Fu let out a bitter laugh, saying, "When did I ever take a liking to her?" Upon hearing this, Li Si looked puzzled, but Bai Qi said so. Bai Qi, hearing this, turned pale, realizing he had misunderstood Zhao Fu's intentions, and hastily sought to apologize. However, Zhao Fu interrupted him, feeling it inappropriate to blame either of them for such a minor issue, especially given their hard work for Daqin. Thus, he said, "Enough. Let this matter rest here. It is late. You both should return and rest." Li Si and Bai Qi sighed in relief upon hearing this, then took their leave. Zhao Fu turned his gaze back to his room, shook his head, and randomly chose another room to meditate briefly before falling into a deep slumber. Lu Mei, relieved that Zhao Fu did not re-enter, quickly dressed herself once more. As dawn broke, the darkness gradually receded, and the world brightened, revealing a cerulean sky, while a few small birds chirped merrily in the trees. Zhao Fu also regained consciousness, and, upon stepping out of his chamber, discovered Wang Ergu standing outside the door, holding a basin for washing. As Zhao Fu emerged, Wang Ergu ingratiatingly remarked, "Your Highness, you have awakened. I have prepared your washing water." "Oh." Zhao Fu responded lightly, taking the towel from the basin to wash his face. At that moment, Wang Ergu, in a hushed tone, cautiously reminded him, "Your Highness, you still owe me the antidote." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu chuckled and replied, "That single pill is harmless." "Really, Your Highness?" Wang Ergu exclaimed with delight. "Indeed," Zhao Fu affirmed, adding, "Once I concoct a truly venomous poison, I shall let you sample it." Wang Ergu's expression turned to one of despair as he pleaded, "Your Highness, please, I serve you faithfully. Must I endure such trials daily?" "Well, that depends on your conduct," Zhao Fu concluded. Turning to walk away, Wang Ergu, understanding the unspoken cue, hastily disposed of the washing water and trailed behind Zhao Fu. "Bai Qi, assemble the troops. We shall proceed to Li family village." Zhao Fu commanded Bai Qi to gather the forces, while he checked the population refresh for the day, which totaled 14 individuals, including one of B-grade aptitude. This time, rather than promote a soldier, Zhao Fu allocated them to the blacksmith shop, the tailor shop, and the apothecary. As the numbers grew, so too would the consumption, necessitating the distribution of personnel. Subsequently, Bai Qi gathered the troops, Zhao Fu's caution stemming from the fear that Li Yukai might renege on their verbal agreement. Human intentions are often inscrutable, and those who seem steadfast may swiftly turn treacherous. Thus, Zhao Fu prepared accordingly, retaining some contingency. "Your Highness, might I have my weapon returned?" At that moment, Lu Mei approached Zhao Fu, awkwardly performing a bow before speaking. Zhao Fu nodded. Her whip was indeed a blue-tier weapon, confiscated when she surrendered. Seeing Zhao Fu's nod of approval, Lu Mei's face brightened. She had feared it would never be returned. "Wait a moment. Accompany me to Li family village," Zhao Fu instructed Lu Mei before seeking out Bai Qi. Lu Mei nodded and collected her whip before following suit. An hour later, Zhao Fu concealed the troops, leading Bai Qi and Lu Mei as they returned to Li family village. The village had learned of the destruction of Wolf Village the previous night. Now, it lay in ruins, reduced to mere ashes. This news elicited mixed reactions among the villagers. Some rejoiced at the removal of the malignant Wolf Village, while others trembled in fear, worried that Zhao Fu might turn his attention to them. As the village gates swung open, Li Yukai emerged with a group, exclaiming, "My lord, you are a true hero, ridding us of the scourge of Wolf Village. The entirety of Li family village has unanimously decided to join your settlement." Li Yukai, shrewd and cunning, recognized that with the 3 leaders of Wolf Village now subjugated, their combined strength could easily overpower Wolf Village. Realizing that Li family village stood no chance against Zhao Fu, they chose to submit, lavishing praise upon him in a display of utmost loyalty. Notification: Li family village is willing to submit to you. Will you accept? Zhao Fu chose to accept, receiving a surprising reward of 60 battle merits. Upon examining Li family village, he discovered it was a blue-quality settlement, which granted an additional 10 battle merits compared to an ordinary village. However, with 4 subordinate villages already under his command, he decided to designate the newly established Wolf Village as a subordinate settlement. Unlike subordinate villages, a designated settlement, while still part of Daqin Village, would not benefit from its attributes. Li Yukai then invited Zhao Fu inside to discuss the particulars of joining Daqin Village. Along the way, many villagers cast curious glances at Lu Mei, having heard tales of her infamous reputation as a fierce, Mother Night demon, only to find her surprisingly beautiful upon meeting her. In response to their stares, Lu Mei abruptly turned her head, snarling, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Her fierce demeanor sent a wave of fright through the villagers, prompting them to step back. Zhao Fu glanced at her, and she immediately lowered her head in submission. After an extensive dialogue, Zhao Fu took 2/3 of Li family village's populace with him, with Li Yukai remaining as the village chief. Under Li Yukai's insistence, his son, Li Wen, also joined Zhao Fu in Daqin Village. This decision stemmed from Li Yotsai's realization that joining Daqin Village would provide valuable insights about its future prospects, prompting him to secure a favorable position for his son. Upon returning to Daqin Village, the number of soldiers surpassed 200. Zhao Fu entrusted Bai Qi with their training, and he received further good news. A small iron mine had been discovered 5 miles west of Daqin Village. Elated, Zhao Fu dispatched part of the populace to mine, while also hastening the construction of the Great Rift Staircase. The depths of the rift were akin to a treasure trove. Slaying a few skeletons yielded dozens of gold coins, which greatly tempted Zhao Fu. On the 21st day, due to the rift's considerable width, Zhao Fu opted to descend with only 10 archers, 10 shield bearers, 10 infantry, along with Bai Qi and Lao Luoga, following the newly constructed staircase down to the rift's base. The equipment had undergone a remarkable transformation. The infantry now wielded iron blades, while the shield bearers sported shields reinforced with thick iron plating, significantly enhancing their defense. The archers bore iron-tipped arrows, and everyone was clad in leather armor. While Daqin Village had yet to produce iron armor, due to the complexity of its crafting and the necessity of blueprints, not to mention its cost being 8 times that of standard weaponry, Bai Qi wielded a blue-quality sword, one of the few weapons recovered from the rift's depths, and donned a blue leather armor crafted from the hide of the slain fire rabbit. Zhao Fu, remaining in the rear and not leading the charge, wore simple leather armor, as the blue leather was better suited for Bai Qi. As they illuminated the rift's depths with torches, Bai Qi led the shield bearers at the forefront, with the infantry closely behind. Zhao Fu and Lao Luoga, accompanied by the archers, took up positions in the third rank, functioning as mages. As they advanced, 5 skeletal heads ignited with blue flames, brandishing weapons and charging towards Zhao Fu's group. These 5 skeletons were of the infantry class, wielding blades, swords, and axes. Upon their advance, Bai Qi formed a defensive wall with the shield bearers, effectively halting the skeletal warriors. The skeletons instinctively swung their weapons at the shield bearers, but their strikes were deflected. Seizing the opportunity, the archers began to shoot arrows. However, their damage was minimal unless they struck the skulls directly. Nevertheless, they served as effective support, hindering the skeletons and creating openings for the infantry's assaults. This time, Bai Qi and Lao Luoga refrained from engaging directly, as the shield bearers managed to split the 5 skeletal infantry. The archers' arrows struck the skeletons, causing momentary disruptions in their movements. Subsequently, the shield bearers delivered the first blow, pushing the skeletons back a few steps and unbalancing them, creating openings for the infantry to deliver follow-up strikes. After 3 or 4 such exchanges, the skeletal infantry disintegrated into a pile of bones. As their movements were sustained by soul energy, once depleted, the skeletons would naturally perish. From this encounter, 3 soul essences and 5 weapons were obtained. As they continued forward, they encountered 6 skeletal infantry and 2 skeletal archers. The 6 skeletal infantry brandished their weapons, heedless of the danger, charging swiftly towards Zhao Fu's group, while the 2 skeletal archers readied arrows from their quivers, drawing back their rusted bows, with swift whooshing sounds. 2 arrows flew through the air towards Zhao Fu's party. The shield bearers quickly raised their shields to block the incoming projectiles. However, the 6 skeletal infantry were on the verge of closing the distance. Should the skeletal archers unleash their arrows, it would completely disrupt Zhao Fu's formation, leading to potential casualties. Zhao Fu immediately commanded, Lao Luoga, engage. Obeying, Lao Luoga lifted his gnarled staff, launching 2 blood-red fireballs that detonated among the 6 skeletal infantry, sending them flying. Zhao Fu then instructed, archers, fire upon those 2 skeletal archers to suppress them. The archers complied, unleashing a volley of arrows that disrupted the skeletal archers' attempts to fire again. Zhao Fu called out, Bai Qi, charge forward. Those 2 skeletal archers are yours. Bai Qi obeyed. Leaping over the fallen skeletal infantry and rushing towards the 2 archers at this moment, the 6 skeletal infantry began to rise slowly from the ground. Zhao Fu quickly directed, shield bearers, advance and separate them. Following our previous tactics, attack. With a flurry of commands, everyone executed swiftly. The shield bearers and infantry split into 6 smaller squads, isolating the 6 skeletal infantry, while the 10 archers sought advantageous positions to shoot. Bai Qi had already reached the 2 skeletal archers, swinging his sword with a burst of energy to strike. The tide of battle shifted, gradually turning in their favor. Lao Luoga raised his head. Observing Zhao Fu's focused gaze upon the battlefield, as one who had once been an enemy, Lao Luoga felt a twinge of fear. He recognized Zhao Fu's remarkable composure and strategic brilliance in the face of adversity. In a mere instant, a detailed strategy was devised, a series of commands issued, turning the tide of an otherwise unfavorable battle. To be defeated by him was not a loss in itself. Old Rog's loyalty towards Zhao Fu had subtly increased. Now, as the 2 sides engaged in close combat once more, neither Zhao Fu nor Old Rog could afford to intervene directly, relegating them to mere observers. The first to achieve success was Bai Qi, who severed the head of a skeleton archer with a single stroke of his sword. Swiftly, he followed up with another strike, sending another skeleton archer crashing against the wall, its body disintegrating upon impact. Meanwhile, the skeleton infantry, adhering to their previous coordination, systematically dispatched their foes. This time, they acquired 10 weapons, 8 of blue quality and 2 of white quality, specifically the short swords wielded by the skeleton archers. 5 martial souls were also dropped. After a brief respite, the group pressed onward. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, seemingly endless, and silence reigned in the surroundings, heightening everyone's vigilance. Suddenly, the sound of skeletons reviving echoed ahead. This time, there were 12 in total, 11 of which were armed skeleton warriors, with the last one adorned in armor and wielding a great sword. Designated as the skeleton captain, the situation took a turn for the worse. Howl! The skeleton captain drew its sword and let out a piercing cry, sending an invisible sound wave rippling outward. Following this, the captain charged forward, flanked by the skeleton warriors, who moved with an order and agility reminiscent of a living battalion, propelled by a fierce momentum. Is this the effect of the skeleton captain? Zhao Fu pondered aloud before shouting, "Form ranks!" The soldiers, with grave expressions, obeyed his command, forming a shield wall in front, followed by infantry, with archers readying their bows in the 3rd row. Fire! At Zhao Fu's command, arrows flew forth, soaring above the advancing skeleton warriors. The skeleton captain swung its great sword, deflecting several arrows with a flash of steel. At that moment, Zhao Fu called out, "Rog, unleash!" Old Rog, having prepared for this moment, raised his gnarled staff with all his might, conjuring blood-red fireballs that were at least twice the size of the previous ones. With a sweep of the staff, the 2 fireballs shot forth. The skeleton captain, undeterred by the incoming fireballs, gripped its sword at an angle. Shadows swirling ominously around the blade, preparing to cleave the projectiles in 2. Just then, Zhao Fu let out a cold snort, having already drawn an ironwood bow, arrows infused with swirling golden and black energies. He released the string. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the skeleton captain squarely in the chest, embedding itself within the armor. The captain staggered back, losing its balance that moment. The two enlarged blood-red fireballs descended upon it. Boom, boom. The explosions resounded, sparks flying as a massive shockwave erupted, sending all the skeleton warriors, including the captain, reeling backward. As the skeleton captain struggled to rise, another fireball landed upon it. And Zhao Fu unleashed a hellfire ball. Boom. The explosion sent the captain hurtling back 3 or 4 meters. The remaining skeleton warriors, now without their leader, instinctively regrouped and charged forward. Archers, suppress them. Zhao Fu shouted again. The archers unleashed a volley of arrows, successfully buying Old Rog some time to conjure 2 more blood-red fireballs, which again wreaked havoc upon the skeleton warriors. Meanwhile, the skeleton captain was attempting to rise once more when a standard fireball landed directly on it, sending it flying 3 to 4 meters yet again. Seeing that the skeleton captain and the remaining skeleton warriors had been sufficiently separated, Zhao Fu commanded, "Bai Qi, the skeleton captain is yours." Bai Qi nodded and sprinted towards the captain. As for the 11 remaining skeleton warriors, Zhao Fu and his companions held them at bay. Whenever 3 or 4 gathered, fireballs would rain down upon them, while shield and infantry soldiers pressed forward to attack. Zhao Fu's side quickly gained control, while Bai Qi faced the weakened skeleton captain, which, having suffered several blows from Zhao Fu and Old Rog, was beginning to falter. Yet, the captain remained formidable, its every strike ferociously executed. Sending arcs of blade light towards Bai Qi, with his side under control, Zhao Fu turned his attention back to Bai Qi and drew his ironwood bow once more, unleashing a shattering arrow imbued with swirling energies. As the skeleton captain executed a spinning slash aimed at Bai Qi's waist, an arrow struck true, severing the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qi unleashed a fierce sword strike, piercing the captain's skull, causing the blue soul flame within to flicker and diminish until it was extinguished. The skeleton captain's body crumbled into a heap of bones, and Bai Qi swiftly turned to assist Zhao Fu. Engaging 3 skeleton warriors, Zhao Fu commanded a full frontal assault alongside Old Rog's fireball spells, ultimately vanquishing all 11 skeleton warriors. This battle endured for half an hour, leaving the group considerably drained, particularly Zhao Fu and Old Rog, who felt fatigue settling in. They began to collect their spoils, starting with the 11 skeleton warriors, who yielded 11 blue weapons and 8 martial souls. Approaching the pile of bones belonging to the skeleton captain, Zhao Fu first examined the great sword. Bai Feng's sword, grade, silver attributes, strength 3. Constitution 3 description. Once a peak golden weapon, the Bai Feng sword could not withstand the ravages of time, now reduced to an ordinary silver weapon. Zhao Fu felt a flicker of joy at the sight of the silver weapon and continued to inspect the captain's armor. Qing Jin armor, grade, blue attributes, Constitution 1 description. Originally a golden grade armor, it succumbed to the erosion of countless years, ultimately downgraded to blue quality. Zhao Fu decided to have Bai Qi don this armor temporarily, recognizing its superior defense over leather armor, though it would require some repairs upon their return to AS for the blue leather armor Bai Qi had removed. Zhao Fu claimed it for himself without hesitation. In addition to these 2 pieces of equipment, the skeleton captain also dropped a glowing orb, within which seemed to reside the spirit of a soldier wielding a great sword and clad in armor. Zhao Fu picked it up to examine it. Spirit of the soldier, description, a powerful essence left behind by a soldier after death. It can be integrated into the heart of a city to become a guardian spirit, or infused into weapons for enhancement. Note: 100 soldier spirits can be fused into a Commander S artifact. A lord possessing 24 Commander S artifacts may fuse 1,000 soldier spirits into a King S artifact. Zhao Fu felt a surge of excitement, sensing its potential, but pondered what a Commander S artifact or a King S artifact might entail. His curiosity piqued. For now, he decided to stow it away, after a brief period of rest to recuperate their energy and spirit. The group pressed on. They encountered no further formidable foes, dispatching another 12 skeleton infantry and 5 skeleton archers, which yielded 13 martial souls. Initially, Zhao Fu believed their journey would continue smoothly, but the situation soon shifted as they faced skeleton shield soldiers. Zhao Fu had relied on the advantage of having defensive units while the enemy lacked such support, allowing for a relatively effortless exploration. However, with the emergence of the skeleton shield soldiers, the circumstances became precarious. This time, Zhao Fu confronted 5 skeleton infantry, 3 skeleton archers, and 5 skeleton shield soldiers. This combination presented a greater challenge than the previous encounters with singular unit types. Once again, arrows were loosed, but were nearly all thwarted by the shield soldiers. Charging forward proved difficult, as the shield soldiers formed a stalemate against one another. The only advantage lay in their numerical superiority and the explosive skills of Zhao Fu and Old Rock. The skeletons formed their ranks, with shield soldiers raising their shields, infantry taking cover behind, and archers readying their arrows. Left with no choice, Zhao Fu's side mirrored this formation, with shield soldiers at the front, infantry behind, and archers drawn back. As the two forces collided, Zhao Fu's archers primarily targeted the enemy's skeleton archers, for his side consisted of living beings who could be wounded or killed, unlike the undead. Zhao Fu remained intensely focused on the battlefield, contemplating the use of fireballs against the skeleton archers, though he knew that magical skills had limited range and thus could only act opportunistically. Yet, the tide still favored Zhao Fu's side, as two of his shield soldiers clashed against a skeleton shield soldier, aiming to break their formation. However, the skeletons, despite their undead status, understood that unity was their strength. Holding steadfast together even under Zhao Fu's forceful assaults, the battle had reached an impasse, prompting Zhao Fu to call upon Bai Qi to take action. Bai Qi obeyed, his body suddenly shifting as he circled to the left flank of the skeleton shield soldiers, unleashing a powerful slash that unleashed a torrent of sword light, nearly 3 meters long. Boom! With a single stroke of his sword, Bai Qi sent 3 skeletal shield bearers, along with several skeletal infantry behind them, flying, thereby shattering the defense of the skeletal shield bearers. Zhao Fu quickly shouted, "Hurry, separate them." The shield bearers and infantry immediately complied, dividing into 2 groups, rushing forward to isolate the fallen skeletons from those still standing. Now that the skeletons' defense had been disrupted, chaos ensued among them. Zhao Fu's soldiers also launched an attack, with both sides now engaged in close combat. Zhao Fu found himself unable to use fireballs and resorted once more to his stone-shattering arrows. He released an arrow just as one skeletal shield bearer let his guard down, the projectile embedding itself into the creature's skull. With a resounding crack, the blue flame of its soul extinguished, its body crumbling to the ground as its bones and shield fell together. Hitting the head was indeed a challenging feat, for it was easily evaded, but this time, Zhao Fu had seized the opportunity. However, before he could savor his success, a piercing scream echoed, as a skeletal archer, having suffered several arrows, loosed a shot that struck one of Zhao Fu's infantrymen in the shoulder. "Damn it!" Zhao Fu cursed under his breath, commanding, "Suppress the archers. Bai Qi, be cautious." Understanding his intent, Bai Qi nodded and charged towards the skeletal archer with sword in hand, while Zhao Fu instructed the injured infantryman to retreat from the fray. Zhao Fu himself took up a bow to attack. Fortunately, having previously utilized the soul of martial refinement, his skills had reached a level of proficiency, allowing him to master archery. Each arrow he loosed, though not as lethal as before, effectively disrupted the skeleton soldiers' assaults, providing his soldiers with opportunities to attack. Realizing the tide of battle was turning against them, the skeletal soldiers grew frenzied in their attacks, resulting in 3 more injuries on Zhao Fu's side before they managed to eliminate the entire group of skeletons. Bai Qi also successfully dealt with his adversaries, obtaining a soldier's soul from one of the archers. Among the 13 skeletons defeated, 9 martial refinement souls were dropped, along with 13 blue-quality weapons and 3 white ones. When tallied, the spoils amounted to 1 piece of silver equipment, 55 blue-quality items, 10 white items, 38 martial refinement souls, and 2 soldiers' souls, a total worth of 405 gold coins, equivalent to 4.05 million copper coins. The value of the soldiers' souls remained uncertain, as Zhao Fu had never encountered them on the forums. Undoubtedly, they were rare, and thus he refrained from including them in the total haul. This substantial gain brought Zhao Fu a measure of delight, yet as he turned to regard the 4 injured soldiers, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that today's endeavors must come to an end. It was imperative to return and reassess their strategy, for continuing in this manner would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Zhao Fu approached the most severely injured infantryman, who had been struck in the shoulder by an arrow, and expressed his concern. "Are you all right?" The soldier promptly shook his head, indicating he was fine. Observing this, Zhao Fu replied, "I will assist you in removing the arrow." Startled, the infantryman protested, "Your Highness, I should wait to see Physician Zhang." it would be a burden to trouble you. Enough, do not argue, Zhao Fu said with a wry smile. Feeling a pang of guilt for having allowed his soldiers to be harmed, he tore the fabric from the soldier's shoulder, severed the arrow, and extracted it, blood gushing forth from the wound. Zhao Fu quickly employed the blood healing technique. His first time using it, uncertain of its efficacy, with his palm hovering over the injury, a crimson glow emanated from his hand, and the bleeding ceased, the wound visibly mending before their eyes. Although the blood healing technique did not completely close the wound, it healed a significant portion of it. The infantryman was moved to tears, astonished that the esteemed prince, destined to be the future ruler of Qin, would personally attend to his injuries. The onlookers' loyalty to Zhao Fu deepened upon witnessing this act. Subsequently, Zhao Fu led the group back to the surface, ensuring the injured received medical attention while delivering the recovered weapons to the blacksmith Wang Dou for repairs. Zhao Fu and Bai Qi then convened in a room to reflect on the day's combat experiences, discussing what had been lacking and the weaknesses of their adversaries, and began to reformulate their strategy. Just then, a messenger arrived, reporting the discovery of another bandit village 10 miles south of Qin village. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi had no choice but to temporarily conclude their discussion and commence gathering their forces. "Your Highness, I wish to join," Lu Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of battle. Clearly not one to sit idly by, Zhao Fu glanced at her and inquired, "Can you fully obey my commands?" Lu Mei eagerly nodded, affirming her commitment to follow his orders. Yet Zhao Fu cautioned, "If you disobey me on the battlefield and chaos ensues, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Hearing this, Lu Mei, having learned about Zhao Fu over the past few days, understood he was a man of his word. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction after all. She was a stunning beauty, and it irked her that he constantly threatened her life. "Perhaps it's best to let it go. I've grown weary of staying in Qin village. It's far too dull that I must participate in the assault on the bandit village," Lu Mei resolved inwardly, nodding once more to indicate her understanding. Zhao Fu chose not to elaborate further. With Lu Mei's skills, she would prove to be a formidable asset on the battlefield. The group readied themselves for departure, and after more than an hour of travel, they arrived at the bandit village. This bandit enclave, situated beside a small creek, was modest in size and poorly defended, housing approximately 150 individuals. Zhao Fu was somewhat surprised to see that over 30 of them were clad in iron armor. The presence of such armor indicated they possessed blueprints for its manufacture, a thought that brought Zhao Fu a flicker of joy. With an army of over 300, 200 of whom had been promoted to stronger classes, while the remaining 100 included 60 goblins and 40 crossbow-wielding gremlins. Engaging 150 foes would surely result in victory. However, the anticipated casualties were concerning, a method of combat Zhao Fu wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to meticulously identify the weaknesses of this village, perhaps employing a strategy akin to that used against the wolf bandit village. Though somewhat underhanded, it had proven exceedingly effective. Upon further observation, Zhao Fu noted the absence of any farmland within the bandit village. Naturally, bandits would not engage in agriculture. Their food sources must be derived from pillaging other villages or hunting wild beasts. And this village appeared to belong to the latter category. The situation was beginning to simplify. Chapter 24 concludes here. First, it was essential to ascertain the food supply for the 150 bandits. Like other foreign villages, this bandit enclave likely sent out several hunting parties. Sure enough, within a short time, 40 individuals emerged from the village, splitting into 4 groups and departing in different directions. Observing this, Zhao Fu promptly dispatched 3 teams to intercept them, while he followed one group, lurking in the underbrush as he watched the approaching bandits, who swaggered along with their weapons. Zhao Fu summoned Bai Qi to his side and whispered his strategy into his ear. Bai Qi appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying, "Your Highness, this may be beyond my capabilities." Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned his gaze toward Lu Mei. "What is it?" Lu Mei shivered under Zhao Fu's gaze, sensing an ominous thought creeping into her mind, and promptly asked. After Zhao Fu provided a brief explanation, her face brightened, and she led Bai Qi and 3 others boldly toward the bandit group. "Hey, you lot, halt!" Lu Mei shouted as she caught up to the bandits, her voice ringing out. Upon hearing her, the bandits turned to see a stunning beauty in a red dress, and with only 5 of them against their 10, they felt no fear. Smirking lewdly, one of them taunted, "What does the beauty want with us? Looking to have some fun with my buddies?" Lu Mei flashed a captivating smile, then in an instant lashed out with her whip, striking the group fiercely. Bai Qi and the others charged in. And the skirmish began, concluding in mere moments. Bai Qi alone dispatched 4 foes, while the others each took down 1. Lu Mei, meanwhile, left 3 alive, with a graceful flick of her whip and a sultry smile. She inquired, "What were you saying earlier?" The 3 bandits, kneeling in submission, begged, "Heroine, we understand our mistake. Please spare us this time." Before they could finish, Lu Mei's whip struck one of them again, and she snapped, "Who called you a heroine?" "I am your grandaunt." The bandits nodded fervently, hastily declaring, "Grandaunt, grandaunt. Now that is more like it." "Where are you all from?" Lu Mei asked with a smile. Upon hearing her question, the 3 bandits quickly replied, "We hail from Tiger Village." Led by Wang Ming, with over 200 fierce brothers. The bandits disclosed their origins, naming their leader while exaggerating their numbers, hoping to intimidate Lu Mei into letting them go. However, another lash of the whip landed painfully on their backs. Drawing cries of agony from them, Lu Mei coldly remarked, "What is Tiger Village, anyway?" "That Wang Ming sounds like a useless loudmouth." The 3 bandits, cowed by Lu Mei's domineering presence, quickly nodded in agreement, with a series of swift strikes from her whip. Lu Mei expressed her displeasure, saying, "What are you 3 saying? I don't quite understand." 3 bandits, in great distress, loudly exclaimed, "Wang Ming is a coward. Wang Ming's underlings are incompetent. Wang Ming is a eunuch." Hee hee. Lu Mei emitted a series of giggles, her ample bosom swaying with each laugh, as she struck the 3 bandits fiercely with her whip, playfully declaring, "I still can't hear you." The 3 bandits could only endure the pain and curse Wang Ming once more. Yet, Lu Mei continued to laugh charmingly while relentlessly beating the 3 bandits with her whip. Hidden nearby, Zhao Fu observed that Lu Mei might possess certain peculiar tendencies, but since she was merely following orders, he chose to remain silent. "Enough! You all return and summon that Wang Ming to come and lick the soles of my shoes. Otherwise, I shall have him disposed of," Lu Mei said, her spirits lifted and a joyful smile adorning her face after delivering another blow to the 3 bandits. Upon hearing this, the battered bandits rejoiced, believing that the female demon had finally decided to spare them. They scrambled back, hastily exaggerating their tale, claiming that the woman intended to skin Wang Ming alive and use his remains in a most unspeakable manner, now demanding he come and kneel to lick her feet. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, felt rage swell within him. His face flushed as he learned that they numbered only 5. He bellowed, "Brothers, follow me." Subsequently, Wang Ming rallied over 50 men, a significant portion of the village's fighting force, marching with fierce determination towards Lu Mei's location. Before long, Wang Ming arrived at a relatively open area and, fixing his gaze on Lu Mei, shouted, "You foul wench! You dare demand that I come to grovel at your feet. Today, I shall bring my brothers to deal with you." In response, Lu Mei remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing her lips, for there was no need to converse with the dead. "Fire!" With that command, a rain of arrows descended upon Wang Ming's band of over 50 men, who were utterly unprepared and fell to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Fu's other 3 squads had already ambushed the remaining forces of the fierce Tiger Village, leaving Wang Ming and his men to face 40 crossbowmen and 60 archers without any means of defense or cover. It was impossible for them to survive. Thus, Wang Ming and all of his 50 men met their demise, with not a single soul remaining alive. At that moment, Zhao Fu emerged from the concealed thicket, ordering the battlefield to be cleared. He approached Wang Ming's corpse and, upon searching, found only a small pouch containing a handful of silver coins, while the large blade in his possession was of blue quality. Afterward, the group headed towards fierce Tiger Village, with Lu Mei following Zhao Fu, her smile unwavering. Zhao Fu glanced back at her and said softly, "You performed admirably this time." Initially, Zhao Fu had intended for Bai Qi to provoke the enemy, uttering the most vulgar insults possible, but as a general of the nation, Bai Qi was not accustomed to such crude language. Therefore, he assigned the task to Lu Mei, a former bandit, who proved to be the most effective in this endeavor. Lu Mei, with a haughty sniff, no longer seemed restrained, boasting, "Of course, I am quite formidable." Zhao Fu chuckled lightly in response, choosing not to comment further, for they had now reached fierce Tiger Village, which had dwindled to just over 40 remaining inhabitants, rendering them no longer a significant threat. Gesturing to Bai Qi, he stepped forward and called out, "You have all received the message, right? Your leader and the rest are dead. Surrender now, and I promise you will not be harmed." The remaining bandits, witnessing the over 300 enemies surrounding their village, after much contemplation, ultimately chose not to fight to the death, but rather to surrender obediently. Zhao Fu also located a black-skinned blacksmith, named Deng Li, who possessed the skill to forge iron armor. Subsequently, Zhao Fu entered the village hall to claim ownership, receiving a notification of 50 war merits. As this village was somewhat distant from Daqin village, Zhao Fu opted to relocate, earning 280 experience points for Daqin village. Another notification sounded. Congratulations, Daqin village has been upgraded to an intermediate village. Chapter 25. The lair finally upgraded. Zhao Fu felt a surge of joy as he returned to Daqin village, entrusting Deng Li and 36 pieces of iron armor stripped from the bandits of Fierce Tiger village to Wang Dao for basic repairs. The blacksmith shop and tailor's shop were severely understaffed, as he had yet to restore the various weapons obtained from the Great Rift, and now with the addition of iron armor, Zhao Fu had no choice but to provide extra hands for assistance. Afterward, Zhao Fu established Fierce Tiger village anew on the western side of Daqin village, appointing a few individuals for management. He then returned to the Great Hall of Daqin village to inspect the attributes of the intermediate village. Village name, Daqin village, legendary, level, intermediate, 24-30,000, village area, 5 square kilometers territory, 250 square kilometers population, 465-6000 soldiers, 216-2400 public sentiment, 80 special attributes, territory crop, yield 40. Territory crop, growth time -40. Population soldier cap 20, resident attributes 2 randomly, soldier attributes 2, population attraction rate 30, high quality attraction rate 30. Subordinate villages allowed. 8 owned villages, Luaga village, Jian village, Dwelluan village, Leaf family village. Evil wolf village, Fierce tiger village. In terms of attributes, most improved by 10, which was anticipated, leaving Zhao Fu not particularly surprised. However, the number of subordinate villages, totaling 8, did catch him off guard. Yet, population remained the greatest concern, currently at only 465. While Daqin village's population cap stood at 6,000. Besides Daqin village, the other villages had not reached saturation, particularly Evil Wolf village and Fierce Tiger village, as Zhao Fu had transferred the previous inhabitants to Daqin village, resulting in both villages housing fewer than 20 individuals combined. Previously, Li family village had reached capacity, yet 2/3 of its population had been relocated to Daqin village, leaving it also in a state of vacancy. This prompted a sigh from Zhao Fu. However, one cannot grow fat by eating a single meal. The development of villages relies on gradual accumulation to strengthen over time, at least with the combined attributes of all villages. Daqin village could generate over 40 new inhabitants daily. As for the depths of the Great Rift, Zhao Fu had no immediate plans for further exploration. Instead, he aimed to form 2 specialized teams for dedicated exploration of the rift's depths. His first intention was to assemble a mage corps, as magical skills were scarce and could serve as powerful offensive capabilities. Thus, Zhao Fu planned to lead a group to hunt magical beasts while also assisting in the domestication of large wild animals, such as cattle, pigs, and horses. Zhao Fu, currently lacking horses, had yet to establish a cavalry. Cavalry, being the most mobile unit of the cold weapon era, was indispensable. With horses, there would be no need to run about on foot. After spending some currency, Zhao Fu acquired taming skills without a class change and set out with Bai Qi, Lao Laga, 10 shield soldiers, 10 sword infantry, 10 archers, and, to his surprise, Lu Mei insisted on joining. Zhao Fu, after consideration, agreed. Daqin village was situated on the outskirts of the terrifying forest, and as they ventured deeper, magical beasts would likely become more abundant. Hence, Zhao Fu led his party westward. As they progressed, the trees grew taller, their canopies seemingly piercing the clouds, and the surrounding light dimmed under the strange shapes of the foliage. Occasionally, a few wild rabbits would dart by, causing a stir, unperturbed by these distractions. Zhao Fu continued onward, soon spotting a female wild boar accompanied by 8 piglets foraging for food. Adult wild boars typically led solitary lives, making them difficult to capture, unlike other social creatures that traveled in groups. If only he could locate their den. The den functions similarly to a village, refreshing its population. However, dens are scarce and guarded by beasts, ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Having ventured far from Daqin village, it would be impractical to turn back for a single female boar and her piglets, so Zhao Fu decided to let them be and continued on his way. At this point, Zhao Fu halted, noticing a small stream nearby where a dozen or so blue cattle grazed. These blue cattle boasted a pale blue hide and gleaming, metallic horns. Capturing these blue cattle would eliminate the need for human labor in cultivating farmland and transporting iron ore. So Zhao Fu immediately focused his attention on the herd. However, these large beasts were not easily captured. Should Zhao Fu and his men charge in, if the blue cattle became agitated, they would undoubtedly have to withdraw from their onslaught, as even his 10 shield soldiers could not withstand the charge of a dozen blue cattle. Using archers to attack was also unwise, while shooting a few arrows at the blue cattle might be possible. Unless they struck vital points, the cattle would flee. It is unlikely that a person could outrun a startled cattle, and if the herd scattered, capturing them would become even more challenging. Perhaps the archers could aim for the legs of the blue cattle, injuring them to prevent escape. However, this could result in the cattle becoming lame, and envisioning a dozen lame cattle attempting to cultivate farmland or transport minerals was hardly feasible. Thus, employing traps emerged as the best strategy. Zhao Fu turned to share his thoughts with Bai Qi and the others, who nodded in agreement. They began setting traps to the north of the blue cattle herd. Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, and Lu Mei divided into 3 teams, each accompanied by several individuals. Lao Luoga, due to his age and being a goblin, was unable to move swiftly, so he remained behind to control the situation, using fireballs to ensure the blue cattle entered the traps. Then, they commenced their operation. Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, and Lu Mei approached the blue cattle from the southeast and western directions. As they drew closer, the blue cattle sensed danger, pausing their grazing to raise their heads and survey their surroundings. At that moment, Zhao Fu and his 3 companions burst forth with their men, not attacking but rather shouting loudly or striking their shields with their blades, creating a cacophony of sound to showcase their strength and deter the azure cattle from assaulting them, instilling fear that prompted a hasty retreat. Among them, Lu Mei was undoubtedly the most exuberant, laughing heartily as she brandished her whip and charged ahead. The sudden emergence of the 3 groups startled the herd of azure cattle, which, upon seeing foes in all directions, could only flee northward. The 3 groups converged, hotly pursuing the azure cattle. Should any stray from their intended path towards the trap, Zhao Fu would command his men to shoot arrows to help guide them back. Soon, the azure cattle plunged into the trap, and in the next moment, ropes ensnared their legs. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the azure cattle were tripped and fell to the ground with dull thuds, raising clouds of dust. Quickly, the herd scrambled to rise again, attempting to escape, yet they found themselves ensnared by the ropes binding their legs. The ropes were nearly as thick as 2 fingers combined and were tied to massive trees, each about a meter in diameter, rendering the azure cattle's struggles futile. Once they were utterly exhausted, Zhao Fu and his group approached to commence the taming process, effortlessly acquiring 16 azure cattle. Chapter 26. The Grey Wolf King. 2 men were dispatched to drive the herd of azure cattle back, and the group continued their advance. Suddenly, sounds emerged from the grass nearby, prompting everyone to halt. A fiery rabbit leapt from the thicket. This one was significantly smaller than the one previously slain. The fiery rabbit, with its notoriously irritable temperament, dared to attack Zhao Fu and his numerous companions, launching a fireball towards them. A shield bearer stepped forward, raising his shield to block the fireball, which merely pushed him back a step without inflicting any significant damage. Zhao Fu then commanded the archers to retaliate. Despite the myriad arrows, the fiery rabbit nimbly evaded them, but ultimately, it was overwhelmed and fell to the ground, lifeless. However, to Zhao Fu's disappointment, no elemental orb dropped upon its demise. They pressed on and soon encountered over 30 black mountain goats, which they successfully captured using traps. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. Nevertheless, they managed to tame a significant number of wild beasts, including 36 wild boars, 85 azure cattle, and 215 black mountain goats. Yet, they had not acquired a single magical skill nor discovered any trace of horses. During these days, Wang Dao had managed to perform simple repairs on all the weapons obtained from the fishers, and the iron armor was also restored. With their equipment renewed, the 30 men under Zhao Fu were now mostly equipped with blue-quality weapons, while the infantry utilized blue weaponry as well. Following the repairs, Zhao Fu directed Wang Dao to forge specialized equipment, which he, by Qi and Li Si had collaboratively devised to combat skeletons that at present, Zhao Fu continued to lead his men into the depths of the terrifying forest. Hoping to encounter more magical beasts or perhaps discover horses as they traversed a valley, several gray wolves suddenly charged out, only to be swiftly slain by a few archers. Zhao Fu's interest in the valley peaked, and he decided to investigate further. Upon closer inspection, he stumbled upon a den. Hidden on a distant hillside, he observed the scene below without daring to approach. In the valley, there lay a nearly 3,000-meter expanse of land. Overrun with weeds that at its center stood a stone brick platform reminiscent of a village's primitive foundation, upon which floated a stone sculpture resembling a wolf. Surrounding the platform were numerous gray wolves, frolicking and playing, their numbers nearing 400 to 500, including a wolf of kingly stature, as large as a fierce tiger, with sleek gray fur and piercing eyes, crowned by a tuft of silver fur atop its head. Although Zhao Fu had not yet discovered magical beasts or traces of horses, the sight of this den brought him a measure of delight. He promptly returned to rally his forces, totaling 326 soldiers, to advance upon the Gray Wolf Valley. Initially, Zhao Fu chose not to launch a direct assault. He understood that without the capacity for overwhelming dominance, a frontal attack would be unwise. Thus, he and his men concealed themselves, setting traps to lure the gray wolves out. The method was simple, using fresh blood and flesh to attract the wolves. The traps did not need to be overly close. A suitable distance was sufficient. Given the wolves' keen sense of smell, ensuring that a dozen or so would be drawn in, Zhao Fu killed several deer, meticulously dividing the carcasses and scattering ample blood on the ground to guarantee the trap's success. Those tasked with setting it had to roll in the mud to mask their scent, while also carrying spices like chili and garlic to further confuse the wolves' olfactory senses. The plan proved successful before long. The stench of blood lured out several gray wolves. However, the wolves remained vigilant, cautiously sniffing from a distance before gradually approaching, reassured by the absence of danger. When the gray wolves gathered near the deer meat, they hesitated to eat, continuing to sniff. If Zhao Fu had poisoned the meat, it would have been futile. Just as the wolves prepared to feast, a volley of arrows shot forth from the forest, striking the pack. Alarmed, the gray wolves turned to flee, yet many were struck down, though a few managed to escape the rain of arrows, only to be intercepted by Zhao Fu's prepared men. That moment, one gray wolf halted, raised its head, and was about to howl. Zhao Fu, sensing the impending disaster that such a call would bring, quickly drew his bow and released an arrow. The arrow arced through the air, glinting ominously. Thwack! It pierced the wolf's neck, causing it to collapse with a few choked gasps before succumbing to death. Zhao Fu simultaneously commanded the swift elimination of the remaining wolves, ensuring that none could raise the alarm. His men complied, quickly dispatching the few remaining wolves, and then continued to lure out additional wolves with the same method, albeit with heightened caution. In this manner, they succeeded in slaying 213 gray wolves. The sudden decimation alerted the Gray Wolf King within the valley, prompting it to rise and perch atop a large rock, raising its head high. Whoa! Its powerful howl reverberated throughout the valley, causing all gray wolves engaged in play or feeding to cease their activities and join in the chorus. Awoo! 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 The cacophony was astonishing, startling countless birds into flight. At this moment, Zhao Fu assembled all his soldiers into formation, stepping forward with heavy, deliberate strides that conveyed the oppressive aura of a military force entering the valley. The Gray Wolf King, standing atop the stone, fixed its furious gaze upon Zhao Fu's group and let out a furious howl, prompting the pack of gray wolves to charge recklessly towards them. 300 wolves surged like a gray tide. Form ranks, Zhao Fu commanded, and the spear and shield soldiers marched forward 3 paces, leveling their long spears at the approaching wolves, while the archers drew their bows, and the goblins readied their crossbows. Loose arrows. Seeing the gray wolves enter the attack range, Zhao Fu shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of arrows flew forth, creating a rain of projectiles aimed at the rushing gray wolves. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows rained down like raindrops, striking the wolves, though a few still managed to charge through the hail of arrows. Loose arrows. Zhao Fu shouted once more. Another volley of arrows flew, enveloping the wolf pack. And once again, gray wolves fell lifeless to the ground. Yet, by this point, the wolves had closed in, launching themselves at the soldiers. Each soldier thrust their long spears with vigor. Thud, 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 blood splattered as the spears pierced the bodies of the wolves. Although the strength of an individual wolf was not formidable, their collective power was undeniable. After enduring 2 waves of arrows, only about 150 gray wolves remained from the initial 300. While still a formidable number, Zhao Fu's forces now outnumbered them 2-1 and were well-rounded and fortified, resulting in a decidedly lopsided battle. The Grey Wolf King, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, transformed into a shadow and charged towards Zhao Fu's group. Chapter 27. Little Spirit Grass. The Grey Wolf King's speed was remarkable. In mere moments, it closed in on the shield bearers. A cruel smile etched upon its face as it lunged forward. But just then, 2 blood-red fireballs shot towards it, launched by the Elder Rog, who had remained inactive until now. Startled, the Grey Wolf King sidestepped. And as it landed, a whip struck it fiercely, the blow delivered by Lu Mei. Although the whip did not inflict significant damage, it stung painfully. After enduring this strike, the Grey Wolf King turned to reveal its sharp fangs to Lu Mei, growling as it charged at her. Yet, it had scarcely taken a few steps when a figure suddenly appeared beside it. Thwack! A flash of sword light cut through the air, blood spraying forth as Bai Qi, who had long been prepared, joined the fray. The Grey Wolf King howled in anguish, pivoting to snap at Bai Qi. Bai Qi swiftly retreated. Thwack! An arrow struck the Grey Wolf King's front leg, as Zhao Fu had been observing it from the start and now seized his opportunity to strike. Infuriated by the relentless assault, the Grey Wolf King let out a low growl and charged towards Zhao Fu. As the Grey Wolf King lunged towards him, Zhao Fu remained unperturbed, standing his ground with unwavering composure. He lifted his hand and sent forth a fireball, which the Grey Wolf King narrowly evaded. In the next instant, 2 blood-red fireballs hurtled towards it. The Grey Wolf King managed to dodge one, but the other struck true. With a resounding boom, the explosion sent the Grey Wolf King flying, singeing its gray fur. Just as the Grey Wolf King landed, Bai Qi reappeared at its side, delivering a swift sword strike that left another wound on the beast. Enraged, the Grey Wolf King launched itself at Bai Qi. However, in the blink of an eye, a whip coiled around its leg. Lu Mei, gripping the whip with both hands, laughed playfully as she pulled, causing the Grey Wolf King to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. This exemplified the power of teamwork, though it bore the suspicion of overwhelming the foe with numbers. The Grey Wolf King was nearly incapacitated, unable to retaliate, noticing that the situation was firmly under control. Zhao Fu focused on directing the other soldiers to deal with the remaining Grey Wolves. Minutes later, all the Grey Wolves lay slain, leaving behind a bounty of copper coins. Zhao Fu's side suffered only a few minor bites, with no serious injuries. Turning his gaze to the Grey Wolf King, he observed its battered form, covered in wounds and appearing utterly wretched. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Fu decided against killing the Grey Wolf King. Recognizing that taming it would yield far greater value than slaying it, he ordered his men to ensnare it with ropes. The Grey Wolf King, already at the end of its strength, was soon bound tightly through the combined efforts of Bai Qi and others. Zhao Fu smiled gently, instructing the others to clear the battlefield while he approached the restrained Grey Wolf King. The creature glared at him with fierce eyes, as if wishing to devour him whole. Unfazed by this hostility, Zhao Fu placed his hand upon the Grey Wolf King's forehead, reassured by the fact that its sharp teeth were restrained. Utilizing the taming skill, a radiant light emanated from Zhao Fu's palm, enveloping the Grey Wolf King. Yet, with a powerful struggle, the Grey Wolf King broke free from the light's grasp. Zhao Fu's expression hardened as he pressed his hand firmly upon the beast's head. Attempting the taming skill once more, the Grey Wolf King fought desperately, ultimately breaking free from the luminous aura surrounding it. Zhao Fu's attempt at taming was declared a failure, and he stumbled backward from a sudden impact from the Grey Wolf King. Observing this, Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he approached, stating, "Your Highness, wolves are inherently proud creatures, making them exceedingly difficult to tame. Perhaps we should simply slay it." "Indeed. I have yet to taste the flesh of a wolf king. I wonder what it might be like," Lu Mei chimed in, her eyes fixed on the Grey Wolf King. As her interactions with the people of Daqin village grew, she became increasingly relaxed, no longer fearing that Zhao Fu would harm her. Naturally, only she dared to address Zhao Fu with such familiarity. Zhao Fu shook his head, dismissing their suggestions, and resolved to try once more. He stepped before the Grey Wolf King, meeting its furious gaze with calm determination. "You are enraged at the slaughter of your kin. are you not? Yet this world is one of survival of the fittest. If you submit to me, I promise you will become the most revered of your kind, and your den will soon be restored to its former glory. Should you refuse, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, awaiting the birth of a new wolf king in the next den evolution. The Grey Wolf King, upon hearing Zhao Fu's words, hesitated, its eyes reflecting a struggle before ultimately opting for submission. Notification: you have gained the allegiance of the leader-level creature, the Grey Wolf King. Notification: capturing a leader-level creature has granted you 50 battle merits. Zhao Fu was slightly taken aback by the battle merits and ordered his men to release the Grey Wolf King and provide it with basic treatment. Bai Qi and Lao Luo congratulated Zhao Fu, while Lu Mei pouted, displeased at missing the chance to taste Wolf King meat at that moment. Zhao Fu examined the attributes of the Grey Wolf King. Grey Wolf King, leader, level 5 qualification, S attributes, strength, 15 intelligence, 9 agility, 17 constitution, 11 skills. Wolf King's dread, induces fear or submission in all ordinary wolves. Bloodthirsty bite, engages in frenzied biting until the enemy perishes. Zhao Fu was surprised to discover that beasts also possessed qualifications. The level system mirrored that of human cultivation, suggesting that the Grey Wolf King should be considered a magical beast rather than a mere animal. He left the management of the Grey Wolf King to Bai Qi and proceeded to the den, where he touched a wolf-shaped stone sculpture and received a piece of information. Den Grey Wolf. Beginner 1800 5000 Quality. White. Description: the Den of the Grey Wolves, which refreshes 2 to 5 Grey Wolves daily. The attributes of the den are roughly akin to those of a standard village. Zhao Fu, after a brief contemplation, chose to occupy the den, receiving another 50 battle merits. As the location was somewhat distant from Daqin village, he opted to migrate once more, earning 180 experience points. The floating wolf-shaped stone sculpture transformed into a regular stone sculpture, landing in Zhao Fu's hands. Just as he intended to turn and leave with the sculpture, he noticed an expanse of vibrant green grass growing nearby, glimmering with an extraordinary sheen. Unable to resist, he approached to investigate further and received a set of information. Little spirit grass. Rank: first-tier herb. Description: a type of spirit grass that can be crafted into elixirs. Upon reading this information, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. He had previously acquired the formula for a minor spirit elixir, but had been unable to refine it due to a lack of herbs. Now, he had effortlessly obtained a substantial quantity of little spirit grass, likely numbering in the thousands. Zhao Fu immediately ordered his men to harvest the grass, planning to use some for alchemy and transplant the rest. Mindful that Daqin village possessed a property that reduced the growth time of crops, making it ideal for large-scale cultivation of the little spirit grass. Ultimately, the group returned to Daqin village. Having enjoyed a fruitful day, their faces aglow with joy. Upon his return, Zhao Fu strategized a plot of land for the den, recognizing that the wolf's keen sense of smell could be harnessed for hunting. While its materials could be crafted into equipment, the den's daily refresh of gray wolves eliminated the need for artificial breeding, greatly simplifying matters. After addressing these tasks, Zhao Fu felt it had been some time since he had exited the apocalypse world. So he decided to return to the real world. Chapter 28. The 100 Schools of Thought. Only I am supreme. Upon returning to the real world, Zhao Fu prepared a bowl of instant noodles and, as usual, opened his computer, sitting down to eat. While entering the Apocalypse forum, he browsed for any intriguing news. Indeed, there were significant developments. Recently, someone had compiled a heroic list. The list, devoid of rankings and distinctions, simply gathered these figures, all descendants of renowned generals and ministers from history. For instance, there was Lu Zhan, a descendant of the famed steed Red Hair, and the warrior El Bu, wielding a Fangtian painting halberd capable of contending with 10 bandits. Then there was Cheng Damon, a descendant of the illustrious Tang minister Cheng Yaojin, brandishing a massive axe with a commanding presence. Lastly, there was Bao Xiaoduan, a descendant of the famous Song dynasty judge Bao Zhang. Known for his unparalleled investigative prowess, these descendants of illustrious figures seemed to have inherited legacies upon entering the apocalypse world, possessing the professions of renowned generals and ministers. However, it remained uncertain whether they would pledge their loyalty to the nations their ancestors had served. Each of them bore immense talent and a sense of self-importance. Did they not aspire to carve out their own dominion in the apocalypse world? News began to circulate, revealing that Zhuge Gui, A descendant of Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms, boasted ambitions of competing with his ancestors for supremacy, while Li Jun, a descendant of Ming minister Li Shanchong, vowed to oppose the Ming dynasty. Continuing to read, Zhao Fu was taken aback to discover that several long-extinct factions were gradually resurfacing, such as the legalists advocating rule by law, the militarists seeking to conquer the world through force, the Taoists adhering to the principle of natural law, the Confucianists promoting moral education, the Yin-Yang school focusing on the five elements, the dialecticians engaging in philosophical debate, the Mahists embracing universal love and non-aggression, and the agriculturalists encouraging farming for sustenance. The eclectic school, which integrated Confucianism and Moism, legalism and dialectics, exemplified the spirit of the 100 schools of thought, engaging in a vibrant discourse. The apocalypse world was becoming increasingly fascinating. And Zhao Fu smiled lightly, yet his expression soon turned serious. The masses in turmoil, the world ablaze. Among the 100 schools of thought, only I am supreme. The heavens hang with stars and moons. While the earth is a realm of ghosts and men, 1 longitudinal and 1 latitudinal, a riddle unsolvable for a century. The school of diplomacy. Zhao Fu regarded this faction with grave seriousness, recognizing the inherent danger it posed. This school was a formidable force indeed. Throughout the spring and autumn period, the five hegemons and the warring states era, behind the rise and fall of each nation and dynasty over 7 centuries, lay a common name. The lineage of Giguzi, the master of diplomacy, the likes of Pang I entered Wei, exhibiting unmatched valor as he swept through the realm, conquering Han and Zhao, and defending against Chu and Shi, elevating the once weak state of Wei to dominance over the central plains. Sun Bin entered Qi, unmatched in wisdom, dismantling the might of Zhao, Wei, Han, and Chu, restoring Qi to its hegemonic status and leaving behind a military treatise that would echo through the ages. Following this, Su Qin united the 6 states, bearing their seals, while Zhang Yi advocated for alliances, dismantling the 6 states. These two figures treated the world as their chessboard and the populace as mere pawns, engaging in a grand contest of wits. This school, though comprised of few individuals, inspired both admiration and fear. The allure lay in the fact that one person from this lineage could rival 100,000 troops, while the fear stemmed from their potential to annihilate entire nations. Zhao Fu regarded this school with considerable concern, feeling an inexplicable weight in his heart. With a resigned sigh, he continued to read on. The next significant development involved the winners, who sought to reclaim all individuals possessing their family bloodlines. Offering generous incentives, they urged those who had inherited their ancestors' legacies to return to their main families, promising them everything they desired, wealth, resources, and beauty, and even designating them as heirs for the next generation of winners. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Fu contemplated his disinterest in joining the winners, thus dismissing the significance of these matters. However, this development drew the attention of all noble families. If one were to assess power and heritage, the 5 major hegemons, Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, and Han, stood tall, while the chaotic and fragmented period following the Han dynasty rendered its states incomparable to the aforementioned 5. In this world, who among us lacks ambition? Who does not aspire to dominate the realm? Typically, families gaze upon the illustrious clans that possess the legacy of a nation, while these esteemed lineages look towards the dynasties that have achieved grand unification. These dynasties, in turn, observe the 5 great families ahead of them. Understanding the current situation, this is indeed a true warring states period. Zhao Fu hastily finished his instant noodles and sipped the remaining broth before once again entering the world of Tianqi. Upon entering, Li Si approached Zhao Fu and handed him a vial, stating that it contained a successfully concocted elixir. As Zhao Fu uncorked the vial, a refreshing aroma wafted into the air, nodding in acknowledgement. He retreated to his chamber, intending to test its effects. He poured out a small, pale red pill, roughly the size of a soybean, and after consuming it, he entered a state of meditation. Several hours later, a look of joy illuminated Zhao Fu's face as he felt his cultivation level rise once more. Name: Zhao Fu. Title: None. Occupation: Demon Priest. Warm Merit: Citizen, 213 500. Race: Human. Lifespan: 21 100. Attributes: Strength, 9. Intelligence, 12. Constitution, 8. Agility, 10. Special power: Weak demonic power. Cultivation level: 2nd stage. Technique: Daqin Heart Method. Skills: Hellfire Ball, basic swordsmanship, equipment, iron sword. The effects of the elixir were indeed superior to his own training. After experimenting with its efficacy, Zhao Fu promptly arranged for careful cultivation of the elixir and continued his expedition into the depths of the terrifying forest, hoping to uncover traces of horses. This time, he intentionally brought along the Grey Wolf King, whose wounds had yet to heal. Zhao Fu did not intend for it to engage in battle, but rather to utilize its keen sense of smell to locate other beasts. He also renamed it Xiao Hui. With Xiao Hui by his side, Zhao Fu's search for other beasts became significantly more efficient. They soon encountered 3 fire rabbits, from which they finally obtained an elemental orb. Zhao Fu planned to bring this back for Li Wan, one of the few individuals in Daqin village with A-grade potential, and the son of Li Yukai, who could be nurtured within 2 days. They hunted down several wind foxes, acquiring a wind blade elemental orb, and tamed a few beasts, yet failed to make any noteworthy discoveries. However, the special equipment forged by the blacksmith Wang Dewu was completed, prompting Zhao Fu to alter his plans and continue exploring the Great Rift. "I want to go too," Lu Mei exclaimed. Rushing over to Zhao Fu, he glanced at her and replied, "Your whip cannot inflict significant damage on skeletons. It is better for you to stay back. But you have the wind blade elemental orb. Teach me how to use it. I want to see what skeletons are like," Lu Mei boldly retorted. Hearing this, Zhao Fu shot her a stern look. Yet, aware of Zhao Fu's authority, Lu Mei quickly composed herself, awkwardly bowed, and dejectedly said, "Your Highness, I was wrong." Seeing her demeanor, Zhao Fu finally handed her the wind blade. Lu Mei's eyes brightened with unexpected delight as she seized the azure elemental orb and activated it. Subsequently, Zhao Fu, accompanied by Bai Qi, Li Wan, Lao Liga, Lu Mei, along with 10 goblin warriors, 10 fierce infantrymen, and 10 archers, descended to the depths of the Great Rift to continue their exploration. Chapter 29. The Skeleton Knights. Shortly after navigating through the pitch-black passage, the group swiftly encountered a horde of skeletons, 11 in total, comprising 5 skeleton shield-bearers and 6 skeleton infantrymen. Upon revival, they charged towards Zhao Fu and his companions to AT that moment. The 10 goblin warriors, clad in iron armor and wielding shields measuring 2 meters high, 1.2 meters wide, and 4 inches thick, a veritable door, formed a shield wall. The passage was 10 meters wide, and with the combined width of the 10 shields totaling 12 meters. The single goblin warrior merely had to step back slightly, successfully forming an impenetrable barrier against the oncoming skeletons. As the skeleton shield bearers crashed against the wall, the goblin warriors stood resolute, unyielding as mountains. Satisfied with the outcome, Zhao Fu commanded them to open a gap and allow a few skeletons to enter. 2 goblin warriors complied, angling their shields, permitting several skeletons to slip through before swiftly closing the gap again. The intruding skeletons faced 10 brawny men clad in iron armor and wielding massive hammers. With a single swing of a hammer, a skeleton was sent sprawling, and with a few more strikes, the skeletons were reduced to mere piles of bones. In fact, blunt weapons inflicted greater damage on skeletons than sharp blades. Before long, Zhao Fu employed this method to dispatch the entire group of skeletons. The defeated skeletons yielded 11 blue weapons and 9 martial souls, perfectly matching the number of shield bearers. Zhao Fu promptly allocated them to the goblin warriors. This was Zhao Fu's strategic approach. First, to equip the goblin warriors with large shields and heavy armor, which consumed time, but now they had also learned the shield mastery skill. With their strength, they could undoubtedly become exceptional shield bearers. Everyone present, including the goblin warriors, the infantrymen wielding large hammers, and the archers, had nearly utilized their martial souls. Initially, Zhao Fu hesitated to use the martial souls, as they were not ordinary. Most could potentially unlock C-grade skills or higher. It seemed wasteful to bestow them upon individuals with F or E-grade potential, whose growth prospects were limited. However, he realized that this was merely a minor cost to obtain more martial souls. The goblin warriors unlocked C-grade shield mastery, while the 10 infantrymen acquired C-grade heavy strike, and the archers gained skills akin to Zhao Fu's stone arrow. Li1 and Lu Mei also employed their martial souls. Li Wen utilized the archer's martial soul, while Lu Mei used the infantrymen's, each gaining skills and advancing their proficiency. The only one present who refrained was Lao Luoga, as his age rendered him unfit for close combat. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of the group. Dispatching this horde of skeletons was effortless. The speed of their progress more than doubled, Primarily due to their specialized tactics against skeletons, the goblins with shields formed an impenetrable iron wall, and the infantrymen wielding massive hammers struck down with force that far surpassed a flurry of slashes. They pressed onward. Blue sparks of ethereal flame ignited in the darkness, and this time, 17 skeletons revived, including 5 skeleton archers, 6 skeleton shield-bearers, and 6 skeleton infantrymen. Faced with such a multitude, the group remained unperturbed. Launching a coordinated attack, the first volley from the archers struck down 3 skeleton infantrymen. The goblin warriors raised their shields, employing their previous strategy to swiftly eliminate the remaining skeletons. The spoils of battle yielded a solitary soldier soul, which surprised Zhao Fu. Drops of this nature were exceedingly rare, typically guaranteed from captain-level skeletons. No sooner had he reflected on this than a skeleton captain, accompanied by a dozen skeletons, charged forth. This captain was an archer, wielding a bow with formidable skill, and Zhao Fu's party narrowly avoided several shots. However, the skeleton captain was quickly surrounded and dispatched by Bai Qi and the others. Predictably yielding a soldier soul, its bow, a silver weapon, was also seized. Flowing cloud bow, grade, silver attributes, strength 3, constitution 1, agility 2 description. Originally a superb golden weapon, the flowing cloud bow succumbed to the ravages of time, transforming into a mere silver weapon. Zhao Fu decided to keep the flowing cloud bow for himself, as he occasionally utilized bows for ranged attacks. Continuing their advance, they dispatched several more waves, acquiring 3 soldier souls. With little unexpected resistance, the passage seemed endless, shrouded in darkness, its depths unfathomable. Clop, 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 the sound of hooves echoed ahead, and Zhao Fu immediately deduced what was approaching, prompting the others to think along the same lines. Sure enough, moments later, several skeleton cavalrymen appeared before them, riding decayed skeletal steeds, their armor tattered but intact, appearing white in quality, while their weapons were predominantly blued. The 5 skeleton cavalrymen drew their swords. They charged at Zhao Fu and his companions. Zhao Fu shouted, "Form a shield wall." The goblin warriors raised their massive shields, creating an iron barrier and bracing for impact, while Zhao Fu commanded the archers to fire. Arrows flew, most dodged by the skeleton cavalrymen, but a few struck true, inflicting minimal damage, merely momentarily halting their advance as they rode upon their skeletal steeds. As the cavalry approached, for fireballs and one wind blade soared towards them. With successive explosions, the combined force of the spells was astounding, toppling the 2 foremost skeleton cavalrymen from their mounts. The remaining 3 skeleton cavalrymen, though affected, pressed on with fierce determination. However, they were powerless against the goblin warrior's shield wall. Unable to leap over it, the towering shields, originally 2 meters high, rose to 2.3 meters when the goblin warriors braced themselves. The skeleton cavalrymen could only urge their skeletal steeds to charge into the shield wall. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy impacts resonated as the skeletal steeds collided violently with the shields, but the goblin warriors held firm, gritting their teeth to withstand the onslaught. That moment, Zhao Fu ordered the archers to eliminate the 2 dismounted skeleton cavalrymen before instructing the goblin warriors to open 2 gaps, allowing the remaining 2 skeleton cavalrymen to interpoint. 2 skeletal cavalrymen burst in, as 10 infantrymen split into 2 groups, raising iron hammers and striking with all their might at the legs of the skeletal steeds, forcefully bringing the skeletal warhorses crashing to the ground. Subsequently, several men surrounded them, lifting their heavy iron hammers high, and commenced a chaotic onslaught, mercilessly slaying the 2 skeletal riders, until the last skeletal cavalryman met the same fate. Chapter 30. The skeletal general. 5 skeletal cavalrymen were completely vanquished, with 2 of the skeletal steeds perishing and 1 severely damaged, while the remaining 2 were kept at bay beyond the shield wall. These 2 skeletal horses, previously unseated by an explosion, were now without their master's control. Driven by instinct, they attempted to charge forward, but were firmly held back by the shield wall. Zhao Fu chose to disregard the 2 skeletal steeds outside the shield wall for the moment and approached the half-damaged skeletal horse, attempting to tame it, hoping that he might succeed in taming the creature for use as a mount, thereby allowing him to transition into a cavalryman. However, Zhao Fu discovered, to his dismay, that his taming efforts had no effect on the undead. They were impervious to such attempts, leading to his disappointment, and ultimately he had no choice but to slay it. Continuing onward, after vanquishing several waves, The skeletal forces were fully assembled, yet they posed little threat to Zhao Fu. The skeletal foes were all dispatched, leaving behind a multitude of items, primarily equipment, a handful of martial souls, and a scarce few soldier souls. At this juncture, the passage began to widen, revealing a glimmer of change, prompting Zhao Fu to exhale in relief. Having feared that it might be an endless descent, suddenly, from the darkness ahead, a blossoming flame of soul fire ignited, exuding a powerful aura that washed over the group. They hastily raised their torches to reveal a skeletal general clad in silver armor, wielding a two-handed sword, stirring back to life. The group's expressions turned grave. The skeletal general rose slowly, its hollow eye sockets fixating on Zhao Fu and his companions, emanating a chilling murderous intent that sent a shiver through the corridor. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Fu shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." Upon rising, the skeletal general began to stride toward Zhao Fu's group, prompting Zhao Fu to swiftly command the archers to loose their arrows. Whoosh, 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 arrows flew through the air with a whistling sound toward the skeletal figure. Unfazed by the incoming projectiles, the skeletal general held its sword aloft, leisurely advancing, and as the arrows approached within a meter, it raised its blade, a wisp of gray energy emanating from the sword. Sweeping it aside, bang, the arrows were deflected by an invisible force, not a single one reaching their target. Zhao Fu, drawing his flowing cloud bow, unleashed a stone-shattering arrow, imbued with a swirl of mysterious energy, which shot forth with great speed. The skeletal general merely tilted its head slightly, allowing the arrow to whiz past and embed itself in the ground, vibrating and producing a series of sounds. The skeletal general easily evaded Zhao Fu's arrow. Suddenly, it shifted and appeared in front of the shield wall, raising its sword. Clang! The sword struck the massive shield with a piercing sound, sending forth a shower of sparks, causing 5 goblin warriors to be pushed back 4 or 5 meters, leaving a deep sword mark, an inch into the shield. Witnessing the formidable strength of the skeletal general, Bai Qi and Zhao Fu wore solemn expressions, while Li Wan, having never encountered such a powerful skeletal being, turned pale. Zhao Fu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, shouted once more, "Loose the arrows." Arrows flew forth again, but the skeletal general deftly dodged them all. Appearing on the opposite side, Zhao Fu immediately commanded, "Wind blade." Lu Mei, not daring to be careless, earnestly cast the wind blade, sending a crescent-shaped gust toward the skeletal general. The skeletal general sidestepped, and the wind blade zipped past, failing to inflict any harm. Zhao Fu then declared, "Fireball." Li Wan, steeling himself and biting his tongue to remain calm, recalled that this was Zhao Fu's first time bringing him into battle, and he had graciously bestowed upon him a precious elemental orb and a martial soul. Recognizing Zhao Fu's regard for him, Li Wan could not afford to disappoint. Having joined the Qin village, Li Wan had resolved to no longer be an ordinary villager, but to follow Zhao Fu in expanding the territory of the Great Qin as a general. Initially frightened by the terrifying skeletal general, Li Wan's face had turned pale, but at this moment, he had fully regained his composure and promptly launched a fireball toward the skeletal general. The fireball soared directly at the skeletal general, catching it off guard, yet the skeletal general remained unconcerned, swinging its sword to counter. Boom! The fireball was cleaved apart, scattering into sparks. Suddenly, 2 blood-red fireballs surged in from either side. Striking the skeletal general, Zhao Fu commanded Lao Luoga to act swiftly. Bang! A tremendous explosion ensued as the 2 blood-red fireballs detonated simultaneously, generating immense destructive force, yet failing to send the skeletal general flying. It merely staggered back a few steps. Looking somewhat disheveled, "Loose the arrows," Zhao Fu commanded, and the archers raised their bows once more, unleashing a volley of arrows. The skeletal general countered with its sword, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Puff! Zhao Fu seized an opening, and an arrow struck the skeletal general's abdomen, piercing through its armor and striking its spine, causing the skeletal general to take a slight step back. The skeletal general lifted its hollow gaze toward Zhao Fu, emanating an icy murderous intent, and transformed into a shadow, charging toward Zhao Fu. Clang! A figure surged forward, drawing a sword to intercept the skeletal general. The clash of swords erupted in a shower of sparks. The figure being Bai Qi, who had been on guard. The skeletal general let out a low growl, bearing down on Bai Qi with its sword. Bai Qi's countenance turned cold. He realized that his strength was still significantly inferior to the skeletal general. Yet he refused to concede, gritting his teeth to withstand the onslaught. Retreat. Zhao Fu's command rang out from behind, and Bai Qi obeyed without hesitation, fully complying with Zhao Fu's orders. That Bai Qi stepped back. 10 goblin warriors raised their shields to encircle the skeletal general. The skeletal general momentarily paused, ready to swing its sword to break free from the encirclement. That moment, for fireballs and a wind blade struck together. As Zhao Fu, Li Wan, Lao Laoga, and Lu Mei all launched their attacks. Bang! For magical skills erupted simultaneously, particularly the blood-red fireballs from Lao Laoga and Zhao Fu, which exploded with the most force, pushing back the goblin warriors surrounding the skeletal general. The skeletal general, caught in the center, sustained considerable damage and knelt on one knee. Its sword plunged into the ground, attempting to rise once more. Suddenly, the goblin warriors parted their encirclement, and arrows rained down upon the skeletal general. Howl! After enduring several assaults, the skeletal general let out a roar, swinging its sword with force, the blade emitting a light hum as 8 arcs of gray sword energy sliced outward in all directions. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the sword energy cleaved through the air, not only severing the incoming arrows, but also sending the goblin warriors holding shields flying, their shields marked with deep gashes. Having unleashed a formidable attack, the skeletal general appeared somewhat fatigued, but at that moment, puff, an arrow pierced directly into the skeletal general's skull, penetrating it entirely. The blue flames of soul fire within its head flickered desperately for a moment before extinguishing, and the skeletal general's body collapsed into a heap of bones. Zhao Fu, with a chilling gaze, lowered his bow. Chapter 31. Soldier Symbol. Undead. Following the skeletal general's demise, 5 items dropped. Zhao Fu approached slowly, first picking up the two-handed sword wielded by the skeletal general, aware that weapons held by skeletons were typically of good quality, curious about the nature of this general's weapon. Star Cleaving Sword. Grade, Gold. Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 4, Agility 2. Description. Originally a semi-legendary weapon, the Star Cleaving Sword could not withstand the erosion of time and has become an ordinary golden weapon. Zhao Fu was not disappointed. It indeed was a golden weapon. He handed the Star Cleaving Sword to Bai Qi, whose stern countenance momentarily revealed a hint of joy. He respectfully clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Fu nodded, and then turned his attention to the skeletal general's armor. White soldier armor. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 4. Description. Originally an exquisite golden armor, the white soldier armor could not resist the ravages of time and has transformed into an ordinary silver armor. Zhao Fu passed this armor to Bai Qi, who now possessed 2 powerful pieces of equipment, significantly enhancing his attributes. Particularly his strength. It is noteworthy that while an increase in cultivation typically affords only a single point to all attributes, the Star Cleaving Sword alone granted an impressive 8 points of strength. Continuing to examine the next item, he found something resembling a soldier's soul, a glowing orb that seemed to contain the shadow of a general. General's soul. Description. The powerful essence left behind by a general upon death can be infused into the city's heart to become a guardian spirit, or incorporated into weapons for enhancement. Note: 10 general souls can be fused to create a general's artifact. 1 general soul is equivalent to 10 soldier souls. This was promising. Zhao Fu felt a flicker of excitement. Having taken another step toward the general's artifact, pondering the effects of such a fusion, the 4th item was a rectangular stone, grayish-white, with a smooth surface. Skeletal General. Class Change Stone. Description. Can transform a soldier into a skeletal general. Can be used by living beings, albeit with some side effects. Zhao Fu found himself in a state of hesitation. Firstly, to promote a warrior class to a town level, the village must upgrade to at least a small town. A standard small town can only accommodate 1 warrior, while a blue-grade town can host 2. Even a legendary grade town is limited to a mere 5 warriors. Warrior. Evaluation. Sea-level troop. Description. A commander capable of leading soldiers. Troop effect. Can transition into any 2 combat professions. The reason warriors are classified as sea-level is due to their ability to shift into 2 combat professions, thereby gaining the benefits of both. There are no restrictions on these 2 professions. One could choose 2 F-level classes or even 2 SSS-level classes. Thus, warriors are somewhat rare, Yet the skeleton warrior transformation stone carries certain side effects, potentially transforming the user directly into a skeleton. Zhao Fu contemplated the possibility of transforming into a skeleton warrior himself. He was indifferent to his appearance and believed he could adapt to being a skeleton. However, just as he was about to use it, he received the information that a lord could not transition into a warrior. Ultimately, Zhao Fu could only share the details of the transformation stone with Bai Qi. As Bai Qi was already a warrior, Zhao Fu's gaze shifted first to Lu Mei, whose aptitude was rated S level, indicating significant potential. Upon meeting Zhao Fu's gaze, Lu Mei displayed reluctance, yet should Zhao Fu insist, she could not resist. Thus, she leaned closer to Zhao Fu, wrapping her arm around his, pressing her ample bosom against him, and sweetly exclaimed, "Your Highness, look how lovely I am. I would make a splendid warm bedfellow." Lu Mei's words stemmed from her realization that Zhao Fu held no interest in her and would not take action against her. Allowing her to act with boldness, her coy demeanor sent shivers down the spines of those present, who were all too familiar with her fierce side. Observing this, Zhao Fu dismissed the idea of having Lu Mei use the transformation stone, not merely due to her playful antics, but because he did not wish to force his subordinate into an unwilling action that he intended to stow the transformation stone for future consideration. At that moment, Li Wen, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. "Your Highness, please allow me to use it." Zhao Fu was taken aback and cautioned, "You understand there are side effects. You might turn into a skeleton." Li Wen nodded earnestly and replied, "Your Highness, I am aware of that. However, my aptitude is limited and pales in comparison to General Bai Qi that I may seldom assist you in the future, hence my desire to use this transformation stone." Hearing Li Wen's earnestness, Zhao Fu sighed and handed him the transformation stone. Li Wen accepted it and chose to use it. A stream of gray energy erupted from the stone, enveloping his body. After a brief moment, the gray mist dissipated, revealing significant changes in Li Wen. He had become considerably thinner, his skin had drained of color, turning pale, and his eyes had transitioned to a grayish hue. Other than that, there were no further changes. Li Wen had successfully transitioned and respectfully saluted Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt a sense of relief as the side effects appeared to be manageable, and he nodded while examining Li Wen's attributes. Name: Li Wen. Aptitude: A. Title: Profession: Skeleton Warrior. Military achievements: Commoner, 0-200. Race: Human, half undead. Lifespan: 22-100. Loyalty: 90. Attributes: Strength, 9. Intelligence, 7. Constitution, 8. Agility, 6. Special power: Weak power of the undead. Cultivation level: First stage. Technique: Great Qin Heart Technique. Skills: Fireball, Basic Swordsmanship, Stone Shard Arrow. Equipment: Iron Armor, Iron Sword. Li Wen's attributes had changed in two aspects. Firstly, his race had become half undead, and secondly, he had acquired the power of the undead. This power was akin to the demonic power that Zhao Fu possessed, representing an energy that transcended humanity. For instance, after acquiring demonic power, even a standard orange fireball would possess a hint of crimson, enhancing its potency beyond that of an ordinary fireball. Next, Zhao Fu examined the final item dropped by the skeleton warrior, which was a bronze token, slightly rusted and cold to the touch. Troop Token Undead. Description: A token long infused with the essence of the undead, allowing command over 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers, who can be summoned into the token. This revelation brought Zhao Fu joy. Although he could only command 10 ordinary skeleton soldiers and not those of higher rank, it was still a valuable acquisition. His focus swiftly shifted to the skeleton cavalry, glancing at the massive shield wielded by the goblin warrior, which could still be utilized. Zhao Fu resolved to continue forward. After reclaiming 10 skeleton cavalry, he would conclude his endeavors for the day. Thus, they pressed on. The passage ahead gradually widened, with ethereal blue flames illuminating the surroundings. In total, there were 14 skeletons, among which were 4 skeleton cavalry. Chapter 32. The Refinement Array of Heaven and Earth. The 4 skeleton cavalry, mounted on towering skeletal steeds, charged forward, closely followed by skeleton infantry, advancing with great intensity. Facing such a formidable onslaught of skeletons, Zhao Fu remained unperturbed, raising the bronze troop token, and 4 beams of gray light shot into the skulls of the skeleton cavalry. Instantly, the skeleton cavalry halted, their heads flickering with blue soul flames. before turning to attack their fellow skeletons. The other skeleton soldiers were momentarily bewildered, unsure how their comrades had suddenly become foes that in mere moments. This group of skeleton soldiers was entirely vanquished by Zhao Fu and his companions. Continuing their exploration, they encountered 3 more waves of skeleton soldiers, and Zhao Fu successfully commanded 10 skeleton cavalry. Just as he contemplated returning, he unexpectedly spotted a glimmer of light ahead, particularly striking in the darkness of the passage. Unable to contain their curiosity, they pressed onward, gradually discovering that the passage became increasingly bright, even somewhat blinding. Shielding their eyes from the brilliance, they proceeded until they reached the end of the passage, where they discovered a vast expanse. This space soared 1,000 meters high and spanned over 30 kilometers, instilling dread as the entire area was blanketed in bones, forming a veritable sea of skeletons, comprised of countless forms from myriad races, including humans, elves, angels, orcs, demons, and innumerable others. Zhao Fu even spotted a 1,000-meter-long dragon skeleton, resembling the elongated, serpent-like dragons of the East, adorned with antlers and shimmering scales, capable of soaring through the skies without wings. What is this place? The assembled companions gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, their hearts heavy with intrigue and trepidation. At that moment, Zhao Fu noticed a colossal altar standing over 300 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide. Unable to resist, he stepped forward. "Your Highness," Bai Qi urgently cautioned, his expression grave. Acknowledging Bai Qi's warning with a nod, Zhao Fu understood that this place was extraordinary, yet he chose to approach nonetheless. He was not concerned about the bones transforming into undead. If that were the case, the entire terrifying forest would be devoid of living creatures. As Zhao Fu stepped into the sea of bones, they crumbled like decayed wood beneath his feet, producing a crisp crack. They advanced cautiously, their vigilance heightened. Eventually, they arrived at the base of the altar, where its true form became evident. The altar appeared to be constructed of jade-like stone blocks, tinted a bluish hue, with mysterious runes seemingly flowing within each brick. Exuding an aura of ancient mystery, Zhao Fu ascended the jade steps of the altar, yet nothing occurred. Discarding the notion that this was a legacy altar, the others followed suit, reaching the altar's summit. Above them lay a massive array inscribed upon the altar, surrounded by rows of jade slots, each housing a crystal-like energy stone, numbering in the thousands. Zhao Fu recognized that these energy stones contained immense power, each worth approximately 20 gold coins. Most of the stones had been depleted, with around 100 still retaining some energy. Placing his hand upon the altar, Zhao Fu received a set of information. Refinement array of heaven and earth. Description: one of the 6 formidable arrays, capable of refining all things in the world and seizing the primal force. Upon reading this information, Zhao Fu was taken aback. As one of the 6 legendary arrays, its description alone suggested immense power, capable of refining all things and claiming the primal force. Zhao Fu's thoughts immediately turned to the sea of bones surrounding them, contemplating the implications, albeit with some uncertainty. Furthermore, from his elevated position, Zhao Fu surveyed the area and discovered that this space was not limited to a single passage. Rather, there were over 1,000 passages similar to the one they had traversed. With a solemn expression, Zhao Fu declared, "We'll conclude our exploration here for today. Let no one speak of what we have encountered." The others, recognizing the gravity of Zhao Fu's demeanor, nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes." Subsequently, they returned to the surface. "Your Highness," as Zhao Fu emerged back onto solid ground, Li Si approached with an expression of joy. Zhao Fu, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, Li Si?" Li Si cupped his hands and responded, "Your Highness, we have received visitors from other races seeking to pledge their allegiance." Zhao Fu's heart filled with curiosity. What kind of other races would voluntarily come to offer their loyalty? Following Li Si, they arrived at an open area within the village, where they beheld over 30 individuals, most standing around 1.3 meters in height, with somewhat grayish skin and robust limbs, resembling the lowest tier of dwarven bloodline, gray dwarves. The diminutive gray folk, numbering approximately 20 male dwarves and a dozen or so females, alongside a few youngsters, were devoid of any elderly members. Their appearance bore the marks of hardship, suggesting they had endured a long and arduous journey. Their garments were soiled with mud and grass clippings, and many bore injuries. Upon seeing Li Si lead a young man into their midst, the gray dwarves recognized him as the lord of this domain. A middle-aged gray dwarf approached, exclaiming, "Guajolaka." Prompt: Do you accept Sauron's influence? Zhao Fu, unable to comprehend the dwarf's utterance, which was likely in their tongue, then heard a voice in his mind. Without further deliberation, Zhao Fu opted to accept. This Sauron was the middle-aged gray dwarf, and upon receiving Zhao Fu's acceptance, his face lit up with joy as he knelt on one knee. The other gray dwarves followed suit, kneeling in unison, proclaiming, "We are immensely grateful that our esteemed lord has taken us in." Rise. Zhao Fu addressed the group of gray dwarves, and they promptly stood. Sauron, what calamity has befallen you that led to this dire state? Observing their pitiful condition, Zhao Fu inquired with a furrowed brow. In response to Zhao Fu's question, Sauron, his expression twisted with anger and sorrow, replied, "My lord, we were once villagers from Kaji, 100 miles away, with a population exceeding 600 gray dwarfs. However, we were besieged by an orc tribe boasting over 5,000 members. The village of Kaji suffered countless casualties, and we are the sole survivors." Orcs. Zhao Fu was taken aback by this designation. Orcs were notoriously aggressive creatures, strong and fierce, and a typical human stood little chance against them, especially an entire tribe of 5,000. Nevertheless, Zhao Fu remained composed, for the orc tribe was currently 100 miles away and had yet to discover the existence of Daqin village. However, he did not wish to tempt fate. Thus, he immediately conferred with Bai Qi and others while Lise organized the newly arrived gray dwarves. Chapter 33. The evolution of slaughter. The orc tribe of 5,000 resided to the north and was likely a formidable settlement. Following discussions among Bai Qi and the others, they decided to avoid confrontation and refrain from exploring northward for the time being. In order to evade the orcs, they also commanded all villagers to reinforce their defenses and security. The dwarven race possessed innate blacksmithing skills. Though they were gray dwarves, they still wielded this talent, which significantly alleviated the pressure on Wang Dao, allowing Zhao Fu to produce a wealth of equipment. First, he repaired the massive shields of the 10 goblin warriors, then summoned 10 skeletal cavalry from his military tokens, inciting a wave of astonished gasps. Zhao Fu intended to forge new armor for the skeletal cavalry to enhance their defenses. These skeletal knights were formidable. With complete protection, Zhao Fu would find it challenging to vanquish them effortlessly. At that moment, a member of the reconnaissance team approached, reporting, "Your Highness, a goblin settlement has been discovered 12 miles west of Daqin village." Zhao Fu, eager to verify this, gathered his forces once more, totaling 300 troops, and proceeded westward. This goblin settlement resembled the previous one at Old Rog's village, with over 300 goblins, of which more than 200 were combat-ready. Yet the village's defenses were weak. As the sun began to set, Zhao Fu considered the goblins' hunting parties and promptly divided his forces into 4 teams to ambush the hunting goblins returning to their village, resulting in a loss of 160 goblins. At this point, the goblins had yet to sense the impending danger as nightfall approached, eagerly awaiting the return of their hunting parties laden with food. Their hopes were dashed when flaming arrows rained down unexpectedly from outside, killing many goblins on impact and setting their homes ablaze. The goblins finally realized they were under attack and rallied their remaining forces to charge toward the village entrance. Observing the goblins streaming forth, Zhao Fu noted their dwindling numbers and unleashed the 10 skeletal cavalry, who surged forward to initiate the assault. Each skeletal rider spurred their skeletal steeds onward, thundering toward the goblins. The goblins, confronted by the terrifying sight of the charging skeletal cavalry, felt a surge of fear, yet steeled themselves for the defense of their village. With a series of piercing strikes, the skeletal cavalry's long spears impaled the goblins, spraying blood and staining the ground red. The 10 skeletal riders sliced through the goblin ranks like a razor-sharp blade, cleaving the group in two, leaving chaos in their wake. The might of cavalry was on full display. Following this, Zhao Fu's infantry and shield-bearers surged forward, engaging the goblins in fierce combat. The outcome was evident. The goblins, outnumbered and demoralized by the skeletal cavalry's ferocity, faltered in spirit, recognizing the moment was ripe. Zhao Fu commanded Old Rog to persuade the goblins to surrender, and, as expected, the goblin village unanimously chose to capitulate. At this juncture, the goblin settlement was reduced to a mere 80 goblins, mostly the elderly, weak, and women and children, with only a handful of fighters remaining. With no choice but to submit, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the 10 skeletal cavalry, who, after the battle, stood beside the fallen goblins. Absorbing the gray essence emanating from the corpses, their own spectral flames flickering with newfound vigor. Is it possible to evolve through slaughter? Zhao Fu mused in astonishment. Recognizing the potential for slaughter-based evolution was a fortuitous discovery. He decided to claim the goblin settlement and facilitate its relocation. Notification of 50 battle merits and 201 experience points accompanied the successful acquisition, and Zhao Fu returned to Daqin village with several goblin corpses in tow. At the altar in the bone space, Zhao Fu set about validating his thoughts, positioning one of the goblin corpses at the center of the magical array and activating it. The array shimmered to life, enveloping the goblin body in a radiant glow as an invisible force lifted it into the air. The goblin's flesh and blood melted like wax, coalescing toward its skull. Ultimately, the goblin's body was reduced to a skeletal frame, from which a blood-red orb of light emerged, hovering above the array as it subsequently ceased operation, allowing the bones to fall back to the ground. The orb remained suspended in the air. Zhao Fu approached to investigate, receiving a set of information that elicited a smile from him as he murmured, "Let us see who can thwart the rise of the Daqin Empire." Qualification description, essence of the spirit. Usurping the potential of others. Upon use, it can enhance one's own qualification to F rank. Although Zhao Fu had anticipated the array's function to refine corpses, he never imagined it could produce a qualification orb capable of altering an individual's potential. Admittedly, this orb was only of F rank, but should he acquire a corpse with higher qualifications, such as S, SS, or even SSS ranks, the resulting orb could significantly elevate one's capabilities. Presently, all levels were low, seemingly rendering cultivation unimportant, yet the future belonged to high-tier soldiers, and acquiring such soldiers necessitated individuals of superior qualifications. "My lord, what troubles you?" Bai Qi, rarely privy to Zhao Fu's current elation, inquired with curiosity. In response, Zhao Fu presented the qualification orb, prompting Bai Qi to express his astonishment. "How can such a miraculous item exist in this world?" Zhao Fu nodded, recalling the introduction of the heavenly refinement array as one of the 6 miraculous arrays. Pondering what the other 5 might be, it is indeed a blessing for Daqin to possess such a miraculous array. Considering the future of Daqin, Bai Qi could not help but clasp his hands in congratulation to Zhao Fu. "Enough," Zhao Fu interjected, declaring, "This location is of utmost importance to Daqin. We must implement certain measures." Subsequently, Bai Qi rallied 400 men to follow Zhao Fu's orders, collapsing and sealing off various passages. Zhao Fu remained unaware of where these passages led or whether they might harbor unforeseen threats. So he deemed it prudent to temporarily seal them, with plans to explore them one by one later. The tasks over the next few days would primarily focus on this endeavor. Afterward, he briefly exited the apocalypse world, noting that the entire realm was becoming increasingly perilous, with nations, beliefs, and races clashing violently. Chapter 34, City of Holy Light. At present, the frontiers of Huaxia were rife with turmoil, with the Tsarist Empire lurking menacingly above. Incursions from the smaller nations of Yu below, threats from the 23 nations of India to the left, and provocations from Goguryeo, Beach, and Silla to the right, alongside the probing of Huaxia by the descendants of Oda Nobunaga. Led by Oda Kamikaze. In the distance, the formidable resurgence of the ancient Roman Empire loomed, with the Holy See mobilizing to establish a crusading army in the name of faith, while the legendary Western King, Arthur, and his descendant, Arthur Tina, reportedly wielded the fabled Sword of Kings. Concurrently, the establishment of the Pharaoh's realm and the rampant expansion of various tribes added to the chaos. The apocalypse world appeared in disarray, devoid of any restraint, with conflicts igniting over mere differences in nationality, faith, or race that a simple reason could incite mutual slaughter. The main city of the border system was the most intense battleground, where blood had begun to stain the ground. Unsurprisingly, Huaxia was at the epicenter of this turmoil. As the former hegemon of the East, Huaxia had made many enemies throughout history and was under constant scrutiny from countless eyes. Its territory bordered many nations, making conflict an inevitability. Zhao Fu perused several posts, each recounting the humiliations endured by the Huaxia people at the border, with some even mocking Huaxia's perceived weakness in the real world, stirring a palpable tension. This incited the wrath of the inheritors from various Huaxia nations. Zhao Yang, the inheritor of Zhao State, happened to be stationed at this very border, promptly rallying all players to annihilate 10 villages, thereby garnering immense prestige. The border has become a grim battleground, a place where it is either you who slays me today, or I who vanquishes you tomorrow, steeped in ceaseless bloodshed and darkness. A chaotic game barely commenced. Given the current state of affairs, one can only imagine the future. Upon returning to the world of Tianqi, Zhao Fu dedicated several days to blocking most of the bone space passages, leaving a few open for future exploration. Simultaneously, he ordered his men to continue surveying the vicinity of Daqing village for other settlements to annex, thereby bolstering their ranks. Such measures were imperative, for the threat posed by the 5,000-strong orc horde was formidable, should misfortune befall Daqing village and they be discovered. Zhao Fu would lack the means to withstand the onslaught of 5,000 orcs. Entering the research chamber, Zhao Fu noted the lack of updates regarding the teleportation array, deciding to momentarily set it aside to investigate skills capable of assessing the quality of corpses. Though lords possessed the ability to ascertain the qualifications of their subjects, it remained an impossibility for those outside their domain. With the acquisition of the Heavenly Refinement Array, this skill became exceptionally significant. As he stepped into the research room, he was greeted by Bai Shan, who approached him with a radiant expression, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we have successfully developed the teleportation array." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a surge of joy and immediately commanded the construction of a teleportation array beside the village hall. This was merely a rudimentary array, capable of transporting only 2 to 3 individuals at a time, with more advanced versions yet to be researched. Nevertheless, the current array sufficed for Zhao Fu's needs, prompting him to direct Bai Shan and the others to continue their studies on skills that could reveal the quality of corpses. With the teleportation array now in place, Zhao Fu altered his plans, intending to visit the system's main city. Once the teleportation array was established, it could connect to the main city's array, allowing direct transport. He summoned Bai Qi, bringing along the 236 silver coins he had accumulated over the past few days, as well as several blue-quality weapons to avoid the embarrassment of encountering valuable items without the means to procure them. Standing upon the teleportation array, Zhao Fu selected an option: City of Holy Light, Forest of Warriors, City of the Arcane Tree. After a moment's contemplation, he and Bai Qi donned black cloaks to obscure their appearances. For Zhao Fu wished to keep their identities hidden. Considering the undead within the passage, he chose the City of Holy Light that a wave of dizziness washed over them, and soon Zhao Fu and Bai Qi found themselves on a vast platform. Surrounded by heavy crossbows and guarded by formidable soldiers, ready to deactivate the teleportation array and eliminate any intruders should the need arise. Glancing around, the duo made their way to the bustling streets, where wide thoroughfares were lined with shops, teeming with people. In addition, an intriguing sight caught their attention: players setting up stalls, hawking various equipment and skills, most of which were rather mundane. Zhao Fu, intrigued by his surroundings, decided to explore the system city before making any purchases. As he wandered along the street, he realized that the City of Holy Light was truly immense, rivaling the fortified cities of antiquity, capable of accommodating over 1 million inhabitants without difficulty. Traversing it on foot would likely take days. Upon reaching the quest distribution center, he observed 5 stone tablets, each 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide, displaying quests of varying levels. The tasks were categorized into 5 tiers: simple, ordinary, difficult, extremely difficult, and hellish. Ordinary tasks primarily involved gathering materials or assisting individuals, simple enough that native residents could post them for a few copper coins. The first tablet was surrounded by eager individuals, all vying for tasks, as a single copper coin could now be worth 10 yuan, making even a handful of copper coins more valuable than their wages, thus attracting many ordinary folk to invest their time in the Tianqi world. The second ordinary task tablet also drew a crowd, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to squeeze in. The third tablet, designated for difficult tasks, saw a significant reduction in participants, with quests centered around slaying various alien leaders or seeking rare materials. Zhao Fu approached the 5th tablet, marked for hellish tasks, intrigued by the quests listed there. 1. Slay Six-Eyed Demon Serpent. Task description: the six-eyed demon serpent dwells in the depths of the terrifying forest, a lord-level creature possessing despair-inducing power. Reward: 100,000 merit points, 1 piece of legendary equipment. 2. Slay Orc Kaji. Task description: Orc Kaji is a small city-level lord located to the north of the terrifying forest, commanding over 40,000 orcs. Reward, 50,000 merit points, 1 piece of semi-legendary equipment. 3. Locate, Holy Source Fruit. Task description. Holy Source Fruit is a 7th-tier spiritual herb capable of healing all wounds and enhancing qualifications. Reward, 20,000 merit points, 1 piece of golden equipment. Upon reviewing these tasks, it was evident that the six-eyed demon serpent, was likely the most formidable boss in the terrifying forest, perhaps even too daunting for the system's main city to confront. The second task, slaying Orchestrating, was likewise improbable, given the sheer number of orcs. Zhao Fu now understood why there was no system main city to the north of the terrifying forest. It was simply too dangerous. The third task relied entirely on luck, as one might stumble upon it fortuitously. Yet Zhao Fu found the reward for the third task unappealing, especially since Bai Qi already possessed a piece of golden-level weaponry, diminishing its allure. Upon concluding his assessment of the tasks, Zhao Fu intended to visit a shop to procure some items before returning to Daqin village when a sudden gasp caught his attention. Turning to see a strikingly beautiful woman, her features exquisitely delicate and her figure gracefully alluring, clad in a light green dress that exuded a fragile charm, drawing forth a desire to protect her. Her identity was evidently of significance, as she was accompanied by a retinue of individuals, some tasked with her protection and others from her family, each exuding an air of distinction in the Tianqi world. It was clear that the aristocracy reigned supreme, leaving ordinary folk unable to compete. Meanwhile, a flamboyant young man, spotting the woman, called out joyously, "Rower!" He approached, flanked by a few ruffians, positioning himself just to the left of Zhao Fu and Bai Qi. Upon seeing the exuberant youth, the woman, known as Rower, slightly furrowed her brow. The ruffians, upon recognizing their young master's arrival, attempted to shove past Zhao Fu and Bai Qi, their demeanor brazen, as they barked, "Get out of the way! How dare you commoners obstruct our young master?" Bai Qi let out a cold snort. While he could tolerate insults directed at himself, he could not abide the affront to Zhao Fu, the future sovereign of Daqin. As the ruffians attempted to push Zhao Fu aside, Bai Qi acted swiftly, delivering a punch that sent one of them flying several meters, subsequently dispatching the others with a few decisive blows. The flamboyant young man, witnessing Bai Qi's prowess, turned to him in fear, threatening, "I am the second young master of the Zhou family. If you dare lay a finger on me, you will meet a most dreadful fate." Without hesitation, Bai Qi kicked the brash youth away. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sight of the flamboyant young man being bested, their hearts swelling with satisfaction, as they had often suffered his arrogance. They wondered, who are these cloaked figures that even the Zhou family dares not confront? Zhao Fu, observing Bai Qi's ferocity, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He knew Bai Qi was more suited for leading troops into battle. Yet he had no choice but to cultivate him as a formidable warrior for the time being. For his attributes were exceptional, he anticipated that once Daqin flourished, Bai Qi would undoubtedly become a general commanding a great army. Hearing the flamboyant youth's words, Zhao Fu surmised he belonged to one of the powerful families residing in the city of Holy Light, where dueling was strictly prohibited. The guards would soon intervene. Initially, they would be first-tier soldiers, yet they too would cultivate and rise in level. Zhao Fu wished to avoid any trouble and called out, "Stand down." "Yes, Your Highness." Bai Qi instinctively cupped his fist in acknowledgement. However, his response startled the nearby woman and several family scions, for they understood the significance of such a title. Only those who had inherited the legacy of a nation were addressed as Your Highness, while mere aristocrats were referred to as Young Master. No wonder they dared to brazenly confront members of the Zhou family. They evidently held no regard for them, and it was likely that the Zhou family would soon come to offer apologies to At that moment. As Zhao Fu intended to depart with Bai Qi, a soft voice called from behind, "Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" Zhao Fu turned to face the woman, who had introduced herself as Jiang Ro, and inquired gently, "What is it?" Stepping closer with a gentle smile, she said, "I am Jiang Ro, a disciple of the Jiang family. I wonder if I might have the honor of making your acquaintance." Understanding that she was undoubtedly a person of considerable heritage, likely the next head of her family, Zhao Fu recognized that such individuals were typically sought after for alliances. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to now." While he was not particularly fond of the aristocracy, he certainly acknowledged the courtesy extended to him. "May I know your name?" Jiang Ro felt a tinge of disappointment at Zhao Fu's rejection, yet her curiosity compelled her to inquire about Zhao Fu's background, particularly his heritage present, whether it be the city of Holy Light, the city of the Demon Tree, or the Forest of Warriors. Each was merely dominated by a handful of noble families. The emergence of a family with a national legacy would undoubtedly alter the precarious balance within the Forest of Terror. Zhao Fu, contemplating the situation, refrained from disclosing his full name, merely revealing his surname, Zhao, before hastily departing. Subsequently, the news of a national heir appearing in the city of Holy Light spread throughout the Forest of Terror. Although the teleportation arrays between the main system cities were not interconnected, player villages possessed teleportation arrays that allowed passage to any of the three main system cities. Consequently, several noble families from the Forest of Warriors and the city of the Demon Tree soon became aware of this development. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi arrived at a shop. "Boss, what Holy Light skills do you have?" Upon seeing potential customers, the shopkeeper's face lit up with delight, presenting 3 skills for Zhao Fu's selection. The first was an F-grade skill, Holy Light Technique, the most basic of Holy Light magic. While it merely felt like a bright flash when used on humans, it had the effect of burning and repelling demons and undead. Priced at 20 silver coins. Observing this, Zhao Fu found it excessively expensive, considering that ordinary F-grade physical skills could be acquired for merely a few copper coins, yet this particular skill cost 20 silver coins, equivalent to 2,000 copper coins. A staggering markup of over 100 times that a glance revealed that the nearby F-grade fireball skill was priced at 1 gold coin, leaving Zhao Fu at a loss for words. The second skill was an F-grade, Holy Light Bullet, which resembled the fireball in appearance and had an explosive effect, albeit with slightly lesser power, yet it dealt double damage to demons and undead. Priced at 70 silver coins, the third skill was a C-grade Holy Hall Seal, which, upon use, would manifest a sun-like mark on the user's palm, capable of inflicting tremendous damage upon foes, priced at 30 gold coins. Upon seeing the price of the third skill, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. Even if noble families could convert real money into copper coins, receiving a few thousand copper coins in a day would be quite an achievement. Yet now the cost was a staggering 30 gold coins, equivalent to 300,000 copper coins, an amount that no noble family could afford. Thus, Zhao Fu reluctantly abandoned the idea and shifted his focus to the first 2 skills. Ultimately, he purchased 20 Holy Light Techniques and 5 Holy Light Bullets, totaling 750 silver coins. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had prepared in advance, bringing along blue weapons. Otherwise, he would have been financially constrained with such a large acquisition of skills. The shop's inventory was quickly dwindling. Subsequently, they arrived at the teleportation array in the city of Holy Light. Zhao Fu extended his hand, and the array presented a teleportation option, displaying only Daqin Village. The teleportation arrays in other villages had chosen to remain hidden. If one opted for a public teleportation array, others could directly teleport to their village, and Zhao Fu naturally chose to keep his teleportation array concealed. Additionally, while entering a system city via teleportation incurred no costs, using the system city's teleportation to exit required 20 copper coins, which would be automatically deducted by the system. Without funds, one could not utilize it. Chapter 36. The hunt. Upon returning to Daqin Village, Zhao Fu gathered his troops once more. This time, the team expanded by 5 members, comprising both males and females, all possessing commendable intelligence attributes, totaling 35 individuals. Of course, this count did not include Lu Mei and her group. Zhao Fu first assigned 10 goblin warriors and 10 infantry to employ the Holy Light Technique, leading the charge. With a shield wall formed by the goblin warriors, they could effectively hide behind the sturdy defenses while utilizing the Holy Light Technique in a cautious manner. As for the archers, due to the casting distance, they were not included in this initial deployment. Now, with the archers having practiced martial soul, their archery skills had become remarkably sharp. If they encountered skeletons unprepared, they could almost shoot through their skulls with each arrow. The 5 new recruits were instructed to learn the Holy Light Bullet. Next came the moment of validation. They ventured into an unblocked passage, cautiously progressing along the darkened path. Before long, a dozen skeletons stirred to life. Brandishing weapons and charging at Zhao Fu and his team, the goblins and infantry remained calm, erecting their shield wall before unleashing the Holy Light Technique. Blinding beams of white light struck the skeleton soldiers, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from their forms as they recoiled in anguish. Another barrage of blinding white light struck them again, leading to another round of wails as their combat effectiveness plummeted by a third. The once dark passage was now illuminated as brightly as day, almost painfully so at that moment. 5 radiant spheres of light soared from behind the shield wall, landing amidst the retreating skeleton horde. Bang, bang, bang. The light spheres detonated upon impact, releasing a torrent of blinding white light. The majority of the skeletons let out a collective wail before crumbling into a heap of bones, with the few remaining skeletons now significantly weakened, swiftly dispatched by several infantrymen wielding iron hammers. With the skeleton soldiers posing little threat, the battle became a rout in favor of Zhao Fu's side. They continued to advance, effortlessly dispatching several waves of foes. Even encountering a skeletal captain, which only caused minor inconvenience, Zhao Fu's team did not even need to intervene, as the soldiers swiftly eliminated it. After some consideration, Zhao Fu entrusted the ongoing matters to Li Wan, instructing him to continue the exploration and notify him should they encounter skeletal generals, while he and Bai Qi returned to the surface to handle other affairs. Zhao Fu, having acquired the entirety of martial soul, generously allocated it to his soldiers. With the earthly refinement array now in place, there was no longer any concern regarding aptitude issues. Upon returning to the surface, Zhao Fu, accompanied by Xiao Hui and his team, personally undertook a reconnaissance of the surrounding area, hoping to discover some villages to assimilate, thereby bolstering Deqin village's manpower. Currently, the combined military strength of all Zhao Fu's villages was still under 500, rendering them incapable of confronting the orc tribe. Leaving behind a contingent for regular defense, Zhao Fu led 300 soldiers on their expedition. With Xiao Hui's keen sense of smell, they could surely locate a village as long as any trace of scent remained. Now, Xiao Hui was prowling along the ground, sniffing diligently. As a former wolf king, this behavior was entirely faithful to Zhao Fu, who followed closely beside. Wu. Suddenly, Xiao Hui seemed to catch a scent, growling lowly before looking up at Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu nodded. Receiving the command, Xiao Hui sprang forward, with Zhao Fu shouting for the others to follow. They began to run, trailing behind Xiao Hui until they reached a hillside overlooking a village below. This village appeared to be of intermediate status, boasting a population of over 600, yet its defenses were notably weak, and its management somewhat chaotic. The buildings were poorly planned, with fields scattered haphazardly, indicating a lord lacking in administrative prowess. Zhao Fu furrowed his brow, contemplating how to seize this village. Its defenses were indeed feeble, but there were no apparent vulnerabilities to exploit. Poisoning was not an option, as they did not share communal meals or engage in extensive hunting. That a direct assault would surely incur significant losses. For the time being, he decided to wait. As the sky grew darker, he sought a concealed spot to set up camp, planning to reassess the situation the following day. That night, although the moon was absent, the sky sparkled with countless stars, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight beneath the cosmic river. However, Zhao Fu had no leisure to admire this spectacle. He furrowed his brow and asked, Bai Qi, what is your perspective on the matter? Bai Qi pondered for a moment before responding. If we cannot find any weaknesses, we may have to wait until around 3 or 4 in the morning, when the villagers are at their most fatigued, to launch a night raid. The village's defenses are still somewhat lacking, so the chances of success are quite high. After hearing Bai Qi's assessment, Zhao Fu nodded in agreement. If no alternative presented itself, a strong assault would be their only option. As dawn broke, the sun gradually ascended the horizon, heralding the arrival of a new day. Zhao Fu rose early, observing the village below. After a while, a burly man with a rugged appearance, wielding a large knife and carrying a bow on his back, departed the village with about a dozen similarly equipped individuals, seemingly setting out to hunt. Zhao Fu gathered his soldiers. Big Tiger, today we must bring back a large wild boar for everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. A youthful voice exclaimed cheerfully to the burly man. The man, known as Big Tiger, responded with a hearty laugh. Sure, not just one wild boar, but even 3. Big Tiger will catch them for you. The youth gazed at Big Tiger with admiration, saying, I believe in you. Big Tiger, you are the strongest in our village. If you can't do it, then no one can. Big Tiger's spirit soared further at the youth's words, eliciting a loud laugh, but his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he scanned the surrounding foliage. Noticing Big Tiger's sudden change in demeanor, the youth inquired, What's wrong, Big Tiger? With his eyes fixed intently ahead, Big Tiger murmured, there are enemies. The others, hearing his words, immediately became alert, gathering closely and scanning their surroundings. Yet they could discern nothing amiss. Many began to suspect that Big Tiger had misjudged the situation, turning to him for clarification. Sir, no need to hide. I have already spotted you. At this, Big Tiger shouted loudly. Zhao Fu, upon hearing this, recognized that although the group had not fully entered the encirclement, escape was no longer an option. Thus, he led his men to reveal themselves. Big Tiger and his companions observed the rustling grass. And one by one, goblins wielding crossbows, archers drawing their bows, and soldiers emerged, leaving their faces pale with fear. Who are you, sir? Why are you targeting the people of our Dahu village? The burly man's complexion turned pale, although he sensed danger. He never anticipated such a multitude. Faced with a barrage of arrows aimed at him and his companions, escape seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 37. The fierce general in a ruthless world governed by the law of the jungle. The question of why he was being attacked seemed somewhat ludicrous. Nevertheless, Zhao Fu replied, I am here for your village. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Fu turned his head and commanded, leave a few alive. The archers, obeying the order, prepared to release their arrows. The burly man turned ashen and exclaimed, I am Zhang Dao, the village chief of Dahu village. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu was taken aback. He had not expected the imposing figure before him to be the village chief. He immediately ordered, stand down. Zhang Dahu, relieved, realized that if Zhao Fu's well-equipped and formidable forces attacked Dao village, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. At that moment, Zhao Fu scrutinized Zhang Dao, contemplating how to leverage this significant pawn to win over Dahu village. Why do you wish to take our village? Zhang Dahu asked earnestly. His gaze fixed on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu, seeing no need for concealment, answered plainly, to defend against the 5,000 orcs from 100 miles away. What? 5,000 orcs? The words left Zhang Dahu and his companions in shock. As the original inhabitants, they were all too aware of the terror that the orcs posed. Orcs typically left no survivors, slaughtering humans on sight. If a tribe of 5,000 orcs descended upon Dahu village, not a single soul would remain. Observing Zhao Fu's well-trained soldiers, it seemed plausible that they could indeed withstand the orc threat. Joining forces with them might not be a bad idea, especially since Zhang Dahu was not particularly adept at management. Yet, simply joining seemed to undermine Dahu village's dignity. Perhaps cooperation could be an alternative. With this in mind, Zhang Dahu sought to test Zhao Fu's strength, while simultaneously showcasing his own. He pointed to one of Zhao Fu's companions and declared, Dahu village will not easily pledge allegiance to anyone. I see that fellow next to you. He seems capable if he defeats me. I shall join your village if you lose. We will cooperate to fend off the orcs, and you must provide us with equipment. That fellow, Zhao Fu, perplexed by Zhang Dao's words, turned to see that he was referring to Bai Qi. Unable to suppress a smile, he thought, this guy dares to call Bai Qi little pretty boy and challenges him to a duel? How foolish. After considering the situation, he realized that regardless of the outcome, there were benefits to be gained, and thus he nodded in agreement, confident that Bai Qi would emerge victorious. Zhang Dahu set aside his bow, drew his great sword, and called out to the approaching Bai Qi, little pretty boy, be careful. If you get hurt, don't blame me. Hearing the burly man's words, Zhao Fu, aware of Bai Qi's prowess, could only mourn silently for Zhang Dahu. There was no need to speculate about the outcome of the duel. The duel commenced. The burly man raised his great sword and charged at Bai Qi with ferocity. Bai Qi, however, remained calm and motionless. Just as the great sword was about to strike him, a flash of sword light appeared. Clang! The sound of steel clashing erupted as Zhang Dahu felt a tremendous force impact his blade, nearly causing him to lose his grip as it was sent flying. In the next instant, a glimmer of cold light shone as Bai Qi's sword lunged toward Zhang Da's throat. Hastily, he blocked with his great sword, but Bai Qi swiftly executed a spinning kick that sent the burly man crashing to the ground. Zhang Dahu, refusing to yield, scrambled to his feet and charged at Bai Qi once more, only to be subdued again in mere moments. Bewildered, Zhang Dahu pondered his own strength. He was confident in his abilities, believing that without him, Dahu village would have been obliterated by other tribes long ago. Yet here he was, bested by a seemingly delicate figure. Wait, I concede. After a while, Zhang Dahu had lost his sword, and Bai Qi, uninterested in using his blade, resorted to delivering several punches to the burly man's face. Zhang Dahu felt the sting of defeat and knew he had lost, so he admitted his defeat. Upon hearing Zhang Da's concession, Bai Qi ceased his assault and returned to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu could not help but smile. Zhang Dahu had dug his own grave and jumped in, only to be thoroughly beaten after calling Bai Qi little pretty boy. Now that you have lost. Do you recall what you said earlier? Zhao Fu approached Zhang Dahu, suppressing his amusement. With a sigh, Zhang Dahu knelt on one knee and clasped his fists, proclaiming, "A bet is a bet. I submit to you." "My lord," Zhao Fu received a prompt, offering him the choice to accept Dahu village's surrender that he chose to accept, gaining 100 military merits. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Fu examined Zhang Da's attributes that name. Zhang Dahu qualification. SS title, non-occupation. Militia military merit. Citizen, 24,500 race. Human lifespan, 31, 100 loyalty. 60 attributes. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 6. Constitution, 10. Agility, 8. Cultivation level, 0. Stage techniques. None skills. Basic swordsmanship equipment. Cloth garments, cloth shoes, rough pants. After reviewing Zhang Da's attributes, Zhao Fu was astonished to discover his SS qualification. Despite lacking any techniques and only possessing a basic skill as a militia. However, he appeared quite formidable. Should he join Daqin village and receive various enhancements, Zhang Da's strength would multiply, potentially elevating him to the status of a fierce general. Meanwhile, the once peaceful Du village was thrown into disarray upon receiving a prompt in their minds. Fortunately, Zhang Dahu hurried back to calm the populace, restoring order. However, Zhao Fu's party of 300 soldiers, clad in iron armor, along with goblins and gremlins, instilled a sense of fear among the villagers, who were wary of outsiders. Zhao Fu arrived at the village chief's hall in Dahu village, where he examined the village's attributes and felt slightly disappointed that it was merely of ordinary quality, and it seemed Dahu village had only recently upgraded to a middle-tier settlement. Dahu village was located 15 miles from Daqin village. A considerable distance. Zhao Fu planned to incorporate all the residents of Dahu village into Daqin village to fill the demographic gap. Choose to migrate the village. You have gained 540 experience points. This migration yielded the highest experience yet, given the middle-tier status of Dahu village. The loss incurred by the transition from a middle-tier to a lower-tier settlement was substantial. However, with Dahu village so far away, any incident could leave Daqin village unable to respond in time, necessitating the migration. Several hours later, Zhao Fu returned to Daqin village with the large group. The people of Dahu village witnessed the might of Daqin village and felt a sense of relief. Knowing their safety was secured, Zhang Dahu, observing the orderly and systematic development of Daqin village, felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his own Dahu village paled in comparison, with the addition of 600 new inhabitants. The total population rose to 1,340. Considering the orc threat, Zhao Fu promptly promoted 300 soldiers, allowing him to command a total of 600 soldiers as for Zhang Dao. Zhao Fu did not shortchange him. He allowed him to promote himself, then bestowed upon him a martial spirit, a silver-grade great sword, and a piece of blue-grade armor. Receiving such bountiful rewards brought Zhang Dahu immense joy, and his loyalty significantly increased. Chapter 38. The horse with 600 soldiers now. Not including those who had slain skeletons in the Great Rift and some defensive troops, the total number of soldiers amounted to 720, marking a significant increase in strength. However, against the 5,000 orcs, this was still insufficient. The newly joined 300 soldiers would undergo rigorous training under Bai Qi in Daqin village, while Zhao Fu continued to explore the terrifying forest with his men during the ensuing days. Zhao Fu scoured a 20-mile radius around Daqin village but found no other settlements. However, he did discover a small iron mine, which was a small consolation amidst the lack of other resources, leaving him somewhat disappointed. After resting in Daqin village, Zhao Fu set out again with 600 soldiers to explore areas beyond the 20-mile radius. Zhao Hui continued to sniff around the ground, but no discoveries had been made in recent days, adding to its stress, while Zhao Fu trailed close behind. Ow, ow. Suddenly, Zhao Hui caught a whiff of something and growled at Zhao Fu, awaiting his command. Once Zhao Fu issued the order, Zhao Hui dashed off at lightning speed. Zhao Fu and his men followed closely behind. After running for a while, Zhao Fu felt a surge of excitement upon discovering hoofprints on the ground. From the outset, he had been searching for traces of horses. And after an extensive search, he had finally found a lead. Zhao Fu's face lit up with enthusiasm as he continued to follow Xiao Hui, ultimately spotting a dozen majestic black horses grazing on a flat meadow. These horses were tall and powerful, their coats and manes entirely black, while their eyes bore a hint of green, lending them an air of mystery. After a brief investigation, Zhao Fu gathered information about these horses. Black Forest Horse description: a breed of horse that inhabits forests, known for its remarkable stamina and agility in overcoming obstacles. Upon reading about the Black Forest Horse, Zhao Fu deemed them suitable as war horses. However, he realized that taming them would require a different approach than the method he had used to capture the green bulls. Firstly, these horses were treasures, and secondly, their legs were not as sturdy as those of bulls. Horses spook easily and can run at incredible speeds, making the previous method inappropriate, as it could easily lead to injury. After much contemplation, the only recourse left was to resort to traditional methods. Employing lassos primarily to ensnare the necks of the horses. This technique is the most prevalent in the real world and offers the greatest protection for the steeds. However, it does require a modicum of skill. Observing that the herd of over a dozen Black Forest horses had not yet noticed their presence, Zhao Fu selected a group of a dozen soldiers with somewhat better agility to practice first. With only these few individuals to rely on, bringing more would likely lead to detection, and one must not underestimate any creature. After several minutes of training, the soldiers grasped their ropes, crouched low, and stealthily approached. The plan progressed smoothly, yet when it came time to throw the lasso, it proved less than effective. The reason being the heightened vigilance of the Black Forest horses. Only 8 were successfully caught, leaving 7 still free. Once startled, the horses bolted swiftly, and the captured 8 also sought to escape, their strength nearly dragging one soldier along. Fortunately, there were still soldiers nearby who had not caught a horse. In pairs, they pulled on the ropes with all their might, managing to slow the horses down, albeit still being towed along. The might of these Black Forest horses was indeed formidable. Zhao Fu immediately commanded others to assist, while he mounted Xiao Hui, who now resembled a fierce tiger in stature, possessing enough strength to carry Zhao Fu at a swift pace. Having finally encountered the horses, Zhao Fu was determined not to let the others that had fled escape his grasp. Clinging to Xiao Hui, who was also quick and had a keen sense of smell, he followed the scent trail left by the Black Forest horses in fervent pursuit. After a while, Zhao Fu halted Xiao Hui upon hearing the distant whinnies of many horses, which filled him with delight that he cautiously approached to investigate. Before him lay a vast meadow, nearly 6,000 meters in expanse, where approximately 300 Black Forest horses frolicked and chased one another. What thrilled Zhao Fu most was a stone platform in the center of the field, upon which stood a horse-shaped stone sculpture. This was undoubtedly the nest. Without delay, Zhao Fu rode back on Xiao Hui to summon all the soldiers to this location. Upon witnessing such a multitude of Black Forest horses, Bai Qi could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "The time has come for the Qin to form its cavalry." Zhang Dahua laughed heartily, declaring, "I want to find a war horse that belongs to me." However, Zhang Dahua's voice was somewhat loud, nearly startling the herd, drawing all eyes upon him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, promising to be more discreet next time. Lumei excitedly leaned in and said, "I too wish to find my own horse." The sudden sight of so many Black Forest horses ignited a thrill among the group. And now the challenge lay in how to capture this herd. Although Zhao Fu had a considerable number of men at his disposal, a direct charge was out of the question, that a headlong rush would surely provoke an attack from the herd, forcing Zhao Fu's side to retaliate, resulting in casualties he wished to avoid. Moreover, these 300-plus Black Forest horses were not merely 300 wolves. The danger posed by such a large group was immense, and Zhao Fu was well aware of the potential for significant losses. His gaze shifted to the nest, where a horse of colossal size, twice that of an ordinary Black Forest horse, stood, its coat jet black and its physique robust. A short horn protruded from its forehead. This was the king of the Black Forest horses. In social species, controlling the leader equates to controlling the entire group, yet the Black Forest horse king remained among its herd. Refusing to reveal itself, Zhao Fu pondered a strategy to lure it out that he focused his attention on Xiao Hui, affectionately rubbing its head. Xiao Hui, blissfully unaware of Zhao Fu's ulterior motives, nuzzled against him contentedly. With a hint of amusement, Zhao Fu said, "Xiao Hui, why not provoke the Black Forest Horse King, challenging it to a duel of kings, thus drawing it out?" Upon hearing Zhao Fu's suggestion, Xiao Hui took a few steps back, displaying reluctance. Despite being the Wolf King, facing over 300 black forest horses was an obviously perilous endeavor, an act of folly it would not entertain. Observing this, Zhao Fu chuckled softly, producing a small vial from his possession, extracting 2 tiny pills and feeding them to Xiao Hui while reassuring, "Do not worry. If danger arises, retreat. I shall ensure your safety." Xiao Hui swallowed the pills and, after a moment's contemplation, reluctantly complied. Dai Ti then leapt forward, charging toward the herd of black forest horses. A whoop! Its resounding howl echoed across the expanse, emanating the commanding presence of a wolf king as it strode toward the herd. As Xiao Hui's howl reverberated, the herd suddenly halted, turning their attention toward it. Ooh! Xiao Hui growled lowly, issuing a provocative challenge to the black forest horse king. In response to Xiao Hui's taunt, the previously reclining black forest horse king rose elegantly, its gaze fixed intently on Xiao Hui, issuing a long whinny. Just when Zhao Fu believed the plan was on the verge of success, the black forest horse king did not advance. Instead, the entire herd of over 300 black forest horses charged as if commanded, their synchronized gallop shaking the ground with an awe-inspiring momentum. Xiao Hui, startled, fled at a breakneck pace. Thankfully, it had anticipated this and was swift enough to avoid being trampled into the ground. Returning to Zhao Fu's side, Xiao Hui emitted a series of disgruntled growls. Zhao Fu, feeling somewhat sheepish, laughed awkwardly and offered it another pill for comfort, marking the plan's failure. Now, there was a need to rethink the strategy. And Zhao Fu fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he redirected his gaze to Xiao Hui. Sensing Zhao Fu's intent, Xiao Hui, having learned from its previous experience, instinctively prepared to flee, unable to suppress a smile. Zhao Fu grasped its tail, saying, "Xiao Hui, where do you think you're going? Fear not. This time, you won't have to fight. Simply act as the commander." Zhao Fu then outlined his new plan to Xiao Hui. After hearing Zhao Fu's strategy, Xiao Hui barked several affirmations, signaling its agreement. Zhao Fu's plan entailed utilizing Xiao Hui to instruct 6 ordinary gray wolves, who had accompanied him, to feign an attack on the black forest horses, thereby gradually luring the herd out. The remaining soldiers readied themselves, forming a surrounding circle. With preparations complete, the plan commenced. A whoa, a whoa, a whoa. The 6 gray wolves burst forth from the forest, simulating an attack. The black forest horses, viewing the approaching wolves with disdain, were not inclined to mobilize the entire herd against a mere handful of wolves. Only about 20 or so broke off to charge at the gray wolves. The wolves, sensing their precarious position, promptly turned tail and fled. The black forest horses, seeing the wolves retreat, initially ceased their pursuit, returning to the herd. A whoa, a whoa, a whoa. The gray wolves halted, howling fiercely, displaying their ferocity, before turning back toward the 20 or so black forest horses, seemingly intent on inflicting harm. Yet, faced with such provocation, the black forest horses once more charged, determined to trample the wolves. Observing the oncoming horses, the wolves again turned to flee, exhibiting a cunning demeanor. Moments later, the speed of the black forest horses, fueled by rage, surged as they closed the distance on the fleeing wolves. Suddenly, ropes shot forth from the grass, ensnaring the necks of the black forest horses. Panic ensued as the captured horses struggled to break free. However, the soldiers who threw the lassos quickly secured the ropes to nearby trees. In a startling turn, 3 unensnared black forest horses attempted to escape. In the blink of an eye, countless ropes flew forth, ensnaring these 2 horses. With over 20 black forest horses captured, Zhao Fu felt a surge of elation. Soon, once the horses were exhausted, taming them would commence. Continuing with this method, the gray wolves howled once more as they charged from the forest. The black forest horses, lacking the intelligence to discern the earlier tactics, again dispatched over 20 of their number to confront the wolves. Yet another 20 black forest horses fell into captivity. After several repetitions of this strategy, its effectiveness waned. Only 100 or so black forest horses remained, all now acutely aware of the danger. They were no fools. The sudden disappearance of so many of their kin had raised suspicions. A whoop! A colossal howl erupted as Xiao Hui emerged once more from the forest. This time, it bore no trace of the previous cowardice. Instead, a semblance of a human-like grin adorned its face, exuding confidence. The Black Forest Horse King glared at Zhao Fu with a hint of fury, recognizing the wolf's previous trickery, with a long whinny. The Black Forest horses surged forward, the king leading the charge, intent on crushing the audacious wolf. Zhao Fu, witnessing the oncoming stampede of over 100 horses, displayed a complete lack of courage and fled. The Black Forest Horse King pursued relentlessly. Yet, in the next moment, ropes flew forth, ensnaring the necks of the Black Forest horses, including that of the king. Chaos erupted within the herd. Hiss! The Black Forest Horse King whinnied loudly, leaping high as it dragged 5 soldiers who clung to the ropes along with it. Another lasso landed upon the king's neck, and Bai Chi finally took action. However, despite the combined efforts of the 5 soldiers and Bai Chi, the Black Forest Horse King continued to drag them forward with sheer force. The strength of this Black Forest Horse King is truly remarkable. A series of ropes were launched in unison, ensnaring the neck of the Black Forest Horse King. 30 soldiers, alongside Bai Chi and Zhang Dahu, finally managed to halt the formidable beast. Despite being bound by the ropes, the Black Forest Horse King struggled fiercely. While the onlookers exerted their utmost strength to maintain their hold, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Zhao Fu, however, chose to ignore this scene for the moment, focusing instead on subduing the ordinary Black Forest horses before shifting his attention to the king. At this point, the Black Forest Horse King continued to resist vigorously. Zhao Fu remained unhurried, patiently waiting for several hours until the creature finally collapsed, panting heavily on the ground. Only then did Zhao Fu approach and attempt to tame it. But the outcome mirrored that of taming Zhao Hui. The king remained obstinately defiant. At this juncture, Zhao Hui scampered to Zhao Fu's side and nuzzled against him, as if to suggest a solution. Intrigued, Zhao Fu permitted it to proceed. Zhao Hui dashed over and emitted a low growl toward the Black Forest Horse King, the meaning of which remained unclear. The king, however, merely turned its head away. Dismissing Zhao Hui entirely, undeterred, Zhao Hui approached and struck the king's head with its paw several times. This provoked an immediate reaction. The Black Forest Horse King, angered, attempted to rise and retaliate against Zhao Hui. Unfortunately for it, exhaustion had taken its toll, and with numerous ropes still binding its neck, it was no match for Zhao Hui. The horse's face bore several scratches inflicted by Zhao Hui, which had even taken a few bites out of it. Observing this, Zhao Fu recognized it as Zhao Hui's retribution for the relentless chase it had endured earlier. He chuckled and called Zhao Hui to a halt, then approached the Black Forest Horse King once more, locking eyes with it as he extended his hand and declared, "This is your final opportunity. Surrender to me, or I shall have no choice but to end your life." With that, Zhao Fu unleashed his taming ability, a radiant glow emanating from his palm to envelop the king's form. The Black Forest Horse King gazed at Zhao Fu with its emerald eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. Chapter 40. Return to Ancestry. Notification. You have successfully tamed the Black Forest Horse King. Notification. Capturing a leader-level creature grants you 50 battle merits. Ultimately, the Black Forest Horse King chose to yield, and Zhao Fu felt a surge of joy at his success. He opened the attributes of the king. Black Forest Horse King. Leader. Level. For qualification. S attributes. Strength. 10. Intelligence. 9. Agility. 21. Constitution. 14 skills. Horse King's Intimidation. Can instill fear or even compel submission in all ordinary horses. Nightmare Gallop. Allows for ultra-high speed running. After reviewing the attributes, Zhao Fu perceived that the Black Forest Horse King differed from Zhao Hui only in its stats. Otherwise, they were quite similar. He instructed the onlookers to loosen the ropes binding the king, and they rejoiced upon realizing it had been tamed. Each then proceeded to select their preferred horses. Zhao Fu, however, made his way to the nest of the Black Forest horses, reaching out to touch a floating horse-shaped stone sculpture, which revealed a set of information. Nest Black Forest Horse. Primary 1405,000. Quality. White description. The nest of the Black Forest Horse, capable of refreshing 2 to 5 Black Forest horses daily. Upon absorbing this information, Zhao Fu mused that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Black Forest Horse would become the primary warhorse of the Qin dynasty, destined to accompany them in their conquest of the world. He chose to occupy the nest and then opted to relocate it, receiving a notification of 50 battle merits and 140 experience points. Zhao Fu's current battle merits totaled 463, leaving him just 37 short of elevating his status to a prominent citizen. The matter concerning the Black Forest horses concluded splendidly. With a total of 324 horses captured, with 600 soldiers at his disposal, Zhao Fu selected 200 to transition into cavalry, which would suffice for the time being. The Qin village upgraded to an intermediate settlement, experiencing a daily population refresh of 24 to 29 individuals. As he awaited the population refresh, he decided against further cavalry recruitment and instead focused on expanding the other 3 troop types, aiming to maintain a balanced ratio among them. As usual, after completing his tasks in the world of awakening, Zhao Fu returned to reality. He intended to boil some water and prepare a bowl of instant noodles when a sudden knock at the door piqued his curiosity. Upon opening it, he found several individuals standing outside, 1 woman and 4 men. The woman, dressed in a tailored suit and skirt, donned glasses and clutched a document. She was quite attractive, while the 4 men were similarly attired in suits, exuding an air of sophistication that suggested they were not ordinary folk. Zhao Fu felt a surge of caution and inquired, "What brings you here?" The woman smiled slightly and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Ji Qin, an employee of the Ying Corporation. May I ask if you are Zhao Fu, the son of Zhao Meiling?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Realizing he could no longer conceal his identity, he nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Qin continued, "Mr. Zhao, you possess the bloodline of the Ying family. In accordance with directives from the Ying Corporation, we kindly request your return to the Ying family. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. In fact, this is a fortuitous opportunity. Within the Ying family, you will be unburdened by responsibilities, and we will provide you with a superior quality of life." Zhao Fu, upon digesting Ji Qin's words, quickly grasped the implications. Major families were reclaiming their bloodlines, recognizing the significance of a unified lineage for future prosperity and the consolidation of their vast enterprises. The Ying Corporation's interest likely stemmed from Zhao Fu's maternal lineage, which had ties to the Ying bloodline. It was plausible that his maternal grandparents and their relatives also shared this heritage. Now, upon entering the world of awakening, there were bloodline notifications, and the Ying family was offering substantial benefits, thus revealing Zhao Fu's own connection to the Ying bloodline. As everything clicked into place, Zhao Fu's expression grew calm, and he declined. "There's no need for that. I am quite content with my current life." Upon hearing his response, Ji Qin's smile persisted, but her demeanor shifted to one of assertiveness. "I apologize, Mr. Zhao, but this is an imperative directive from the Ying Corporation. Those with the Ying bloodline must return to their ancestral roots." Zhao Fu furrowed his brow, finding the demand excessively domineering. It seemed they were desperate to locate the heir of the Qin dynasty. He contemplated his options, to accompany them back to the Ying family or to flee. The latter seemed unfeasible. Should he escape, he would undoubtedly be viewed as a suspect, and given his abilities, evading the search efforts of a powerful family would be impossible. Ultimately, he recognized that his best course was to cooperate. Therefore, Zhao Fu nodded in agreement. "Very well. May I take a moment to gather my belongings?" Seeing Zhao Fu's willingness to comply, Ji Qin smiled amicably and nodded her assent. Back in his room, Zhao Fu surveyed his surroundings. Realizing there was little to take, he grabbed a backpack, packed a few articles of clothing, and most importantly, the awakening stone, before following Ji Qin out to the Li family villa. The butler had been monitoring Zhao Fu's activities closely. Consequently, when the Ying family came to retrieve him, the butler promptly reported the news to Li Feng, the head of the Li family, an elderly man from before. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression darkened with anger, followed by a heavy sigh. "I never anticipated that he would possess the bloodline of the Qin Ying family. Had I known, allowing you to marry her wouldn't have seemed so unfavorable. It might have granted us a collaboration opportunity with the Ying family." At that moment, Li Feng's gaze turned icy. The illegitimate child, with his temperament and capabilities, would undoubtedly secure a prominent position within the Ying family. Zhao Fu now posed a subtle threat to the Li family, and rather than risk him obstructing their development or endangering his precious grandson, the future ruler of the Tang Empire, he resolved to eliminate Zhao Fu while the opportunity still existed. Of course, killing Zhao Fu now could provoke the Ying family. Thus, Li Feng's expression grew grave as he instructed the butler, "Delegate this task to another and ensure that no information about the Li family is leaked. Otherwise, we shall face significant repercussions." Although the Qin Ying family has yet to find their heir, they are not to be trifled with. The butler nodded solemnly, then departed to seek an assassin to eliminate Zhao Fu. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu was astonished by the vastness of the Ying family's enterprise, as he found himself aboard a private jet, accompanied by several others who, like him, bore the Ying bloodline, heading to the Ying family's stronghold in Nankou City. Chapter 41. Goblin Head. Several hours later, having arrived in Nankou City via private jet, Zhao Fu and the others were escorted by dedicated vehicles to an upscale community. This luxurious enclave was one of the Ying family's assets, boasting not only stunning scenery but also robust security measures. Thousands of residents lived here, all possessing the Ying bloodline, though not all were of the legitimate lineage. Those with true blood rights resided in even more opulent accommodations. Here, Zhao Fu was reunited with his grandparents, who embraced him with tears of joy, inquiring why he had not visited them before. Seeing his grandparents brought Zhao Fu a sense of comfort, and his reluctance to visit was rooted in not wanting to become a burden to them. Given their advanced AGEAS for his other relatives, they felt unfamiliar to him, and their demeanor was somewhat cold. Zhao Fu had little interest in engaging with them. Subsequently, he was assigned a residence exceeding 100 square meters, adorned with luxurious furnishings and equipped with various essential appliances, a testament to the Ying family's substantial wealth. Upon opening a brand new computer, Zhao Fu instinctively logged into the Apocalypse forum to peruse other updates. Currently, the development of various factions was progressing at a sluggish pace. Establishing a grand enterprise was not a matter of mere happenstance, but rather required the accumulation of efforts over time. However, due to the lack of connectivity between regions, many noble families found their numbers dispersed, making it difficult to form unions akin to guilds to recruit common folk. These ordinary individuals, of course, were incapable of being militarily organized. Living as they did in a world of luxury and abundance, who would risk their lives for such a cause? Moreover, the penalties for player death were severe, levels and equipment were reset to 0, and players were barred from logging in for 10 days. Upon re-entering the Apocalypse world, non-lord players would respawn randomly, meaning that following death, one could find themselves in an entirely different location. Generally speaking, guild players were of little utility, with very few rising to elite status under the tutelage of the noble families. Yet, one should not underestimate the ordinary folk. Ambitions were not the exclusive domain of the nobility. In times of chaos, heroes often emerged. It was not solely the offspring of noble families who shone brightly. Many commoners, devoid of any noble lineage, also distinguished themselves amidst the vast sea of humanity. Gu Jun led hundreds of players to capture a stronghold housing 1,000 individuals. Lu Xiaoming commanded several hundred to conquer 3 alien villages. Jiang Changshui earned the unanimous respect of the villagers, becoming the head of Sanjiang village with a population of 600. After briefly reviewing these accounts, Zhao Fu felt a sense of belonging in the Apocalypse world, contrasting with his reality. Upon his return, memories of the information gleaned from the Apocalypse forum weighed on his mind, instilling a sense of urgency that left no room for complacency. He initiated a population survey. Currently, Daqin village boasted 340 residents, alongside 4 human villages, 3 goblin villages, and 1 gremlin village. With the passage of days, these villages had gradually regained their vitality, with the 4 human villages collectively housing 524 residents, the 3 goblin villages totaling 410 goblins, and the gremlin village consisting of 189 inhabitants. Zhao Fu recruited additional individuals from these villages to incorporate into the ranks of Daqin soldiers, bringing the total to 930 human soldiers, 150 goblin warriors, and 100 gremlins, thus amassing a total of 1,180 soldiers. In fact, aside from humans, other races could also transition into Daqin soldiers, as there were no upper limits or race restrictions on such promotions. However, each village had a cap on the number of unit types it could accommodate, meaning that any surplus soldiers would not benefit from the village's attribute enhancements. Thus, all 1,180 soldiers could be classified as Daqin soldiers, each receiving attribute bonuses for their respective classes. Among them, 35 soldiers were tasked with exploring the passage to the bone space, leaving 245 to protect the village. Consequently, Zhao Fu was left with exactly 900 soldiers to lead on his continued expedition beyond the 20-mile radius of Daqin village. Now, with the presence of Black Forest horses, travel had become considerably more convenient. Though only a minority of soldiers were capable of riding, most still traversed on foot, given the limited number of trained horses. Zhao Fu rode atop Xiao He, the Black Forest Horse King, while Xiao Hui trotted alongside, sniffing at various scents. Suddenly, Xiao Hui had a breakthrough, letting out a low growl before bolting ahead. Zhao Fu urged Xiao He to follow suit. And after a brief interval, they stumbled upon an intermediate village situated on a flat expanse. This village was inhabited by a foreign race resembling the dog-headed beings of Western folklore, known as the Dogmen. The village housed approximately 1,000 dogmen, of which about 700 were warriors, while the remainder comprised the elderly, women, and children. Among the dogmen warriors, some wielded knives, while others brandished long spears. Zhao Fu dared not approach too closely, for the dogmen possessed an acute sense of smell akin to that of dogs. 1,000 dogmen was indeed a formidable number, if they were reduced to 500 or 600. He could wait for nightfall to launch a surprise attack. But what should I do now? Suddenly an idea struck Zhao Fu, and he cast a glance at Xiao Hui, who, having completed its search mission, lay resting nearby. Sensing Zhao Fu's intent, Xiao Hui instinctively shivered and turned its head, looking back at Zhao Fu with a sense of foreboding, eager to escape. This time, Zhao Fu refrained from intervening, allowing Xiao He to seize Xiao Hui by the tail. Previously, Xiao He had been bullied by Xiao Hui, and now that the opportunity had arisen, it was not about to let it slip away. Xiao Hui turned and let out a few low growls, as if pleading for Xiao He to release it, fully aware that its nefarious master had set its sights on it. Xiao He responded with a few calls, its equine face breaking into a grin that revealed its pristine white teeth, conveying the message, "Heh, you're the one being tricked. It has nothing to do with me. I shall be the obedient little one who listens to my master." Infuriated, Xiao Hui spun around, attempting to bite Xiao He, who deftly evaded by dodging aside. Observing the playful tussle between the wolf and the horse, Zhao Fu could not help but chuckle softly. "All right, everyone, cease this at once." In truth, Zhao Fu's focus was not solely on Xiao Hui. Rather, he sought to draw inspiration from it. Xiao Hui's keen sense of smell was a virtue, but sometimes a strength could be turned into a weakness. The dogmen, too, possessed a highly developed sense of smell. This was an aspect to exploit. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fu led his followers back to Daqin village, intent on not alerting the dogmen prematurely. Upon returning, Zhao Fu issued a command for all to mobilize for a singular purpose, to harvest chili peppers, which would be dried and ground into powder. After 2 days of labor, several hundred pounds of chili powder were prepared, and with renewed confidence, Zhao Fu once again set forth towards the dogmen village. Upon arriving near the dogmen village, Zhao Fu instructed his men to prepare, ensuring each wore cloths over their noses and mouths to prevent self-inflicted harm, in a bid for a peaceful surrender. Zhao Fu ordered the capture of a dogman, subjecting it to harsh measures to compel compliance, thereby designating it as their translator. Subsequently, the soldiers formed ranks and advanced towards the dogmen village, before Zhao Fu's contingent could reveal themselves. The dogmen village was already on high alert, their acute sense of smell detecting the approach of numerous foes. Moments later, Zhao Fu and his 900 soldiers stood before the dogmen village, which was now fully armed and gathered at the village entrance. Both sides in a standoff. Zhao Fu refrained from initiating aggression, and the dogmen, too, hesitated to strike first, recognizing that Zhao Fu's forces numbered 900, while their own population was nearly 1,000, should Zhao Fu choose to engage. The dogmen would surely suffer tremendous casualties. "I do not wish to engage in unnecessary slaughter. Surrender, and I shall treat you as I do my own people," Zhao Fu called out from atop Xiao He. After his declaration, he gestured for the subdued dogmen to loudly translate. Jijazuo, the dogmen language resembled the sound of rodents, and upon completion of the translation, a dogman resembling a leader stepped forward, chattering away. Zhao Fu could not comprehend the words, so he turned to the nearby dogman for interpretation. The dogman promptly translated. "The dogman chief says, 'Humans, you may leave. We will not easily submit to anyone.'" Unfazed, Zhao Fu maintained an impassive expression. Having anticipated this response, he issued a direct order to deploy the secret weapon. Shield bearers ready their shields, while archers prepared their bows. Each arrow was affixed with a small cloth pouch, which, while not dense, contained a copious amount of chili powder. The slight shake would send the powder spilling forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew through the air, trailing red powder as they soared above the dogmen, none striking their targets, but instead showering the dogmen with the spicy substance. The dogman chief, intending to command the dogmen to retaliate, found his plans thwarted as, upon inhaling the chili powder, they were overtaken by a burning sensation in their nostrils, akin to being set ablaze. All the dogmen began to cough violently, tears streaming from their eyes like a gushing spring. Such quantities of chili powder would incapacitate even an ordinary person, and Zhao Fu had ensured that all his soldiers covered their mouths and noses. He had even left Zhao Hui behind for this encounter. Now, facing the scene before him, Zhao Fu did not relent, but ordered an even greater quantity of chili powder to be launched at the dogman village, enveloping them in a thick mist of red spice. The dogman village was rendered defenseless, with all inhabitants clutching their noses and writhing on the ground in agony, tears cascading from their eyes as if they had been subjected to a biological weapon. Indeed, to the dogmen, the chili powder was akin to such a weapon. Observing the scene, Zhao Fu could not suppress a smile as he commanded the capture of the defenseless Dujimen, Dai in the end. Bai Qi and Zhang De who brought the dogman chief before Zhao Fu, dousing him with several buckets of cold water to alleviate some of the excruciating pain, allowing him to regain his composure and stare at Zhao Fu with a furious glare. Chattering angrily, Zhao Fu, perched atop Xiaohe, surveyed the dogman chief from a position of authority, unable to comprehend his words, and turned to the now subdued dogman for translation. The frightened dogman translated, "My lord, the chief says you are despicable." Unwilling to confront him directly, resorting to such shameful tactics, he feels ashamed on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but chuckle. "Your Highness, allow me to teach him a lesson." Although the others could not comprehend the words of the goblin chieftain, they sensed that he was cursing Zhao Fu. With a hint of sadistic inclination, Lu Mei rode over and requested Zhao Fu's command. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded in agreement and then rode towards the goblin village on his steed. Little Black, receiving Zhao Fu's orders, Lu Mei smiled charmingly, casting a glance at the goblin chieftain as she slowly drew her whip. Upon arriving at the goblin village, Zhao Fu directly entered the goblin barracks, where he discovered 2 class transition stone tablets and reached out to examine them. Goblin Warrior. Evaluation, F-grade unit. Description, Warriors among the goblins. Class effect, Transition grants, Goblin Blade Technique. Goblin Spearman. Evaluation, F. Grade Unit. Description, Spearman among the goblins. Class effect, Transition grants, Projectile. Zhao Fu was somewhat taken aback. The Goblin Spearmen were not considered special units and had no class transition limit, meaning they could transition freely. After inspecting the barracks, Zhao Fu wandered to other areas, finding no unexpected treasures. At this moment, the Goblin Chieftain, unable to withstand Lu Mei's slightly sadistic nature, surrendered to Zhao Fu, prompting the message, "Alert, Goblin Doka has surrendered to you. Will you accept?" Zhao Fu chose to accept, then entered the village chief's hall, selecting to occupy it, which rewarded him with 100 battle merits. At this point, Zhao Fu's status was once again elevated, from citizen to lord, with the next upgrade from lord to 3rd-tier baron requiring 1,000 battle merits. Zhao Fu also glanced at the attributes of this goblin village. Village name, Doku Village, Blue, Level, Intermediate, 430,000, Village area, 3 square kilometers territory area, 15 square kilometers population, 1,000 and 2,040 soldiers, 618 public sentiment, 78 special attributes, territory crop yield 8. Territory crop growth time -8. Population unit cap 2. Subordinate villages allowed 2 in terms of attributes. This village was considerably better than an ordinary village, yet still incomparable to Daqin village. Zhao Fu sought migration, gaining 540 experience points. To clarify, an intermediate village requires 5,000 experience to upgrade, so migrating and destroying an intermediate village grants this experience bonus. Hence, Zhao Fu received 540 instead of 40. This time, he acquired over 1,000 pieces of ordinary equipment, with more than 8,000 copper coins. However, these were not of utmost importance. The most crucial gain was the addition of this 1,000-strong population. With these 1,000 goblins joining, Daqin village now had the means to ensure its own survival against the 5,000-strong orc tribe, which was the most critical factor. Zhao Fu first selected 500 goblins from this new population, comprising 300 goblin warriors and 200 goblin spearmen. Now, Daqin's total military strength reached 1/400, significantly enhancing its capabilities. This change compelled Zhao Fu to alter his subsequent combat strategies, prioritizing the assurance of population numbers over time efficiency. As population was always the most scarce resource for any faction, Chapter 43. The Icy Tiger. Now, the goblin chieftain Doku had also become a general under Zhao Fu's command. Zhao Fu assessed his qualifications, which were S-grade, and equipped him with a silver-quality broadsword, as Zhao Fu had an abundance of sword-type weapons. However, Doku, having endured a severe beating from Lu Mei, was left with a deep-seated fear and would divert his path whenever he encountered her. Zhao Fu was unaware of the methods Lu Mei employed, but upon returning, he found Doku lying on the ground, covered in wounds and barely conscious. Next, the primary task for Daqin village was to continue exploring. Accompanied by Little Gray, undoubtedly the wisest choice, Zhao Fu relied on its keen sense of smell to locate other races and creatures swiftly. This time, Little Gray continued to sniff around, while Zhao Fu rode on Little Black behind it. Suddenly, Little Gray made another discovery, lifting its head with a serious expression, gazing ahead, then turning to Zhao Fu and barking a few times, indicating that a formidable creature lay ahead. Zhao Fu understood and nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently cautioning everyone to proceed with care. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous tiger roar echoed as a tiger, the size of a cow, emerged. This magnificent beast boasted pure white fur, devoid of any blemishes, exuding a chilling aura. Icy Tiger, Ice-type leader creature. Upon seeing the Icy Tiger, Zhao Fu immediately commanded an attack, and arrows flew forth. However, in the next moment, a wall of ice appeared before the Icy Tiger, deflecting most of the arrows. Yet, a few arrows, empowered by the soldier's martial spirits, pierced through the ice wall, though the Icy Tiger easily evaded due to the barrier. Recognizing the overwhelming numbers, the Icy Tiger, despite its considerable strength, was not foolish and opted to flee. Seeing the Icy Tiger attempt to escape, Zhao Fu swiftly ordered the goblin spearmen to engage to strengthen this unit. Zhao Fu had prepared 10 iron-tipped javelins for each goblin spearman, ensuring they had ample ammunition to avoid the embarrassment of being weaponless after throwing. The collective volley of 200 goblins launching their javelins was terrifying, producing a cacophony of whistling sounds akin to a hailstorm, enveloping the Icy Tiger. Faced with such an onslaught, the Icy Tiger summoned another ice wall. But this time it could not shield itself from all the javelins, with 7 or 8 striking home. Despite the Icy Tiger being a leader-level creature with formidable defenses, the javelins merely pierced its flesh without inflicting fatal damage. The intense pain drove the Icy Tiger into a frenzy, leaping forth and opening its massive jaws. Roar! With a roar, an ice projectile, the size of a basin, shot towards Zhao Fu and his companions. The shield-bearers immediately raised their shields in defense. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the ice projectile collided with the shields, knocking several directly impacted shield-bearers back a step, and a layer of frost coated the shields. Zhao Fu remained unfazed, ordering the archers to fire. Arrows rained down upon the Icy Tiger, which attempted to evade but was nonetheless struck by numerous projectiles, leaving it riddled with arrows. Yet, in its fury, it charged forward. Bai Qi, Zhang Dahu, Doku, Lao Luo Go, and Lu Mei all engaged, unleashing various skills. The first assault came from Lao Luo Go, who launched 2 blood-red fireballs at the Icy Tiger. The Icy Tiger dodged to the left, evading the attack, but a moment later, Lu Mei's wind blade struck true, leaving a gash on its body. Roar! The Icy Tiger howled in agony at that moment. Zhang Dahu and Doku attacked from either side. The Icy Tiger raised its claws to strike at them, but both sidestepped, not only avoiding the claws, but also managing to slash at its flanks. In a fit of rage, the Icy Tiger turned its massive maw toward Doku. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced through, and blood erupted as Bai Qi delivered a final strike to the throat. Throughout the encounter, Zhao Fu had not engaged directly, remaining mounted on Little Black, calmly observing as his subordinates dispatched the Icy Tiger. The true essence of a lord was exemplified in such moments, sitting back and allowing his followers to vanquish the foe. Alert! Your generals have slain the leader beast. Icy Tiger, earning you 27 battle merits. Alert! You have gained 23 battle merits. Upon the demise of the Icy Tiger, it dropped over 100 silver coins, along with 3 items. The first was a cube radiating a blue glow, which Zhao Fu recognized as a city establishment stone. Upon use, it could create a village. Defeating elite beasts offered a chance to drop white-quality city establishment stones, while vanquishing leader beasts could yield blue-quality stones. These stones had no racial restrictions. Anyone could utilize them, refreshing the user's race upon activation. Zhao Fu temporarily set aside the city establishment stone. The second item was a glowing orb emanating cold air, which Zhao Fu also recognized. Talent, Elemental Sphere. Description: grants degrade skill Ice Burst upon use. Ice Burst appeared to be the skill previously wielded by the Icy Tiger. Zhao Fu pondered. Among those lacking magical skills were Bai Qi, Zhang Dehu, and Doku. Since Bai Qi specialized in swordsmanship, Zhao Fu decided to give the talent Elemental Sphere to Zhang Dehu first. Zhang Dehu gratefully accepted the sphere, thanking Zhao Fu before using it, eliciting a hint of envy from the newly joined Doku. The third item was unfamiliar to Zhao Fu. It was an irregular stone emanating a subtle chill. Ice Enhancement Stone. Description: an ice attribute enhancement stone that can enhance any equipment, bestowing ice attribute damage or defense bonuses. After reviewing this information, Zhao Fu spoke. Bai Qi, lend me your sword. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi promptly handed over his golden weapon, the star-slaying sword. Without hesitation, Zhao Fu received the sword and placed the enhancement stone upon its blade. Selecting to use it, the enhancement stone transformed into a mist of ice that enveloped the star-slaying sword, gradually merging into the blade. The sword underwent a slight transformation, appearing as though it were coated in frost. Feeling cool to the touch, Zhao Fu then re-examined the attributes of the star-slaying sword. Ice star-slaying sword. Tier: semi-legendary. Pseudo. Attributes: Strength 10, Constitution 6, Agility 4. Description: originally a semi-legendary star-slaying sword, it had devolved into an ordinary golden weapon after millennia of erosion. Now, empowered by the Ice Enhancement Stone, it regained some of its semi-legendary strength and acquired an ice attribute damage bonus. Chapter 44. Ice and Enhancement. Upon examining the attributes of the newly acquired star-cleaving sword, Zhao Fu was taken aback. The enhancement stone had not only increased the original 3 attributes by 2 points each, but it had also added ice damage and the capability to restore the equipment to its original rank. The effects of this enhancement stone were indeed remarkable. However, upon reflection, Zhao Fu realized that such stones were rather scarce. His thoughts then turned to the Soul of Arms, which could also enhance equipment, leaving him curious about its effects. The mere consideration stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought of using the Soul of Arms, knowing that it required 100 of them to fuse into a weapon of the wielder. If a single Soul of Arms held effects akin to that of an enhancement stone, then the fusion of 100 would yield a weapon of terrifying power. Thus, Zhao Fu found himself increasingly eager for the day when he could synthesize such a weapon. Meanwhile, Li Wen was leading the other soldiers in exploring the passage, having already collected 47 Souls of Arms, indicating that the synthesis of a weapon of the wielder was not far off. Zhao Fu handed the enhanced star-cleaving sword to Bai Qi, who, upon receiving the significantly altered sword, expressed delight at its attributes. Zhao Fu then instructed his men to process the various materials from the colossal ice tiger, recognizing their potential to craft silver-grade equipment. As for the meat from the beast, Zhao Fu glanced at the sky where the sun hung high at noon, signaling it was time for a rest and preparation for lunch. They divided the massive ice tiger's meat into portions for roasting. After savoring some of the delicious meat, Zhao Fu was pleased to discover it granted him a 1 resistance to ice damage. He had not anticipated that the tiger's meat would be such a valuable resource, though its size only provided sufficient sustenance for a little over 100 individuals, leaving many unsatisfied. Continuing their exploration, the little gray creature, having consumed several pieces of the ice tiger's meat, was particularly energetic. Leading the way with its keen sense of smell, Little Black, on the other hand, who had been grazing, was unable to partake in the tiger meat and initially felt discontented. However, a small elixir from Zhao Fu lifted its spirits, prompting it to follow behind Little Gray with a light-hearted step. As Little Gray caught a whiff of something intriguing, it barked at Zhao Fu a few times before dashing ahead, leading him to the entrance of a goblin village. This was merely a low-level settlement, home to roughly 300 goblins, consisting of 2 types, goblin crossbowmen and goblin warriors wielding curved blades. The combat prowess of these goblin warriors was quite feeble, even weaker than that of goblin fighters. Faced with this throng of 300 goblins, Zhao Fu saw no need for cunning strategies. His forces numbered 1/400, sufficient to overpower them. He promptly encircled the goblin village and ordered his own goblins to persuade them to surrender. To Zhao Fu's surprise, despite being outnumbered, the goblins refused to yield, opting instead to fight to the bitter end. Zhao Fu remained patient, prioritizing the acquisition of their population. He commanded his men to gather wood and construct a rudimentary fence around the village, as he intended to wrap dumplings. Observing the construction, the goblins realized Zhao Fu's intentions and began to panic, leading to some heated discussions among themselves. Zhao Fu discerned that a division had arisen within the goblin community. One faction rationally favored surrender, understanding the futility of resistance, while the other stubbornly clung to the idea of fighting to the last. At this moment, Zhao Fu issued another command for the archers to prepare arrows, and just as they were about to be launched, the goblins reached a critical juncture. Realizing that inaction could lead to their incineration, that a large group of goblins emerged from the village, kneeling on the ground to express their willingness to surrender. Zhao Fu nodded in acceptance, but his gaze shifted to the remaining 50 or so goblins who were still unwilling to capitulate. Changing his approach, he ordered that their arrows be redirected, aiming instead at those who refused to surrender. Of course, Zhao Fu had no intention of executing them all. He merely sought to issue a stern warning, proving that he would not show mercy. He did not believe that these goblins were truly unafraid of death, willing to face annihilation alongside their village. Release the arrows. With a single command, arrows flew forth, while the goblins fought back desperately, launching bolts from their crossbows, all of which were effortlessly deflected by Zhao Fu's shield bearers. In contrast, Zhao Fu's arrows, imbued with tremendous force, pierced through a dozen goblins. Witnessing the swift demise of their comrades instilled a chilling sense of dread among the remaining goblins, just as Zhao Fu was about to command a second volley. The last of the goblins, terrified, rushed out to kneel and surrender. Zhao Fu chose to accept their capitulation, successfully capturing a total of 301 goblins. He then proceeded to the goblin barracks to inspect the goblin warrior's promotion stone tablet. Goblin warrior. Evaluation, F-grade unit. Description, a warrior among goblins. Unit effect. Promotion grants the skill, Curved Blade Mastery. This is a rather mediocre unit, and Zhao Fu lost interest after a brief glance. He moved on to the village hall, opting to occupy this ordinary goblin village and subsequently choose to relocate it, earning 50 battle merits and 169 experience points after subduing this goblin village. Zhao Fu intended to relocate them back to the Qin village but unexpectedly encountered another ordinary bandit village. This bandit village was home to approximately 400 bandits, seizing the opportunity while the bandit leader was away hunting. Zhao Fu launched a direct assault on the village. Upon receiving the alert of an attack, the bandit leader hurriedly returned, only to fall victim to an ambush set by Zhao Fu's men. In this encounter, Zhao Fu captured a total of 340 bandits, incorporating 300 of them into his ranks. He noted a crucial detail from a post he had read. Bandit villages primarily spawn male characters, all possessing commendable combat capabilities, unlike ordinary villages that include individuals of all ages and genders. Some sought to exploit this phenomenon to amass a large number of soldiers by conquering 2 bandit villages without converting them into ordinary villages, hoping the bandit population would continue to replenish. Unbeknownst to them, should the bandit numbers constitute half of their forces, a rebellion would ensue. While ordinary villages might yield a mix of individuals, they would remain fiercely loyal as long as they were treated fairly. In contrast, bandits, inherently aligned with chaos, required strict management. If their collective loyalty fell below 60, they could easily turn against their leader, especially when outnumbered. Chapter 45. The Oracle among the 301 goblins. Zhao Fu selected 100 goblin crossbowmen to return to Qin village, intending to re-establish both the goblin and bandit villages. He then ventured west of Qin village, producing a magical cube that radiated a blue glow and placing it on the ground. Waves of blue energy rippled outward. Notification. Do you wish to use the town establishment stone? Zhao Fu selected yes. The silhouettes of several buildings gradually materialized, followed by another notification. Please name the village. After a moment's thought, Zhao Fu decided to name it Shimu Village, as it lay to the west of Qin village. Upon successfully naming the village, 4 figures emerged: an elderly man with a white beard, accompanied by a blacksmith, an apothecary, and a tailor. Among them, the old man possessed a B-grade aptitude, while the other 3 were rated C-grade. Zhao Fu arranged for several individuals from Qin village to assist in constructing basic infrastructure for Shimu village. Once these matters were settled, Zhao Fu ordered the previous bandit leader's body to be brought to the bone space. Although he had yet to develop a skill to assess the aptitude of corpses, he could roughly ascertain which ones held higher potential than the leader of a village. His aptitude would undoubtedly be the highest. Placing the bandit leader's corpse on the altar, he employed the earth and sky refinement array, yielding an S-grade aptitude orb. Currently, the crystal energy in the jade trough had diminished by about 1%, indicating he could still refine 100 more corpses before depleting the energy entirely. Zhao Fu had already chosen the recipient of the S-grade aptitude orb, Li Wen, for whom he felt a sense of obligation, having kept him confined in the dark and dreary passage for exploration. Here, for you, Li Wen. Zhao Fu summoned Li Wen and personally handed him the aptitude orb. Kneeling on one knee, Li Wen was filled with excitement and gratitude. Touched that Zhao Fu had thought of him first, after expressing his thanks, he accepted the orb and chose to use it. The orb emitted a faint crimson glow, ascending above Li Wen's head and gradually enlarging into a bubble that enveloped him. Inside, Li Wen closed his eyes, undergoing some transformation. Moments later, the bubble dissipated, and Li Wen's aptitude was elevated to S-grade. With Li Wen's enhancement successful, Zhao Fu returned to the ground. Presently, Zhao Fu commanded a total of 11 villages, consisting of 6 human villages, 3 goblin villages, and 2 goblin villages, with a combat-ready force of 1,800. Seeing such a formidable number, Zhao Fu contemplated a visit to the orc tribe situated 100 miles away. Nevertheless, he had no intention of recklessly divulging information about his villages. Rather, he aimed to ascertain the true strength of the orc tribe. He believed it would be better to take the initiative rather than live in fear of a potential attack. As he gathered his forces, a goblin mechanic approached Zhao Fu with some news that brightened his expression. Deciding to postpone the expedition, he opted to remain in Qin village for a few more days and entrusted all 1,800 soldiers to Bai Qi, instructing him to continue their rigorous training. A few days later, Zhao Fu convened his forces, bringing along provisions, and prepared for departure. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body stiffened, as a voice echoed in his mind. "You have received a divine oracle." Zhao Fu's expression turned peculiar, nearly causing him to forget that he was still a demon priest. The so-called oracle must pertain to the god of Kurl, who had granted him the vocation of a demon priest. Upon examining the contents of the oracle, he learned it called for the vigorous development of followers, alongside a forthcoming sacrifice. After reading the oracle, Zhao Fu furrowed his brow. While he could comply with the demand for a sacrifice, the notion of recruiting followers was utterly unpalatable to him. He had no intention of having his subjects worship any deity, nor would he himself pledge allegiance to any god, for he believed firmly in the triumph of human will over fate. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Fu as he recalled the description of the heavenly refinement array, capable of refining all things. Could deities also be refined? This thought ignited a sense of excitement within him, and a series of plans began to form in his mind, accompanied by a premonition that success might be within reach. At that moment, the god of Kurl remained oblivious to Zhao Fu's intentions. While Zhao Fu was certainly not inclined to confront a deity directly, the dimensional disparity was significant, and he lacked the power to traverse realms. Even if he could, with his current forces, they would undoubtedly be annihilated. Though the god of Kurl was merely a weak deity, it still possessed a might beyond Zhao Fu's capacity to contend with. Zhao Fu was acutely aware of all this, yet a compromise flickered in his mind, though he chose to set it aside for the moment and focus on addressing the threat posed by the orc tribe. Thus, they formally set out. The sky was overcast, shrouded in clouds, casting a dim light over the land. A breeze swept through the forest, carrying a hint of chill. After several days of travel, Zhao Fu and his entourage finally arrived within 100 miles. Guided by the previous grey dwarves, swiftly locating the orc tribe of 5,000, this orc tribe was nestled at the foot of a hill, boasting a population that undoubtedly exceeded 5,000, including over 1,000 elderly, weak, women, and children. The remainder consisted of 4,000 orc warriors, each towering and muscular, with grayish-white skin and fearsome visages, clad in animal hides, and wielding axes or wolf-toothed clubs. Faced with such formidable orcs, Zhao Fu realized that a direct confrontation would be futile, for the strength of these orcs was immense. Any ordinary individual would suffer greatly in such an encounter. Zhao Fu's side, however, was somewhat better off, possessing various class attributes for enhancement. Yet, relying solely on his forces against this orc tribe would prove exceedingly difficult, and thus he fell into contemplation. At this juncture, Bai Qi interjected, "Your Highness, We should first ascertain whether there are other factions in the vicinity. After all, we have traveled from 100 miles away and must gather all pertinent information about this area to devise corresponding tactics. Zhao Fu nodded in acknowledgement, realizing he had been somewhat hasty, and instructed the Grey Dwarves to provide a comprehensive overview of the local information. Upon hearing the Grey Dwarves' account, he learned that within a 50-mile radius, there were 3 major factions. One was a goblin village located 18 miles to the south, comprising approximately 5,000 inhabitants. Another was a dog-headed man village situated 21 miles to the west, with a population of around 4,000. And the last was an elf tribe found 20 miles to the east. Numbering over 3,000 with this newfound information, Zhao Fu's mind became cleared. He recognized 2 potential strategies. The first was to unite the 3 villages to jointly assault the orc tribe, given the orcs' brutal and aggressive nature. It was certain that the surrounding villages had suffered their share of oppression, making this method viable. The second option was to incite conflict between the 3 villages and the orc tribe, allowing the ensuing chaos to benefit him, leading to the annihilation of the orc tribe while simultaneously absorbing the other 3 villages. In the first approach, to unite the other 3 villages, sacrifices would be necessary to fully convince them. And during the battle, Zhao Fu would need to exert the most effort. Otherwise, he would fail to unify the factions, risking betrayal from those he sought to ally with. In the second approach, he could maximize his own gains while minimizing sacrifices. After contemplating, Zhao Fu decided upon the latter strategy, for it was evidently the most advantageous. If these 3 villages were allies, it would be unreasonable to exploit them. However, their current status as either friends or foes was uncertain, thus Zhao Fu would not hold back. Now the focus shifted to how to implement the plan. The orc tribe was hesitant to attack the 3 villages due to the significant resources required for such an endeavor. Even if victorious, they would incur substantial losses. Therefore, it was essential to provoke them to the point of madness, compelling them to attack the other villages at any cost. The key was to identify what would drive these orcs into a frenzy. Zhao Fu had dog-headed men and goblins among his ranks, which could be utilized to feign an attack on the orcs, framing the dog-headed men and goblins as the aggressors. However, the impact of this tactic would be insufficient to incite the desired fury and might even lead to suspicion, prompting the orcs to reason. These villages are already reluctant to attack us. Why would they initiate conflict against a force evidently stronger than themselves? Zhao Fu never underestimated anyone, nor did he dismiss the orcs. So this approach was not viable. For now, he would lie in wait, planning to capture an orc under the cover of night to extract further information before devising a more detailed strategy. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the orc tribe below lit torches to illuminate their encampment. A light rain began to fall from the sky. Bai Qi, Zhang Dehu, and a few others seized the opportunity to capture a rather frail orc. In a large tree hollow, Zhao Fu observed the bound orc, commanding his men to deliver a few lashes, which quickly broke the orc's spirit. This weak orc had clearly suffered from malnourishment and was likely in a precarious position within the orc village. Often looked down upon and bullied, such scenarios were not uncommon in human settlements, as stronger individuals would often prey upon those weaker than themselves, reflecting the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest. A principle that transcended species and cultural boundaries. Given his low standing in the village, the frail orc was more easily subdued. Capturing a well-treated orc would require far more coercion. "What is your name?" Zhao Fu inquired. Regarding the orc, the frightened orc replied, "My lord, my name is Enlun." Pleased with the response, Zhao Fu continued, "I wish to know everything about your orc tribe. Tell me now." Consequently, Enlun divulged all information about the orc tribe without reservation. The village was known as the Otis tribe, classified as a high-ranking village, with a chief named Otis, the strongest orc in the tribe. In addition, Otis had a brother named Oka, who was also a formidable warrior and the tribe's second-in-command. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu quickly inquired, "What is the relationship between the chief and the second-in-command?" Enlun replied, "They have a very good relationship. The chief dotes on the second-in-command." A smile crept across Zhao Fu's face as he felt he had identified a target. He continued to probe about the orc warriors, learning that there were 2 types: orc warrior, rated as E-level, described as powerful fighters among orcs with the ability to acquire the skill savage battle upon promotion, and strong orc, rated as D-level, also described as powerful fighters with the ability to gain the ancestral power skill upon promotion. The latter was a special class due to the village's high status, with a cap of 30. And both orc leaders were strong orcs. Zhao Fu continued to ask further questions, receiving satisfactory answers before deciding to confine the orc for the time being and discuss detailed tactics with Bai Qi and the others. The next day, Zhao Fu continued to observe from a distance that moment. A 2-meter-tall orc adorned with tribal tattoos emerged, accompanied by over 100 other orcs. Lin identified this leading orc as the second-in-command. Oka. Zhao Fu was somewhat surprised. Oka dared to venture out with merely 100 warriors. However, upon reflection, the orcs were the dominant force in this region, and most would flee at the sight of them. So they had grown accustomed to their reign of terror, oblivious to Zhao Fu's presence just 100 miles away. He commanded his men to conceal themselves as the plan commenced. Second in command, where shall we hunt today? An orc queried as Oka led his group forward. Pondering how to respond, suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Startled, Oka shouted, "Ambush!" But it was already too late. Zhao Fu had 300 archers, 200 crossbowmen, and 200 dog-headed men armed with javelins. Oka's mere 100 warriors stood no chance of evading the onslaught. One by one, the orcs fell, struck down by a hail of arrows or impaled by iron-tipped javelins, turning the area into a scene of carnage. Oka, struck by several arrows and cleaving through a few javelins aimed at him, found himself surrounded by the corpses of his comrades, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Who? Show yourself." In response, Zhao Fu stepped forward slowly, revealing himself to the second-in-command of the orc tribe, Oka. Upon realizing that it was humans before him, Oka was filled with astonishment, wondering when such a multitude of humans had appeared. However, at this moment, Oka comprehended his predicament and shouted, "I am the second leader of the Otis tribe, Dou, human. Even realize who you are opposing?" Naturally, Zhao Fu could not comprehend this statement, but after it was conveyed by the nearby orc Onloin, he chuckled lightly. Suddenly, Oka transformed into a dark shadow and charged towards Zhao Fu. Despite being severely wounded with multiple arrows embedded in him, he understood that his survival hinged upon capturing Zhao Fu. Thus, he intended to seize the moment when Zhao Fu was unprepared. However, he underestimated Zhao Fu. The instant he moved, countless arrows were unleashed towards him, which Oka attempted to fend off with his blade. In an instant, a spear shot forth like lightning, piercing directly through Oka's chest. It was the former dog-headed leader, Dork, whose single throw ultimately claimed the life of the orc Okad. Chapter 47. The sound of slaughter. Zhao Fu gazed upon the ground strewn with orc corpses, each adorned with arrows. He issued a command to remove all arrows from the bodies and to inflict wounds that unmistakably bore the mark of dog-headed craftsmanship. Among the three tribes, the dog-headed clan was undoubtedly the strongest, boasting 4,000 members, followed by the goblin village with 5,000, albeit with significantly lesser combat prowess. The weakest faction was the elven tribe, which consisted of just over 3,000 individuals. The dog-headed clan was the mightiest. They were the first to be framed for these deeds. Following the prearranged plan, Dork led Zhao Fu and all the dog-headed members, dragging the orc corpses, to reveal themselves to the orc tribe from a distance, discarding a body at intervals, ultimately luring the orcs westward towards the dog-headed village. Within the orc tribe, panic ensued. "This is terrible. I see many dog-headed creatures dragging our kin's corpses back to the west," exclaimed several orcs stationed at the village entrance. Initially, some were skeptical. How could dog-headed beings dare to attack them? However, when a few orcs returned bearing the grievously wounded bodies, the entire tribe erupted in fury, realizing the excruciating pain their fallen brethren had endured. Countless orcs rushed into the tribal hall, clamoring for orders to annihilate the dog-headed village. Inside the hall, a towering orc, adorned with totems on his chest, bore an expression of rage. He was Otis, the chieftain of the orc tribe. Presently, a sense of foreboding gripped Otis, for the corpses were those of his brother Oka's party. Alarmed by the potential misfortune that may have befallen Oka, Otis summoned all orc warriors, leaving only a handful to guard the tribe, and they hastened westward. As they beheld the gruesome sight of their fallen kin, all orcs suppressed their fury, quickening their pace towards the dog-headed village. Meanwhile, the dog-headed settlement remained tranquil, continuing their daily activities undisturbed. That moment, the dog-headed guards outside noticed several unfamiliar dog-headed figures carrying what appeared to be corpses, approaching a large tree over 300 meters from the village. The guards, observing their audacious demeanor, presumed them to be newly spawned dog-headed creatures, and, finding their behavior peculiar, called out, "What are you doing?" Dork, along with a few companions, was about to hang the corpses when he heard the guard's inquiry. Without regard for their status as outsiders, he responded jovially, "Nothing much, just hanging some things here." Dork then shifted the topic, proclaiming loudly, "Our dog-headed village is the strongest here. Let us take pride in being dog-headed." The guards began to listen, initially intrigued, but upon hearing his subsequent words, they beamed with pride, for who would not revel in praise of their kin? "Indeed, we dogheads are the mightiest. What orc, elf, or goblin can compare? We shall eliminate them all in due time." As Dork hung the orc corpses from the tree, he raised his hand and shouted with a smile, "Let us toast to the rise of the dog-headed. We shall become the strongest dog-headed beings, ruling over all other races, for dog-headed supremacy is absolute." Dork, once a leader, effortlessly elevated the atmosphere, and the dog-headed guards, filled with fervor, echoed, "Dog-headed supremacy is absolute." With the task accomplished, Dork turned to the bewildered dog-headed guards and exclaimed, "The chief has instructed us on urgent matters. We must take our leave." The guards responded enthusiastically, "Upon your return, we shall feast on wild boar meat together." The guards, viewing Dork as a comrade and inviting him to a feast, remained blissfully unaware that they had been duped by him. After a while, as Dork and his companions departed, a gentle breeze wafted, carrying an unsettling scent. One of the guards remarked, "Why does it smell of orcs?" The other dog-headed sentries, now alert to the odor, turned their gazes forward. Recalling the earlier task of hanging a corpse, initially overlooked, the gruesomely disfigured body now drew their attention, instilling fear in their hearts. They recognized the orc. It was the notorious second leader of the orc tribe. Just then, Otis arrived with all the orc warriors at the dog-headed village. Although he had hoped for his brother's safety, the sight of the corpse hanging from the tree ignited his fury, and he bellowed, "Kill them!" The pent-up rage of the orcs erupted at that moment, as over 4,000 warriors surged forward like a torrential flood, their feet pounding the ground, sending tremors through the air and startling the birds into flight. The orcs charged towards the dog-headed village in a desperate response. The dog-headed beings readied their defenses, hurling spears at the oncoming orc tide. Aware of the orcs' ferocity, they had prepared rudimentary wooden shields to protect themselves. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of spears flew with tremendous force. Some were deflected by the wooden shields, while others pierced through, claiming the lives of the orcs behind them. Yet, the losses were minimal, failing to halt the relentless advance of the orcs, who charged forth with unabated ferocity, wielding their massive axes and clubs, embodying the spirit to crush all in their path. Before long, the two sides clashed in brutal combat. The dog-headed beings fought fiercely to resist the onslaught of the orcs. Zhao Fu observed the slaughter with a cold gaze, witnessing life extinguished in an instant, as blood stained the earth and the air thickened with the scent of death. "Fire the arrows," Zhao Fu commanded, instructing his soldiers to launch flaming arrows from behind the dog-headed village, igniting it while simultaneously targeting some of the dog-headed warriors. At this juncture, Zhao Fu understood the necessity of assisting the orcs in obliterating the dog-headed village, as the orcs would also seek to eradicate the remaining two villages. Thus, he needed to manage the casualty count among the orcs to preserve their combat strength. Caught between the dog-headed beings' ferocious assault and Zhao Fu's rear offensive, the battle swiftly tilted in favor of the orcs. The dog-headed chieftain, realizing that they were besieged by orcs in front and humans behind, seethed with rage, believing that the orcs had conspired with the despicable humans to annihilate their village. Witnessing the relentless fall of his kin, the chieftain comprehended the inevitability of their defeat. He retreated to the village hall, opting to relocate, ultimately entrusting the heart of the city to a loyal confidant. Allocating 100 warriors to accompany him and the remaining 200 elderly and children to escape, while he resolved to sacrifice himself to buy them precious time. Chapter 48. The elves Zhao Fu observed as some structures gradually vanished. Realizing that the tide of battle had turned, he ordered an immediate retreat, which took the dog-headed chieftain by surprise, yet he resolutely continued to resist the orcs, striving to buy time for the remaining dog-headed beings to flee. At this moment, the dog-headed chieftain unsheathed his great sword, engaging in a fierce duel with Otis, the orc chieftain. "Why have you allied with humans to assault our dog-headed village?" the chieftain demanded angrily, swinging his sword at Otis. "Why did you kill my brother?" Otis glared at the dog-headed chieftain, his eyes filled with hatred. "Unfortunately, Otis spoke in Orcish while the chieftain responded in dog-headed language, rendering their words incomprehensible to one another. Both parties, consumed by enmity, fought with fervor, unaware that a hidden force was orchestrating the chaos. Zhao Fu also noted the fleeing dog-headed beings, their gazes shifting towards the chieftain, who fought valiantly, willing to sacrifice himself to ensure the escape of the remaining dog-headed kin. Countless fleeing dog-headed beings watched with teary eyes as their chieftain battled fiercely at the heart of the battlefield, radiating an aura of heroism. Zhao Fu regarded the chieftain, who bore numerous wounds and was drenched in blood, yet continued to fight with unwavering determination. However, his strength was waning, and the outcome was evidently bleak. Alas, Zhao Fu sighed, recognizing that in this tumultuous and chaotic era, if he did not become stronger, he too would share a fate as grim as the chieftains. Or perhaps even worse, for those unwilling to seek strength would inevitably be devoured by those who aspired to be powerful. His gaze shifted to the approximately 300 fleeing dog-headed beings. And Zhao Fu commanded his men to follow suit. "Human, why do you not spare us?" At this moment, Zhao Fu found himself on a narrow path, surrounded by 900 soldiers, while the 300 fleeing dog-headed men were cornered. The leader of the dog-headed men, in a fit of rage, shouted at Zhao Fu, "I demand your surrender to me, and rest assured that I shall not harm a single one of you." As Zhao Fu spoke, he had Duke translate his words for the dog-headed men. You conspired with the orcs to attack our tribe, slaughtering so many of our kin, and now you dare ask us to surrender." The dog-headed leader scoffed mockingly. Zhao Fu, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted coldly, "Firstly, I have not allied with the orcs. Secondly, had you not been reduced to this pitiful state, would you have surrendered to me when you were so formidable? Thirdly, this is not a negotiation. If you refuse to surrender, do you wish for death? I shall grant you that." Upon hearing Zhao Fu's declaration, all archers and crossbowmen aimed their weapons at the dog-headed men, ready to unleash their arrows at a mere command from Zhao Fu. The leader of the dog-headed men turned pale at this sight, realizing that the fate of the remaining warriors rested in his hands. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to surrender, kneeling and presenting a magic cube emanating a blue glow to Zhao Fu. The battlefield now lay divided into three factions. Zhao Fu's skirmish had reached a decisive conclusion. While the village of the dog-headed men was nearing its end, albeit with a small band of dog-headed men desperately struggling against their inevitable demise. Ultimately, all the dog-headed men were slain, including their leader, as the orcs, driven by vengeance, refused to accept any surrender on this front. All the dog-headed men perished, except for the portion subdued by Zhao Fu. The orc forces, numbering over 4,000, suffered a casualty count of around 1,000. With the majority sustaining injuries, Odysseus, initially intent on pursuing the fleeing 300 dog-headed men, deemed it sufficient to have avenged the massacre of their tribe. Observing his fatigued soldiers and realizing that the dog-headed men had likely fled far, he chose to abandon the chase. Suddenly, several orcs claimed to have spotted human figures, albeit in limited numbers. Despite Zhao Fu and his companions' covert movements, a few orcs had caught sight of them. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had separated his forces, resulting in the orcs only seeing a mere handful of humans. Upon hearing their report, Odysseus dismissed the notion, speculating that the humans were likely recent captives from a village overrun by the dog-headed men. The third battlefield was led by Bai Qi, commanding 900 soldiers who seized the opportunity presented by the orc tribe's vulnerability, launching an assault at the forefront. Lao Log, leading the goblins, executed a feigned attack, while Bai Qi and his remaining forces concealed themselves, initiating a comprehensive barrage against the older and younger orcs. While Zhao Fu's tactics might seem ruthless, should he have to choose between the lives of his own soldiers and those of the orcs, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. Bai Qi's contingent merely simulated a goblin assault on the orc tribe, watching as the majority of the older and younger orcs were mercilessly felled. The orc stronghold transformed into a veritable hellscape, in a bid to incite further rage among the orcs. Bai Qi even set a few fires. After executing these maneuvers, Bai Qi commanded the goblins to leave numerous traces of their passage, creating the illusion of a large-scale goblin attack on the orc tribe, diverting the blame towards the southern goblin village. Meanwhile, after annihilating the dog-headed men's village, the 3,000 orcs found themselves in a somber mood despite having avenged their kin, as nearly 1,000 orcs had also perished in the battle. However, They were utterly unprepared for the sight that greeted them upon their return. The lifeless bodies of elders and children lying in pools of blood. Devoid of breath, transformed into corpses, these were their kin. The surviving orcs lamented loudly, attributing the atrocity to the goblins from the south. The goblins only revealed themselves at the front, while the rest remained hidden. Thus we only witnessed them attacking us and retreating southward, they reasoned. Upon hearing this, the orcs, fueled by rage, seized their weapons once more, disregarding their exhaustion, and charged towards the southern goblin village. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu and Bai Qi regrouped and began their march towards the eastern elven village. After a while, Zhao Fu, mounted on his steed, accompanied by 500 soldiers, arrived before the elven village. This time, the objective was to lure the elves out, hence the smaller contingent. Zhao Fu, upon encountering the elves, found them to be as enchanting as the legends described. Regardless of gender, each possessed striking features, pointed ears, and pristine skin. With an imposing demeanor, Zhao Fu approached the elven village, which quickly went on high alert. The defenses were formidable, featuring wooden walls and several archer towers. To Zhao Fu's surprise, the leader of this elven settlement was an exceptionally beautiful female elf, seemingly just past her 30s, with waist-length golden hair, clad in leather armor that accentuated her mature figure. Chapter 49. The encirclement. After surveying the scene, Zhao Fu commanded his forces to commence an attack on the elven village. He held no interest in beauty. Thus, he did not truly intend to assault the elven settlement, but rather to feign an attack using his archers, faced with the brazen provocation of Zhao Fu's mere few hundred soldiers. The elves swiftly prepared to retaliate, with over 2,000 elves ready to charge forth. Observing this, Zhao Fu made the immediate decision to retreat. The elves, seeing Zhao Fu flee, initially considered not pursuing him, for they were not a warlike race. However, as they turned back to their village, Zhao Fu once again provoked them. After several such encounters, even the most patient of elves could not contain their anger any longer. Under their leader's command, they set off in pursuit of Zhao Fu and his men. After a short while, however, the elves realized that Zhao Fu's group had vanished, only to hear the sounds of battle nearby. Turning to investigate, they found themselves amidst a chaotic clash between the orcs and goblins. The sudden realization struck the elven leader. Her beautiful visage contorted in alarm as she shouted, "Run!" Yet it was too late. The orcs, perceiving the newly arrived elves as reinforcements for the goblins, charged at them. Meanwhile, the goblins, mistaking the elves for allies of the orcs, dispatched a portion of their forces to attack At this point. The elves had no chance of escape and were compelled to retaliate, leading to a chaotic melee. Zhao Fu and his followers watched coldly as the three factions engaged in their brutal struggle, akin to a clam and a heron fighting over a fish, allowing Zhao Fu to reap the benefits of their conflict. As the blood-soaked ground became littered with corpses, the chaotic battle culminated in the near-total annihilation of the three factions. The originally over 3,000 orcs reduced to merely 300. The more than 2,000 elves dwindled to 400, and the 5,000 goblins left with only 700 survivors. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhao Fu revealed himself alongside his men. Forming a vast encirclement around the three factions, Zhao Fu felt no fear. After all, the combined forces of the three factions numbered only about 1,400, each bearing wounds and fatigued from the protracted conflict. With the orcs, having endured 2 battles, being the most exhausted, the encircled elves, orcs, and goblins gazed around at their emerging foes. Goblins, gremlins, dog-headed men, and humans. They were gripped by panic, halting their movements as they beheld the encircling forces. Among them, the elves were the most cognizant of the situation, having deduced that Zhao Fu had orchestrated their entrapment in this chaotic clash. The elven leader glared at Zhao Fu with fury, exclaiming, "Despicable human!" The goblins were utterly bewildered by the turn of events. First, they were besieged by the frenzied orcs, then attacked by the elves, and finally ensnared by humans without understanding how it had come to pass. The orcs, however, were the most enraged. Upon seeing Zhao Fu, they suddenly comprehended why the dog-headed men had dared to slay their 2 leaders and why the goblins had attacked their tribe. The true instigator behind it all stood before them. With a collective roar, the orcs charged towards Zhao Fu in a frenzy. Zhao Fu remained calm, signaling to Bai Qi, who then shouted, and 20 menacing siege crossbows emerged from concealment. These crossbows had been the result of extensive research led by the gremlin mechanical scholars, finally coming to fruition after much effort. Zhao Fu had mobilized all available hands to construct 20 of these formidable machines. Now is the moment to test the formidable power of the siege crossbows. Each crossbow could launch 3 bolts at once, each bolt a finger's width and 1.4 meters in length. As the 300 charging orcs approached, the soldiers adjusted the crossbows and took aim. Loose, Bai Qi commanded. With a resounding volley, the bolts flew forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sounds of the bolts slicing through the air echoed as they sped towards their targets, resembling streaks of black light vanishing in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The bolts pierced through the exhausted orcs, sending one orc flying as it penetrated its chest, only to continue onward, impaling a second orc, as if threading them together like skewered meat, blood spraying across the battlefield. Over 70 orcs met their demise in an instant, their lives extinguished with disconcerting simplicity. The terrifying power of the crossbow halted the enraged orcs in their tracks. The leading orc chieftain, Otis, was pierced through the abdomen by a bolt, the tremendous force nearly obliterating his innards. Otis knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes burning with hatred as they fixed upon Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu, calm and composed, reached for a bow, slowly drawing it back and aiming at Otis's chest. He did not wish to take this course of action. If given the choice, he would prefer to live in an era of peace, free from the bloodshed and treachery that necessitated such actions. However, this was a time of chaos. If he did not grow stronger, he would meet the same fate as Otis. The world was one governed by the strong, where the weak had no hope of survival. Zhao Fu understood the hatred reflected in Otis's eyes, and though he felt no anger, he knew he must end the chieftain's life. Releasing the bowstring, an arrow flew forth, and the notorious orc leader Otis, feared across a 50-mile radius, breathed his last. Turning his gaze to the others, Zhao Fu shouted, "Lay down your weapons and surrender to me, or face death." As he shouted, a goblin and the previously captured orc translated his words. The immense power of the crossbow had indeed instilled fear in the others, and witnessing Zhao Fu's formidable soldiers surrounding them, they realized victory was unattainable. The goblin village was the first to capitulate. Among the remaining orcs, upon witnessing their leader's demise, only a handful of defiant warriors charged at Zhao Fu, only to be swiftly slain by arrows. The rest chose to surrender. The elven leader, observing the half-kneeling, lifeless form of Otis, wore a complex expression. This once mighty chieftain had instilled terror in countless villages, and now he lay slain at the hands of humans. The elven leader's gaze shifted to Zhao Fu, contemplating the lives of the elderly and children in the village. With a sigh, he knelt alongside his kin. "Alert! Daisy surrenders to you. Do you accept?" Upon hearing the prompt, Zhao Fu's eyes fell upon the beautiful elven woman, and he chose to accept her surrender. Chapter 50. By Lao. With all having surrendered, Zhao Fu entrusted the management to Bai Qi and made his way across the corpses strewn on the ground to the chieftain's hall of the goblin village. As expected, this goblin settlement was of a higher tier, boasting a blue quality. Choosing to occupy and subsequently relocate, he received a prompt, 200 battle merits and 4,340 experience points. The substantial rewards for conquering a high-level village were evident, especially since the Qin village was still merely a mid-tier settlement, requiring 30,000 experience points to advance. With such a windfall, the Qin village's upgrade would be imminent, given the proximity of the elven village. Zhao Fu led his men there first. The elves had received the news of their leader's surrender, yet upon seeing so many foreign beings, dog-headed men, goblins, and gremlins, particularly the feared orcs, they hesitated to approach. Most stood at a distance, their expressions betraying their apprehension. Daisy guided Zhao Fu into the elven village, heading towards the village hall. That moment, a young elven girl, around 15 or 16, dashed out and clung to Daisy's arm, burying her head in her mother's embrace, fear evident in her voice as she asked, "Mother, what is happening?" Daisy looked at her daughter with tenderness, gently ruffling her hair as she replied softly, "We will talk later." Turning to Zhao Fu, she introduced, "Your Highness, this is my daughter, Asani." Zhao Fu glanced at Asani nestled in Daisy's arms. She was indeed beautiful, possessing delicate features reminiscent of her mother, yet still bearing a youthful innocence. Nodding to indicate his understanding, Zhao Fu refrained from further remarks. Daisy, sensing the moment, led Zhao Fu to the village chief's hall. Zhao Fu inspected the attributes of the elven village, also finding it to be of high quality, marked by a blue rating. Just as he was about to occupy and relocate, a thought struck him. and he approached the elven barracks for further examination. Elven archer. Evaluation, A-level troop. Description, each elf is proficient in archery and swordsmanship. Troop effect, class change grants, bow and sword mastery. Elven priest. Evaluation, D-level troop. Description, the priest among the elves. Troop effect, class change grants, life force. To Zhao Fu's surprise, he discovered the priest class, which could be attained through a class change stone. Priests were a unique vocation tied to divine faith, making this revelation all the more intriguing. After inquiring with Daisy, Zhao Fu learned that every elf was a child of the great goddess of life, thus enabling them to transition into priests. Recalling the chaotic battle among the three factions, three prominent classes stood out: the formidable orc warriors, bloodshot and muscular, instilling fear in all; the goblin warriors wielding short blades with reckless abandon; and the elves, who wielded wooden staffs to heal the wounded or summon wooden spikes to assault their foes. This priest class, akin to Zhao Fu's demon priest, was also rated D-level, yet the elven priests appeared superior in nature. Upon reviewing the troop information, Zhao Fu returned to the hall, opted to relocate, and received an additional 200 battle merits and 3,650 experience points. Finally, the group arrived at the orc stronghold, where fewer than 50 orc warriors remained, alongside over 200 elderly and children. Zhao Fu, leading his contingent into the orc settlement, found that the orcs, displaying a level of rationality, chose to surrender. He headed directly to the tribal hall, where he discovered the village's attributes to be somewhat unexpected. It was a silver-tier village. Once more opting to occupy and relocate, he received 200 battle merits and over 7,000 experience points. With the conquest of these three high-level villages, Zhao Fu's battle merits totaled 800, while the Qin village's experience surged to over 26,000, signaling an imminent upgrade. The most significant gain from this campaign was undoubtedly the population. Over 300 dog-headed men, slightly over 700 goblins, more than 400 orcs, and most notably, the elves, whose numbers exceeded 1,400, having been preserved due to their lower combat capability. With everything settled, this 100-mile expedition concluded flawlessly, not only eliminating the orc threat, but also acquiring more than 2,800 new inhabitants, along with 1 silver city heart and 3 blue city hearts. After a few days, Zhao Fu returned to the Qin village, ensuring the well-being of all the new inhabitants. He then carried 3 rather pungent corpses to the altar in the bone space. One belonged to the dog-headed chieftain, while the other 2 were the remains of 2 orc brothers. Choosing to refine them, he obtained 3 quality spheres, 1 SS grade, likely belonging to Otis, and the other 2 rated S. Zhao Fu felt a sense of relief upon acquiring the SS quality sphere from Otis. He recalled the task in the Holy Light Arena, which offered considerable merit rewards and a piece of silver quality equipment for defeating Otis, provided he submitted either Otis's corpse or head. An SS quality sphere outweighed those rewards, and Zhao Fu opted not to be greedy by decapitating Otis for the quest, fearing the integrity of the corpse might be compromised, which could jeopardize the refinement process. Having decided the allocation of the 3 quality spheres, Zhao Fu called for Baishan to join him in the hall. Baishan, the first B-quality elder to emerge into Qin village and the first to transition to a scholar, was now over 60 years old and served as the captain of the research team. With the Qin village upgraded to a mid-tier settlement, the scholar limit was set at 20. Upon Baishan's arrival, he assumed he would be reprimanded for failing to develop a skill to assess the quality of corpses after such a lengthy period, and his face paled as he knelt to offer his apologies. "Your Highness, I have been unable to achieve success in my research. Please, punish me." Zhao Fu, seated comfortably, was about to take a sip of tea when Baishan's words caught him off guard. Reflecting on the time since he first received the earthly refinement array, he realized it had indeed been a while, yet he bore no ill will towards Baishan. "Rise, Bai Lao," Zhao Fu instructed. After taking a sip of tea, he addressed Baishan. Upon hearing this, Baishan felt relieved. Promptly standing up, Zhao Fu then handed him a blood-red orb. Chapter 51. Reuse. Baishan received the blood-red orb with curiosity, uncertain of its nature, as the quality spheres were a closely guarded secret within the Qin village, known only to a select few. Zhao Fu proceeded to explain the orb's significance, and Baishan's eyes widened in astonishment. Overcome with emotion, he wept and grasped Zhao Fu's leg, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have truly bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth." as Zhao Fu bestowed upon him an SS-grade qualification orb. It was imperative to recognize that within the entirety of Daqin village, there existed only two individuals of such caliber, Li Si and Zhang Dehu, both esteemed ministers under Zhao Fu's command. Particularly noteworthy was Li Si, who currently oversaw all affairs, both great and small, within Daqin village, thus standing exalted above countless others. The gift of an SS qualification orb from Zhao Fu elevated him to their esteemed stature, transforming him from a mere commoner to a high-ranking official. How could he not be astonished? How could he not be exhilarated? Zhao Fu, somewhat at a loss, observed the elderly man, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he clung to Zhao Fu's thigh, and could not help but exclaim, "All right, rise." The decision to grant Bai Shan an SS qualification orb was not made lightly. After all, SS qualifications were a coveted asset. Individuals like Lu Mei, Lao Laga, and Duke all possessed S-grade qualifications. However, Zhao Fu contemplated that those destined to receive SSS qualifications in the future should be prioritized, and thus, granting SS qualifications now seemed somewhat extravagant. Moreover, S-grade qualifications were still commendable for the time being, hence, Zhao Fu opted to withhold their use for the moment. Additionally, Zhao Fu could have easily conferred such an orb upon anyone to cultivate them into a formidable general. Yet, he found himself lacking in subordinates at present, especially with two S-grade individuals already serving that purpose, leading him to abandon that notion. Ultimately, Zhao Fu reflected on the significance of research, whether in the realm of tamers, teleportation arrays, or current skills. It was evident that research held paramount importance. To borrow a phrase from reality, technology is the highest productive force. Military advancements must coincide with urban development. Neither could be neglected. Solely focusing on military might could yield a temporary facade of strength, ultimately leading to downfall due to inadequate resources. Conversely, neglecting military prowess would render one merely a tempting target in the eyes of others. Moreover, considering the goblin mechanic scholars, Zhao Fu mused that he would also provide them with qualification orbs in due course. The crossbow vehicles they had developed were significant assets for Daqin village. However, these were merely standard crossbows. While effective against individuals of lower tiers, their power diminished against those of higher tiers. Thus, Zhao Fu ordered the goblins to continue their research, striving to create a crossbow capable of threatening the lives of first-tier soldiers. Enhancing qualifications was not solely about elevation. It also fostered comprehension and bolstered various abilities. This aligned with the principles of the heavenly refinement array, which spoke of seizing the creations of others. Nonetheless, the standard crossbows sufficed for the present, and Zhao Fu refrained from allocating additional qualification orbs toward that endeavor. He instructed Bai Shan to resume his research on the skill that could detect the qualifications of corpses, a matter of utmost importance for Daqin. Upon hearing this, Bai Shan wiped his tears and snot, promising Zhao Fu to expedite his research, then departed with the exuberance of a child. On the way, a passerby curiously inquired, "Old Bai, what has you so jubilant?" Bai Shan beamed and lavished praise upon Zhao Fu, proclaiming him the most sagacious prince and a master of talent, expressing that their fortune lay in serving such a ruler. Even Wang Ergo, who had consistently flattered Zhao Fu, felt overshadowed, having never witnessed such unabashed sycophancy. Subsequently, Zhao Fu organized Daqin village's inaugural martial arts competition, open to all participants. The top two contenders would be assured of significant roles, while others would receive monetary rewards. This event sparked a lively atmosphere within Daqin village, attracting elves, gremlins, goblins, and various other races. Zhao Fu achieved his objectives. First, to ascertain whether he had overlooked any potential talents, and second, to foster integration among the diverse races. Each participant was a vibrant life with emotions, not mere data. Zhao Fu was mindful of their sentiments, echoing the ancient adage, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it." The hardships endured by predecessors to establish their dominion were well understood. Yet it was lamentable that subsequent generations often sought only pleasure, leading to the cyclical rise and fall of dynasties. The martial arts competition lasted a day, culminating in two victors. One, a formidable orc named Cao, whose strength was truly remarkable. His fighting style was characterized by sheer force, as he effortlessly dispatched several goblin warriors with his brute strength and imposing physique. The other unexpected champion was Wang Ergo, whose slight frame would typically have rendered him no match for a goblin warrior. Yet, Through cunning and underhanded tactics, he emerged victorious. Zhao Fu observed one instance where Wang Ergo provoked his opponent, only to turn and audaciously release a resounding flatulence, inciting his adversary to charge in rage, only to slip on a banana peel and fall from the stage, thus losing the match, while Wang Ergo secured victory. His reputation was sullied, yet many envied him for the favor he would soon receive from Zhao Fu. After the competition, Zhao Fu summoned the two victors to the parlor, seated comfortably, with Bai Qi and others standing nearby. Wang Ergo and the strong orc Sal knelt before Zhao Fu, awaiting his words. Zhao Fu smiled, expressing, "You both have surprised me, particularly you, Wang Ergo." Wang Ergo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a smile and replied, "All thanks to your grace, Your Highness." With a light chuckle, Zhao Fu presented them with two S-grade qualification orbs. The pair, astonished by their newfound gifts, promptly bowed in gratitude. With these matters concluded, Zhao Fu returned to the real world. Chapter 52. Danger. Upon returning to the real world, Zhao Fu exited his room, intending to visit the restaurant designated for the winners of the external lineage, referring to those like himself who were of lesser status than the main line, merely possessing the winner's bloodline. However, despite the external lineage's privileges being inferior to those of the main and side lines, they were still commendable. For instance, in the community restaurant, one could dine freely without the burden of payment. As all expenses were covered by the winners. It was a splendid sunny day, the sky adorned with few clouds, and the sun hung high, casting its warm rays. Inside a building, a somewhat slender middle-aged man observed Zhao Fu's emergence through binoculars, a faint smile gracing his face as he slowly aimed his gun at Zhao Fu's head, gently squeezing the trigger, envisioning the gruesome scene of Zhao Fu's demise in a splatter of blood. At that moment, Zhao Fu, while strolling along a narrow path, noticed a 1 yuan coin lying on the ground, a triviality he dismissed, feeling wealthy enough to not bother picking it up. Just as he bent down to retrieve the coin, a sudden gunshot rang out. In an instant, Zhao Fu's senses heightened, as he felt something was past his temple, leaving him momentarily dazed, and his heart raced as time seemed to slow that he gasped heavily. Adrenaline surging through him in the next second, he swiftly dove into the nearby greenery and bolted away. Another gunshot echoed, and the surrounding crowd reacted, scattering in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fu dashed back to his room, slamming the door shut and leaning against it, trembling slightly, never having imagined that death could be so close, just a heartbeat away from being shot in the head. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, observing Zhao Fu retreat into the building, wore a grim expression. Cursing under his breath, he abandoned his weapon and chose to flee, fully aware of the gravity of his actions. This man, named Zhou Qian, was a member of an assassin organization. Initially hesitant upon receiving the assignment, he understood all too well the terror of the 5 great families. Even the top assassin organizations dared not provoke them lightly. However, this task entailed merely eliminating a relatively inconsequential external lineage scion, one not even on par with the side lineage, merely possessing the winner's bloodline. Killing him would likely not draw significant attention. Moreover, the reward for this mission was a staggering 60 million, with 3 million already deposited into his account. Coupled with a means of escape abroad, emboldening Zhou Qian to take such a perilous risk. First, Zhou Qian attempted to infiltrate the community, but the security measures were formidable, making it difficult for him to blend in. Thus, he opted for a sniping approach. Yet now, having failed the mission, he had to flee, knowing that the winners would soon come searching for him. Inside his room, Zhao Fu gradually regained his composure, contemplating who might be behind this assassination attempt. Even without deep thought, the answer was all too clear. It could only be the Li family, who had openly threatened his life. They must have recognized his winner's bloodline and feared his potential rise within their ranks, prompting them to act swiftly to eliminate him. Li family, one day, I shall annihilate your entire clan, Zhao Fu declared, his resolve hardening. Following his mother's death, he had adhered to her final wishes, refraining from seeking out the Li family or plotting any form of retaliation. Even when he inherited the Daqin legacy, it was merely a change of life he sought, devoid of any desire to engage with the Li family. However, now the Li family had repeatedly tested his limits, and after nearly losing his life, Zhao Fu's hatred for them surged to a breaking point. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. However, as Zhao Fu gradually calmed down, He came to a stark realization of his own insignificance in the grand scheme of reality. He possessed neither wealth nor power, and was utterly devoid of resources. How could he possibly evade the relentless pursuit of a formidable clan? Today, they might dispatch someone to assassinate him, and tomorrow, they could very well come knocking at his door, or poison him the day after he had become a thorn in the side of the Li family. And they would undoubtedly exhaust every avenue to eliminate him. Perhaps he could expose his identity as the heir of the Qin dynasty, thus garnering the unwavering support of the entire Ing clan. One of the 5 great families of Huaxia, whose influence far surpassed that of the Li family. Although the Tang dynasty was considered a celestial empire in that era, and could be described as a powerful family, even surpassing the Yang clan of the Sui dynasty, it lacked the centuries of profound heritage that the Ing clan possessed. Therefore, he could indeed leverage the Ing clan's strength to eradicate the Li family. He envisioned annihilating the entire Li lineage, compelling Li Jie to kneel before his mother in repentance before ultimately ending his life. Everything seemed so promising. Suddenly, Zhao Fu erupted into a fit of laughter. Mocking his own foolishness, you truly believe that stepping forward and proclaiming, "I am the heir of the Qin dynasty," would result in the Ing clan warmly welcoming you and rallying behind you as their sovereign? Could that be possible? He was merely an outsider, possessing only a trace of Ing blood. How could they possibly hand over the entire Ing clan to him? Such a colossal entity being usurped by an outsider would surely incite resentment. The perspective of those who regarded outsiders as inferior to even collateral branches made this abundantly clear. Their stance had already relegated outsiders to a lower tier, and if the Ing clan were to restore their power in the Tianqi world, these outsiders would inevitably occupy the most menial positions to solidify the Ing clan's dominion. This illustrated the utilitarian value of outsiders. Once he revealed his identity, the Ing clan would ostensibly acknowledge him as the sovereign of the Qin dynasty, yet covertly employ various tactics to undermine him. After securing the Qin legacy, should he lose his utility, it would be no surprise that the Ing clan would eliminate him in this world, driven by greed. Brothers can turn against one another, and fathers can betray their sons. Anything is conceivable. You dare assert that they would refrain from acting against an outsider who is, in essence, a nobody? Thus, even if Zhao Fu were to disclose his identity, it would not guarantee his safety. Rather, it would expose him to the far more terrifying threats posed by the Ing clan, while the danger from the Li family was transparent. The latter posed an overt threat, while the former lurked in the shadows, making it all the more insidious. Consequently, the current predicament was that any random individual could snuff out his life, and he was left feeling utterly insignificant. The dilemma arose. Both the Li family and the Ing clan were perilous, and there was no avenue for escape. How to choose? Zhao Fu could only succumb to deep contemplation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door, startling Zhao Fu, who shifted his gaze toward Mr. Zhao there. After a few more knocks, a feminine voice called out from outside that sounded somewhat familiar. Peering through the peephole, he discerned a woman accompanied by several bodyguards standing at the door. And he recognized her. Chapter 53. Hidden Resentment. This woman was none other than Ji Qin, the one who had brought him here. Zhao Fu pondered briefly before opening the door and inquiring, "What brings you here?" Ji Qin smiled faintly and replied, "Mr. Zhao? Miss Ing requests your presence." Zhao Fu was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of who Miss Ing was. Ing Shi, the heir of one of the 6 branches of the Ing clan. Why did she seek him out? It certainly wasn't due to the exposure of his identity as a successor, for that was known only to him. What does Ing Shi want with me? Zhao Fu suddenly recalled previous events and speculated that she might have taken notice of his identity or, more precisely, recognized his potential value. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Fu nodded and followed Ji Qin, along with several bodyguards, to a beautiful garden. There, he spotted a woman, approximately 23 or 24 years old, possessing striking beauty and clad in a pale white dress, resembling a fairy amidst the blooming flowers. "Miss Ing, I have brought him," Ji Qin said, bowing slightly in respect as she addressed Ing Shi. Ing Shi was just then plucking a pink flower, smiling radiantly as she turned her gaze toward Zhao Fu. Nodding in acknowledgement, noticing Ing Shi's attention upon him, Zhao Fu maintained an expressionless demeanor, standing there calmly. "Come with me," Ing Shi instructed, casting a glance at Zhao Fu before turning to walk away. Zhao Fu understood and followed closely behind her. Before long, they arrived at a cool pavilion within the garden. and she seated herself upon a finely crafted bamboo chair and gestured for Zhao Fu to take a seat as well. He nodded in acquiescence and sat down beside her. "Oh, you know why I called you here?" She inquired with a slight smile, her gaze fixed on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu pondered for a moment, while he suspected Xie's intentions. He feigned ignorance and shook his head. Satisfied with his response, Xie continued, "Do you harbor any resentment toward the Li family?" Indeed, following the recent assassination attempt, his identity had caught the attention of the upper echelons of the Ying clan. Faced with Xie's inquiry, Zhao Fu did not conceal his feelings, expressing candidly, "I do. I can assist you in seeking vengeance. Would you be willing to join my faction? Rest assured, I can guarantee your safety. No one will be able to harm you." Xie wasted no time in getting to the point, observing the genuine hatred in Zhao Fu's eyes as she spoke directly. "Help me with my revenge." Zhao Fu, however, was acutely aware that she had no genuine intention of aiding him in retribution. He recognized that Xie's motive for summoning him was to position him as a pawn in her scheme to control the Li family, in the forthcoming chaotic era of warfare and conflict among the great clans. The Ying clan would undoubtedly begin to strategize, and Zhao Fu would become a pivotal piece in their plans, given that he also bore the blood of the Li family, albeit currently insignificant. With the Ying clan's formidable backing, he could effectively disrupt the Li family's unity and simultaneously serve as a tool for the Ying clan to exert control over them. The Li family boasted numerous outsiders with their bloodline, and the Ying clan could easily select anyone to cultivate, so why choose Zhao Fu? Firstly, as a pawn, one could not be overly foolish, for that would render him incapable of subduing others within the Li family. Conversely, he could not be too clever either, as that might lead to backlash. Moreover, Zhao Fu's unique identity, possessing Ying blood, made him an appealing prospect. Controlling a pawn with Ying lineage was far more advantageous than managing a mere outsider from the Li family. Zhao Fu was fully aware of Xie's intentions, and everything fell within his expectations. Thus, he refrained from appearing excessively foolish or overly astute. In truth, upon arriving, Zhao Fu had contemplated revealing his identity, although both the Ying and Li families posed significant threats. He found himself with no alternative. Failing to disclose his identity would result in his demise at the hands of the Li family, leaving him no choice but to reveal it to ensure his immediate safety. While the dangers posed by the Ying clan could be dealt with gradually at this moment, Zhao Fu's cunning would undoubtedly instill fear in seasoned schemers. Even the most astute strategists might find themselves at a loss. For Zhao Fu had endured numerous hardships since childhood, witnessing the world's caprices, and gaining a profound understanding of its true nature. Having always been a solitary figure, he recognized that solitude, while often a burden, could also foster growth and sharpen one's perception of human nature, shaping his current character. Nodding in agreement with Xie's proposition, he regarded himself as a mere pawn, while simultaneously leveraging her support for his safety, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Xie likely believed she had him entirely under her control, while he would play the role she desired. As for the Li family, he required no assistance, for his hands would be stained with the blood he despised, which would bring him a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Zhao Fu acquiesce, Xie felt a flicker of joy. He represented a crucial piece in her scheme. She promptly instructed her subordinates to extend every courtesy to Zhao Fu and ensure his safety. Bang! Meanwhile, in another room within the Li family, Li Feng slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "The Ying clan is truly overstepping their bounds." His ire stemmed from receiving a warning message from the Ying clan. "If Zhao Fu dies, I will slaughter 100 of your direct descendants." Such a threat was utterly dismissive of the Li family, a substantial clan in its own right, which had its own pride. How could he endure such insolence? "Humph," Li Feng scoffed, declaring, "The Ying clan is exceedingly arrogant, believing that the Li family is without capable individuals. They truly think we fear them." Observing Li Feng's fury, it seemed he was eager to confront the Ying clan head-on. The steward could not help but interject, "Master, calm down. It would be unwise to oppose the Ying clan at this juncture. They have yet to locate the heir of the Qin dynasty. It would be prudent to bide our time. The Ying clan's future development will inevitably falter against the Li family, and we can deal with them later." Hearing this, Li Feng nodded slightly, his anger subsiding a bit. "Have the assassins been dealt with?" "We cannot afford to leave any incriminating evidence for the Ying clan," the steward respectfully replied. "Master, it has been resolved. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief. Had the assassins fallen into the hands of the Ying clan, It would have led to significant trouble. For instance, if the Li family had sent someone to eliminate an illegitimate child and failed, the resulting scandal would tarnish their reputation. However, regarding this matter, Li Feng felt that his considerations were somewhat inadequate. The moment that bastard joined the winners, he dispatched assassins. Even if he managed to remain discreet, it would still be suspected to be the work of the Li family. Yet now, if we refrain from taking action and he gains power in the future, it will only become more challenging to act. If I had known, I would have eliminated both mother and child from the outset, Li Feng thought with a dark resentment. Chapter 54. In another chamber of the Li family in the Tang dynasty, Li Baiqing sat in an armchair, perusing the documents in his hands, a look of surprise crossing his face as he chuckled. I never imagined I have a half-brother. As the heir of the Tang dynasty, Li Baiqing received unwavering support from the entire Li family. With abundant resources at his disposal at this moment, he had also established a clandestine intelligence network of his own, which had informed him of his grandfather's attempt to send assassins to eliminate Zhao Fu. After a moment of contemplation, Li Baiqing mused, Zhao Fu, the Li family has wronged you. Should you refrain from actions that threaten the family, I will ensure your safety in the future and even offer compensation. However, if you become a pawn of the winners and pose a danger to the Li family, I cannot be held accountable for my ruthlessness. Your Highness, what course of action should we take now? A young warrior beside him, bowing slightly, inquired respectfully. This imposing young man was none other than Li Guangye, a descendant of the famed Tang general Li Jing. Though he had his own family, upon encountering Li Baiqing, he was swayed by his talents and believed Li Baiqing to be a wise ruler, aspiring to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors and continue to serve the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the Tang dynasty had witnessed the emergence of two historical figures. One was Shui Rengui, a legendary general known for his countless battles and significant contributions to the Tang dynasty. The other was Wei Zhong, a renowned statesman known for his forthright counsel. Upon hearing Li Guangye's words, Li Baiqing replied, For now, we shall not concern ourselves with this. That a conflict between the Li family and the winners would benefit no one, only serving to advantage others. Our primary focus must be on development. Li Guangye nodded in understanding and stepped aside to await further instructions. On Zhao Fu's side, he first relocated to a residence designated solely for direct descendants, wherein she had provided him with a bodyguard for his protection. For the time being, this was the only option available to him. With a semblance of security, Zhao Fu returned to his room, seized the Stone of Revelation, and chose to enter the world of revelation. Once inside the revelation world, Zhao Fu endeavored to set aside thoughts of the real world, dedicating his focus entirely to the Qin village, the only reliable support he had at present. With the prior threat from the beastmen now alleviated, Zhao Fu contemplated the possibility of scheming for divine power. However, he soon recalled that the heavenly refinement array was not something one could simply utilize at will. It required crystal stones. The few crystals in the jade trough were far from sufficient to facilitate the refinement of any divine entity. Crystal stones, now and in the future, would undoubtedly represent the most crucial resource. Without them, the heavenly refinement array could not be employed. However, the crystals were exceedingly expensive, 10 gold coins for a single stone, which equated to 100,000 copper coins. Zhao Fu lacked the means to acquire such wealth. He could consider trading equipment obtained from the bone space, but he was in dire need of that equipment himself. After subduing the elf beastmen, Zhao Fu selected 100 from the 300 goblins, 300 from the 700 goblin village, 100 from the 400 beastmen, and 600 from the 1400 elves. With this, his available fighting force had reached 2,900 soldiers. Yet he possessed just over 1,000 blue equipment pieces, leaving him still in need. Thus, obtaining crystal stones was a formidable challenge unless he discovered a lucrative method to amass substantial funds or stumbled upon a crystal vein within the terrifying forest. For now, he had to temporarily shelve his divine scheming and focus on exploring the terrifying forest. Zhao Fu had only surveyed the area within 30 miles of the Qin village. Now, he aimed to venture beyond that, hoping for significant discoveries. With 2,900 soldiers, he considered dividing them into two teams, one led by Bai Qi and the other by himself, exploring from different directions. Days later, both teams completed their exploration of the area within 50 miles of the Qin village, yet they yielded no significant spoils, apart from conquering 4 initial villages: a common village, a bandit village, a goblin village, and a gremlin village. The strategy employed in capturing these villages emphasized population as the primary resource, preserving a considerable number of inhabitants. The 4 villages collectively contributed over 1,300 residents, allowing Zhao Fu to expand his forces to 3,400, solidifying the Qin village's status as the most formidable settlement within 100 miles. Furthermore, after capturing the 4 initial villages, Zhao Fu earned 200 battle merits, elevating his status to a 3rd-tier baron. While this was merely a 3rd-tier title, it nonetheless conferred upon him the authority to upgrade a village into a small town. In addition to this, 3rd-tier barons enjoyed certain privileges. For instance, soldiers within the system's main city would regard him with respect, shops would offer him a 10% discount, and he could directly purchase property within the system's main city without needing merits, thus becoming a resident of the system city. Zhao Fu was particularly interested in the prospect of acquiring property. In various gaming novels, characters would enter a city and purchase vast tracts of land for resale, thus engaging in real estate, a venture that promised substantial profits. However, property within the system's main city could only be rented, necessitating the accumulation of city merits to elevate one's status to that of a resident, allowing for land purchases. Yet, there were limitations. Purchases could only be made within residential areas, and commercial properties or prime locations were off-limits. Zhao Fu realized that with his status as a 3rd-tier baron, he could directly purchase property, though this might also come with restrictions. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the system city, as he was in dire need of funds and sought profitable ventures, utilizing the teleportation array. He arrived once more at the city of Holy Light, which remained unchanged, bustling with activity. Zhao Fu headed straight for the property office. Upon entering, he found a considerable number of people present, including some familiar faces, Jiang Rou and several members of the Jiang family, as well as the ostentatious Zhou family, who were engrossed in a dispute with Jiang Rou. However, they dared not act too brazenly, for the property office was under the official management of the city of Holy Light. While the Zhou family might wield power among players, they held no sway among the native residents. Should they offend the system's main city officials, no member of the Zhou family would dare to enter the city of Holy Light in the future. As the power of the system's main city was not something anyone could contend with, Zhao Fu observed the scene before him, indifferent to the unfolding drama. Firstly, it was of no concern to him. And secondly, the Zhou family's arrogance in entangling themselves with the Jiang family was remarkable. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the Zhou family's influence was so vast that the Jiang family felt compelled to submit, or their relationship was sanctioned, if not supported, by the elders of their respective families. Chapter 55 Baron. Since their families chose to remain uninvolved, why should Zhao Fu meddle? Thus, he decided to ignore the situation and proceeded into the property office, intending to inquire about the limitations and benefits of being a baron. At that moment, Jiang Rou's gaze fell upon Zhao Fu and Bai Qi. Though both were cloaked, Jiang Rou recognized them instantly and could not help but speak. "Excuse me. Are you Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Fu was taken aback, not expecting to be recognized so readily that he nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Zhou Jie, the young scion, felt his expression darken as he recognized the 2 as the individuals who had previously bested him. Upon hearing that Zhao Fu was a national heir, Zhou Jie initially feared he had stirred considerable trouble. However, after conducting an investigation upon returning, he discovered that no national heir bearing the Zhao surname was present in the terrifying forest, nor had any noble families shown signs of entering. One could only imagine that if the terrifying forest boasted a national heir, the noble families would surely venture in to gather resources and aid in his development. Yet, no such indications existed. Moreover, Zhou Jie's initial claim of Zhao Fu being a national heir was based solely on a distant call, without any evidence to substantiate it. Zhou Jie concluded that Zhao Fu was merely a rustic villager, and finding it absurd that others referred to him as Your Highness, he thought it shameless. Even their noble families would not dare to make such claims. With a cold smirk, Zhou Jie, having learned from his previous encounter where his companions were too weak, had now hired several capable thugs, all for the purpose of revenge on this day. "Kid, if you have the guts, come out with me." Zhou Jie sneered at Zhao Fu, fully aware that they could not escalate matters here. So he intended to lure Zhao Fu outside for a confrontation. Jiang Rou, feeling distressed, realized she had inadvertently caused Zhao Fu trouble. She had previously reported the existence of a national heir in the terrifying forest, but her family had dismissed it entirely, treating it as a joke, causing her to endure much ridicule. Nevertheless, Jiang Rou still believed Zhao Fu was exceptional. She was convinced that he was indeed a national heir and a powerful one at that. She even had a premonition that his name would resonate throughout the world in the future, and despite the skepticism surrounding her belief, she remained steadfast. Zhou Jie, do not provoke trouble. It would not bode well for your Zhou family. Jiang Rou endeavored to persuade Zhou Jie. Yet Zhou Jie was engulfed in anger. He and Jiang Rou were ostensibly matched by their families, and Zhou Jie had long regarded Jiang Rou as his betrothed. However, it infuriated him to see his fiancée speaking up for another man. Zhao Fu was also somewhat taken aback by Jiang Rou's defense of him, but he had neither time nor inclination to address Zhou Jie's provocation. Upon being ignored by Zhao Fu, Zhou Jie charged forward, delivering a resounding slap towards Zhao Fu while shouting, "What the hell? Can't you see I'm speaking to you?" Upon hearing such foul language, Zhao Fu's expression grew cold. He remained motionless as Zhou Jie swung his hand. But Bai Qi let out a disdainful snort and swiftly seized Zhou Jie's hand, twisting it with a sharp crack that resulted in a broken arm. "Ah!" Zhou Jie screamed in agony. Witnessing their master being assaulted, his hired hands could no longer contain themselves and rushed towards Bai Qi with clenched fists. Yet, despite their numbers, they were merely competent in the eyes of ordinary folk against Bai Qi. They were courting death. Bai Qi, now at the 7th tier of cultivation, coupled with his formidable gear, rendered them no match. Within a few moments, they were all knocked to the ground, unable to rise. Zhou Jie, witnessing the utter weakness of his expensive henchman, felt a surge of fear and shouted at the estate manager, "Did you see that? He is attacking people. Quickly, apprehend him." However, what transpired next left everyone in shock. The manager, who had previously shown indifference towards the players, approached Zhao Fu with utmost respect and addressed him as "My Lord Baron." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu merely nodded, contemplating the perks that came with his elevated status. He turned to Zhou Jie, who was clutching his injured arm in disbelief, and inquired of the manager, "What shall we do about this?" The manager smiled and replied, "I personally witnessed these ruffians attacking his lordship. Hence his lordship acted in self-defense. I shall have them thrown out immediately." True to his word, the manager summoned several individuals to forcibly expel Zhou Jie and his companions onto the street. Jiang Rou, along with a few others, was completely taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, and even more so by Zhao Fu's ascension to the rank of Baron. It was worth noting that Jiang Rou's prestigious family had only just attained citizen status. A far cry from the nobility of a Baron. In truth, many ordinary families had established their villages near the main city of the system for enhanced safety, but this came at the cost of diminished opportunities. It could be stated that Zhao Fu was the sole individual who had risen to the rank of Baron within the terrifying forest. "Mr. Zhao, it's a pleasure to see you again. I apologize for the trouble I caused earlier." Jiang Rou expressed her remorse for inadvertently drawing Zhou Jie's ire by calling out Zhao Fu's name. Zhao Fu contemplated before responding, "Miss Jiang, it is truly nothing, merely a trifling matter, and no need for apologies." Jiang Rou, still feeling a touch awkward, replied, "But this situation is indeed related to me, and I genuinely feel sorry. Furthermore, there is no need to call me Miss Jiang. Simply use my name." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fu nodded in understanding that moment. Jiang Rou couldn't restrain herself from asking, "Mr. Zhao, might we become friends?" This scene undoubtedly elicited envy from onlookers, as it was rare for Miss Jiang to be so proactive. Zhao Fu pondered briefly before responding, "Certainly, and you needn't call me Mr. Zhao. Just refer to me as Zhao Xing." Not wishing to reveal his true name, he fabricated a casual moniker, Jiang Rou. Elated by Zhao Fu's acceptance and the sharing of his name, couldn't help but smile gently, showcasing her delicate beauty to the extent that others were momentarily entranced. Zhao Fu, largely immune to such charms, engaged in a brief conversation with Jiang Rou, learning that her family aimed to develop the Holy Light City as their primary base and sought to acquire several plots of land. However, most residents were keen to avoid such transactions, and Jiang's family wished to purchase a street-side property, which was hindered by residential restrictions. Upon considering this, Zhao Fu contemplated buying the land himself and selling it for a handsome profit to the noble families. Just as Zhao Fu envisioned his lucrative scheme, disappointment washed over him upon hearing Jiang Rou's words. She could only offer 40 gold coins, equivalent to merely 400,000 copper coins, which was barely enough to purchase 5 crystal stones. Currently, The amount of gold required for Zhao Fu to procure the necessary crystal stones was astronomical. The 1,000 slots in the celestial refining formation would demand at least 1,000 crystal stones. Zhao Fu had previously inquired of old Roger about summoning deities, to which the response was, deities cannot descend in their true forms, but they can manifest avatars, provided ample offerings are made. Zhao Fu remained uncertain about the strength of such an avatar, although it might be a lesser deity. It would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Thus, acquiring 1,000 crystal stones was imperative, with each crystal stone priced at 10 gold coins. Purchasing 1,000 would total 10,000 gold coins, or 100 million copper coins. Zhao Fu questioned whether he was being overly ambitious by contemplating such an expenditure for an uncertain benefit, yet the thought of an omnipotent deity capable of commanding life and death, and potentially yielding something that could alter fate, spurred him on. Having accrued a debt of 100 million copper coins, Zhao Fu regarded Jiang Rou's 40,000 copper coins with disdain. Yet upon reflection, it was commendable that the noble families could muster such an amount. He first inquired with the manager about the privileges that came with his baronial title and learned that he could hire 10 first-tier soldiers within the Holy Light City. And aside from the Lord Mayor's residence, he was free to purchase 10 properties. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Fu abandoned his plans for real estate speculation. He could only acquire 10 properties. And who would he sell them to when these noble families were so impoverished? Instead, he considered doing Jiang Rou a favor by accepting her 40 gold coins to assist her in purchasing a property. Generally, a residential area could be obtained for several thousand copper coins, while a street-side property required tens of thousands. This time, Jiang Rou aimed to acquire a plot on South Street, a relatively prosperous area, necessitating 310,000 copper coins. Zhao Fu facilitated her purchase of the property and returned the remaining gold coins to Jiang Rou. With her long-standing dilemma resolved, Jiang Rou looked at Zhao Fu with unmasked gratitude, stating, "Zhao Xian, thank you." Zhao Fu nodded nonchalantly. The profit from real estate was meager, and he had no intention of becoming involved. Now that he had clarified his baronial privileges, he felt a tinge of disappointment. While the prospect of hiring 10 first-tier soldiers appeared appealing, had he been an ordinary village, he might have acted upon it. However, as the owner of a legendary-grade village with a unique inheritance, he recognized that the sprawling main cities of the system were merely of golden tier. Though one could hire those 10 soldiers, their loyalty could not be guaranteed should news of his legendary village leak. The powers of the main city would surely attempt to seize it. After bidding farewell to Jiang Rou, Zhao Fu returned to Daqin village, his spirits dampened. Suddenly, a messenger arrived with news. "Your Highness, we have discovered a massive copper ore deposit 53 miles west of Daqin village." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu could scarcely contain his excitement. Copper essence was a mineral similar to copper, yet it was capable of forging blue-quality equipment. According to the soldier's report, the deposit was a colossal copper mine. How grand could it possibly be? Zhao Fu summoned Cao, the leader of the exploration team. To gather further details, he learned that the copper mine was an open pit covering an expanse of 2 miles, with a visible surface area that hinted at even greater quantities below. Zhao Fu felt a surge of exhilaration at that moment. Cao added, "Your Highness, there is also a tribe of over 1,000 gray dwarves residing there." Zhao Fu nodded, rallying all his forces to head towards the copper mine. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find an expanse devoid of trees, an open area stretching endlessly before him, littered with pale blue minerals blanketing the ground. Although he had heard tales of the immense size of the copper mine, he had not anticipated it to be this vast. The gray dwarves, currently harvesting the ore, noticed Zhao Fu's party. They dropped their tools in fright and fled back to their village. Fortifying their defenses, each gray dwarf donned gleaming copper armor, wielding copper axes and hammers. Zhao Fu, accompanied by his men, surrounded the gray dwarf village, observing their impressive and pristine blue-quality gear with envy, as it was an abundance of high-quality equipment. Zhao Fu surveyed the dwarf village without intending to attack immediately, recognizing the value of the blacksmiths. After occupying this territory, the transformation of the ore into equipment would rely heavily on their expertise. Subsequently, Zhao Fu specifically summoned a gray dwarf to serve as a translator and proclaimed loudly, "I have no desire to harm you. You are well aware of the immense value of this copper mine. Even if it does not fall into my hands today, it will surely be claimed by someone else. If you surrender to me, your lives will remain unchanged, and I shall ensure your protection." After delivering his proclamation, Zhao Fu observed the gray dwarves standing resolutely silent. He then exchanged a glance with Bai Qi, who immediately commanded the deployment of 60 siege crossbows, all aimed at the gray dwarves. I will say this once more. I do not wish to harm you. But do not compel me. Zhao Fu called out once more, but when he observed that there was still no response, he commanded the immediate launch of the crossbow. Over 100 bolts soared through the air with a breathtaking force. However, Zhao Fu did not aim directly at the diminutive gray-skinned folk. Instead, the bolts flew over their heads, striking their wooden homes with tremendous power and piercing through them, witnessing the sheer might of the crossbow. The village of the gray-skinned folk finally stirred. Out a burly, bearded gray-skinned man emerged, loudly proclaiming, "My lord, will you truly honor your promise? If we surrender to you, will our lives remain unchanged, and will you send someone to protect us?" Zhao Fu mused that he did not intend for these gray-skinned folk to fight. Their value lay in their craftsmanship. With such an abundance of bronze, or relying on these 1,000 gray-skinned individuals would likely suffice for many years, that he nodded affirmatively and declared, "In the name of the heir of the Qin dynasty, I promise you." Subsequently, the bearded gray-skinned man, along with others, knelt down, expressing their willingness to surrender. Although the dwarven clan occasionally exhibited a surly temperament, they were, for the most part, honest and straightforward, lacking in guile. Thus, upon realizing they were outmatched, they chose to submit. Zhao Fu felt a sense of joy at their capitulation and led his men into the gray-skinned village. This time, Zhao Fu's intention was merely to occupy, without plans for relocation. The quality of this gray-skinned village was only mediocre. Named Rud Village, with the leader being none other than Rud himself. Upon entering the village, Rud presented Zhao Fu with a delightful surprise, a grand gift package that left Zhao Fu feeling as though he had been struck repeatedly by a windfall. Chapter 57. The Divine Forging Project. Rud's splendid gift to Zhao Fu included not only the armor and weapons they wore, but also 4,000 additional sets of armor and weapons they had crafted. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fu was filled with excitement and eagerly requested Rud to show him what they had created. Shortly thereafter, Rud brought Zhao Fu to a large warehouse, where he beheld a plethora of turquoise armor and weapons. Gleaming with metallic luster, Zhao Fu felt as though he had stepped into a treasure trove. He could not resist approaching to examine the items. Bronze precision armor grade, blue attributes, strength 1, constitution 1 description, top quality armor forged from refined bronze. Bronze precision sword grade, blue attributes, strength 1, agility 1 description, a high-grade sword crafted from refined bronze. All of these items were of exceptional quality, each enhancing attributes by 2 points, with a market value exceeding 600 silver coins. With this equipment, the Qin village could undergo a complete overhaul, significantly enhancing its strength. Furthermore, with access to this vast bronze ore, there would be no need to rely on the corroded equipment obtained from the bone space in the future. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Fu, and he conceived a lucrative plan. Since there was no need for the equipment from the bone space, albeit of blue quality, he could sell them instead. Currently, Liwen could bring out over 100 pieces of equipment daily. But manpower was somewhat limited, and the process of crafting and repairing them was rather slow. However, with the addition of 1,000 gray-skinned folk, they could expedite the repairs. Additionally, the soldiers were equipped with over 1,000 pieces, which could all be sold out. Of course, Zhao Fu did not intend to sell these items directly to a store. Rather, he planned to open his own shop. If these items were sold to a store, each would fetch only 300 silver coins, but he could sell them for over 400 silver coins himself. The prospect of such a profitable venture brought joy to Zhao Fu's heart, bringing him one step closer to realizing the Divine Forging Project. Following this, he took an interest in the gray-skinned soldiers' barracks to inspect them. Gray-skinned warrior, rating, F description, a formidable warrior among the gray-skinned folk. Unit effect, class change grants the skill, swing, gray-skinned smith. Rating, D description, a gray-skinned individual who maximizes the innate talent of their kind. Unit effect, class change grants the skill, enhanced forging. Upon reviewing the unit descriptions, Zhao Fu noted that the gray-skinned smith was a special unit with a rating of D-, indicating considerable strength. The Zhao Fu's own demon priest was also rated D-, yet his was a combat profession, while the smith's was supportive. Coupled with the gray-skinned folks' inherent forging talent, this profession was undoubtedly powerful. Currently, Rud Village was classified as a mid-tier village, allowing for a maximum of 10 gray-skinned smiths. after surveying everything in Rud village. Zhao Fu began to strategize. The immense value contained within this bronze was beyond estimation, but it was undoubtedly a treasure of staggering worth, to the extent that even the main city of the system could not resist attempting to seize it. Thus, Zhao Fu felt compelled to station 2,000 soldiers here, strictly forbidding any beings from entering within a 10-mile radius. This place could very well serve as a vital lifeline for the Qin in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu constructed a teleportation array to facilitate future travel between here and the Qin village. The remaining 1,400 soldiers were divided into 2 teams and entrusted to Generals Zhang Dahu and Saldak, tasked with continuing their exploration within the terrifying forest and launching attacks on various low-tier villages that it present. These low-tier villages had become mere morsels waiting to be devoured by Zhao Fu. If they stumbled upon a mid-tier village, they would converge to attack, and should a high-tier village be discovered, Zhao Fu would personally intervene. Thus, the assaults on low and mid-tier villages would not require his direct leadership, as he completely entrusted these matters to his subordinates. Zhao Fu now commanded a total of 20 villages, comprising 8 human villages, 4 goblin villages, 3 gnome villages, 2 kobold villages, 1 orc village, 1 elf village, and 1 gray-skinned village. The population growth from these villages, combined with that of the Qin village, allowed Zhao Fu to gain a minimum of 130 new inhabitants daily. In just 3 days, this would equate to the population of a low-tier village, prompting Zhao Fu to ease his focus on population matters. Upon returning to the Qin village, Zhao Fu first visited the city of Holy Light to purchase a storage ring, something he had long intended to acquire but had forgotten on several occasions. However, this storage ring was rather expensive, costing 10 gold coins for a mere 10 square meter space. After purchasing one, he returned to the Qin village, bringing with him the substantial wealth and numerous pieces of equipment accumulated over the past few days. To finalize plans for opening a shop in the city of Holy Light, just as he was preparing to leave, Lu Mei suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking Zhao Fu's path. She was accompanied by the 15-year-old elf, Asani. Though Zhao Fu was uncertain how the two had come to be together at that moment, Lu Mei, with a displeased expression, looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Your Highness, I also wish to visit the main city of the system. Why do you never take me along? Why would I take you with me? I have urgent matters in the main city," Zhao Fu replied, perplexed. "Well, you could at least bring me along. I am quite beautiful, and my presence would surely enhance your reputation," Lu Mei declared with unabashed confidence. Zhao Fu found himself at a loss for words in response to Lu Mei's demeanor. Indeed, she was stunning and possessed a captivating charm, which would certainly reflect well on him, though it could also invite considerable trouble. Thus, Zhao Fu firmly rejected Lu Mei's request, stating, "No." Upon hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Lu Mei immediately wrapped her arms around his, pressing her ample bosom against him and sweetly saying, "Your Highness, I really want to go, and Asani wishes to join as well." This tactic was becoming tiresome for Zhao Fu, and a chill ran down his spine that he glanced at Asani, whose youthful face displayed a hint of trepidation in Zhao Fu's presence, yet she mustered the courage to nod, her clear eyes shining with hopeful anticipation. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Fu found himself unable to resist and agreed, albeit with the condition that they would wait until he completed the arrangements for opening a shop in the city of Holy Light before visiting the main city of the system. Upon hearing Zhao Fu's response, Lu Mei erupted into a fit of joyous laughter, releasing him and eagerly dragging Asani away. Disappearing in an instant, Zhao Fu chuckled softly and shook his head before using the teleportation array to travel to the city of Holy Light. Chapter 58. The 7-color weaving technique. Upon arriving in the city of Holy Light, Zhao Fu intended to head to the property office when he suddenly noticed a small stall by the roadside, where a player had set up an array of wooden carvings depicting various real-world animals, pandas, dolphins, and penguins among them. These unique animal sculptures drew a crowd of curious residents. An idea struck Zhao Fu. Establishing a tavern here would be delightful. Bringing in a variety of real-world delicacies, such as hot pot and teppanyaki, along with an array of novel dishes. People are often driven by their appetites, and the culinary venture could be quite profitable, especially considering that the local residents had ample resources. With his mind made up, Zhao Fu proceeded to the property office, bringing nearly all of his funds, totaling 103 gold coins, primarily contributed by the high-ranking orc tribe. Zhao Fu had made up his mind to purchase 2 properties on bustling streets, one over 100 square meters for 25 gold coins and another over 400 square meters for 65 gold coins, totaling 90 gold coins. With only this amount of money remaining, Zhao Fu was aware that players were currently impoverished, with little to spare. However, he was confident that they would eventually prosper, given their numbers, along with the property purchased for Jiangro. He now owned 3 properties, leaving him with the potential to acquire 7 more, as his rank of third-tier baron allowed him to purchase up to 10 properties that it was likely that upon advancing his status, he would be permitted to purchase even more properties, and he could also explore opportunities in the Forest of Warriors in the City of Magic Trees. For now, he would focus on the tavern and equipment shop as profitability before making further property investments. Although he was aware that others might also have aspirations of opening taverns, however, at the moment, they could not purchase properties, allowing Zhao Fu to seize the opportunity and get ahead, particularly with the property he had acquired for Jiangro, who intended to open a clothing store. Hearing her speak, it became apparent that a remarkable textile technique known as the 7 Wonders of Weaving had been acquired, although the fabric produced remained of ordinary grade. Its exquisite beauty was likely to captivate a multitude of female patrons. Zhao Fu assisted Jiangro in purchasing the property, undoubtedly leaving himself a safeguard. While he believed that Jiangro would not undertake any actions detrimental to his interests, the Jiang family was another matter entirely. After all, familial loyalty often yields to self-interest. Thus, Zhao Fu retained a contingency plan. Although the property was acquired using Jiang family funds, it was registered under his name. At the time, the Jiang family held merely the status of citizens, unable to purchase or transfer property, allowing Zhao Fu to legitimately keep this safeguard. Should they dare to act against him, he would unhesitatingly reclaim the establishment. Zhao Fu had no desire to be the well-meaning benefactor who ultimately finds himself betrayed. The 100-square-meter equipment store could operate with minimal renovations, yet the tavern required meticulous decoration. The first floor could accommodate over 90 tables, while the second could feature 12 private rooms, and the third floor could host 4 exclusive VIP suites. An additional 30 gold coins were spent on hiring decorators, along with chefs and waitstaff. The equipment store could easily be managed by his own personnel, simply listing prices and selling items. However, the tavern, being a bustling environment, posed a risk of sensitive information being inadvertently revealed. Thus, apart from the manager, Zhao Fu opted to hire players for all other positions that a sign was hung outside the tavern, advertising for 15 female waitstaff, specifically seeking those who could endure hardship, with a salary of 3,000 copper coins per month. 5 chefs were also sought, with no gender restrictions, provided they could prepare a variety of dishes from the real world, offering a monthly salary of 8,000 copper coins. The moment the sign was displayed, it attracted considerable attention. Though the salary of 3,000 copper coins seemed modest, in reality, it translated to 30,000 in the outside world, a substantial sum for a server. Many began to apply. Selecting suitable waitstaff was relatively straightforward, focusing on those with pleasing appearances yet unpretentious demeanor. As for the chefs, more careful consideration was warranted. Despite each candidate claiming to be skilled, Zhao Fu knew that true culinary prowess could only be evaluated through tasting. He guided the applicants to the kitchen, where they were to prepare dishes using the simplest ingredients, such as radishes, cucumbers, and potatoes. Once the ingredients were cleaned, they commenced chopping. Zhao Fu observed as their knives danced swiftly across the cutting boards, skillfully slicing the produce. Indeed, none appeared to be amateurs. One particularly slender young man displayed extraordinary knife skills, effortlessly dicing a piece of white radish without even glancing down, the knife moving rhythmically with a melodious sound. Akin to a graceful pianist, Zhao Fu found himself anticipating the culinary creations of this young man, who introduced himself as Huaqing, slightly older than Zhao Fu. Cloaked in a hooded cape, Zhao Fu's true appearance remained concealed, leaving the others only aware that he was male, which piqued their curiosity regarding the identity of this enigmatic proprietor. This tavern, the first run by players aside from the native inhabitants, was already an intriguing prospect. Further enhanced by Zhao Fu's mysterious black cloak. As each candidate began to stir-fry, Huaqing once again impressed Zhao Fu, tossing ingredients into the air with finesse before they gracefully returned to the pan. A pinch of seasoning was added with effortless elegance, creating an enchanting display. The moment of anticipation arrived. Each chef presented a dish before Zhao Fu. The 15 female applicants, filled with curiosity, watched Huaqing with particular interest. recognizing his knife skills and cooking as nothing short of artistry, truly masterful. Unable to resist, Zhao Fu picked up his chopsticks and was the first to taste Huaqing's stir-fried radish strips. The dish was impeccably uniform in size, pristine white without a hint of having been cooked, garnished with a sprinkle of green onions that exuded a subtle sweetness. He took a bite. However, his expression faltered, and he spat it out, exclaiming, "My apologies. I take back that statement. It seems I have unwittingly allowed a novice to infiltrate our ranks." The dish, despite its appealing appearance, was utterly unpalatable. It lacked both salt and sweetness, presenting an indescribably unpleasant flavor. The others looked on in astonishment as Zhao Fu rejected the dish, while the other chefs visibly relaxed, relieved to see a competitor eliminated. Huaqing, standing awkwardly nearby, forced a smile and asked, "Boss, why did you spit it out? Was it not to your liking? This is a flavor I specifically crafted." He then beckoned a nearby female applicant to taste, and Zhao Fu made no objection. Curious whether he was the only one who found the dish distasteful, the others approached with intrigue, expecting the stir-fried radish strips to be delicious, but upon tasting, they too promptly spat it out, leaving Huaqing in an embarrassing predicament, silently lamenting his misfortune. Subsequently, Zhao Fu sampled several other dishes, most of which were quite satisfactory. Finally, he encountered another plate of stir-fried radish strips, visually similar to Huaqing's, artfully arranged. Although he had been misled once, he felt compelled to maintain fairness and took a bite. Instantly, he discerned that this flavor was unlike anything an ordinary cook could produce. The stir-fried radish strips were sweet and tender, devoid of any pungency, delightfully crisp, and utterly delectable, leaving him yearning for more. "Who prepared this?" Zhao Fu inquired, looking toward the assembled chefs. That moment, a tall figure clad in an ancient-style gown and veiled, yet undeniably a classical beauty, stepped forward. Such a woman, possessing both beauty and culinary skill, was clearly not motivated solely by the prospect of 8,000 copper coins. Zhao Fu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed the others. "Please leave for a moment. I will announce the results shortly." Sensing the gravity of the situation, the others promptly exited. Huaqing, noticing Zhao Fu's expression of ecstasy after tasting the dish, approached the mysterious woman with a grin, eagerly exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, I shall seek to become your disciple." With that, he skipped away in delight. "Who are you?" "My humble establishment cannot accommodate someone of your caliber," Zhao Fu remarked, fixing his gaze upon the enigmatic woman. She smiled gently and replied, "I am no great figure, merely a humble soul who lives for the art of cuisine." Taken aback, Zhao Fu's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated encountering someone from the myriad schools of thought so soon, especially one who revered food above all else, indicating her affiliation with the culinary school. "You esteemed individuals from the myriad schools are far too distinguished. My modest establishment is unworthy of your presence. I implore you to seek a more suitable venue." Each figure from the myriad schools of thought posed a significant risk, and without understanding her intentions, Zhao Fu dared not harbor such a person. Those who underestimated the schools invariably met with dire consequences. The woman, perceiving Zhao Fu's wariness, remained unperturbed, her demeanor unchanged, still wearing that faint smile that in a graceful tone befitting a classical beauty. She said, "My lord, there is no need to be so guarded against the culinary school. We are but a group of humble individuals, utterly devoid of ambition. We harbor no interest in the quest for dominion or eternal glory. We simply wish to find a peaceful place to cook and relish the smiles of satisfied diners." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's apprehension eased slightly, though he still questioned, "How can you be certain that I can provide you with a haven?" "My lord, you have misinterpreted my words. While we from the myriad schools are indeed united, each follows its own path. Some pursue their beliefs, others their lofty aspirations, while some seek peace for the realm that I, as a humble representative of the culinary school, cannot speak for them all, but I believe you can offer me a sanctuary. Do not underestimate your own capabilities, my lord." At that moment, Zhao Fu was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he regarded the woman. "How do you know my identity?" The mysterious woman chuckled softly, replying, "Though I am of the culinary school, my sister is a member of the Yin-Yang school, one of the 5 elements lineage, so I possess some understanding of their arts." "Yin-Yang arts." Zhao Fu furrowed his brow, finding her words somewhat mystical. Even having witnessed the deity of Kuer, he regarded it as merely a formidable being. He was skeptical of the arcane, yet recognizing the vastness of Chinese culture, he considered the possibility of such extraordinary skills. The woman continued to elucidate. My lord, I perceive the fortune above your head, a black and gold dragon aura, a sign of one who possesses the legacy of a nation. It is this that reveals your true identity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu exhaled, relieved that she only knew him to be a bearer of a national legacy, his identity not fully exposed, merely a fragment of information revealed. My lord, since you are so intent on concealing your identity, this item can aid in masking your fortune. However, it cannot assist you in obscuring your fate in the realm of reality, though nothing from the world of revelation can be transported back to the real world. Fate remains unimpeded. Yet, there is no need for concern regarding encounters with the practitioners of Yin-Yang or Taoism, as they typically cannot discern the mandate of the Son of Heaven. As she spoke, the mysterious woman handed Zhao Fu a rather ordinary, even somewhat coarse jade pendant, which he examined with a furrowed brow. Description: originally an ordinary jade pendant, enhanced by Yin-Yang secret arts. Capable of concealing all of its owner's fortune, Zhao Fu was taken aback, reading the description. The system astonishingly acknowledged the existence of Yin-Yang arts, confirming that such esoteric matters were indeed real. And the capabilities of these various schools of thought were truly unfathomable to that moment. Zhao Fu temporarily placed his trust in the words of the mysterious woman, though he resolved to only employ her as a cook and to divulge no other matters to her. With a penetrating gaze fixed upon her, he declared, I can offer you shelter, but I sincerely hope your words ring true. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. The mysterious woman gently nodded. As for her name, Zhao Fu had already learned from her earlier introduction that she was called He Xianru. Thus, the matter concluded, and Zhao Fu exhaled a sigh of relief, recalling that the people outside awaited the outcome. He turned and walked towards the exit. Observing Zhao Fu's departing figure, He Xianru revealed a smile capable of captivating nations beneath her white veil, following him as they stepped outside together. Upon reaching the exterior, Zhao Fu addressed the gathered crowd, announcing that 5 individuals, including He Xianru, had successfully secured positions, while the raucous Huaqing was, of course, not hired. The others who were not employed departed with expressions of disappointment. But Huaqing dashed over to He Xianru, exclaiming, Beautiful lady, I implore you, take me as your disciple. I assure you, I will never bring you shame. MHM. All present, including the boisterous Huaqing, were momentarily stunned, not anticipating that He Xianru would so readily acquiesce. Seeing this, Zhao Fu accepted Huaqing into the fold, assigning him to chop vegetables and perform menial tasks, which was quite satisfactory. After addressing these matters, Zhao Fu expended a considerable sum to craft 2 signboards, both made from blue-quality wood, their hues quite appealing. Chapter 60. Ancient Artifacts. The tavern was named Shua Tower, as it was purchased at the moment when the sun dipped low in the west, painting the sky with hues of crimson. The evening glow was truly magnificent. As for the equipment shop, Zhao Fu contemplated the wares for sale, noting their extensive forging time and antiquated appearance, thus naming it the Ancient Artifacts Store. With all matters concluded, Zhao Fu had yet to commence operations, yet he had already sold a considerable amount of equipment, holding a pouch containing 100 gold coins. He approached a building. This structure housed the internal affairs officer of the City of Holy Light. Removing his cloak, Zhao Fu donned a smile and approached, slipping several silver coins into the guard's hand. Coupled with Zhao Fu's status as a third-tier baron, the guard swiftly reported his arrival and then ushered Zhao Fu inside. In the reception area, Zhao Fu beheld a plump middle-aged man seated in the central chair. Approaching respectfully, Zhao Fu bowed and said, Greetings, esteemed internal affairs officer. Although Zhao Fu's status as a third-tier baron earned him respect from the locals, it meant little to someone with considerable power like the internal affairs officer. Upon seeing this, a hint of a smile graced the officer's round face as he gestured for Zhao Fu to sit. My dear sir, please take a seat. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Zhao Fu settled into a nearby chair and replied with a gentle smile. I have opened 2 shops in the City of Holy Light, and upon hearing of your esteemed reputation, I specifically came to pay my respects. He then presented the bulging pouch containing 100 gold coins, stating, A small token of esteem. I hope you do not take offense. The officer's eyes lit up at the sight of the pouch, which he hefted. Discerning that it contained a full 100 gold coins, his expression softened into one of warmth. "You are always welcome to visit, my dear sir. However, there is no need for such gifts in the future." As he spoke, the officer discreetly tucked the pouch into his own pocket. Zhao Fu had little faith in the officer's superficial words, having already inquired about him beforehand. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out. Watching the officer accept the pouch, Zhao Fu promptly responded, "Indeed, I understand. I hope you will continue to look favorably upon my small establishment." The officer, with a beaming smile, nodded and inquired, "By the way, are you aware that you may hire 10 soldiers?" Zhao Fu understood this was a proposition for a favor, so he feigned ignorance, shaking his head to indicate he was unaware. Observing this, the officer continued, "Recently, some troublesome individuals have been causing disturbances, leading to some chaos in the city of Holy Light. I shall assign 20 soldiers to you for your protection." Zhao Fu's heart leapt with joy. He knew that hiring a first-tier soldier typically cost at least 10 gold coins per month. With 20 first-tier soldiers now provided to him at no cost, the value far exceeded the initial 100 gold coins. However, he realized he might need to frequently offer gifts in return. This was unavoidable if he wished to thrive in this realm. "Thank you very much, esteemed Internal Affairs Officer." Zhao Fu expressed his gratitude, engaging in light conversation for a while before donning his cloak once more and returning to the tavern with the 20 guards at this point. Zhao Fu had already instructed his staff to prepare several banquet tables. Addressing the soldiers he brought, "Gentlemen, please do not stand on ceremony. This feast is my treat, and I hope you will all lend your utmost efforts in the future." The soldiers appeared somewhat hesitant. They had come to serve as guards, not to partake in a feast. Observing their reservations, Zhao Fu smiled. "Gentlemen, worry not. It is my invitation. There is nothing to concern yourselves with." Upon hearing this, the soldiers glanced at the lavish spread before them, a touch of embarrassment crossing their faces as they replied, "Thank you, boss." They then sat down to indulge in a hearty meal. For them, such dining experiences were rare, especially in establishments frequented by locals, which were generally quite expensive. After entertaining the soldiers, Zhao Fu arranged for additional meals to be prepared, officially opening the shop, and proclaimed loudly, "Today marks the grand opening of this establishment. Everything is free for the residents of the city of Holy Light. So please feel free to partake, but players must settle their bills." Players were often quite impoverished, and with their numbers overwhelming, if Zhao Fu did not impose restrictions, it was likely that the tavern would be swarmed by players, leaving the locals unable to enter. For business to thrive, it was essential to demonstrate quality. Observing the array of exotic dishes laid out on the tables, the locals were filled with curiosity, and without hesitation, they began to indulge. Leaving 10 soldiers to maintain order, Zhao Fu returned to the equipment store, announcing a general discount of 20%, officially launching the shop, with 10 first-tier soldiers guarding the premises. He had no fears of disturbances, particularly regarding the Zhou family. If they were truly foolish enough to provoke him, Zhao Fu would seek an opportunity to eliminate them. Thus, the first day passed uneventfully, while the tavern did not turn a profit and incurred some losses. The second day's business surpassed the first, as those who had dined there spread the word, drawing countless curious patrons. The equipment store sold 400 pieces of equipment in a single day, resulting in a staggering profit of 1,600 gold coins. With such a rapid turnover, Zhao Fu anticipated that his stock might dwindle within days, prompting him to display some white-quality equipment he had previously deemed unworthy of sale. To enhance allure, he also showcased a few silver-quality weapons, which were scarce in the typical system shops. Additionally, he displayed several martial refinement souls. Generally, these souls yielded skills of varying levels, sometimes as low as F grade, with prices ranging from 1 to 2 gold coins. However, Zhao Fu's martial refinement souls could yield skills of at least C grade, primarily physical skills, valued around 20 gold coins. Zhao Fu had no intention of selling either the silver quality weapons or the martial refinement souls. Thus, he set exorbitant prices, 4,000 silver coins for equipment that normally cost 400, and 200 gold coins for souls that typically sold for 20 to generate buzz. Zhao Fu crafted enticing descriptions for the silver equipment, claiming they were artifacts from the ancient cataclysmic battles, each harboring powerful ancient energies, imperceptible to the average individual, awaiting a fated soul to unveil their worth and restore their legendary glory. Similarly, for the martial refinement souls, He added that they were remnants of ancient sacred spirits, containing immense power, rumored to unlock SSS-grade divine skills, yet beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Zhao Fu, crafted these descriptions, and none dared to label them as fraudulent. To do so would only reveal their lack of discernment. Following Zhao Fu's introduction, the reputation of his equipment store quickly eclipsed that of several others run by locals, as rumors of the discovery of ancient artifacts and sacred spirits spread rapidly. Chapter 61. Snow Fox. Now, both the tavern and the equipment store enjoyed equally booming business, and as Zhao Fu observed the coins flowing into his pockets like a torrent, his spirits naturally soared. Simultaneously, his success drew the attention of noble families and various factions. Among the noble families, 6 prominent clans resided in the terrifying forest, using it as their primary base for development. Due to the randomness of individuals entering the apocalypse world, only a small faction of each respective family can congregate in the terrifying forest, while the others are dispersed. The terrifying forest serves as the primary site for development for numerous reasons. Some believe the competition is relatively less fierce. Others find it conducive for growth, and some are successors of the next generation who are based here. The 6 prominent families are as follows: the Jiang family, the Zhang family, the Chao family, the Yen family, the Hua family, and the Zhou family. In addition to these families, there exist 3 major factions composed of players: the Holy Light Alliance, the Legion of Arms, and the Demon Tree Gang. Judging by their names, they are the largest player factions distributed across the 3 main city systems. As for the minor players, they shall remain unmentioned. Among these 3 factions, some are conglomerates that have prospered in the modern world, while others are merely groups of friends who have banded together, and some are simply small-time ruffians led by an ambitious leader. Zhao Fu's previous identity leak was regarded as a joke by them. Yet now they find themselves in doubt. Regardless of whether Zhao Fu is a national heir, it is evident from his ability to wield silver-quality equipment without needing blue-quality items, and his capacity to sell the soul of martial refinement, that his strength is formidable. Presently, although Zhao Fu has merely opened 2 shops, his threat surpasses that of everyone else. In reality, Zhou Jia was kicked to the ground by his father, Zhou Shiji, who was furious, exclaiming, "You spendthrift, always causing trouble. Look at the mess you've stirred up with this unknown adversary." A young man, slightly older than Zhou Jia, approached. He was Zhou Ming, the eldest son of the Zhou family. After witnessing his brother's punishment, Zhou Ming stepped forward to counsel. "Enough, father, that's sufficient. Little Jia has learned his lesson. The situation hasn't escalated to an irreparable state, and neither side has reached the point of no return. We should hasten our efforts to develop our influence. The Jiang family has already secured a shop, generating a daily profit of 20 gold coins just from selling cloth. This, Zhou Shiji snorted coldly and ceased his reprimand. Subsequently engaging in discussions with Zhou Ming, Zhou Jia, with a bruised face, slowly lifted his head to observe the 2 conversing, harboring a trace of resentment within. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu stood before his equipment shop, displaying a sign indicating his willingness to procure all materials of silver quality and above, and he was also open to exchanges for items within the shop. Although Zhao Fu had no shortage of blue-quality equipment, silver-quality items remained relatively scarce. Presently, only 5 gray dwarves in Rud village possessed the skill to forge silver-quality equipment, while Wang Dao from Daqin village, due to shorter crafting times, was on the cusp of forging silver weaponry. Once these matters were settled, Zhao Fu took his coins and proceeded to purchase 7 more properties he had his eye on, before returning to Daqin village and teleporting to another main city. The Forest of Arms. It was Zhao Fu's first visit to the Forest of Arms, and upon arrival, he discovered it bore little difference from the City of Holy Light, characterized by broad streets and throngs of people. The sole distinction being the stricter military presence here. Upon reaching the property, he acquired 10 more properties and planned to establish a Westfall Tower here, initiating a recruitment drive for personnel. As for the equipment shop, it would remain closed for the time being, as the single shop in the City of Holy Light was already struggling to meet demand. Zhao Fu was also reluctant to sell the equipment crafted from bronze essence, as he did not wish to empower his rivals further, unless he had a substantial stock of silver-quality items, at which point he would consider selling. After engaging in friendly interactions with system officials and securing 10 guards, Zhao Fu prepared for the grand opening. He also made a trip to the Demon Tree City to replicate his previous endeavors. Now, with 3 Westfall Towers in total, The earnings from several days of operation amounted to a total of 500 gold coins. And the equipment shop averaged over 600 gold coins daily, which was still underperforming due to insufficient equipment. With adequate stock, daily profits would exceed 1,000 gold coins. With such considerable profits, Zhao Fu commenced the formation of a second reconnaissance team, comprising members with skills akin to the first, including goblin warriors, archers, and infantry. Zhao Fu also ensured they were equipped with holy light skills. Curiously, Li Wen had yet to complete the exploration of a single passageway with his team. However, this was not due to any shortcomings on Li Wen's part, but rather the passage was exceedingly lengthy. The initial passage had been discovered due to a collapse, while the other end remained obstructed by massive rocks and debris, leaving Zhao Fu uncertain of its length and destination. With an abundance of funds at his disposal, Zhao Fu began to contemplate other matters, foremost among them being the vital crystal stones for Daqin village. Regrettably, he had yet to locate a crystal mine. The three main city systems only controlled a small crystal vein, yielding a mere 300 to 400 crystals daily. The expenditure on these crystals constituted a substantial sum, as 1,000 crystals equated to 10,000 gold coins. It was impossible to predict how many crystals would be consumed in the future. Currently, in pursuit of the divine refinement plan, Zhao Fu was willing to take risks, bringing along a snow fox slain by the terrifying forest exploration team. This snow fox was an elite creature. Its fur is white as snow, exceptionally soft, devoid of any fox odor, and classified as silver quality. If crafted into equipment, its value would max out at 500 to 600 silver coins, but if fashioned into a luxury item, its price could multiply several times, typically fetching several thousand silver coins, making it highly coveted among the affluent. With the snow fox pelt in hand, Zhao Fu approached the chief administrator of the City of Holy Light. As the primary source of crystal stones lay within the system cities, the chief administrator had been observing Zhao Fu's activities for several days. Zhao Fu had gained considerable notoriety in the City of Holy Light, with numerous high-ranking individuals mentioning his name. Naturally, these upper echelons showed little interest in Zhao Fu's equipment shop, as they were equipped with at least golden quality items. Their interest stemmed from his tavern, renowned for its exotic delicacies that captivated their attention. After all, they were human and required sustenance. Thus, the 12 private rooms of Westfall Tower, along with 4 supreme rooms, frequently operated at full capacity, prompting a significant shift in the chief administrator's demeanor towards Zhao Fu. Transitioning from an air of superiority to a brotherly camaraderie, Zhao Fu learned that the chief administrator's name was Qin Nan. And despite his rotund appearance, he was indeed a first-tier powerhouse. Chapter 62. The Altar of Prayer. Brother Qin, your younger brother has come to pay his respects again. Zhao Fu greeted Qin Nan with a smile, slightly bowing. Upon seeing Zhao Fu, Qin Nan appeared pleased, for each of Zhao Fu's visits was accompanied by gifts. Brother Zhao, you've returned. Please, take a seat. Qin Nan warmly welcomed Zhao Fu inside and inquired, what brings you to see me this time? Before discussing business, Zhao Fu handed over the snow fox pelt. Qin Nan accepted it, gently caressing the soft fur, clearly delighted by its quality. Only then did Zhao Fu speak. Brother Qin, I wish to purchase some crystal stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Nan continued to fondle the snow fox pelt, nodding. How many do you require? 1,000. Zhao Fu replied nonchalantly. What? Such a substantial quantity startled Qin Nan. 1,000 crystal stones equated to 10,000 gold coins. How could Zhao Fu possibly possess such a sum? However, he soon realized that the profits from Zhao Fu's several shops over 10 days would suffice. Although Zhao Fu had the funds, Qin Nan still displayed reluctance, as acquiring such items was no easy feat. Crystal stones were among the more precious commodities, with many individuals vying for them. Typically, the system cities would retain a portion of the daily yield of crystal stones, while selling the remainder, which explained the scarcity of crystals in the shops. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nan stated, Brother Zhao, I can sell you a maximum of 50 crystal stones each day, although this amount is somewhat limited. I will offer them to you at a discounted rate of 8 gold coins each. Zhao Fu nodded upon hearing Qin Nan's terms. 50 crystal stones a day meant he could accumulate the desired amount in 20 days. He was not in a hurry for the divine refinement plan, as there were still numerous preparations to undertake, and he also had some discretionary funds for other expenditures. Seeing Zhao Fu's agreement, Qin Nan visibly relaxed. Brother Qin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Zhao Fu said, having completed his business. With a beaming smile, Qin Nan replied, "Then Brother Zhao, do come visit often." "Indeed," Zhao Fu responded promptly, engaging in a few pleasantries before finally departing. Now with a total of 4,680 gold coins in hand, Zhao Fu began to explore various shops, with numerous items on his shopping list. Yet few that caught his eye. He purchased a recipe for a rejuvenation elixir, which could swiftly heal injuries, along with several silver-quality materials. Aside from that, his haul was unremarkable. Upon returning to Daqin village, he handed the materials and recipe to his subordinates. After ensuring all matters were settled, Zhao Fu recalled his promise to Lu Mei and Asani, summoning both to his side and presenting them with 2 oversized cloaks. "Lu Mei, please refrain from causing any trouble. If you dare to stir up trouble, do not expect me to grant you any favors in the future," Zhao Fu cautioned Lu Mei. All right, I understand," Lu Mei responded. Somewhat displeased, yet she tugged Zhao Fu towards the teleportation array, with Asani happily following suit. Subsequently, Zhao Fu and the 3 of them teleported to the city of Holy Light. As they surveyed the bustling crowd and the array of exquisite and novel goods displayed along the streets, Lu Mei could not contain her excitement and burst into laughter, drawing the attention of those nearby. Zhao Fu gently tugged at her to temper her exuberance. It was also Asani's first encounter with such a scene, and she felt a twinge of excitement, albeit slightly intimidated by the throngs of people. Clutching Zhao Fu's cloak for reassurance, that moment, Lu Mei spotted a vendor crafting sugar figurines and, delighting in her discovery, eagerly pulled Asa and I along to investigate. Zhao Fu, observing their joyful demeanor, smiled faintly and followed suit. "How much for this?" Lu Mei inquired, holding up a sugar-crafted mouse to the vendor, a middle-aged man who, in reality, also made candy but had found only modest success until he brought his craft to the world of Apocalypse, where it flourished remarkably. "That will be 3 copper coins," the vendor replied. Lu Mei, realizing she had no money on her, cast her gaze back at Zhao Fu, who, understanding her plight, produced several copper coins to hand to the vendor, urging Asa and I to select something as well. Asa and I chose a large floral cat, and as she watched Lu Mei lick her treat, she too extended her pink tongue to taste, finding it sweet and delightful, which elicited a joyful giggle that brightened the spirits of those around them. At that moment, Lu Mei noticed something else and pulled Asa and I along to run towards it, with Zhao Fu trailing behind. After purchasing a variety of items, Lu Mei's attention was captured by a fabric shop, where she insisted on dragging Zhao Fu inside. That time, Zhang Ro was also in the shop, and upon seeing the trio cloaked in capes, she exclaimed, "Zhao Xin." Indeed, this fabric shop was owned by the Zhang family. Hearing her call, Zhao Fu responded in kind. With Zhao Fu's acknowledgement, Zhang Ro approached him, her face lighting up. "I never expected you, such a busy person, would visit my shop. My apologies, I've been preoccupied with various matters and haven't had the chance to stop by," Zhao Fu replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Surprised by the turn of events at this moment, Zhang Ro noticed the delicate, distinctly feminine hand that grasped Zhao Fu's cloak, prompting her to inquire, "And who are they?" Hearing her question, Zhao Fu pondered briefly before responding, "They are my friends." "Hello," Lu Mei greeted with a smile, offering a friendly salutation before pulling Asa and I away to select their preferred fabrics. "Zhao Xin, I truly appreciate your help in purchasing this shop for me. It has allowed me to breathe a little easier and gain some autonomy over my fate," Zhang Ro expressed gratefully. Her soft gaze fixed upon Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu understood well that although Zhang Ro was of the direct line, she was the 3rd in rank and not the heir to the Zhang family. She was merely seen as a bargaining chip for an alliance with the Zhou family. It was evident she did not wish to marry Shou Jie, yet the weight of her family's expectations, coupled with Shou Jie's relentless pursuit, left her nearly suffocated. The shop represented significant value to the Jiang family, thus granting her a measure of independence. Sensing her feelings, Zhao Fu shook his head gently, saying, "It was a minor matter. Your exquisite weaving skills were the true reason for the shop's success. But I still must thank you," Zhang Ro insisted. Not wishing to prolong the discussion, Zhao Fu acquiesced. Just as Lu Mei tugged him aside to inquire about the fabrics suitable for clothing, to which he offered his apologies. Following Zhao Fu's guidance, Lu Mei and Asa and I selected several types of fabric. And as Zhao Fu prepared to settle the bill, Zhang Ro insisted otherwise, so he refrained from pressing the matter. In the end, Zhao Fu escorted Lu Mei and Asa and I back to Daqin village, where the two were positively elated. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's mind was inundated with a series of notifications. Notification: congratulations, your village has upgraded to a high-level settlement. Notification: congratulations, you have gained the recognition of heaven and earth. Unlocking the special building, heavenly prayer platform. Notification: the fortunes of Daqin have awakened, bestowing luck upon your subjects. Notification: the fortunes of Daqin have awakened, and you have awakened the national treasure that lay dormant. Upon the resounding notifications, Zhao Fu was momentarily taken aback. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the heart of Daqin village. The majestic cube radiating royal purple light resonated in the air. Suddenly, it erupted with a black light that seemed to devour everything, piercing through the rooftops and soaring into the heavens, as if to pierce the very sky. Boom! The black light shattered the firmament with a thunderous roar, forming a towering black pillar that stood between heaven and earth. In that instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, the sun and moon dimmed, and an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded. The once azure sky turned as dark as ink, and wisps of black mist began to rise from the ground. This mist, long and serpent-like, shimmered with a faint crystalline glow, surging skyward as if summoned by some unseen force, compelling all of Daqin's citizens to kneel upon the earth, including Li Si and Bai Qi, who joined them in fervent reverence. Above in the sky, black clouds began to coalesce, slowly forming a dense layer of pure blackness that emanated a menacing aura. From a distance, it appeared as though the heavens were shrouded in an ominous haze, evoking a sense of dread akin to impending doom. Underneath the vast sky, all living beings felt an oppressive weight, as if their hearts were gripped by a colossal hand, rendering them breathless. Roar! Suddenly, a powerful dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as a fierce and commanding black dragon appeared amidst the dark clouds, revealing its fearsome form, each scale and claw exuding a terrifying imperial pressure. I in the city of holy light. A woman clad in pure white, exuding an ethereal purity, in the forest of arms, a man adorned in armor, in the city of magic trees, an elder draped in green robes, and deep within the terrifying forest, 1,000-meter-long dark-scaled beast with 6 crimson eyes. Each of them felt the tremor of the dragon's roar, turning their gaze towards the distance, towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, from within the black clouds above Daqin village, a fearsome and colossal dragon had emerged, its eyes gleaming with the sovereign's disdain, surveying Zhao Fu below. The rapidity of these events left Zhao Fu momentarily bewildered, yet he comprehended that the true inheritance of Daqin had arrived. This was the moment of recognition by the heavens and earth. Exhaling softly, he closed his eyes and slowly extended his arms, as a robe adorned with black and gold dragon patterns materialized from the void, draping elegantly over him, while a black and gold dragon crown gracefully settled upon his head. As Zhao Fu moved, mystical stone tiles began to rise beneath his feet, lifting him gradually until a grand stone platform, 9 meters wide and 18 meters high, manifested, standing in the center of the platform. His eyes gently closed and arms outstretched, Zhao Fu radiated an aura of regal majesty, enveloped in the black and gold dragon robe and crowned with the dragon diadem. Clang, 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 clang. The resounding echoes of 12 mighty sword chimes rang out abruptly, shattering the clouds above, unleashing a formidable force that birthed a tempest, sweeping across Daqin village and manifesting as a cataclysmic storm, scattering sand and stone and uprooting countless trees. At that moment, 12 colossal bronze giants, each 100 meters tall, emerged in the sky, their cold gazes fixed ahead, swords poised to pierce the heavens, emanating an overwhelming intent to kill that froze the air for miles around, leaving countless beings trembling in fear. As the clouds parted, myriad rays of light streamed down, and the enormous, fearsome black dragon descended from the sky, seamlessly merging with Zhao Fu's being. Instantly, Zhao Fu's body erupted with a formidable presence, imbued with nobility, authority, and an unparalleled aura of supremacy. Under this potent force, Lu Mei and Asa and I, kneeling beside the stone platform, pressed their foreheads to the ground, their faces pale and trembling in fear, experiencing a terror unlike any they had known. As if standing at the precipice of death, the fury of a commoner could result in bloodshed, but the wrath of an emperor could lay waste to the land. Such was the majesty of the sovereign. Fortunately, this overwhelming aura gradually dissipated, and the celestial phenomena began to fade, allowing Lu Mei and Asa and I to relax, drenched in sweat and powerless, collapsing onto the ground. The 12 bronze giants transformed into 12 beams of azure light, becoming miniature bronze figures that hovered around Zhao Fu. Upon the stone platform, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of black light passing through his gaze. As his features subtly transformed, his once delicate visage now bearing an air of authority. Meanwhile, in the city of Holy Light, the Forest of Arms, and the city of Magic Trees, the three individuals wore grave expressions, gazing into the distance in silence, while the 1,000-meter-long dark-scaled beast in the terrifying forest retracted its gaze, slithering back into the depths, albeit feeling uneasy and shifting away from the direction of Daqin village. CG, Diwu Tian, Ji Xinming, and Lu Yi felt their bloodlines stir restlessly, accompanied by a sense of trepidation, realizing that yet another formidable adversary had emerged. They had only recently elevated their village to a high-level settlement, receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, and although their native population was not as numerous as Zhao Fu's, they were bolstered by a considerable number of players. Perhaps other dynasties had also upgraded their villages to high-level settlements and gained fortune. But none had ever instilled such apprehension in them as Zhao Fu, the unseen inheritor of Daqin, had. The Great Qin dynasty can indeed be regarded as the most martial of all the dynasties within the realm of Huaxia. Historically, it annihilated various states, bringing an end to over 5 centuries of the Warring States period and achieving a grand unification that in terms of destiny. The Great Xia symbolizes the orthodox lineage of Huaxia, representing the auspicious golden light of the divine dragon. The Great Shang, with its myriad rituals and divinations, embodies the mysterious azure dragon's imperial light. The Great Zhou, through its feudal system, signifies the light of the 9-headed dragon. The Great Han established a Confucian governance, representing the auspicious and gentle light of the yellow dragon. Only the Great Qin, with its emphasis on warfare, embodies the formidable black golden dragon's light that in later times. There may be others who possess the black golden dragon's light and achieve dominance in chaotic times, yet none can compare to that of the Great Qin. Finally, when it comes to the national treasures, these artifacts undoubtedly represent the convergence of immense destiny and the strength of the populace. The Great Xia had the tripod of the 9 provinces to suppress the fate of the realm. The Great Shang possessed the star-gathering tower to observe the celestial bodies. The Great Zhou had the list of deities for appointing ministers, and the Great Han wielded the White Emperor's sword to slay divine dragons. That is only the Great Qin's 12 golden figures that are forged from the essence of the world's armies, embodying the spirit of warfare. Thus, the 4 individuals harbored a profound trepidation towards the Great Qin, beginning to fear the long-hidden inheritor of the Great Qin. They still held onto a glimmer of hope, believing that without the support of the victors, the inheritor would surely lag behind them. However, it has now become evident that their fleeting hope has vanished. The Great Qin has begun to reveal its fangs, forming a formidable pressure upon their hearts. The 4 gazed into the distance, unable to find tranquility. In the city of Holy Light, Xianru stood on the 3rd floor of the west-falling tower, her gaze also fixed upon the horizon. A flicker of purple light danced in her eyes before she slowly lowered her head, noticing a wisp of aura about herself, imperceptible to ordinary eyes. This aura was black and elongated, resembling that of a dragon. She understood its significance, and a smile crept upon her face. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu opened his eyes and accessed his attributes interface, prompted by the acquisition of a title. Inheritor of the Great Qin, a bearer of the Great Qin Empire's legacy, endowed with the fortune of a nation. After reading the title's description, Zhao Fu found himself puzzled by the concept of fortune. He then shifted his gaze to his attire, adorned in a black golden dragon-patterned robe and crown, which were not classified as equipment, but rather manifestations of fortune. Great Qin, black golden dragon robe, a garment only to be worn by the inheritor of the Great Qin, symbolizing supreme authority. Great Qin, black golden dragon crown, a crown only to be worn by the inheritor of the Great Qin, symbolizing supreme authority. Such was the extent of the displayed attributes. There were no others. Subsequently, Zhao Fu observed the 12 bronze figures floating around him. With a gesture, the 12 bronze figures flew into his hands. 12 golden figures, white, an artifact forged from the armies of the world, capable of suppressing a nation's fortune. Note: do not use lightly. Each activation of the 12 golden figures will consume a significant amount of fortune, and they can also be upgraded through the acquisition of great fortune. Once again, fortune emerged as a theme, prompting Zhao Fu to ponder the importance of understanding it further. That he mused, glancing down at the stone platform upon which he stood. Heavenly Prayer Platform, a unique structure that connects heaven and earth. A manifestation of a nation's legacy, capable of upgrading alongside the village. Special attributes: disaster resistance 30, S-rank qualification, refresh rate 15. This Heavenly Prayer Platform must have appeared due to the acquisition of a nation's legacy, as it is unlikely for ordinary family legacies to possess such a structure. That it primarily adds 2 attributes: resistance to disasters and S-rank qualifications. Disasters can take many forms, such as droughts, floods, and snowstorms in the real world. Although the village's crops appear to flourish now, they may face unforeseen calamities in the future, and the disaster resistance attribute should provide immunity against such occurrences. The second attribute, the S-rank qualification refresh rate, is also a rarity, as evident. The Great Qin village has yet to refresh a single S-rank qualification, illustrating the scarcity of such opportunities. After reviewing these details, Zhao Fu slowly descended from the Heavenly Prayer Platform. It was his first time adorned in a dragon robe and crown, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Upon reaching the base of the stone platform, he noticed Lu Mei and Asani collapsed on the ground. Zhao Fu hurried over to assist them, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Lu Mei and Asani shook their heads, their faces pale, still recovering from the overwhelming aura of the king. "Congratulations, Your Highness. We celebrate your acquisition of the Fortune Legacy," Li Si announced, accompanied by a group of people, all bearing smiles as they bowed respectfully before addressing Zhao Fu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu also smiled faintly and nodded, instructing them to help Lu Mei rest before making his way to the heart of the village's construction. Extending his hand to summon the 12 bronze figures, which then floated beside the heart of construction at this moment, Zhao Fu returned to the real world and examined the information pertaining to fortune. Discovering, fortune refers to destiny and fate. Ancient texts state, to sense the harmony of fortune is to rejoice in the accomplishments of time. Fortune, indeed, is synonymous with luck. Another ancient text mentions, in minor matters, the multitude of people is also subject to the ebb and flow of fortune. This implies that the fortune of an individual, whether noble or common, is intrinsically linked to the fortune of a nation. The profound mystery of fortune determines the fate of an individual or a country. When fortune flourishes, the path is clear and unimpeded, while in its absence, myriad tribulations arise. With this newfound understanding, Zhao Fu grasped the significance of fortune. Although fortune is quantified within the world of Tianqi, its existence is palpable yet intangible. After absorbing the explanation of fortune, Zhao Fu opened the Tianqi forum to see if there were any fresh developments. He indeed discovered that a previously silent force, which countless families had been monitoring, had finally revealed a trace of its presence. And that force was none other than Huaxia in the real world. When it comes to legacies, Huaxia's inheritances pale in comparison to those of ordinary families, as the latter can at least secure a blue-quality ancestral legacy. However, modern nations cannot obtain any inheritances. Huaxia, in this regard, remains unconcerned, as there are countless entities more anxious than it, such as the United States, which, having been established for over 2 centuries, is considered a modern nation and lacks any legacies within the Tianqi world. Other nations fare better, with their ancient histories allowing them to secure historical inheritances. The United States, on the other hand, possesses very few in terms of legacies. What was once the foremost nation has swiftly descended to the bottom. However, in the real world, they are feverishly acquiring all useful resources with their immense wealth, barely managing to retain their status as a major power. Among these modern nations, Huaxia shines the brightest, as it was the epicenter of the entire world's civilizational development in ancient times, only to gradually fall behind in modernity. Thus, Huaxia is often referred to as the largest battleground within the Tianqi world. That it seems this narrative has strayed from the point. That in truth, Huaxia is currently fragmented among numerous families. However, its core remains intact. While its legacy may not rival that of any family, it surpasses them in terms of resources and population, with no family able to compare. The various dynamics within the Tianqi world unfold as Huaxia navigates the chaos. Yet maintaining order in the real world is paramount, as the collapse of reality benefits no one. Consequently, Huaxia projects an image of quietude in the Tianqi world, while secretly, it is developing extensively. Shadows of military presence have emerged in countless locations, indicating Huaxia's covert expansion with astonishing influence. They likely did not anticipate that their intention to develop discreetly would lead to a swift exposure, allowing families to engage in a life-and-death struggle, ultimately aiming for unification and dominance within the Tianqi world. At this moment, a certain general stepped forward to advocate for patriotism, urging support for the nation and the collective construction of a peaceful future. A peaceful future. Zhao Fu couldn't help but chuckle. Such a notion is the least likely to materialize in the Tianqi world. The future is bound to be one of conflict, relentless warfare, rivers of blood, and mountains of corpses. Having perused these forum discussions, Zhao Fu called for a meal to be brought to him. Now, as a pawn of the Ying family, he could enjoy numerous benefits without the need to venture outside, ensuring his safety while also alleviating concerns over potential poisoning. In the realm of sustenance, no family would dare to compromise, ensuring no untoward incidents occurred. After finishing his meal, Zhao Fu returned to the world of Tianqi, coinciding with the second day's population refreshed in the initial land. A golden light flashed, announcing the refreshing of an SS qualification. Zhao Fu felt a surge of joy and hurried over to investigate. The Great Qin village had already attained the status of a high-level settlement, and the population refresh now ranged between 45 and 50. Among them, one SS-qualified individual stood out, a fair-skinned youth. Name: Taming qualification. SS title: non-occupation. Merchant: war achievements. Commoner: 0-200 race. Human lifespan: 22, 100 loyalty. 80 attributes: strength: 6. Intelligence: 10. Constitution: 8. Agility: 7. Cultivation level: 0. Stage martial arts. None skills. Management: equipment: cloth robe, cloth shoes, coarse linen pants. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Fu exchanged a few words with him. Although Xia Ming lacked martial prowess, he possessed a remarkable talent for commercial management, complemented by his merchant occupation and management skill. Given Zhao Fu's current bustling business in the system's main city, he lacked management experience, making Xia Ming a suitable candidate to handle these affairs more effectively. In Daqin village, the first refresh was an SS qualification, rather than an S grade. It seems that Daqin village had long been unable to produce S qualifications, but suddenly gained fortune in the Qi Tian platform, compounded by the effects of the village upgrade, resulting in the refreshing of an SS qualification. Soon after, Bai Shan, wearing an expression of delight, came to report the successful research of a skill capable of detecting the qualifications of corpses. Is this the benefit of fortune? Truly, luck is on our side, Zhao Fu exclaimed joyfully. Following Bai Shan to the research room, he beheld an additional stone tablet. Upon placing his hand on it, he received a prompt indicating the acquisition of an F-grade skill: corpse detection. After mastering this skill, Zhao Fu directed it towards a lifeless wild chicken nearby. Prompt: skill successfully utilized. The qualification of this corpse is F-grade. Hearing this information, the skill for detecting qualifications had finally been perfected, heralding a significant transformation for Daqin village's qualifications. Zhao Fu was also preparing to develop high-qualification soldiers, laying the groundwork for the future, imagining the sight of Daqin's elite soldiers dominating the battlefield. Galloping across the world, invincible, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. At that moment, Bai Shan approached with an excited expression, having overcome a considerable challenge, ready to tackle the next question. Your Highness, what shall we research next? Zhao Fu pondered for a moment and instructed Bai Shan and the others to study languages. With goblins, gremlins, and orcs among their ranks, and even more races anticipated to join in the future, the language barrier posed significant obstacles. Thus, Zhao Fu directed them to enhance interracial communication through linguistic research. Receiving Zhao Fu's directive, Bai Shan bowed respectfully and hurried off to commence his work. Seeing this, Zhao Fu chose not to linger and exited the research room, suddenly recalling that he had yet to check the attributes following Daqin village's upgrade to a high-level village. Thus, he proceeded to the village hall. Village name: Daqin Village, legendary. Level: high level, 341,50000. Village area: 15 square kilometers. Territory area: 750 square kilometers. Population: 8,950. 36,000 soldiers. 4340. 12,000. Public sentiment: 80. Special attributes: crop yield and territory 50. Crop growth time and territory -50. Population and military unit cap 30. Random resident attributes 3. Soldier attributes 3. Population attraction rate 40, high qualification attraction rate 40 to number of affiliated villages allowed. 24 owned villages, Rog Village, Jian Village, Dwelluan Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Tiger Village. The basic attributes remained consistent with those during the upgrade to a mid-level village, yet the capacity for affiliated villages had tripled, allowing for a total of 24 satellite villages. Originally, Zhao Fu had 20 villages, and over these days, the two teams continued to explore the terrifying forest, conquering 4 additional low-level villages, thus reaching a total of 24. However, the experience required to elevate a high-level village to a town was daunting, necessitating a full 150,000 experience points. Zhao Fu's rank had long ascended to a 3rd-tier baron, granting him the authority to upgrade to a town. However, it was evident that the time for such an upgrade was still distant, as a mere mention of the requirement to progress from 3rd-tier baron to 2nd-tier baron necessitated 3,000 battle merits. For now, he decided to summon both exploring teams back for rest and simultaneously expand their ranks to 2,000, ensuring they all learned the corpse detection skill. Each commanding general would be granted a storage ring to facilitate the transport of numerous corpses. Naturally, ordinary qualifications would be disregarded, and considering the scarcity of S qualifications, Zhao Fu decreed that only A-grade corpses should be brought back. Following this, he also oversaw the transplantation of small spiritual herbs. With the continuous population growth, the planting area for these herbs had significantly expanded, and today marked the harvest day. This time, a total of over 90,000 small spiritual pills were refined, allowing approximately 4,000 soldiers to each possess around 20 pills, representing a month's worth of medicinal quantity. Given the ever-expanding planting area for small spiritual herbs, it was anticipated that in the future, each month would yield over 20 small spiritual pills. Zhao Fu now truly comprehended the advantages of fortune. Indeed, when one matter proceeds smoothly, a multitude of others follows suit, resolving effortlessly. After addressing all affairs in Daqin Village, Zhao Fu took Xia Ming to the City of Holy Light, granting him legendary authority to manage all business within the shops. Your Highness, congratulations on acquiring the fortune of heaven and earth. At that moment, as Zhao Fu ventured outside to explore potential gains, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Turning, he furrowed his brow at He Xianru, who radiated an aura of mystery, and inquired, "How did you come to know of this?" He Xianru smiled faintly. "Your Highness, do not forget that I am well versed in certain Yin-Yang arts. Thus, I am naturally aware of such matters." At her words, Zhao Fu recalled her ability to perceive the fortune surrounding him, and he nodded, adding, "In future public settings, please refrain from addressing me as Your Highness. Call me boss or by my name instead." Unfazed by Zhao Fu's somewhat guarded demeanor, He Xianru maintained her smile, replying, "Then I shall call you Zhao. Furthermore, should you have any questions regarding fortune, do not hesitate to ask. I am always here to assist you." Considering He Xianru's expertise in Yin-Yang arts, Zhao Fu acknowledged that he might indeed seek her counsel in the future, thus softening his attitude. "Very well, I will trouble you if the need arises." Noticing Zhao Fu's gradually warming demeanor, He Xianru felt a subtle joy within her heart, softly responding before returning to her tasks in the kitchen. Zhao Fu then wandered the streets casually, soon learning of an exciting piece of news. A major auction hosted by the largest merchant guild in the terrifying forest was set to begin the following day. It was rumored that many valuable items would be up for bid, including a grand finale featuring golden quality equipment. The mere mention of this singular item had already captivated countless eyes, as it marked the first appearance of golden quality gear before the majority of players. Chapter 66. The Alliance of Six Kingdoms. Nearly all player factions were gathering currency in preparation for this auction, and naturally, Zhao Fu was equally intrigued, holding a substantial amount of gold coins. He found himself at a loss for how to spend them, as there were numerous items he wished to acquire, yet he had grown disenchanted with most offerings in the shops. With the advent of the auction, Zhao Fu was determined to participate, thus commencing his preparations. The day passed swiftly, and before long, Zhao Fu, accompanied by Bai Qi, arrived before a colossal structure, the auction venue of the Honghua Merchant Guild. Undoubtedly, the Honghua Merchant Guild was the largest in the terrifying forest, boasting numerous enterprises within the 3 main system cities, and even extending its influence beyond the forest. It possessed significant backing, to the extent that even Qin Nan had cautioned Zhao Fu against provoking them. As they approached, the area outside the auction house was already teeming with people. Upon hearing the guards announce an entry fee of 1 gold coin, countless players winced in dismay. 1 gold coin equated to 10,000 copper coins, which in turn represented a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan in reality. This exorbitant cost deterred many ordinary players from even attempting to join the fray, given the immense size of the auction venue. Accommodating several thousand attendees was no issue, and the proceeds from this single auction would easily amount to several thousand gold coins. Zhao Fu and Bai Qi paid 2 gold coins, drawing envious glances from the surrounding players before entering the auction hall. Inside was extraordinarily spacious, exceeding 1,500 square meters, featuring a ground floor hall, second floor private rooms, third floor VIP lounges, and fourth floor supreme suites. The ceiling was adorned with 24 dazzling gemstones that cast a brilliant white light, ensuring the venue remained bright as day. The first 3 floors were accessible to all, while the 4th floor was reserved for truly influential figures. Given Zhao Fu's lack of any prior connections to the Honghua Merchant Guild, he had no special VIP card. However, for a fee, he could secure a private room. Upon entering, Zhao Fu discovered the first floor already brimming with people. Players mingled with affluent locals, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere filled with chatter. Zhao Fu initially intended to pay for a private room, but alas, they were fully booked. Inquiring about the VIP lounges yielded the same result. He could only speculate about the number of prominent figures present. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he experienced the peculiar sensation of having wealth, but no viable means to spend it. Ultimately opting to join the throng and navigate through the crowd as he squeezed through the tightly packed masses. He overheard a player remark, "What a nuisance! Why are you pushing?" Zhao Fu, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Despite possessing ample gold coins, he was mistaken for a mere penniless onlooker. Beside him, Bai Qi's expression darkened, sensing the player's derogatory tone, and was poised to retaliate. However, Zhao Fu quickly restrained him, wishing to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Eventually, the auction commenced as a stunning woman clad in a red dress, exuding an alluring charm, ascended the stage. The first item presented was a blue-quality exquisite weapon, a large blade, boasting 3 additional attributes, with a starting bid of 800 silver coins. As soon as the bidding began, a voice rang out, 900 silver coins. The moment the bid was called, it was immediately surpassed by another, and the price of the exquisite blue weapon soared higher with each successive bid, ultimately selling for 3,800 silver coins. The price was considerably higher than that of many ordinary silver weapons, and such a high-value transaction ignited excitement throughout the auction hall, causing every attendee to buzz with enthusiasm. Zhao Fu, however, held no interest in this, opting not to participate, as the bidders were solely from the first floor, with the higher levels remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, another item was brought forth, a vial containing an unknown medicinal concoction. At that moment, the enchanting young woman swayed her alluring figure beneath the bright lights, her mature body subtly revealed through the sheer red silk of her dress, exposing a generous expanse of white skin that tantalized the onlookers. Eliciting a chorus of excited cries, seizing the opportunity, she proclaimed, "A vial of the minor elixir, capable of doubling your cultivation speed, contains a total of 50 pills, starting bid, 2,500 silver coins." 3,000 silver coins, shouted a voice from the crowd. Zhao Fu, having already concocted over 90,000 of these minor elixirs, felt no interest, merely observing the others as they raised their bids. The second floor began to show signs of activity as well. And ultimately, the vial was sold for 6,000 silver coins. Soon after, the next item was brought forth, a crafting blueprint. The forging blueprint for the Eternal Radiance armor, capable of creating blue-quality armor, is priced at 4,000 silver coins, the captivating woman explained. Zhao Fu had a similar blueprint, obtained from the conquest of Red Village, where such blue-quality armor could already be crafted. Bidding commenced, with the second floor showing considerable interest, while the first floor initially joined in for the excitement. Eventually, the bids were predominantly coming from the second floor, and the price surged to 10,000 silver coins. Zhao Fu discerned that the bidders from the second floor were primarily players, as the locals showed little regard for this item. Though he could easily acquire the blueprint and stifle the growth of other factions, the intensity of the competition was too provocative and would breed resentment. Thus, Zhao Fu chose not to participate. He lacked need and, more importantly, recognized that provoking widespread hostility could lead to dire consequences. History is replete with heroes who fell to the wolves when they made too many enemies. Acquiring opportunities should not lead one to believe they are the protagonist. This world is filled with protagonists beyond imagination. A single individual may triumph over 2 or 3 foes, but could they truly contend with 30? Zhao Fu was not like the protagonists of certain novels, flaunting an arrogant demeanor while attracting animosity, only to emerge unscathed. In reality, such behavior would likely lead to an early demise, with adversaries celebrating over his grave. Yet, Zhao Fu was not afraid of them. He simply understood that it was not the time to display his strength. Despite the formidable power of the Qin state, it had to retreat in the face of the United Six States, ultimately adopting a strategy of forging alliances with distant kin and dismantling the coalition. Throughout history, it is not always the strongest who laugh last. Whoever secures the blueprint will indeed benefit in the future, but it is merely a blueprint for blue-quality crafting, and there are many such blueprints available. If he were to obstruct this opportunity, there would be others, and he could not entirely prevent others from seizing their chances. Moreover, if a faction grew too powerful, Zhao Fu could feign weakness and unite with others to strike against them. Silent development is the true essence of strength. As the bidding continued, apart from the 6 great families and 3 major players, 2 unknown factions also joined the fray. The price of the blueprint quickly escalated, reaching 24,000 silver coins in the blink of an eye. In a private room, several individuals sat around a table, among them Jiang Ro and her elder brother Jiang Feng, the heir of the Jiang family. We must secure this crafting blueprint for the Jiang family. Rower, thanks to your fabric shop, I can afford to bid so high, Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. Jiang Ro nodded gently, offering no reply. Despite their sibling bond, their relationship had long been distant, with only her second brother remaining close to her. When Jiang Ro was to be married off to Zhou Jie, her second brother had opposed the union, knowing the nature of Zhou Jie and the hardships that would follow. In contrast, her elder brother did not oppose and even encouraged her to marry Zhou Jie, suggesting she endure some hardship for the family's sake. They asked the next heir of the Jiang family. Securing an alliance with the Zhou family through his sister's marriage would significantly benefit his future ambitions. He harbored ambitions beyond being an ordinary scion of a noble family, aspiring to carve a kingdom for himself, which justified any sacrifice, even that of his sister. The other factions were visibly frustrated, feeling the pressure exerted by the Jiang family. In another private room, Zhou Ming, the heir of the Zhou family, scoffed. The Jiang family shows us no respect. In reality, in such competitive bidding scenarios, smaller factions might exchange harsh words, but before the might of the system's factions, they were rendered insignificant. Thus, they suppressed their anger and remained silent. Ultimately, the crafting blueprint reached a price of 32,000 silver coins. In one private room, 2 individuals sat upright, exuding a military aura. They belonged to one of the mysterious factions. A young man beside one of them asked, "Captain, should we continue bidding?" The captain sighed and replied, "This price is too steep. Let us forego it. We cannot compete with the Jiang family." The young man nodded in agreement, refraining from further bidding. In another room, a middle-aged man with a small goatee and a boy fiddling with various wooden components represented the second mysterious faction. Upon hearing the price, the middle-aged man also decided to withdraw. Other factions followed suit, and ultimately, the crafting blueprint was secured by the Jiang family. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, not only from the pressure of competing families, but also silently hoping that another individual would not intervene. Although the Jiang family possessed greater financial resources than the other factions, they paled in comparison to that individual. Throughout the bidding, Jiang Feng had been anxiously praying that this individual would show no interest. Now that the deal was finalized, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The other factions harbored discontent over the Jiang family's acquisition of the blueprint, while also speculating about the mysterious individual who had not participated in the bidding. Surely, such a grand auction would draw his presence, and he must be seated in a private room somewhere. Little did they know, Zhao Fu had no luxurious accommodations. He was jostled on the first floor. Nearly suffocated by the crowd, the factions pondered, what does this mean? With his financial capabilities, he could easily acquire this blueprint and suppress us. Yet he has remained silent throughout the bidding. Some began to perceive Zhao Fu's lack of participation as a gesture of goodwill, slightly easing their animosity toward him. Subsequently, the fourth item up for auction was a skill book, which Zhao Fu found uninteresting and was sold for over 6,000 silver coins. The fifth, Sixth and seventh items also failed to capture his interest, leading him to abstain from bidding. When the eighth item, a high-quality silver material, was presented with a starting bid of 3,000 silver coins, Zhao Fu felt a flicker of interest, just as he was about to bid. A charming girl, around 17 years of age and somewhat petite, yet undeniably cute, piped up 8,000 silver coins. After glancing at her, Zhao Fu decided to withdraw, recognizing that the silver material was not worth such a high price. Average silver materials typically fetched around 5,000 to 6,000 silver coins, with only exceptional materials warranting 8,000. Moreover, if he entered the bidding, the girl's bold offer could inflate the price to 20,000 or even 30,000 silver coins after several rounds of contention. Zhao Fu was rational in his approach and, upon reflection, opted not to engage in bidding, allowing the girl to secure the silver material. The subsequent items failed to pique Zhao Fu's interest, while those in the private rooms began to bid fiercely. By the time the 20th item was introduced, which comprised 6 2-meter-long wooden sticks, the atmosphere shifted. The sticks were pale in color, with sharp ends and adorned with intricate runes, suggesting their extraordinary nature. The captivating woman explained, the 6-wood absolute ban, an advanced isolation array, can prohibit the use of certain spatial equipment, spatial skills, and teleportation arrays. Zhao Fu's heart leaped at this revelation. He had meticulously devised the divine refinement plan, taking into account the potential escape of the divine avatar, necessitating the preparation of an isolation array. Ordinary isolation arrays were seldom utilized now, but would prove invaluable in future city battles, rendering the opponent's teleportation arrays inoperable. Priced around 20,000 silver coins, while reasonable, Zhao Fu dismissed such commonplace items. However, the 6-wood absolute ban caught his eye, with the starting bid set at 180,000 silver coins. This price was beyond the reach of the average individual, and even the system factions regarded it with indifference. Consequently, the atmosphere in the previously vibrant auction hall abruptly cooled. The beautiful woman on stage sighed inwardly. This item has been unsold multiple times. It was once priced at 300,000 silver coins, but now has dropped to 180,000. Given the tepid response, it may continue to decline in value or remain unsold in storage. Is there anyone interested? She inquired, scanning the audience, but silence prevailed, just as she was about to signal for the item to be removed and proceed to the next. A calm voice pierced the stillness of the auction hall. 180,500 silver coins. The room erupted in astonishment, heads turning to identify the audacious bidder willing to spend such a sum on what many deemed a useless item. Chapter 68. The craft of ink. All eyes converged on a secluded corner of the first-floor hall, fixated on the cloaked figure, for he was the one who had audaciously called out the bid of 185,000 silver coins. Beside Zhao Fu stood an adorable young girl, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed intently at him. Despite being the center of attention, Zhao Fu remained composed, standing there with a sense of tranquility that had transformed significantly after receiving the legacy of fortune. Many recognized his voice and the distinctive cloak, sighing in unison, acknowledging his status as a wealthy individual. Some expressed their astonishment at how such a distinguished person could mingle with the common crowd on the first floor, silently pondering. Indeed, the world of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Meanwhile, several individuals were oblivious to Zhao Fu's identity, inquiring among those nearby. Other player factions grew tense upon witnessing his appearance. A bid of 180,000 silver coins was a display of wealth that no single faction could rival. Zhang Ro, hearing Zhao Fu's voice, broke into a radiant smile and left her private chamber. Zhang Feng, seeing this, did not intervene, but rather offered a supportive smile. Confident that Zhao Fu surpassed the Zhou family in strength, the enchanting woman on stage, upon realizing that someone had finally placed a bid, could not help but smile alluringly as she announced, "This esteemed gentleman has bid 185,500 silver coins. May I ask if there are any other gentlemen wishing to place a bid? If not, this 6-wood absolute ban will belong to him." At that moment, no one dared to bid. Who could afford 180,000 silver coins? Members of the system factions showed little interest, and thus the 6-wood absolute ban was destined to be claimed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Xian, Zhang Ro called out cheerfully as she descended to the first floor. Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned to acknowledge her with a nod, and soon Zhang Ro joined him, engaging in conversation in another private chamber. Zhou Ming's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Although the Jiang and Zhou families had not publicly announced their engagement, an agreement had long been established behind closed doors. Now, seeing Jiang Rou so intimately conversing with another, it felt like a slap to the face of the Zhou family. The memory of Jiang Feng's earlier refusal to acknowledge him when he purchased the blueprint further fueled Zhou Ming's anger. He understood the precariousness of their current situation. If the two families clashed, they would attract the attention of the surrounding wolves, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Shortly after, another item was brought forth, a potion bottle. The alluring woman announced, "This is the violent spirit pill. A third-tier elixir. Upon consumption, it unleashes all bodily strength, but the side effects will leave one weakened for several days. This bottle contains 20 violent spirit pills. Starting bid, 80,000 silver coins." Upon hearing this, many showed interest, recognizing the value of such a life-saving elixir, yet it was evident that not just any player could afford it. Several system factions engaged in bidding, and ultimately, Zhao Fu secured it for 120,000 silver coins. The onlookers were astonished at how effortlessly he spent 300,000 silver coins, his demeanor remaining unruffled. Next, another item was presented, an A-level skill, the Holy Ring of Light, capable of summoning a 7-tiered angelic halo for attack. With a starting bid of 200,000 silver coins, this skill captivated everyone's attention. Its A-level classification indicated that it was beyond the reach of ordinary players, and the ability to summon an angelic halo sounded overwhelmingly powerful. The initial bidding was dominated by the VIP section, while the common crowd could only watch in excitement. The price for the Holy Ring of Light skyrocketed to 320,000 silver coins, and as it reached this point, the number of bidders dwindled, yet 5 remained fiercely competing, driving the price up to 400,000 silver coins. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath. "Zhao Xian, who do you think will purchase this skill?" Jiang Rou inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed the heated bidding. Zhao Fu smiled, responding, "For 50,000 silver coins." Jiang Rou was taken aback, realizing Zhao Fu had joined the fray, raising the bid by an additional 50,000 silver coins. With this proclamation, countless gazes returned to Zhao Fu, who was now regarded as an unparalleled tycoon. They thought to themselves, he must be extraordinarily wealthy. Having already spent 300,000 silver coins, now he bids 450,000. Truly a god of wealth. The combined assets of all the player factions here likely pale in comparison to his. The esteemed families and factions in the private chambers felt a sense of helplessness upon witnessing Zhao Fu's display. While Jiang Feng's smile grew even broader, he had abandoned the Zhou family, placing all his bets on Zhao Fu, hoping that Jiang Rou could win his heart. Zhou Ming's expression soured further. His reckless younger brother had offended this formidable individual. If Zhao Fu chose to retaliate, the Zhou family would surely be the first target. Zhao Fu had instilled a deep sense of crisis within Zhou Ming. In another private chamber, a young man remarked to his captain, "Captain, this Zhao Xian possesses immense wealth that I've heard he might be a legacy inheritor from a nation, but which nation remains a mystery. With so many historical nations in Huaxia, some well-known, others obscure, unless he discloses his information, it will be challenging to ascertain." The captain nodded, his eyes fixed on Zhao Fu, declaring, "He could be invaluable to our nation. We must recruit him to serve our cause." Upon hearing this, the young man straightened, a sense of duty washing over him as he saluted. "Yes, sir." In yet another room, a middle-aged man pointed at Zhao Fu through the window, instructing the young boy at the table, "Hunter, observe him closely." "Oh, Uncle Lin," the boy replied, moving to the window, his eyes widening as an invisible force emanated from them. In an instant, his eyes turned jet black, appearing as though countless gears were turning within. "Uncle Lin, I see nothing," the boy exclaimed after a few attempts to peer at Zhao Fu, reporting back to the middle-aged man. "Is that so?" Uncle Lin pondered for a moment, then remarked, "Hunter, if even your crafted ink eyes cannot discern him, it suggests that a higher power is involved. This matter may be more complex than it appears. We must report this." The boy nodded and returned to his table, resuming play with wooden pieces. Returning to the moment Zhao Fu shouted 450,000 silver coins, the staggering price silenced the venue, causing the VIP section to hesitate, lingering in silence. The alluring woman on stage giggled softly, reminding the audience, "Are there any other esteemed gentlemen wishing to bid? Otherwise, such a remarkable skill will belong to this gentleman." Chapter 69. The Sword of Imperial Path. Following the alluring woman's reminder, the VIP section remained hesitant and ultimately refrained from further bidding. Consequently, the A-level skill, the Holy Ring of Light, was claimed by Zhao Fu. The crowd cast envious glances at him before shifting their focus to the next item. For the subsequent items, Zhao Fu did not participate in bidding, allowing other items to be auctioned off one after another. The system factions displayed their true prowess, acquiring numerous coveted items at high prices, leaving countless players yearning for what slipped away as the auction neared its conclusion. The final headline item was brought forth with great anticipation. The first item was a fist-sized stone radiating a faint yellow glow, resembling iron ore. Despite its modest size, it required the strength of 4 robust men to lift, indicating its substantial weight. The enchanting woman on stage began her introduction. This is a ground stone of golden quality, capable of forging golden quality equipment. Starting bid, 300,000 silver coins. The emergence of a golden quality item sparked excitement among the crowd, who eagerly gazed at the ground stone, engaging in lively discussions. The bidding commenced, with the first bid reaching 320,000 silver coins, quickly surpassed by several others, driving the price to 400,000 silver coins as the competition intensified. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from a supreme chamber, calmly declaring, 500,000 silver coins. This announcement hushed the crowd, as it was the first time a Supreme Chamber participant had made a bid. Everyone understood that this individual held an extraordinary status, leading those previously bidding to fall silent. The cute girl beside Zhao Fu gazed at the ground stone, her eyes gleaming with desire, yet realizing her dwindling funds, she could only lower her head in disappointment and sigh. Zhao Fu, too, was tempted by the golden quality ore. Although he could not forge golden equipment at present, he considered its future potential. However, mindful of the identity of the Supreme Chamber participant, Zhao Fu refrained from bidding. Offending such a powerful figure would be unwise, as they could easily ruin his business in the Holy Light City and bar him from entering, leading to great frustration. Many understood this rationale, resulting in a profound silence. The once vibrant auction hall became eerily quiet, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Old Wu, must you always assert your dominance? With your status, do you truly need a piece of golden quality, or? Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from another supreme chamber. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man originally referred to as Old Wu, noticing the now subdued auction hall, broke into a hearty laugh and remarked, I've merely been sitting here for too long and thought to have some fun. You needn't concern yourselves with my identity. Rest assured, I shall not seek retribution afterward. The crowd, upon hearing his words, fell into a state of speechlessness. Although Old Wu insisted that his identity should not be a matter of concern, his subsequent statements implied a certainty of vengeance, leaving no one daring to bid. Thus, the atmosphere remained utterly quiet, with no one willing to make an offer. The beautiful woman on stage awkwardly prompted, Is there no one else willing to place a bid? Seeing this, Zhao Fu sighed and decided to forego the piece of gold grade ore. The prospect of jeopardizing a lucrative business venture for a mere stone simply did not seem worthwhile. The adorable girl beside him, noticing Zhao Fu's demeanor, tilted her head in contemplation, and then, seemingly struck with inspiration, leaned closer to him. Hey, could you lend me some coins? I can use this, or to forge a piece of golden equipment. And I will gift it to you without charging for the crafting, provided you lend me the coins. What do you say? Upon hearing the girl's proposition, Zhao Fu found it hard to believe. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, claiming she could forge golden equipment. Anyone would find such a statement incredulous, even with a multitude of materials at his disposal. None of his subordinates had managed to create anything of golden quality. How could a single player possibly achieve that? Noticing Zhao Fu's skepticism, the girl pouted in mild irritation and exclaimed, Do not underestimate my abilities. My family is renowned for forging the Qishao sword. The Qishao sword. Zhao Fu felt a flicker of familiarity but could not quite place it that moment. Jiang Ro, standing nearby, smiled and interjected. The Qishao sword ranks third among the 10 legendary swords of antiquity, following the Xianyuan sword and the Zhanlu sword. It is said to have been wielded by Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, to slay the White Dragon and ascend to emperor status. Thus, it is also known as the Sword of Imperial Path, forged by the Gongsun family. Upon hearing Jiang Ro's explanation, Zhao Fu understood. No wonder it sounded familiar. That it seemed this girl had quite a pedigree. And perhaps she really could forge golden equipment. That it made sense why she was so enamored with high-quality materials. This line of thought made it seem feasible. He could avoid offending that influential figure while simultaneously acquiring a piece of golden quality weaponry, which posed no harm to himself. Nodding in agreement, he acquiesced. 550,000 silver coins. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out in the once quiet auction hall, causing everyone to gasp in collective astonishment. Who would dare to offend such a powerful individual? All eyes turned once more towards the familiar corner, astonished to see the adorable girl had such a fortune and was unafraid of old Wu. Following this bid, the other prominent figures fell silent, unwilling to make further offers, lest they provoke old Wu. The beautiful woman on stage, recognizing the situation, graciously announced, "Very well. This piece of or shall go to this esteemed individual." She was quite satisfied with this price. Well aware of old Wu's status, for someone of his caliber, a piece of golden-grade material was hardly significant. It was merely a game for him, but the repercussions of such a powerful figure engaging could be considerable. With the ore secured, the girl beamed with joy and then turned to Zhao Fu, saying, "Thank you. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gongsun Lin." Chapter 70. The Dragon Egg. Zhao Fu nodded in acknowledgement and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Xin." Upon hearing his name, Gongsun Lin flashed a charming smile and nodded, indicating she would remember. The attention of all present then shifted to the next auction item, which was a spear, shimmering in silver with exquisite engravings along its shaft. The sharp tip glinted ominously, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who approached. This weapon was undoubtedly of golden quality. At this juncture, the beautiful woman on stage began her introduction. "Behold the Baiwa long silver spear. A weapon of golden quality, crafted from exquisite mithril. The starting bid is 800,000 silver coins." Given the open attributes of this spear, Zhao Fu noted that it was slightly inferior to the Zhanqing sword wielded by Bai Qi, as the latter had undergone one enhancement. Had the Zhanqing sword not been enhanced, it would not have matched this spear's attributes, which had succumbed to the ravages of time. What followed was the true titans of wealth entering the bidding war. While others could only watch in awe, Zhao Fu was among them, having exhausted all his funds on the ore. Ultimately, the Baiwa long silver spear fetched a staggering 4.1 million silver coins, a price that left the crowd in awe. The second item was then presented, which Zhao Fu recognized as 8 irregular stones radiating fire energy. These were fire enhancement stones. The beautiful woman once again elaborated. As everyone knows, enhancement stones are rare, and these 8 fire enhancement stones have been painstakingly gathered by our Honghua Chamber of Commerce. They are exceptionally precious and can facilitate the 4th enhancement of equipment. The starting bid is 1.2 million silver coins. 4th enhancement. Zhao Fu pondered upon her explanation. Equipment could undergo multiple enhancements, but the number of enhancement stones required varied with each level. Given the rarity of enhancement stones, gathering 8 stones of the same attribute was indeed a formidable task, which justified the starting bid exceeding that of golden quality equipment. The bidding for the fire enhancement stones became intense among the prominent figures, culminating in a final sale price of 5.8 million silver coins. This sum was utterly beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, and the excitement was palpable as they witnessed the fierce competition among the elite. The final item was carefully brought forth by 6 burly men, a massive egg, approximately 1 meter in length, with a slightly bluish shell exuding a faint pressure that signified its extraordinary nature. The beautiful woman on stage smiled mysteriously and asked, "Are you all familiar with dragons? Those fearsome beings capable of unleashing calamity with their mere presence, synonymous with nightmares. Perhaps some of you have surmised it. Indeed, before you lies a wind dragon egg. Do you desire to possess a dragon of immense power, to ride it through the skies, to transcend nightmares? Then bid away. The starting price for the wind dragon egg is 8 million silver coins." Her announcement plunged the crowd into astonishment as they realized they were gazing upon a dragon egg. Zhao Fu was equally shocked. Ordinary half-blood dragons were already 4th-tier beings, while purebred wyverns were 5th tier, stone dragons and earth dragons were 6th tier, and elemental dragons like the wind dragon, fire dragon, and ice dragon were 7th tier. The legendary light dragon, dark dragon, fairy dragon, and crystal dragon belonged to the 8th tier, with the terrifying chaos dragon being a 9th tier creature. The above-mentioned dragons were of Western lore, Even the lowest of the Chinese dragons were at least 8th tier. Though they were exceedingly rare compared to their Western counterparts, regardless of the faction, all were in a relatively weak position. The mere appearance of a lower-tier dragon would incite significant turmoil. It was unfathomable that the Honghua Chamber of Commerce had acquired a wind dragon egg. One could only wonder how they managed such a feat given the current circumstances. Securing a wind dragon egg was nothing short of miraculous. Zhao Fu's heart raced at the sight of the egg, yet lamentably, he lacked the necessary funds. Even if he had the coins, he knew he could not safeguard such a treasure. However, dragons were long-lived beings, and this egg would take at least 2 to 3 years to hatch, with many more years required for its upbringing. 10 million silver coins. As Zhao Fu contemplated, the elite began placing bids, swiftly driving the price of the wind dragon egg up to 10 million silver coins, only for the figure to be surpassed almost immediately. Gradually, the price reached a level that would leave ordinary individuals in despair. 42 million silver coins. A hoarse voice rang out from one of the elites. I implore you all, allow the wind dragon egg to come to the Magic Tree City. The escalating price made the prominent figures cautious, leading them to lower their posturing and beseech the representatives from the other 2 main cities. Another elite interjected with a deep voice. Apologies, 45 million silver coins. The significance of the egg was clear to all factions, making it impossible for them to relent. The representatives from the Forest of Arms were equally unyielding. Old Wu, the man from Holy Light City, let out a hearty laugh. I'm afraid I must counter with 50 million silver coins. The representatives from Magic Tree City, though slightly miffed at the lack of respect shown by the other 2 cities, recognized the egg's importance and sighed, calling out, 52 million silver coins. The bidding war continued fiercely among the 3 factions, leaving the rest of the crowd in stunned silence, with only the sounds of their bids reverberating through the auction hall. Ultimately, as the auction was held in Holy Light City, they held a significant advantage, successfully acquiring the wind dragon egg for a staggering 72 million silver coins. With that, the auction concluded, and countless individuals departed with exhilaration. Although some left empty-handed, witnessing such rare treasures and the fierce competition among the powerful was more than enough to satisfy them. They could return home boasting of having laid eyes on a wind dragon egg. Zhao Fu and Gongsun Lin arrived backstage, completed their monetary transactions, and retrieved the items they had successfully bid on. Upon returning to Zilu, Gongsun Lin leaned over the table, gazing at the precious stone resting upon its surface. Her expression radiating childlike joy, reminiscent of a young one who has just received a long-desired gift. After a moment, Zhao Fu, unable to contain himself, remarked, Now we can forge equipment of golden quality, can't we? Chapter 71. The light of the holy ring. Gongsun Lin snapped back to reality and replied, Then please assist me in acquiring a blacksmith's workshop. However, I must warn you that my forging speed is quite slow at the moment, so prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded, understanding that it was no small feat for a player to craft golden quality equipment. He was about to turn to help her find a blacksmith's workshop when Gongsun Lin called out, Wait, what type of equipment do you wish to forge? This precious stone is more suited for heavy weapons or shields. Zhao Fu paused to ponder. Indeed, heavy weapons and shields were appropriate. Since none of his subordinates utilized heavy weaponry, he decided to forge a shield instead, considering that the divine plan might involve combat with divine avatars. Possessing a golden quality shield would provide a degree of safety. With a firm decision made, Zhao Fu instructed Gongsun Lin to craft the shield, then set out to secure a blacksmith's workshop, alongside procuring auxiliary materials essential for forging golden quality equipment. With that matter settled, Zhao Fu returned to Daqing village and entrusted the A-grade skill, Light of the Holy Ring, to Daisy, whose profession was that of an elven priestess endowed with high intelligence. He was uncertain if she could wield holy light skills, as he and old Roger, being demon priests, certainly could not. Daisy, possessing the next highest intelligence attribute, was the natural choice for this skill. Calling Daisy over, Zhao Fu regarded this mature elven woman exuding a certain charm and presented her with the light of the holy ring. Eager to see if she could utilize it to his relief, he witnessed the skill merging seamlessly with her being, indicating her capability to wield it. Curious about its power, Zhao Fu, along with Lu Mei and Wang Ergo, approached a granite cliff, urging Daisy to use the holy ring. Standing several meters away from the cliff, Daisy gently exhaled, closing her eyes. Casting A-grade magical skills was no trivial matter, It required far more concentration than conjuring a fireball. With her eyes shut, she stood still, her form emanating a soft white glow, her demeanor transforming into one of purity. Slowly, she raised her hand and pointed towards the cliff. A beam of white light shot forth from her fingertip. Swift and silent, resembling a white thread that reached the cliff in an instant. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The beam of light split into 2, then 3, then 4, ultimately transforming into 7 rings of varying sizes, each encasing the other and crashing against the solid rock of the cliff. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the rock shattered. Clouds of dust billowing forth. 7 rings appeared on the cliff, each differing in size. The largest measuring 10 meters in width, while the innermost ring was but 1 meter. These rings penetrated the cliff by more than a meter, showcasing that the power of ordinary equipment was utterly insignificant in comparison. Daisy had not fully harnessed the power of the light of the Holy Ring, as her cultivation was still at the 5th tier, and this was her first attempt at using the skill. Once she mastered it completely and advanced in cultivation, its destructive capacity would likely multiply manifold. Nevertheless, Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with the current display of power, estimating that even his hellfire ball would only create a shallow pit of 1 meter in width upon striking the rugged cliff. Upon returning to Daqin village, Zhao Fu attended to internal affairs. His 2 scouting teams had explored the area within a 70-mile radius of Daqin village, conquering 2 primary villages and 1 intermediate village. Amassing a total of 20-7. At that moment, a soldier reported the discovery of a bandit stronghold to the east of Daqin village, housing approximately 5,000 members. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. Having been preoccupied with commercial matters recently, he was eager to personally lead an assault on this advanced settlement. With the 70-mile radius now under control and the bronze ore deposit located 50 miles away, the risks were considerably mitigated. Zhao Fu summoned back 1,000 soldiers and, accompanied by 3,000, set forth towards the bandit stronghold. More than a day later, on a sunny morning, Zhao Fu and his party arrived at the bandit stronghold. Observing from a high vantage point, he noted that the stronghold was home to around 5,000 individuals, with a complex terrain and a single entry point. The stronghold's gate, constructed from stone and reinforced with sturdy wooden doors, heavily guarded by sentinels. Given the terrain, it was evident that the stronghold was easy to defend but challenging to penetrate. Zhao Fu's attention was drawn to a peculiar stone platform within the stronghold. Standing 8 meters tall, it was unlikely that a bandit stronghold would construct such a platform without reason, prompting Zhao Fu to take note of it. The next step was to devise a strategy. The group gathered to contemplate, recognizing that with only 1 entry point and the stronghold's defenses, infiltrating would be nearly impossible. Poisoning the bandits was also not a viable option. Moreover, it seemed the bandits had amassed substantial supplies of grain, suggesting that not many would venture out to hunt, as only small teams would occasionally emerge for meat, making it impractical to eliminate them one by one. A plan began to form in Zhao Fu's mind. He resolved to utilize all 350 goblins to feign an attack on the stronghold. However, this would be a ruse, requiring them to maintain a safe distance, as the unlocking of shielded infantry and archers in advanced villages meant that a genuine assault by hundreds of goblins would lead to devastating losses. Just as they were about to implement the plan, soldiers reported capturing a few suspicious individuals. Zhao Fu paused the strategy to investigate the captured individuals brought before him. A few ragged youths stood there, and upon scanning them, Zhao Fu inquired, "Who are you?" While most of the youths appeared frightened and flustered, one remained composed and boldly addressed Zhao Fu. "Might I ask, my lord, are you planning to attack that bandit stronghold?" Zhao Fu nodded in response. Upon seeing his affirmation, the others expressed visible relief. The youth, bowing respectfully, struggled to contain his emotions as he declared, "I am Shao Jian, the son of the village chief from Baiwa village, which was once an intermediate settlement not far from here. However, 3 days ago, this vile bandit group attacked, resulting in the massacre of numerous villagers. The women of our village were either raped or taken as tools for their depravity. We beseech you, great lord, to avenge us." After speaking, the youth and the others fell to their knees, fervently bowing their heads in supplication to Zhao Fu. Daisy and Lu Mei, upon hearing the youth's tale, shared expressions of outrage, their faces hardening in anger. Zhao Fu, however, remained calm, fully aware that in this world, there existed only the strong and the weak, and that good and evil were merely tools for the powerful. One must not expect mercy from enemies. The only way to avoid such fates was to become stronger. Chapter 72. The bandit stronghold. A plan began to crystallize in Zhao Fu's mind, yet he did not immediately agree to assist Xiao Jian and his companions in their quest for vengeance. Instead, he inquired, "Are you the only ones who escaped?" "No, my lord. Over 30 others managed to flee," Xiao Jian replied, his heart sinking upon sensing that Zhao Fu had not readily committed to their cause, yet he still responded respectfully. "And how many adult males are there?" Zhao Fu continued his questioning. "There are 21 adult males in total," Xiao Jian promptly answered. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fu declared, "I can help you seek vengeance, but it primarily depends on you. Bring the remaining adult males to me." "Thank you, my lord." Hearing Zhao Fu's agreement, Xiao Jian's heart soared, and he again knelt, bowing his head before rising to leave. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 21 gaunt men, clearly having endured hardships since their village was overrun. In the world of the apocalypse, the population initially replenished from the starting area. But once a village was destroyed, its inhabitants became mere drifters, unable to return to their original settlement and reliant on their own efforts to seek out a new one. "Do you wish for revenge?" Zhao Fu inquired, his gaze settling on them. Though these men appeared emaciated, their hatred was unmistakable as they collectively replied, "Yes." Zhao Fu nodded and instructed, "Distribute a sword to each of them." The nearby soldiers complied, handing out iron swords to Xiao Jian and his companions. They quickly grasped the implication that they were to accompany this formidable lord in the assault against the bandits to reclaim their honor. However, they were taken aback when the previously armored and well-equipped soldiers began shedding their armor, rolling on the ground, transforming from valiant warriors into figures resembling refugees. They then picked up various wooden sticks as makeshift weapons and grabbed planks of wood to use as shields. "Zhang Dao, you will lead this time. Proceed according to plan," Zhao Fu commanded. Zhang Dahu acknowledged with a salute and then chuckled at the bewildered expressions on Xiao Jian and his companions, saying, "Let us go." Xiao Jian, still confused as to why they were abandoning their superior equipment and why their numbers were only 700 against 5,000 bandits in a stronghold that was easy to defend, could not help but voice his concern. "My lord, are we truly to attack the stronghold like this?" Zhang Dahu, upon hearing Xiao Jian's words, was about to explain the plan with a smile when Zhao Fu interrupted him. With a faint smile, he turned to Xiao Jian and said, "Since you seek vengeance, then muster the courage and fury that you possess, and delight in staining your hands with the blood of your enemies. Is that not the most exhilarating of pursuits?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian recalled the numerous tragedies that befell Baiwa village. A surge of anger swelling within him, he knelt before Zhao Fu and bowed his head, saying, "If we should perish, I beseech you to watch over the remaining elders and women of our village. Your kindness shall be repaid in the next life." With that, Xiao Jian let out a fierce cry and charged towards the stronghold, leading the remaining 20 or so villagers of Baiwa, while Zhang Dahu rallied his 700 soldiers to follow suit. Meanwhile, within the stronghold, panic erupted as a loud shout pierced the air. "Trouble! We are under attack!" This alarmed all within. 3 burly men emerged from the hall, the leaders of the stronghold, who, upon hearing the commotion, gathered a throng of bandits at the gates. They surveyed the approaching force, barely numbering 800, armed with nothing but crude sticks. And a wave of derisive laughter echoed among them. "Wang Xiong, Wang Long, Wang Bao, you shall pay for the lives of the 800 villagers of Baiwa." Xiao Jian, at the forefront, fixed his vengeful gaze upon the 3 leaders atop the stronghold's wall. His voice dripping with hatred. One of the men, recognizing the charging Xiao Jian, remarked, "Ah, it's that boy from Baiwa village. We let him slip away last time, and now he has the audacity to bring such rabble to attack us. How amusing!" Yet, his sister, when asked to serve our elder brother, refused and ultimately took her own life. What a pity for such a fine figure. Another chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, we've captured quite a number of women from Baiwa village. That is certainly a gain." Only the eldest among them maintained his composure, observing the advancing Xiao Jian, and then commanded, "Release the arrows." A volley of arrows soared through the air, most of which were met by hastily prepared wooden shields, resulting in only a few injuries among Xiao Jian's group. However, a portion of the villagers, gripped by fear, fled, leaving around 500 to continue the charge. Another wave of arrows rained down, wounding more, yet some still broke ranks in terror. By the third volley, fewer than 200 remained. Scattering in panic, the third in command atop the wall scoffed. What a rabble! They haven't even pressed forward before they flee. The second in command added, Indeed, that boy from Baiwa must have employed some trickery to gather such a crowd, now that they see our might. They're scurrying like frightened mice. Ha ha! The third in command laughed heartily, then declared, Brother, we cannot let this boy escape. I shall lead 3,000 men to hunt them down. The eldest pondered, nodding in agreement, but sensing something amiss. Yet, recalling the many enemies they had made, he decided to err on the side of caution. He turned and instructed, Brother, take 4,000 men. Be cautious. Hearing this, the third in command grinned. Thank you for your concern. Brother, before throwing open the gates, leading 4,000 bandits in pursuit of Xiao Jian and his group. Xiao Jian and his companions hastened away according to their plan. Initially, he believed Zhao Fu had sent them to their doom. But after hearing Zhang Da's explanation, he understood otherwise. During their flight, Xiao Jian asked Zhang Dao, What manner of person is that lord? Zhang Dao, unsure how to convey this, replied, I cannot say for certain. The prince treats us well, and is himself a formidable individual. Possessing various strategies to counter foes. In short, he is a remarkably charismatic figure, one who inspires belief that he can carve a haven amidst this chaotic world. The prince, Xiao Jian, realized that the youth who appeared slightly younger than himself was no ordinary person. Zhang Dao, oblivious to his slip of the tongue, thought nothing of it, believing that Xiao Jian and his group, being destitute, would eventually be taken under the prince's wing. As they fled swiftly, the third in command, leading his 4,000 bandits, pursued them with fierce determination, ultimately fulfilling Zhao Fu's intention of encircling the bandits. Chapter 73. Unification of the realm. The third in command observed the fleeing Xiao Jian, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Just as he was about to command the archers to loose their arrows, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, followed by a flurry of crossbow bolts that tore through the atmosphere. Zhao Fu had brought along 200 crossbows without concern for transport, as he possessed storage rings. With 200 crossbows and 600 bolts as thick as a finger, they descended upon the 4,000 bandits like a torrential downpour. The bolts rained down, impaling bandits mercilessly, embedding their tips into the earth, as nearly 600 bandits were gruesomely pinned to the ground in an instant, turning the scene into a bloody spectacle. Caught off guard by such a terrifying assault, the bandits erupted into chaos. With another volley of arrows, the previously feigned retreating Zhang Dao and his men, unarmored, seized their bows and began to unleash a savage onslaught. The ground was soon stained crimson with the blood of countless bandits. Realizing the severity of their losses, the third in command shouted, Form the shield wall. The bandits complied, raising their ironwood shields to create a massive circular barrier to deflect the incoming arrows. Xiao Jian, witnessing the carnage among the bandits, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Vengeance was finally at hand. The third in command, now aware of Xiao Jian's presence, glared at him with malice, saying, You dare to ambush me? I shall have you dismembered. Ha ha, you vile bandits deserve this fate. It is time for retribution. Xiao Jian laughed maniacally. Infuriated by Xiao Jian's taunts, the third in command retaliated with a sinister grin. You are unaware. I presume that I have already slain your sister. I even sampled her flesh, and it was quite delectable. In that moment, the memories of his beloved sister flashed through Xiao Jian's mind, leaving him dazed and sinking to the ground. Tears streaming from his eyes, his heart torn asunder. Noticing Xiao Jian's despair, Zhao Fu furrowed his brow and commanded, Prepare the spearmen. Ready the crossbows for fire. Break the shield wall. Under Zhao Fu's orders, the air was filled with the heavy sounds of bolts soaring through the sky, striking the bandit shields. The force of the bolts drove the shields from the bandits' hands, sending them sprawling backward as the shield wall disintegrated. Followed by the spearmen hurling their javelins, inflicting further casualties, the shattered shield wall allowed a torrent of arrows to rain down upon the remaining bandits, piercing them one by one. At the third in command, suffering from 2 minor wounds, felt a surge of rage upon witnessing his comrades fall. He vowed to capture Xiao Jian alive and subject him to unimaginable torment, pondering how this boy had assembled such a formidable force. I will kill you. Xiao Jian's eyes were ablaze with fury. His face contorted in rage as he charged at the third in command. Zhang Dao attempted to restrain him, but Xiao Jian broke free, leaving Zhang Dao to sigh in resignation. On the other side, observing the dwindling bandit numbers, Zhao Fu ordered a halt to the arrows. The third in command, relieved by the cessation, attempted to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves erupted, and the third in command turned in terror to see 10 fearsome skeletal horsemen, flanked by 300 cavalry clad in azure armor, charging forth with intimidating ferocity. This formidable force surged forward like a beast unleashed, instilling dread in the heart of the third in command, who no longer cared about Xiaojian. The cavalry, swift as the wind, pierced through the ranks of bandits with their lances, leaving no room for retaliation. The ancient cavalry was an overwhelmingly powerful force. Only with their own cavalry or heavily armored troops could they hope to withstand such an onslaught. The 300 horsemen cut through the ranks with ease, resulting in 500 bandit casualties, shattering their morale and plunging them into chaos as they sought to escape this nightmare. I could see that moment. Xiaojian, alongside 20 or so villagers from Baiwa, charged into the fray, wielding their weapons fiercely. Wang Bao, I will slay you. Xiaojian's eyes locked onto the third in command, whose face hardened with resolve, aware there was no escape. He thought it better to eliminate this boy and relieve his own frustrations, drawing his great sword to meet the charge. Zhao Fu, astride the formidable steed Xiaohong, surveyed the scene before him with a detached gaze from the hillside, while Xiaowei rested beside him, its massive wolf-like head observing the battlefield littered with the fallen. Let the cavalry continue their charge and simultaneously rain arrows upon the surrounding bandits. Allocate a small portion of the battlefield to Xiaojian, granting them the vengeance they seek. As for their lives, they rest solely in their own hands. Bai Qi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement and promptly issued a series of meticulous commands. 2 hours later, the clash reached its conclusion. It was the afternoon, the sky a brilliant blue with scarcely a cloud in sight. The crimson sun setting in the west cast a haunting beauty upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Zhao Fu, mounted on Xiaohong, traversed the field of corpses and paused beside a body, its state uncertain, whether alive or dead. The figure was marred with wounds, deep gashes etched across its face. It lay drenched in blood. Resembling a specter of crimson, staring blankly at the heavens, Zhao Fu drew near. The figure weakly called out, "Your Highness." Zhao Fu nodded gently, gazing down at Xiaojian amidst the blood-soaked earth, inquiring, "Do you feel a sense of relief within your heart?" Upon hearing this, Xiaojian managed a faint nod, followed by a shake of his head, his voice laced with bitterness. "Though I have avenged myself now, the things I have lost can never be reclaimed, and my heart is left with a profound emptiness. The world is vast, and you shall eventually find something to fill that void. The critical question is whether you possess the strength to protect it. As of now, you lack that capability, so you must strive to grow stronger in order to safeguard those most dear to you." Zhao Fu spoke softly to Xiaojian. Listening to Zhao Fu's words, Xiaojian, lying amidst the blood, beheld the golden sunset in the west, which draped over Zhao Fu like a battle cloak. In that moment, Zhao Fu appeared majestic and sacred, commanding unwavering faith. Xiaojian coughed up blood, his voice frail as he said, "Your Highness, I believe that one day you will unite this realm and forge a true era of peace." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled softly. "In truth, I harbor little confidence in my ability to unify the world, but I shall ensure that my people have a place of tranquility." Xiaojian chuckled, only to cough up more blood. Responding weakly to that moment, Zhao Fu dismounted from Xiaohong, assisting Xiaojian, administering a potent healing pill, and instructing the soldiers to carry him away for treatment. Zhao Fu had not anticipated Xiaojian's ability to vanquish Wang Bao. In terms of strength, Xiaojian appeared utterly outmatched. However, his ruthless strategy of exchanging blows had instilled a flicker of fear in Wang Bao, ultimately leading to his defeat. Yet now, Xiaojian bore grave injuries. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory for Zhao Fu. Having slain 3,700 enemies and captured 300 prisoners, apart from a few injuries sustained at the onset of their feigned attack on the bandit stronghold, the remainder of his forces emerged unscathed. Baiwa village suffered 4 casualties, with others sustaining injuries. The success of this confrontation was largely attributed to the timely arrival of Xiaojian and his companions. Without their intervention, Zhao Fu's baiting strategy would not have succeeded so splendidly. Had he dispatched goblins earlier, success might have been achieved, yet it would have sparked suspicion, yielding far less effective results than the current outcome. The spoils of this battle were considerable. Most bandits possessed only crude weapons, with scant armor apart from a few shields. Now, Zhao Fu's primary concern lay ahead. Among the 3,700 corpses, 213 bore A-grade qualifications, with one at S-grade. Coupled with villagers captured in previous assaults, Zhao Fu now commanded a total of 724 A-grade soldiers. As for the 2 S-grade soldiers previously acquired, Zhao Fu had assigned them to the research of siege weaponry. Meanwhile, within the bandit stronghold, the second-in-command voiced his perplexity. What is taking Old 3 so long? Is he still pursuing that lad from Baiwa village, vowing not to return without slaying him? The eldest brother furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet soon dismissed his concerns, reasoning. Old 3 leads for 1,000 brothers. He could dominate an area of 50 li. It's impossible for anyone to exterminate them all, and surely at least one must have returned. Perhaps I am overthinking this. With a sigh of relief, the elder brother did not fathom that Old 3's forces had been decimated to a mere 300, and that the third brother had become a specter of death. Elder brother, allow me to take a squad to investigate. Old 3 is reckless and has neglected to relay any information, the second-in-command proposed. The elder brother nodded. Proceed with caution. Return immediately should you encounter any danger. The second-in-command acknowledged, leading 100 bandits away from the stronghold. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu was preparing to have the corpses hastily buried. As for their weapons, over 3,000 of ordinary quality, a dozen of blue quality, and a single silver quality. Aside from the silver weapon, the others could be sold in the City of Holy Light for a modest sum. Expanding their repository. Your Highness, another 100 bandits approach, a soldier reported. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu pondered for a moment before commanding his troops to encircle the incoming bandits. Who are you, and why are we surrounded? The second-in-command inquired. His expression grave, Zhao Fu smiled softly. What do you think? Sensing an ominous turn at Zhao Fu's smile, the second-in-command hastily declared. We are from the Sanjiao stronghold, and I am the second-in-command. We have 5,000 brothers. I hope you will spare us, as we have no quarrel. Puzzled by the sudden appearance of such formidable soldiers, the second-in-command clung to his stronghold's reputation, hoping to escape and inform the elder brother. 5,000 brothers. I see only 1,000, Zhao Fu replied coolly. The second-in-command's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the absence of Old 3 and the fate of the 4,000 brothers. Anger surged within him, but he quickly suppressed it, forcing a smile. My lord, perhaps we have misunderstood one another? Zhao Fu merely shook his head. At that moment, the last vestiges of hope evaporated, and the second-in-command shouted, Brothers, charge through. But in the next instant, a volley of arrows descended upon him. Leaving him with no means of escape, he fell, riddled with arrows, a pitiful sight. Simultaneously, 30 other bandits met their demise under the rain of arrows. The remaining bandits, witnessing this carnage, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Zhao Fu, amused by their desperation, concocted a plan. I may spare you, but you must adhere to my commands. Bai Qi, present them with the 3 poisons pill. Bai Qi understood the assignment, producing a vial of ordinary healing pills and distributing them among the bandits, who, despite their grim expressions, consumed the pills. Now you understand that your stronghold is doomed. You cannot resist us. Your 4,000 brothers have already been slaughtered. Feel free to verify. Zhao Fu compelled them to witness the gruesome aftermath, where the ground was soaked in blood, bodies lying in various poses, some pierced by arrows, others impaled upon the earth, their faces frozen in terror and agony. My lord, I beseech you, spare my life. The bandits, now utterly terrified, knelt and wept, observing their fright. Zhao Fu smiled, revealing his scheme. Since it is clear you cannot prevail, you should return to your stronghold with an understanding of what to do. This vial of poison is yours. Do as I instruct. And not only will you survive, but you will also reap unforeseen rewards. Upon hearing this, the surviving 70 bandits trembled in agreement, returning to their stronghold while Zhao Fu discreetly encircled it. The outcome had been sealed, if events unfolded according to plan. There was little concern regarding the potential betrayal of the 70 bandits. Their loyalty was tenuous, easily swayed by fear and the threat of poison, rendering betrayal nearly impossible, in the event of a betrayal. The worst consequence would merely be the loss of a few more lives. Some might argue that releasing them could lead to information leaks and fortified defenses. Indeed, this would be the case. However, the stronghold had already dispatched 2 squads, and with none returning, any fool would recognize that something was amiss. Another bandit hastily pulled out the guard and signaled the other corrupted bandits to enter. proceeding according to their scheme. "Brother, what is the matter?" the detained guard inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. The traitorous bandit chuckled, draping an arm over the guard's shoulder, and whispered conspiratorially, "The second and third captains, along with those 4,000 brothers, are already dead. That esteemed gentleman has encircled our stronghold. If you wish to survive, you must heed my instructions." Startled by these revelations, the guard nodded in understanding. Soon, this information spread silently, enveloping the entire stronghold in an eerie atmosphere. None were unafraid of death. Yet, some remained fiercely loyal to the chief, only to be mercilessly slain by the majority of the corrupted bandits. Meanwhile, the chief, restless, paced the hall of the stronghold, sensing something amiss. "Someone, go check if the second captain has returned," as he called out. A soldier who had long been swayed by treachery obediently stepped out. Feigning compliance to a typical village, such widespread betrayal would be evident by the people's sentiments. However, in the realm of bandits, public opinion was inherently negative, making it difficult to discern that moment. A bandit entered the hall, carrying several plates of food and a jug of wine. Observing the agitated chief, he expressed concern. "Chief, do not worry. Perhaps the second and third captains will return shortly. You haven't eaten since noon, so I took the liberty of preparing some dishes for you. Please eat a little. We are all worried about your well-being." The chief, initially lacking an appetite, found a flicker of warmth in the bandit's earnest words and nodded, then set it down. "Of course," the bandit promptly replied, placing the food down before adding, "Chief, allow me to pour you some wine." He filled a cup, holding it with both hands as he slowly extended it towards the chief. The chief, indifferent, accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. In that instant, the bandit's demeanor shifted dramatically. The previous concern and respect vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. The chief, having just downed the wine, turned to see the transformed bandit and was immediately struck with shock. Understanding the betrayal too late, the next moment, he coughed up blood, casting a resentful gaze at the treacherous bandit before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. The bandit scoffed, kicking the once feared leader of the Three Serpent Stronghold, who had commanded over 5,000 men, from his chair to the floor. In truth, given the chief's current strength and temperament, he had the potential to become a formidable warlord in the future. However, fate led him to encounter Zhao Fu too soon, resulting in this grim fate. This world is not devoid of capable individuals, whether they be heroes, champions, tyrants, or benevolent souls, and among the billions of lives, only their blood can forge the exalted throne. The path of kingship is paved with the corpses of the self-proclaimed exceptional. As darkness fell, torches were lit throughout the stronghold, and the bandits laid down their weapons at the gates. Kneeling in submission, Zhao Fu emerged with his men to accept the surrender of the bandits. The kneeling bandits, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Zhao Fu's formidable warriors, dared not lift their heads. The proceedings went smoothly, resulting in the recruitment of over 800 bandits, the execution of 24 heinous criminals, and the rescue of more than 100 women from Baiwa village. Once these matters were settled, Zhao Fu approached a peculiar stone platform within the stronghold for inspection. General's platform enhances soldier morale, special attribute, allows the promotion of 3 generals, and randomly increases soldier attributes by 1. This unique structure was rather impressive, enabling the promotion of 3 generals while also enhancing soldier attributes. Zhao Fu ordered its dismantling to obtain the blueprint for the general's platform, intending to reconstruct it upon returning to Daqin village. He then casually surveyed the barracks, noting only a promotion stone tablet. Bandit, F-grade unit. Description: a notorious unit known for its malevolence. Unit effect: promotion grants the skill / subsequently. Zhao Fu ventured into the warehouse, initially intending only a cursory glance, yet unexpectedly discovered a valuable find: an obsidian stone. A mysterious iron stone, quality, gold. Description: can forge gold quality equipment. Pleased, Zhao Fu smiled, collecting the obsidian stone along with all the coins and equipment in the warehouse into his storage ring. With newfound wealth, Zhao Fu had long since upgraded from a 10 square meter storage ring to one with 300 square meters of space, the largest available for purchase in the shop, of silver quality, costing over 400 gold coins. Finally, Zhao Fu arrived at the stronghold's hall, somewhat surprised to find it of silver quality, and promptly chose to occupy it, earning 100 military merit points and subsequently opting for relocation. gaining 6,200 experience points. This assault on the three-serpent stronghold yielded substantial rewards. After resting for a night, Zhao Fu returned to Daqin village the following day, directing the construction of the general's platform. From the over 1,000 bandits captured, he incorporated 1,000 into his ranks, distributing the remainder across various roles. Carrying a plethora of corpses, he ventured into the bone space, utilizing the heaven and earth refinement array to transform them into aptitude orbs. Fortunately, the energy consumed for refining A-grade corpses was not excessive. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would have lacked sufficient crystal energy, as the crystals in his jade trough had long been depleted, necessitating the use of those purchased from Qin Nan. After refining the A-grade corpses into aptitude orbs, Zhao Fu retrieved the bodies of the 3 captains, yielding 1 SS grade and 2 S-grade orbs, with the SS grade belonging to the chief, while the other 2 were from the 2nd and 3rd captains. Returning to the surface, he awarded the A-grade aptitude orbs to the soldiers who performed commendably in battle.as. For the S-grade orbs, Zhao Fu conducted another selection, this time assessing not just martial prowess but a range of comprehensive abilities, such as adaptability and tactical planning. Ultimately, he selected 2 candidates, a male elf named Yashi and, unexpectedly, a gray dwarf named Shandy. He bestowed the S-grade aptitude orbs upon them, already having plans for the remaining SS-grade orb. Chapter 76. The legendary sword summoning Xiao Jian to his side. Zhao Fu noted that most of Xiao Jian's injuries had healed, though he remained somewhat frail, and the scars on his face rendered his previously handsome visage somewhat fearsome. Zhao Fu had mentioned previously that he would help him remove the scars once he acquired high-quality elixirs, but Xiao Jian had refused, stating, "I wish to keep these scars as a reminder of everything that has transpired." To grow stronger, Xiao Jian, this is for you. After calling Xiao Jian over, Zhao Fu presented him with the SS grade aptitude orb. Xiao Jian accepted it with confusion, and upon seeing it, was overwhelmed with emotion. Dropping to one knee, "Thank you, Your Highness, for such high regard." Zhao Fu nodded gently, saying, "I hold you in great esteem. Do not disappoint my expectations of you." Xiao Jian eagerly nodded in agreement, then suddenly recalled something and hurriedly produced a piece of parchment, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have a brewing formula from our village. I wonder if it may be of use to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu took the parchment and examined it. Baiwa wine recipe. Can collect flowers to brew a fragrant and alluring wine. After reviewing the information, Zhao Fu realized this could serve as a signature drink for Shiluo Tower, which currently only served wine made from ordinary grains, a common practice among villages. With the addition of this Baiwa wine, he could attract many patrons. Accepting the recipe and engaging in a brief conversation with Xiao Jian, Zhao Fu was soon informed by a soldier that the general's platform had been completed. Zhao Fu proceeded to the general's platform, considering it could promote 3 generals. After thoughtful deliberation, he chose Lao Luoga, Zhang Dahu, and Xiao Jian for promotion. Having concluded these matters, Zhao Fu teleported to the city of Holy Light. Arriving at a blacksmith shop, the guards outside respectfully acknowledged him, and Zhao Fu nodded in response, approaching the door and knocking gently. Inside, a disgruntled voice belonging to Gongsun Lin called out, "Who is it? Go away and do not disturb me." Zhao Fu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "It's me." Upon hearing his voice, Gongsun Lin rushed to open the door, and upon seeing Zhao Fu, inquired, "Zhao Xian, what brings you here?" Observing Gongsun Lin covered in dust, resembling a blacksmith more than her usual charming self, Zhao Fu smiled and presented the obsidian stone. Gongsun Lin could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Zhao Xian, you have procured another piece of gold-quality material." Zhao Fu responded nonchalantly, "I intend to forge a large blade with this material." Gongsun Lin eagerly nodded, "Once I finish crafting your shield, I will assist you with that." Zhao Fu also nodded, inquiring with concern, "How much longer until the shield is completed?" Gongsun Lin tilted her head in thought. "It might take another 5 or 6 days." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu understood and chatted with Gongsun Lin for a while longer, reassuring her not to rush, as he himself was not in urgent need. Gongsun Lin, appreciating Zhao Fu's concern, nodded in acknowledgement before returning to her work on the shield. Just as Zhao Fu arrived back at Shiluo Tower, someone approached to report, "2 individuals wish to see you." Upon hearing the words, Zhao Fu nodded and approached the living room, observing the 2 individuals whose robust presence unmistakably marked them as soldiers. Understanding the situation, Zhao Fu advanced with a beaming smile and inquired, May I ask what brings you both to seek my presence? The middle-aged man at the forefront, showing no hesitation, replied directly, I am Tangshan. And this is my subordinate, Xiao Wenjin. We are the military leaders on the side of the terrifying forest, and we are here to extend a sincere invitation for you to join our ranks and serve the nation. In the future, the country will undoubtedly bestow upon you various benefits. Zhao Fu maintained his smile as he listened to Tangshan's words, but promptly declined, stating, I apologize, but I have little interest in joining the military. In response to Zhao Fu's outright refusal, Xiao Wenjia expressed his discontent, saying, What kind of attitude is that? Serving the country is a most honorable endeavor. Hearing this, Zhao Fu chuckled lightly but shook his head. Sensing Zhao Fu's demeanor, Xiao Wenjia felt a surge of frustration and was about to speak when Tangshan interjected. Turning to Zhao Fu and saying, Mr. Zhao, we hope you will reconsider. Our military will always welcome you, but we must take our leave now. Zhao Fu acknowledged with a nod, saying, Then, safe travels to you both. I shall not see you off any further. Subsequently, on their way back, Xiao Wenjia voiced his dissatisfaction, saying, Captain, what was that Zhao Xian's attitude? We came to him with humility, yet he outright refused. Tangshan sighed. Enough. The times have changed, and so have people's hearts. The old ways can no longer persuade anyone that in this chaotic era, I am uncertain if our persistence is indeed correct. Chapter 77. The mysterious skeleton. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu was occupied with matters concerning the city of Holy Light and had returned to Daqin village, only to learn of unfortunate news. Casualties had occurred within the exploration team led by Li Wen. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fu hurried to investigate. Li Wen, what on earth happened? He asked upon arriving at the apothecary. Observing Li Wen tending to his wounds, with a guilty expression, Li Wen replied, Your Highness, it is my fault. I failed to manage the team properly, resulting in casualties. Zhao Fu, recalling that Li Wen had always adhered to his cautious tactics with great success, surmised that they must have encountered something unexpected this time, that he refrained from placing blame and said, All right, Li Wen, please recount the details of the incident. Li Wen complied and began, explaining that their team had been exploring a certain passage when they arrived at a vast chamber, measuring 100 meters in height and 500 meters in width. The chamber was devoid of anything except for a peculiar skeleton, which resembled an ordinary skeleton in appearance and weaponry, save for the fact that a sword-shaped shard emitting a golden glow was embedded in its ribcage. Initially, out of caution, they intended to report back to Your Highness, but the skeleton noticed them. This skeleton was extraordinarily powerful, rendering ordinary holy light spells ineffective. It shattered the goblin's giant shield with a single strike, forcing them to flee by the skin of their teeth. After listening to Li Wen's account, Zhao Fu nodded, acknowledging that the incident could not be attributed to Li Wen's actions. However, the true nature of that skeleton remained a mystery. Contemplating this, Zhao Fu ordered the villagers of Rud to forge a colossal shield entirely from refined bronze ore. Previously, the shield had been made of refined bronze on the exterior, but contained ironwood within, as crafting such a heavy shield entirely from refined bronze would prove burdensome for goblin warriors, making it unsuitable for prolonged exploration. Yet this time, it was solely for the purpose of confronting that mysterious skeleton. Subsequently, Zhao Fu teleported to the city of Holy Light. Since Holy Light spells had proven ineffective, he decided to employ more formidable skills and purchased 10 Holy Seal spells. With all preparations complete, Zhao Fu gathered Bai Qi, Zhang Do, Daisy, Sao, Old Rock, along with 20 goblin warriors, 20 hammer infantry, 20 archers, and 10 elven priests, and set off towards the passage. The passage was dark and lengthy, and the group lost track of time as they traversed it until they finally arrived at the expansive chamber described by Li Wen. Indeed, the space matched Li Wen's description, and in its center sat the skeleton. This skeleton was unique. Its soul fire glowed golden, and its body radiated a soft golden light, entirely lacking the eerie terror typically associated with skeletons. As Zhao Fu and his companions made their entrance, the mysterious skeleton slowly rose to its feet. Zhao Fu, not one to hold back, commanded the archers to fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows imbued with a swirl of yellow and black energy soared towards the mysterious skeleton. From the outset, Zhao Fu instructed them to unleash their full strength. Utilizing shattering stone arrows, the skeleton, faced with the barrage of powerful arrows, remained unfazed, standing still as it unsheathed its rusted sword and casually waved it. An invisible sword aura deflected all the arrows, leaving the mysterious skeleton unscathed. Zhao Fu, though not surprised, recognized the skeleton's formidable nature. The 20 holy light bombs from the hammer infantry were then unleashed upon the mysterious skeleton. Yet, the skeleton remained indifferent, raising its sword and gesturing with a finger to the incoming bombs, unleashing an invisible sword aura that shattered them, scattering them into motes of light. Zhao Fu's expression grew grave. Ranged attacks seemed ineffective against the skeleton. At that moment, the skeleton began to approach them, its demeanor devoid of the malevolence typically exhibited by undead beings upon encountering the living. Instead, it regarded Zhao Fu and his group with disdain. Bai Qi, Zhang Dahu, and Cao, the three most formidable warriors of Daqin village, stepped forward from the shield wall. The mysterious skeleton observed the trio, and in an instant, it appeared before them. Clang! The sound of their blades clashing erupted, sending sparks flying as the mysterious skeleton confronted Bai Qi and his companions. It raised its hand, swinging its sword with tremendous force toward the trio. Faced with such terrifying power, they dared not be complacent. Bai Qi exerted all his strength, gripping the star-cutting sword with both hands, barely managing to block the skeleton's strike. Bai Qi, regarded as the strongest in Daqin village, struggled against the skeleton, highlighting its overwhelming strength. The mysterious skeleton pressed down with its sword, forcing Bai Qi to take a step back, clearly outmatched. Fortunately, Zhang Dahu and Cao, wielding their large blades, flanked the skeleton from either side, alleviating Bai Qi's peril. However, it was evident that neither Zhang Dahu nor Cao stood a chance against the mysterious skeleton. Both exerted their utmost, their blades radiating fearsome light as they swung at the skeleton, yet the skeleton effortlessly countered with a casual slash, sending both Zhang Dahu and Cao staggering back several steps. This moment, Bai Qi summoned his full power, executing a forceful strike, his sword emanating a brilliant glow as he leapt from the air to strike the mysterious skeleton. The skeleton easily parried Bai Qi's full force attack, but just then, Bai Qi suddenly shifted his body, and an arrow appeared behind him, its tip glinting ominously as it shot toward the skeleton's head. Zhao Fu had drawn his bow and knocked an arrow. This very arrow was fired by Zhao Fu himself. Had Bai Qi and Zhao Fu not been so intimately familiar with each other's combat styles, Zhao Fu would not have dared to take such a risk, for it was his own full-strength shot, and if Bai Qi failed to evade, he too would be injured. The mysterious skeleton tilted its head to avoid the sudden arrow. But in doing so, it exposed a fleeting vulnerability. Bai Qi seized this opportunity and unleashed another powerful strike, his sword slicing through the air, sending the mysterious skeleton flying. Now, Zhao Fu shouted, and at that moment, the 20 hammer infantry, 20 archers, 10 elven priests, and old Rog unleashed their skills, bombarding the airborne skeleton with a myriad of magical attacks. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, and the mysterious skeleton fell from the air in disarray. But just then, a beam of white light silently shot toward the mysterious skeleton, splitting into 2, then 3, and finally 4, transforming into 7 rings of varying sizes that surged toward the skeleton. Daisy, having appeared outside the shield wall, unleashed the full power of holy ring light. Boom! The mysterious skeleton was propelled backward, crashing against a wall 100 meters away, leaving 7 large circles imprinted upon the surface, while the skeleton, positioned in the center of these rings, seemed on the verge of collapse. Falling from the wall, the group sighed in relief. The mysterious skeleton once again rose to its feet, gripping its sword with both hands, positioning it before its chest, and pointing the sword skyward, radiating a brilliant golden light as it began to chant. Chapter 78. The Oath of the King. I vow, a promise etched in my heart, to be loyal to my king for all eternity. I dedicate my very life to accompany my king. We are all but swords in the hand of our king. To sever both light and darkness, from the heavens above to the abyss below, none shall stand against our king's decree. Though millennium may pass, my heart remains unchanged. In the name of my king, I shall sweep away all obstacles in my path. The mysterious skeleton, both sacred and solemn, recited each line of the oath, its golden radiance growing ever more brilliant. Concurrently, its aura intensified, generating waves of energy that radiated outward, enveloping the 5-meter radius surrounding it in golden light. In that moment, the skeleton exuded none of the chilling terror typically associated with the undead. Rather, it embodied the solemnity of a paladin proclaiming the oath of a king. With its final declaration, a thunderous sound erupted, a resounding roar erupted, as the enigmatic skeleton unleashed an overwhelming aura, sweeping forth like a tempest, enveloping the entire space in a radiant golden glow from its core. The mysterious skeleton emitted a cacophony of intertwining steel sounds as a suit of golden armor gradually coalesced around it. Within the armor, the ethereal silhouette of a human form slowly materialized, though indistinct. The contours of its features remained strikingly clear at a T that moment. Zhao Fu realized it was too late to intervene. The mysterious skeleton had undergone a complete transformation, exuding a formidable aura that rendered the air dense and oppressive. Observing this, Zhao Fu summoned Bai Qi and his companions, presenting them with 5 explosive spirit pills for immediate consumption. Undeniably, the explosive spirit pills were potent third-tier elixirs, typically beyond the reach of those below the first tier. Only those who had achieved at least third-tier cultivation could access such formidable concoctions. Yet, despite their current status, the effects upon consumption were immediately apparent. Bai Qi and his compatriots' eyes turned blood red, as tendrils of crimson energy surged from their bodies. Each of the 5 unleashed a powerful aura, collectively rivaling even the slightest fraction of the mysterious skeleton's might. The intense clash of their overwhelming energies rendered the atmosphere even more oppressive, as if it were suffocating. The mysterious skeleton, unperturbed, raised its resplendent sword and charged at the 5. Bai Qi, Zhang Dahu, and Sadr met the charge head-on. Clangs of tremendous collisions resounded as the mysterious skeleton engaged in combat with Bai Qi and his companions, effortlessly parrying their assaults. Old Roger raised his gnarled staff high. Murmuring incantations, the energies around him converged, forming a raging tempest that stirred countless grains of sand. From this tempest, 10 hellfire orbs, each the size of a human face, materialized above Old Roger's staff, emanating an aura of annihilation. With his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the mysterious skeleton, Old Roger seized the opportunity as Bai Qi's trio momentarily disengaged, and with a wave of his staff, sent the 10 hellfire orbs hurtling toward the skeleton. The mysterious skeleton let out a disdainful huff and swung its sword. The air seemed to part as a golden beam of light, stretching over 10 meters, flashed by. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 hellfire orbs were obliterated, scattering crimson sparks that ignited into a raging inferno. Suddenly, a barrage of black wooden spikes, each a meter in length, cascaded down upon the mysterious skeleton. As Daisy and 10 elven priests launched their combined attack, facing the onslaught of spikes, the mysterious skeleton gripped its sword and executed a spinning maneuver, generating a formidable whirlwind of sword energy. Countless sharp wooden spikes collided with the sword energy vortex, splintering into its shavings as the black spikes were sent flying. The mysterious skeleton halted its rotation, but at that moment, 10 soldiers, with their right hands extended toward the skeleton, unleashed their sacred hall seals. A sun emblem ignited on their palms, shooting forth 10 beams of golden light imbued with searing heat. The 10 powerful golden beams surged toward the skeleton, which, taken aback, found itself unable to evade, raising its sword in a futile attempt to block. Bang! The 10 beams struck the mysterious skeleton simultaneously, producing a deafening crash as it was propelled backward, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Wisps of white smoke emanating from its form, reminiscent of water splashed upon red-hot iron. Although the mysterious skeleton no longer resembled an ordinary skeleton, it remained one at its core, making it particularly susceptible to the holy light's damage. Enraged, the skeleton fixed its gaze upon Zhao Fu, who was orchestrating the battle from behind the shield wall, and charged forth. However, Bai Qi and his companions swiftly re-engaged, determined to thwart its advance. They grappled with the skeletal entity. It unleashed a potent sword strike, forcing Bai Qi and his companions to retreat. Once again, the skeleton surged toward Zhao Fu. In that instant, 10 massive hellfire orbs appeared above the mysterious skeleton, resembling crimson suns in the darkness. The skeleton's expression hardened as it opted to evade the descending orbs, yet the explosions generated powerful shockwaves that it could not entirely evade, causing the golden armor it had formed to dim. Just as it emerged from the inferno of hellfire orbs, the mysterious skeleton was met with a relentless barrage of crossbow bolts. Recognizing that the infantry's hammer tactics were ineffective, Zhao Fu retrieved 10 crossbows from his storage ring and distributed them to the soldiers. Confronted with such an onslaught, the mysterious skeleton did not falter. It swiftly wielded its sword, deflecting the multitude of bolts with ease. Meanwhile, Daisy, her eyes gently closed, tilted her head back as a radiant light seemed to cascade down upon her. She shimmered with an ethereal beauty, surrounded by delicate white specks that descended like gentle raindrops. As she slowly opened her blood-red eyes, she gazed at the mysterious skeleton, which had just deflected a barrage of crossbow bolts. With a delicate gesture, she pointed a slender finger toward the skeleton, sending forth a beam of white light that silently approached the skeletal figure, leaving it momentarily stunned. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the mysterious skeleton was once again slammed against the wall, leaving a massive imprint, 30 meters in diameter, etched into the stone, as if a miracle had transpired. The skeleton, now clad in shattered golden armor, lay weakened upon the ground, just as Zhao Fu contemplated ordering his men to interrogate it. The mysterious skeleton trembled and rose unsteadily, raising its sword high toward the heavens. "My king, glory!" With that, the skeleton let out a piercing howl, and the world seemed to fall silent, as if time itself had ceased. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as the mysterious skeleton unleashed a towering pillar of golden light, illuminating the darkened space as if it were midday. Beneath the golden column, the skeleton's expression was both sacred and solemn, radiating an aura of despair and terror that coalesced into a tempest of overwhelming power. The ground began to fracture, and debris shattered around it, as an unsettling force battered against the fragile hearts of those present at that moment. The skeleton's bones shimmered with a golden hue, as torrents of golden energy, akin to flames, enveloped it. Standing firm, sword in hand, it exuded an aura reminiscent of a celestial executioner. In the face of this terrifying power, the onlookers felt as though they were solitary vessels adrift in a vast ocean, an inescapable dread spreading through their hearts. The mysterious skeleton's icy gaze shifted toward Zhao Fu, who remained shielded by a throng of defenders, as it advanced with deliberate steps, by Qi and his companions. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, charged forth despite their trepidation. Yet the skeleton paid them no heed. With a mere flick of its sword, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, sweeping over the trio as they desperately attempted to fend it off, only to be cast aside like leaves in a storm. They collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their bodies drenched in crimson, utterly drained of the strength to rise. This was the consequence of a casual strike from the mysterious skeleton, an entity that had effortlessly incapacitated the three most formidable warriors of Daqing village. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of powerful crossbow bolts soared through the air, but the mysterious skeleton merely scoffed, raising its sword to cleave through them. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy sliced through the bolts, reducing them to mere dust, and the momentum did not cease there. It continued onward, crashing into the crossbows with devastating force. Boom! The impact obliterated the 10 crossbows, creating a 20-meter-wide crater in the ground. While 2 unfortunate infantrymen caught in the fray were disintegrated into a mist of blood. At that moment, a glimmer of white light silently approached the mysterious skeleton once more, as Daisy prepared to unleash her magic again. The white light split into 7 rings of varying sizes, yet just before they could fully form, the skeleton's sword shattered them into scintillating motes of light. The overwhelming might of the mysterious skeleton instilled a paralyzing fear, despair, and helplessness within the hearts of the onlookers, rendering it an insurmountable force. The skeleton's cold gaze once again found Zhao Fu, nestled behind the protective shield wall, as it leaned forward, its sword emitting a clear, ringing note of impending doom, radiating blinding golden light akin to a lightsaber. Bang! With a light step, the ground shattered beneath the skeleton's weight as it surged forward like a stream of golden light. Soldiers desperately attempting to shield Zhao Fu were effortlessly cast aside. In an instant, the mysterious skeleton stood before Zhao Fu, sword raised high, poised to deliver a lethal strike. "Your Highness!" A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the crowd, as they witnessed the unfolding catastrophe. Boom! A cataclysmic collision of 2 immense forces erupted, generating a shockwave that rippled outward, fracturing the ground, and creating a 10-meter-wide chasm. Zhao Fu was engulfed in a swirling mass of inky black energy, resembling a tempest of demonic flames. In that moment, his demeanor transformed. His expression was one of authority, his eyes icy, as he wielded a bronze sword to parry the skeleton's lethal strike, emanating an aura of unrelenting wrath. Zhao Fu had expended a significant amount of his fortune, harnessing the power of the 12 golden men, even wielding the bronze sword that belonged to them. The mysterious skeleton, taken aback, had not anticipated that Zhao Fu could withstand its death blow. Observing the intensity of Zhao Fu's murderous intent, the skeleton retreated 10 meters, its expression grave. "You must flee." Zhao Fu beheld the soldiers struggling to rise, eager to join the fray. However, he commanded them to retreat. For this was a battle beyond their capacity to partake in. Upon hearing Zhao Fu's authoritative and undeniable command, the soldiers recognized their own frailty and withdrew from the scene in obedience to that moment. The enigmatic skeleton launched yet another assault on Zhao Fu, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear at his side. With a sword imbued with the power to shatter stone and cleave mountains, it struck towards Zhao Fu's waist, who swiftly pivoted to deflect the blow with his sword. Clang! The clash of metal resonated loudly, but before Zhao Fu could fully stabilize, the mysterious skeleton abruptly raised its leg and delivered a fierce kick towards him. Zhao Fu, with a firm grip, met the attack with a punch. Boom! The collision of fist and leg produced a thunderous shockwave, sending both combatants staggering back several meters. Yet, Zhao Fu's fist was grievously injured, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. While the skeleton remained unscathed, a testament to the advantages of its incorporeal form, suddenly, the skeleton charged at Zhao Fu once more, and no longer in a defensive posture. Zhao Fu raised his bronze sword high, pointing it towards the heavens. Dark tendrils of energy coiled around the blade, and a blood-red spark ignited at the tip, rapidly expanding into a colossal fireball, reminiscent of a crimson sun, radiating an aura of annihilation. The advancing skeleton was taken aback, swiftly attempting to evade. Nevertheless, Zhao Fu swung his sword downward towards the skeleton as the enormous fireball shot forth like a streak of red light. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the fireball neared its target. Yet the skeleton dispersed into a multitude of afterimages, deftly avoiding the hellfire's wrath. Bang! In the next instant, Zhao Fu appeared before the skeleton, his sword exuding a dark radiance as he unleashed a full-force strike, propelling the skeleton 100 meters away and into the wall, which crumbled under the impact, sending clouds of dust into the air. However, at that very moment, a streak of light surged from the rubble. Colliding forcefully with Zhao Fu, startled, he raised his sword defensively. Bang! It felt as if he had been struck by a colossal beast, sending him crashing against the wall 100 meters away, which also shattered upon impact. Zhao Fu spat a mouthful of blood, wiping the crimson from his lips as he rose from the debris, fixing his gaze upon the enigmatic skeleton. Now, the skeleton radiated a terrifying aura, far greater than before, forming a palpable force field that warped the air and caused the ground to sink. Dragging a nearly 4-meter-long golden sword, it advanced, carving a deep trench into the earth as if it were mere tofu. Under this overwhelming pressure, Zhao Fu's body instinctively trembled, yet he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain halting his involuntary shivers. As the skeleton approached, Zhao Fu gripped his bronze sword with both hands, summoning every ounce of his strength. The skeleton lifted its golden sword, ready to strike. Boom! The air seemed to split as the sword's energy surged forth like a massive torrent, crashing into Zhao Fu. Despite his utmost efforts to withstand the assault, he appeared feeble in comparison, with the torrent of sword energy carving a 30-meter-deep gash into the wall. Within this chasm, Zhao Fu lay covered in wounds of varying severity, his body completely drenched in blood. A ghastly sight in the depths of the passage. Zhao Fu lay amidst the blood, weak and feeble, retrieving 6 vials of small elixirs from his storage ring, consuming over 300 of them, followed by the entire 15 remaining violent elixirs. The moment the potions settled within him, Zhao Fu felt as if his heart were gripped by an immense hand, beating heavily as the potent energy coursed erratically through his body. Zhao Fu roared in agony, his physique swelling to twice its size, veins bulging, skin flushed crimson, blood seeping from various points. He had reached the brink of explosion as he continued to howl in torment. Waves of crimson energy erupted from him, while the 12 golden figures near the heart of Daqin village resonated with a powerful killing intent, pouring into Zhao Fu's being. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as Zhao Fu unleashed a surge of unparalleled strength, fracturing the ground beneath him. The mysterious skeleton observed the emergence of dark and crimson energies from the chasm, its gaze icy. Bang! Suddenly, a figure burst forth, colliding with the skeleton, which quickly raised its sword in defense, yet was pushed back several meters. Where the skeleton once stood, Zhao Fu now loomed, transformed, with bulging muscles and a menacing countenance, his eyes blood-red and weeping crimson, exuding both dark and sanguine energies, resembling a demonic deity. Grasping a bronze sword in each hand, with 4 additional swords levitating behind him, all 6 blades emanated a cerulean glow, enveloping Zhao Fu in an ethereal shroud. Having repelled the mysterious skeleton, Zhao Fu charged towards it. Appearing above the skeleton in an instant, his twin swords wielding immense, terrifying power as they descended upon the foe, the skeleton scoffed, wielding its 4-meter-long golden sword with a resonant chime, unleashing a fearsome strike. Boom! The 3 swords clashed. Erupting in a cataclysmic roar, the very air seeming to shatter as the ground buckled beneath their might, creating a vast pit 500 meters wide and over 50 meters deep at the base of this pit. A golden sword beam flickered, sending countless fragments of earth and stone flying as the skeleton struggled to emerge from the debris. Gazing at Zhao Fu, the skeleton, wielding its golden sword, let out a low growl and charged forward. The golden sword trailed a series of crisp chimes, releasing waves of golden energy that exuded an unparalleled destructive force, causing the ground beneath to crumble as the skeleton advanced. Zhao Fu raised his swords, joined by the 4 hovering blades, the 6 swords resonating with a chorus of chimes as a formidable aura enveloped a 100-meter radius, creating an overwhelming sword pressure that rendered the very ground insubstantial. As the skeleton approached, it gripped the 4-meter-long golden sword, swinging it with a cataclysmic force towards Zhao Fu. In response, Zhao Fu lifted his twin bronze swords, channeling an overwhelming sword pressure to meet the skeleton's assault. Boom! A thunderous cacophony erupted as the 2 forces collided, seemingly fracturing the fabric of space itself, reducing everything around them to nothingness. Time and space appeared to dissolve, and even those far removed from the battlefield, including Baichi and his companions, felt the tremors of this cataclysmic struggle, rendered powerless as if they were mere ants quaking under the weight of unimaginable force. Returning to the battlefield, Zhao Fu and the mysterious skeleton were both hurled backward, crashing to the ground. Zhao Fu, gasping, spat forth a torrent of blood. While the skeleton fared no better, its golden bones now marred with cracks. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Fu rose once more, charging at the skeleton, which also regained its footing, sword in hand. Lunging toward him, a series of deafening booms echoed as the 2 engaged in a terrifying clash, their battle reducing the surroundings to nothingness. 8 directions of sword song. The skeleton unleashed a technique reminiscent of its previous skeletal general, summoning 8 massive golden sword energies that carved deep furrows into the ground as they advanced toward Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu raised 1 bronze sword, countless dark and crimson energies entwining around its blade, transforming the once ancient sword into a demonic weapon. Above the sword's tip, clusters of blood-red flames ignited, and in an instant, over 30 massive fireballs erupted, resembling multiple miniature suns, radiating terrifying power in all directions. Zhao Fu directed his sword at the skeleton, unleashing the 30 fireballs in a furious barrage. Boom! The 8 colossal golden sword energies collided with the 30 fireballs, their combined might morphing into an even more terrifying force, generating a massive spherical shockwave that threatened to annihilate all in its path. The surrounding landscape crumbled into dust, the shockwave lifting the ground as it enveloped both the mysterious skeleton and Zhao Fu. As the dust settled, a vast chasm over 1,000 meters wide and 100 meters deep emerged. The once narrow space expanded by the ferocity of their battle. Zhao Fu, bloodied and battered, emerged from the rubble, while the skeleton, its bones riddled with fractures, also clawed its way out. Both combatants stood on the precipice of exhaustion, their very lives hanging by a thread, yet the moment to determine victory was at hand. Sword. Absolute. Heaven. The skeleton rose, brandishing its 4-meter-long golden sword towards the heavens. With a fierce roar, a golden beam shot skyward, and waves of golden sword energy burst forth, coalescing into a cloud formed entirely of sword energy above. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword energies clashed in the air, creating arcs of golden lightning, emanating a power capable of severing the very heavens and obliterating all existence. Zhao Fu, bloodied and battered, rose to his feet, unleashing a roar that gave rise to a towering black beam of energy. Clang, clang, clang. 12 ancient bronze swords emitted a resonant chime, autonomously levitating above Zhao Fu's head. Surrounding them were ominous black arcs of electricity, exuding a chilling aura of death and destruction, instilling fear in all living beings. Chapter 81. The King's Artifact. The entire space trembled violently under the influence of these two formidable powers, their essence permeating the ground beneath. Countless creatures, sensing impending doom, took to the skies in alarm. While terrestrial beasts fled in terror in the subterranean realm, both entities began to unleash their world-shattering might. The enigmatic skeleton gripped the golden sword tightly, roaring ferociously, channeling all its power into the elevated golden blade, which was entwined with crackling golden arcs. Boom! The mysterious skeleton struck down towards Zhao Fu with a single, cataclysmic blow, a strike so potent it defied description, as if the very heavens were collapsing and all existence was to be extinguished. On the other side, Zhao Fu, drenched in blood, spread his arms wide and bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength, as the 12 bronze swords above him erupted with terrifying black sword light, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Zhao Fu labored to bring his outstretched hands together, merging the 12 bronze swords into a breathtaking beam of black sword light that surged towards the enigmatic skeleton. This utterly terrifying black sword light was so powerful it was beyond articulation. And as it manifested, it seemed to signal the end of divine order and the collapse of all principles. Soon, the titanic clash of the golden sword and the black sword light ensued. Boom! A sound resonated as if the world were ending, shattering everything into oblivion. A colossal column of golden and black light, imbued with the force of annihilation, surged from the depths to the surface, reaching into the clouds, casting a shadow over the previously azure sky, and darkening the winds and clouds. The denizens of the terror-stricken forest heard this harrowing sound, including the vile serpent, the pure maiden of the city of holy light, the armored warriors of the forest of arms, and the elderly figure in green from the city of the magic tree, all of whom were startled and turned their gazes toward the direction of Daqin village. After a brief moment of panic, the ordinary folk regained their composure, curious about the source of that strange sound. Engaging in fervent speculation, in the depths of the terror forest, the vile serpent hastily relocated its lair, distancing itself from Daqin village. The three from the main city remained solemn, sighing, what is destined to come will indeed arrive. Returning their attention to the battlefield, they beheld a vast chasm over 10,000 meters wide, enveloped in an eerie silence. Devoid of sound, as birds and beasts had long since fled, the residual power deterred all creatures from approaching. While the combatants had vanished without a trace, 5 days later, Zhao Fu weakly opened his eyes, observing Asani carefully administering medicine beside him. Asani, a cautious elf priestess, had been feeding Zhao Fu medication with meticulous care, just as she was about to finish the remaining potion and employ her healing arts to aid Zhao Fu's recovery. She was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing him awaken, exclaiming, "Your Highness is awake." Soon after, the others rushed to Zhao Fu's side, relieved to see him regain consciousness. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. Why are you all so worried? We players can't truly die. We just can't enter the world of apocalypse for 10 days. Your Highness, what are you saying? Although you cannot die for real, you are our esteemed prince, and we cannot help but worry. Li Si interjected warmly. Zhao Fu felt a warmth in his heart at these words. At that moment, Bai Qi presented a fragment in the shape of a sword, radiating a golden glow, saying, Your Highness, when you defeated that mysterious skeleton, nothing dropped except for this. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Zhao Fu accepted the sword-shaped fragment, a remnant of the mysterious skeleton's breastbone. He had never anticipated surviving the final confrontation or defeating the enigmatic skeleton. Merely pouring all of his strength into a final strike, the fragment was 4 inches long, one side a blade, the other shattered, yet it still emanated a dazzling golden light. Curiously, Zhao Fu inspected it. King's Artifact Fragment. Originally a shard of a king's artifact, it contains a vast amount of ancient kingly power, classifying it as an extremely dangerous item. This is the king's artifact, requiring 24 lesser artifacts to form the complete artifact. But what is this ancient kingly power? Zhao Fu suddenly recalled the golden light emanating from the mysterious skeleton. Could that be the ancient kingly power? Was the skeleton's formidable strength derived solely from this fragment? This fragment should be mergeable. Currently, Bai Qi wielded the highest quality sword, the cleaving sword, but this was meant for merging with the lesser artifacts. With the soul of arms reaching 89 pieces, he would soon put it to use. In addition, there were 2 golden pieces of equipment. 5 days had passed, and Gongsun Lin had already completed the golden shield. She should be forging the great sword now. These two pieces of golden equipment were not for Zhao Fu's use, and he held no interest in them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Zhao Fu's mind, prompting him to summon Lord De. Bai Qi promptly utilized the teleportation array to bring Lord De to Zhao Fu's side. The stout, gray-bearded dwarf approached Zhao Fu's bedside, respectfully inquiring, "Your Highness, what brings me here?" Zhao Fu produced a rusted bronze token, the very token he had previously acquired from the undead soldier, and then removed his silver-quality storage ring, handing both items to Lord De, asking, "Do you think these two pieces of equipment can be fused?" Lord De took the token and the storage ring, examining them carefully before responding, "Your Highness, they can indeed be merged, but it will take a few days." Nodding, Zhao Fu replied, "Then please proceed with the fusion." Lord De swiftly departed with the items in hand. At this moment, Zhao Fu turned his thoughts to pressing matters, asking, "During my slumber, has anything transpired?" Li Si pondered for a moment before answering, "Your Highness, there have been no issues on the domestic front. General Bai Qi has resumed the exploration of the Terror Forest with 4 teams and has also re-established the Bone Space Exploration Team." Upon hearing this last point, Zhao Fu's expression grew grave, stating that Bone Space is no ordinary matter. Its origins are unknown. Instruct the exploration team to exercise utmost caution and retreat immediately at the first sign of danger. Li Si nodded in acknowledgement of Zhao Fu's words. With no further matters at hand, Zhao Fu focused on his recovery. The days passed swiftly as Asani tended to him, leading to a growing familiarity between them. She was no longer as timid as before. One day, Lord De returned with a brand new ring, approaching Zhao Fu. Chapter 82, The Death Knights of the King. "Your Highness, the ring you instructed me to forge is complete," he stated, presenting a gray-white ring. Zhao Fu accepted it without inspecting its attributes, as he had only requested Lord De to merge the two items, without making any alterations. Zhao Fu contemplated that rather than integrating the king's artifact fragment into conventional equipment, it would be wiser to embed it within a special item. Extracting the glowing sword-shaped fragment, Zhao Fu fused it with the gray-white ring, watching as the fragment gradually melded into the ring. The exterior of the ring transformed completely, shifting from gray-white to pure gold. A series of notifications echoed in Zhao Fu's mind. Notification: the 10 skeletal cavalrymen within your ring have fully merged with it. Becoming ring spirits, as long as the ring remains intact, the 10 skeletal cavalrymen cannot be killed. Notification: your 10 skeletal cavalrymen have received the blessing of kingly power, resulting in a change in their undead level. They have advanced to leader level undead. Notification: your 10 skeletal cavalrymen have been infused with kingly power, leading to a class change to the Death Knights of the King. Notification: your 10 Death Knights of the King have had their original equipment tainted by kingly power, becoming their innate equipment, which will evolve alongside the Death Knights of the King. Upon hearing these notifications, Zhao Fu eagerly summoned the 10 skeletal cavalrymen. No, they were now the Death Knights of the King. Upon their emergence, they dismounted their skeletal steeds, kneeling on one knee, placing their hands over their chests, bowing their heads in unison. "King." Zhao Fu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these 10 Death Knights of the King could speak and possessed a degree of intelligence. For ordinary undead lacked such awareness, existing solely on instinct. At this moment, the appearance of the 10 Death Knights had undergone significant changes. The flames of their souls had turned golden, and their once bronze-hued armor had transformed to a pale gold. Their steeds mirrored this transformation, shedding any remnants of the eerie skeletal visage. Intrigued, Zhao Fu opened the attributes and class descriptions of the Death Knights of the King for examination. Death Knights of the King. Evaluation: SS level unit. Description: skeletal cavalrymen evolved through the infusion of kingly power. Unit effects: class change grants, kingly power, death power. After perusing the career introduction, Zhao Fu was astonished to discover that this was indeed an SS-grade profession. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized the immense power it possessed. After all, his own demon priest was merely a D-grade skill, albeit a formidable vocation in its own right. In stark contrast, the Death Knight of Kings transcended the realms of C, B, A, and even the standard S grade, achieving the terrifying rank of SS. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that such a potent class was limited to only 10 individuals. On the bright side, These 10 Death Knights of Kings, having become ring spirits, were destined for immortality as long as Zhao Fu's ring remained intact. Having finished the career description, Zhao Fu turned his attention to the attributes of the Death Knights of Kings, which were astonishingly robust. Their attributes had multiplied several times over, and they possessed 4 formidable skills. Body of the Death Knight, rated SS. Description: grants a 200 immunity to all skills, rendering F-grade skills ineffective. Death Knight Charge, rated SS. Description: unleashes immense power to strike down all foes. Death Slash, rated S. Description: delivers a terrifying attack infused with deathly energy. Reanimation of the undead, rated SS. Description: allows the summoning of numerous undead from corpses. Obedient to your command. Out of these 4 powerful skills, Zhao Fu was particularly intrigued by the 4th, reanimation of the undead, as typically, only high-quality corpses would be of any use to him. Zhao Fu had seen on the forum that others had acquired similar skills for summoning the undead, but with limitations. One needed to master death energy, and the summoned undead were generally weak, at most 1/10 of their former strength. Moreover, sustaining them required a continuous drain of mental energy, should the summoner lose their mental support. The undead would vanish or fall out of control. Most individuals with undead-related skills could command only a handful of weak undead. He wondered how many undead the Death Knights of Kings could summon. Fortunately, these knights possessed a modicum of intelligence, enabling simple mental communication. At IT was soon revealed that the skeletons summoned through reanimation of the undead retained 80 of their former strength, albeit only if their power was below that of the Death Knights of Kings. This meant that the skill could not be used on corpses stronger than the knights themselves. However, as leaders among the undead, each Death Knight could control up to 300 skeletons, and with 10 Death Knights, that number swelled to 3,000. As the strength of the Death Knights increased, so too would the number of undead they could command, allowing Zhao Fu to potentially forge an army of the undead. This prospect filled Zhao Fu with delight, as utilizing the undead in battle essentially required no consumption of resources. Should his own soldiers perish, they would truly be lost forever. After reviewing the full attributes of the Death Knights of Kings, Zhao Fu was determined to have them accompany several fearsome forest exploration teams to eliminate creatures, thus simultaneously leveling up and expanding his army of 3,000 skeleton soldiers. Subsequently, Zhao Fu's gaze shifted to the attributes of the ring itself. King's Ring Undead, Grade, Legendary, Attributes, All Attributes 5, Description: a ring infused with fragments of ancient royal artifacts, bestowing bonuses from these fragments, granting a 400 increase in experience gained, a 200 increase in military merits, a 200 refresh rate for S-grade qualities, a 200 increase in the cap for special troop types, and a 10 boost to the attributes of all villages. After absorbing this information, Zhao Fu was left in a state of disbelief, questioning whether he had stumbled upon a cheat. The ring's additional attributes were remarkable, but the prospect of quadrupled experience and doubled military merits was staggering. Such potent attributes could only be described as extraordinary. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Fu chuckled heartily as he slowly placed the king's ring upon his right index finger. However, to his surprise, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Notice, you have donned the king's ring. The ancient royal power has entered your body. Notice, you are undergoing an unknown transformation. As the ring enveloped him in a golden light, Zhao Fu felt a surge of power coursing through him, distinctly aware that his body was undergoing an uncharted metamorphosis. Notice, the ancient royal power is causing you to undergo an unknown change. Notice, as the ancient royal power enters your body, being a descendant of a nation and having acquired the nation's fortune, you may bypass the establishment of a kingdom and unlock the king profession early, gaining exclusive royal power. Upon hearing the final notification, Zhao Fu felt perplexed by its implications and promptly accessed his attributes to examine the king profession. King, rating, king level, description: a profession that unlocks only upon establishing a kingdom, capable of being inherited by future generations, transcending troop levels, and representing the supreme sovereignty of a king. Effect: grants royal power. Upon reviewing the introduction, Zhao Fu checked his attributes, finding no immediate changes. Extending his hand, a faint golden light manifested, distinct from the ancient royal power of the ring, but rather belonging to his own royal power. Unlike standard true professions, the king profession lacked fixed abilities, skills, or attribute bonuses. It required personal development and progressed in tandem with one's growth, signifying that it was a profession of potential. Thus, while initially weak, it could eventually rival even divine powers. Previously, Zhao Fu had felt regret over the substantial fortune he had expended, but now it seemed entirely worthwhile. The value of this sword-shaped fragment far outweighed his losses. For as long as the foundation remained intact, the expended fortune would gradually recover. Future battles would witness confrontations between national treasures, rivaling the intensity of divine encounters, as they represented the fierce clashes of nations. Of course, national treasures were not easily acquired. One must achieve great unification and possess a dynasty to own one when it comes to the number of national treasures, if China claims second place. None would dare to assert first. Historically, everything revolved around China, which can be regarded as the nexus of the world's fortune, thus giving rise to numerous dynasties and national treasures. Now, with the acquisition of the King's Ring, attributes had significantly transformed, prompting Zhao Fu to address various matters, such as special professions, which would now be doubled. He selected several for a class change and considered the implications of the S-grade quality, now benefiting from a twofold enhancement, ensuring that every month, for S-grade qualities would emerge in the Qin village. Having settled these affairs, a stout middle-aged man approached Zhao Fu, carrying 3 bottles of wine, and respectfully stated, "Your Highness, the 100-flower wine you requested has been brewed." This affable man, named Sun Yi, had once been a farmer with a penchant for brewing, and unbeknownst to him, his brewing skills had advanced to a high level. He had now been promoted to oversee the winery, responsible for wine production, and had finally succeeded in crafting the finished product. Zhao Fu gazed quizzically at the 3 bottles before him, prompting Sun Yi to elaborate. "Your Highness, these 3 bottles contain wines brewed from different types and quantities of flowers. The first was made using 8 varieties, the second with 16, and the third with 32. Each wine possesses a unique fragrance and flavor. I invite you to sample them to discern their qualities." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu, though not well versed in wines, uncorked the 3 bottles, and a delightful aroma wafted into the air. The fragrance of the 3rd bottle was particularly intense, resembling not merely wine, but an exquisite perfume. He poured a small amount, taking a gentle sip, and the aroma enveloped him, leaving him with a sensation of lightness and a subtle fragrance emanating from his body. Subsequently, Zhao Fu sampled the other 2 wines. While their flavors did not rival that of the 3rd, they were nonetheless of high quality that he decided to rename them. The first became Floral Essence Wine, the second Moonlit Flower Wine, and the third Enchanted Blossom Wine. These 3 wines were sure to become the signature drinks of Shilua Tower. Now that the Systems Tavern had observed the flourishing business of Zhao Fu's establishment, they too began recruiting player chefs, causing Zhao Fu's tavern business to suffer a slight decline. Such competition was unsustainable, as player identities rose. So too would the competition. To stand out, Zhao Fu needed to offer something unique. He inquired about the quantities produced of the 3 wines, and upon learning that there was a substantial amount, he took the bottles to Shilua Tower. He called others to taste the wines, eager for their opinions. The aromatic allure of the wines was bound to captivate countless women, and witnessing the enjoyment on the faces of those who sampled them, Zhao Fu understood their value. At that moment, He Xianru, a veiled beauty exuding an aura of classical elegance, approached. However, as her gaze fell upon Zhao Fu, 2 beams of golden light shot forth, causing her to instinctively step back. Her eyes pained. Zhao Fu noticed her reaction and inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" He Xianru gently shook her head, recovering from her momentary blindness, and with bloodshot eyes, she replied, "Zhao, I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Fu, puzzled, nodded in agreement. They retreated to a secluded room where He Xianru performed a respectful bow and began, "Congratulations, Your Highness, you have acquired royal power." Taken aback, Zhao Fu was astonished that she had such knowledge. But recalling her earlier reaction, he sighed. Indeed, one cannot perceive the disciples of various schools of thought through the lens of common understanding. He nodded in acknowledgement. At this juncture, He Xianru continued, "Your Highness, might I share some suggestions with you?" Zhao Fu pondered for a moment and then said, "Please, go ahead." He Xianru also spoke up, saying, "Your Highness, your kingly power has yet to merge with the fate of the world, the strength of a king, enabling him to lead a nation and face even deities without fear, primarily lies in the fusion of his power with the fates of heaven and earth." Zhao Fu was taken aback upon hearing this, for he had little understanding of this aspect and was uncertain how to develop his own kingly power. However, He Xianru's words seemed to suggest she possessed considerable insight into this force and knew how to wield it. Consequently, Zhao Fu and He Xianru engaged in a thorough discussion, during which Zhao Fu inquired about his uncertainties. And He Xianru patiently provided clarifications. This dialogue extended for several hours, leaving Zhao Fu profoundly enlightened and significantly altering his attitude towards He Xianru. Chapter 84. The Divine Weapon Codex. The two emerged from the room, sharing a laugh. Just as Huiqing happened upon them, he rushed over and exclaimed, "Beauty Master, I've been searching for you for ages. What have you and the boss been doing in there for so long? You didn't let the boss exploit you, did you?" Zhao Fu felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this, observing Huiqing. After a considerable period of observation, Zhao Fu suspected that this young man might possess some influence, though he had refrained from mentioning it and was unaware of why He Xianru had suddenly taken him on as a disciple. He Xianru shot Huiqing a glare and said, "Mind your manners. Go back and chop 100 radishes." Huiqing's expression immediately soured as he replied, "No, please, Beauty Master, I was wrong. I merely wanted you to teach me how to cook." Afterward, both returned to the kitchen. While Zhao Fu approached the entrance of the Shilua Tower, pouring 3 bowls of different flower wines, as the saying goes, the fragrance of wine fears not the depth of the alley. Zhao Fu set them out in the bustling market, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Countless people gathered around, inquiring, "Boss Zhao Fu, what kind of wine is this? It smells exquisite." Zhao Fu smiled and replied, "These are 3 varieties of flower wines specially crafted by our Shilua Tower, currently available at a 50% discount for a limited time of 3 days." "Wonderful, Boss Zhao Fu, pour me a jug." With that, throngs of curious patrons surged into the Shilua Tower, eager to sample the flavors of the 3 flower wines. Zhao Fu had already set the prices: the first flower-scented wine at 8 silver coins, the second moonflower wine at 30 silver coins, and the third intoxicated flower wine at 500 silver coins. In truth, the production cost of this flower wine was merely a little over 20 copper coins, making these prices exceedingly steep, particularly for the third intoxicated flower wine, which was priced at 500 silver coins, equivalent to 50,000 copper coins, marking a staggering 2,000-fold increase over the cost. One could say Zhao Fu was running a black shop. However, it was not entirely Zhao Fu's fault. Some patrons came not merely for the taste, but for the display of luxury. If the prices were not elevated, the value could not be reflected. The third intoxicated flower wine catered entirely to the upper echelons, where 500 silver coins were but a trifling sum. Soon, the news of the flower wine from Shilua Tower spread rapidly, drawing many eager customers, resulting in business flourishing several times over, inciting envy among countless onlookers. Following this, Zhao Fu visited a blacksmith shop, knocked on the door, and entered. Gongsun Lin was preparing her materials and smiled upon seeing Zhao Fu, saying, "Zhaoshan, I've completed the crafting of your 2 pieces of golden equipment. Take a look and see how they are." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the side, where a golden shield stood, half his height, adorned with diamond patterns, alongside a long, elegant sword with a groove running down its length and an exceptionally sharp blade. Just as Zhao Fu was about to examine the attributes, he curiously inquired, "Why do these pieces of equipment lack names?" Gongsun Lin produced a small notebook and came over, saying, "I haven't thought of names for the equipment yet. Zhaoshan, why don't you name them?" After a moment of thought, Zhao Fu replied, "How about calling it the Divine Martial Shield and the 9 Profound Blade?" Gongsun Lin nodded in satisfaction. Smiling, "Zhaoshan, you have a knack for naming. I struggled for a long time without any good ideas." She then took out a pen and began jotting something down in her notebook. "What are you doing?" Zhao Fu asked out of curiosity. Gongsun Lin, still focused on her writing, explained, "This is a tradition of our blacksmithing family. For every piece of cherished equipment we forge, we document it in detail. This is known as the Divine Weapon Codex, and each member possesses their own to record the weapons they create throughout their lives." "Oh," Zhao Fu responded, noticing Gongsun Lin wave her hand, causing a beam of light to illuminate the 2 pieces of equipment, bestowing them with names: Divine Martial Shield, rank, golden, attributes, strength 10, constitution 12, description, a large shield forged from mudstone, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, 9 Profound Blade, rank, golden, attributes, strength 8, constitution 8, agility 6, description, a blade crafted from mysterious iron, exceptionally sharp. Zhaoshan, I must take my leave now. I hope to see you again someday." As Zhao Fu was examining the equipment attributes, Gongsun Lin finished her writing, tucked away her notebook, and looked up at Zhao Fu. Upon hearing that Gongsun Lin was leaving, Zhao Fu felt an inexplicable sense of loss, realizing that the reason she had stayed was the crafting of golden equipment, and now that it was complete, she was set to depart. Zhao Fu considered that players could currently only remain in the terrifying forest, and given Gongsun Lin's ability to forge golden quality equipment, he felt compelled to ask her to stay. However, Gongsun Lin gently shook her head in refusal, saying, "Thank you, Zhaoshan, but we of the blacksmithing family are destined to wander, never settling in one place. Our lives are devoted to seeking rare materials and perfecting the divine weapon codex. Hence we cannot linger in one location. I, too, wish to explore other places." Zhao Fu understood her intention was to leave the system's main city, to venture beyond the terrifying forest, into the wilderness and other lands. Yet, considering her age, he couldn't help but express concern for her survival in the wild. Knowing the dangers of the wild surrounding his Qin village, he cautioned, "It could be very dangerous." "Yes, I am aware," Gongsun Lin replied with a gentle smile. Observing her unwavering determination, Zhao Fu found himself unable to suppress his curiosity, asking, "Is blacksmithing truly that significant?" Indeed, Gongsun Lin displayed a maturity beyond her years, responding softly, "We are born for blacksmithing and destined to die for it. Perhaps that is the fate shared by every member of our blacksmithing family." Zhao Fu fell silent, and Gongsun Lin, having nothing more to say, resumed packing her belongings. Finally, she glanced at Zhao Fu and managed a faint smile, saying, "Farewell, Zhaoshan." Zhao Fu sighed and replied, "Please, wait a moment." Hearing this, Gongsun Lin nodded in puzzlement. Zhao Fu then turned and exited the blacksmith's shop. After a brief interval, he returned, presenting her with a ring. This ring was capable of storing living creatures and was priced at 10 times that of an ordinary storage ring, albeit with a smaller capacity of just over 6 square meters. Inside this ring was a fine black forest horse. Currently, there were no horses available for sale in the system's main city, and the common residents only utilized ordinary brown horses. If Zhao Fu revealed this black forest horse, it would surely astonish many. Zhao Fu entrusted this black forest horse to Gongsun Lin, hoping it would enable her to escape danger, for with its speed and ability to surmount obstacles, few could pursue her. "Thank you, Zhaoshan," Gongsun Lin said joyfully as she accepted the ring. Zhao Fu gently shook his head, saying, "No need. I have yet to express my gratitude for your help in forging these 2 pieces of golden quality equipment." Gongsun Lin replied, "It was mutual assistance. I too required fine materials to hone my skills." Ultimately, the two bid their final farewells. Zhao Fu watched as Gongsun Lin's figure gradually faded from view, sighed, and then teleported back to Qin Village. Chapter 85. The Domain of the King. Upon returning to Qin Village, Zhao Fu entrusted the 9 profound blade to Zhang Dao, while the divine martial shield was given to a particularly strong goblin warrior, with plans to provide him with an S-grade aptitude orb in the future to nurture his abilities. Having taken care of these matters, Zhao Fu ascended to the altar of prayer. What he needed to do now was merge his kingly power with his own fate, sitting cross-legged at the center of the altar. He calmed his mind and followed the method imparted by Xianru. Countless threads of fate from Qin Village surged toward him. Before long, a fearsome black dragon within him began to merge with a radiant golden orb. Afterward, Zhao Fu opened his eyes and extended his hand, manifesting a black orb. This orb, unlike the previous golden one, bore the distinct color of black and displayed faint dragon patterns swirling within it. Zhao Fu pressed this black orb onto the altar of prayer. A black semicircular dome expanded outward, with dragon patterns dancing along its surface. This was Zhao Fu's manifestation of the domain of the king, which could also be understood as a barrier or protective shield. Its purpose was to grant immunity to all harm and skills. Of course, Zhao Fu's current kingly power was still weak, and the domain he created could not yet provide complete immunity. However, in the later stages, it would be achievable. Eventually, the conflict would not merely be between armies but between kings. Zhao Fu also transformed his previous mindset, beginning to actively participate in battles rather than hiding in the rear. Once he acquired better materials, Zhao Fu aspired to forge a sword that would embody his kingly path. After merging with his kingly power, and recalling that he had not exited the apocalyptic world for quite some time, Zhao Fu then returned to the real world, casually consuming a bit of food before, as usual, logging into the apocalyptic forum that a plethora of events have indeed unfolded. Tensions between Huaxia and neighboring states have intensified considerably. The current state of Huaxia no longer adheres to the doctrines of Confucianism, nor does it espouse the notion of harmony above all else, adopting instead a demeanor of benevolence and reason. Rather, it is now a cacophony of competing schools of thought, with diverse philosophies permeating the landscape of contemporary Huaxia. There is no longer a need for rational discourse, for this is a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, where conflict erupts directly. Previously, certain petty nations, akin to jesters, have been so thoroughly intimidated that even their leaders have emerged to plead, in a tone of subservience. We hope for harmony. Let there be no bloodshed. Let us pursue peace. At this juncture, the slumbering dragon of Huaxia begins to awaken, revealing its formidable power, having already ascended to the pinnacle of global supremacy, thus becoming the most watched nation in the world. Moreover, the descendants of the Great Xia, Great Shang, Great Zhou, and Great Han have stepped forward, clamoring for an audience with the heir of the Great Qin. This matter has garnered the attention of countless factions. For the Great Qin is no obscure entity, but one of the 5 ancient states of Huaxia. Its potential peril is self-evident. Yet, the enigmatic heir of the Great Qin has yet to reveal themselves. The emergence of the other 4 ancient states' heirs raises questions. What does this signify? This has sparked heightened interest among all factions, while the victors on their side are driven to despair. Having searched in vain for so long, the intricacies of bloodlines are convoluted. They can multiply from 1 to 100, or even 1,000, and after millennia, it is impossible for the victors to reclaim every lineage that has dispersed. Despite the multitude of eyes upon this issue, the mysterious heir of the Great Qin remains absent, akin to a thorn lodged in the hearts of many factions, rendering them restless. If only the Great Qin would reveal itself. Even if formidable, it would provide a semblance of clarity. However, the elusive nature of their strength breeds even greater apprehension. Zhao Fu contemplates remaining hidden, as revealing himself would yield no benefits and countless drawbacks. He is not a fool. Disregarding the ongoing discussions, Zhao Fu continues to browse other posts and suddenly stumbles upon a method to infinitely accumulate battle merits. Is it possible to infinitely accrue battle merits? Zhao Fu, intrigued, clicks on it to discover a post declaring, "I am here to earnestly share a monumental advantage, teaching you how to infinitely accumulate battle merits in the world of Tianqi. If you're short on merits, come and take a look." Primarily, battle merits can be obtained in 2 ways: capturing villages or slaying powerful beasts. The method I present focuses on the first, utilizing village captures to amass battle merits. Initially, you require a city-building stone and the cooperation of another individual. First, use the city-building stone to establish a village. Then have the other person attack and select the option to occupy. Following this, you also attack and choose to occupy, repeating this process a few times, and your battle merits will soar. This method, however, can only be executed a limited number of times. What I am sharing is a way to infinitely accumulate battle merits. After utilizing the initial method a few times, choose to relocate the village. Then re-establish it, and continue this cycle to achieve infinite accumulation. Trust me, you may not succeed the first or second time, but after multiple attempts, success is assured. I guarantee it. There is absolutely no deception in my words. Upon reading this post, Zhao Fu finds it somewhat plausible, yet a nagging doubt lingers. If someone truly mastered such a method, they could sell it to a prominent family for unimaginable benefits. Would they genuinely offer it freely? Scanning the comments section. The first user, Dong Rifeng, asserts, "It's true. What this esteemed individual says is legitimate. I have accumulated countless battle merits." The second user exclaims, "Host, I adore you. Thank you for sharing such a wonderful method." The third user, Wu Gu, chimes in, "Brother, you are truly a good person, a living Lei Feng doing good deeds." The first page of comments contains 10 affirmations of the method's efficacy, yet the post has amassed tens of thousands of replies. Zhao Fu, curious, navigates to the last page. Wolf Fong exclaims, "Damn, a deceitful trickster, multiple occupations yield no battle merits, and repeated city relocations damage the city building stone." A lonely individual adds, "I wish to punish the host, believe your sister. Compensate me for my city building stone." A child far from home laments, "Deceitful trickster, I curse your ancestors. I intended to dominate the world, yet now all is ruined. Damn you, reveal your address." After reviewing several pages, Aside from the initial few who claimed success, the rest are filled with curses, revealing that this post is not a genuine guide to accumulating battle merits, but rather a trap for the unwary. It appears that this individual, in a moment of inspiration, attempted to accrue battle merits and inadvertently damaged their city-building stone, returning to ensnare others. The early commenters were likely his own accounts, created to lure unsuspecting viewers. Generally, those possessing a modicum of rationality and understanding of the Tianqi world would never believe such claims. Some skeptics might attempt to capture a village, fail to obtain battle merits, and subsequently cease their efforts, while others might blindly follow the instructions, ultimately damaging their own city-building stones. Chapter 86. The list of famous swords. Zhao Fu chuckled, realizing that in this world, there are no free lunches. Nor are things achieved without effort. One cannot expect to reap rewards without labor. He continued to peruse the forum. Exploring various pieces of information, he then took an interest in the renowned swords of antiquity. Noting, first, the Xianyuan sword, the sword of the sacred path; second, the Zhanlu sword, the sword of benevolence; third, the Qishao sword, the sword of imperial authority; fourth, the Teia sword, the sword of might; fifth, the Qixing Longnuan sword, the sword of integrity and purity; sixth and seventh, the Ganjiang and Moi swords, the swords of deep affection; eighth, the Yuchang sword, the sword of valor; ninth, the Chunjun sword, the sword of unparalleled nobility; and tenth, the Chungying sword, the sword of exquisite elegance. This list comprises only the top 10 famous swords. Many other notable swords exist, such as those forged by the legendary swordsmith Ogz, which, though not listed, include the Gongbu sword, the Xingxia sword, the Juk sword, the Panying sword, and those commissioned by Go Jian of the Yu state during the spring and autumn period, including the Yinshi sword, the Duanshui sword, the Zhuangpa sword, the Xianjin sword, the Jingni sword, the Maihun sword, the Jiexia sword, the Zhongying sword, as well as the Tang dynasty's Yajia sword, the Qingshuang sword, the Jialaobin sword, the Qi Long sword, the Lang sword, and so on. Numerous other illustrious swords need not be detailed. Swords symbolize the way of kings, while knives represent tyranny. Hence, rulers typically wield swords. That it remains uncertain whether these ancient swords still exist in the world, for each should be a peerless weapon. Zhao Fu, if asked, expresses a preference for swords among weapons, perhaps intending to gather rare materials in the future to forge a few legendary swords that could endure through time. Having absorbed this information, Zhao Fu was on the verge of shutting down his computer to re-enter the Tianqi world when a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. That a voice from outside called, "Mr. Zhao, Miss, she requests your presence." The voice belonged to one of his bodyguards assigned for his protection. Zhao Fu pondered the matter, uncertain of the reason, but decided to comply. Upon arrival, he found Yingxi elegantly seated by a lakeside. Accompanied by several maidens, as Zhao Fu approached, he was acutely aware of their respective statuses and inquired, "Miss Shi, what do you require of me?" Yingxi, appearing slightly displeased, responded, "Zhao Fu, I have mentioned before that you need not be so formal. You are one of us from the Ying family, so feel free to call me by my name." Given his current predicament, he could only acquiesce and apologized, addressing her as Yingxi. Yingxi chuckled softly and replied, "There will be a gathering shortly. Please prepare yourself." A gathering? Zhao Fu felt a stir of unease. He had no desire to attend such an event. He was disinclined toward boisterousness and feared exposure of his identity, particularly wary of encountering someone adept in fortune manipulation. Thus, Zhao Fu generally refrained from venturing out. Now, with Yingxi urging him to attend the gathering, he was truly reluctant and cautiously replied, "Yingxi, I personally do not favor large gatherings, so I apologize, but Before Zhao Fu could finish, Yingxi interrupted him. "No worries. I only need you to meet someone. You can leave immediately after." Realizing he had no option to refuse, Zhao Fu nodded in agreement and followed a woman resembling a housekeeper as he was fitted with a suit. Subsequently, Zhao Fu awaited in a designated room, where he soon witnessed Yingxi reappear. Donning a snow-white gown, exuding elegance that moment, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, her delicate features and flawless skin adorned in that pristine gown, with a crystal necklace gracing her neck, akin to a princess. However, Zhao Fu had no interest in admiring her beauty. Preoccupied with the myriad matters that lay ahead, "Zhao Fu, let us depart," Yingxi declared, noticing him seated with his head bowed. Her words, Zhao Fu snapped back to attention, nodded quietly, and followed her. Together, they arrived at a grand hall where the gathering had commenced. Filled with numerous handsome men and beautiful women, all exuding an air of distinction, likely members of the Ying family's direct lineage. Upon seeing Ying Shi, they greeted her warmly, their faces breaking into smiles. While Zhao Fu, trailing behind her, was entirely overlooked and treated as a mere servant. Zhao Fu, please wait here for a moment. I have a matter to attend to, Ying Shi suddenly instructed, understanding her request. Zhao Fu nodded in acknowledgement, watching as she approached a group of elderly individuals and several other young heirs of the Ying family. Standing in the midst of the gathering, Zhao Fu found himself ignored by all. Yet he remained unperturbed, seeking a secluded corner to minimize attention. Are you Zhao Fu? A voice suddenly inquired. That a voice resonated from behind Zhao Fu, prompting him to turn curiously. That it was a woman, a year or two older than him. Clad in a striking red gown, her hair was elegantly styled, her lips painted a vibrant red, and her features were strikingly beautiful, possessing a somewhat androgynous charm that exuded both allure and a subtle air of dominance. Zhao Fu recognized her as Wu Qingyang, the former president of the student council from his alma mater, with whom he had crossed paths a few times in the past. He hadn't anticipated encountering her here today. Nodding in acknowledgement, he greeted her. President. Wu Qingyang approached with a smile, saying, no need for formalities here. Just call me by my name. I was quite surprised when you dropped out, and I certainly didn't expect to run into you here. Zhao Fu, too, felt a sense of surprise at their unexpected meeting. But what astonished him more was the fact that she had taken note of him, despite their limited past interactions. Do you also possess the bloodline of the winners? Wu Qingyang inquired with a light laugh. Observing Zhao Fu's surprised expression as she drew closer, this was no longer a secret, so Zhao Fu nodded, though he also found himself puzzled as he asked, do you have the bloodline of the winners as well? Wu Qingyang gently shook her head, replying, I bear the bloodline of the Wu family. The Wu family, Zhao Fu thought, struggling to recall which historical Wu family she was referencing to that moment. Ying Shi, having finished her tasks, called out to Wu Qingyang. Qingyang. Wu Qingyang turned with a smile, responding, Xiao Shi. Noticing the familiarity between the two women, Zhao Fu chose to remain silent and simply observed. Ying Shi stepped forward, glancing between Wu Qingyang and Zhao Fu, and cheerfully remarked, I wanted to introduce you too. But it seems you already know each other. Xiao Shi, you mean the person you mentioned earlier is Zhao Fu? Wu Qingyang asked, her surprise evident as she turned to look at Zhao Fu. Ying Shi nodded with a smile. Affirming her statement, Wu Qingyang contemplated for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Zhao Fu, meanwhile, had remained silent, watching the exchange between the two women. As the time seemed to draw near, he took the opportunity to excuse himself and departed. Chapter 87. The Festival of Blossoms. As Zhao Fu walked away, Wu Qingyang smiled subtly, remarking, Xiao Shi, if it is Zhao Fu, you may find it challenging to fully control him. Oh, Ying Shi responded, intrigued. Why is that? Wu Qingyang turned to face Ying Shi, a hint of authority gracing her smile as she declared, because he is the man I have set my sights on. Have you two shared something? Ying Shi teased lightly. Indeed. There have been some minor occurrences, but what truly captivates me is his potential, the kind that, like a golden-scaled fish, transforms into a dragon when it encounters the tempest. I have a feeling that one day he will be known throughout the world. Wu Qingyang replied with a serene smile. Is that so? I don't share that sentiment. Ying Shi expressed her confusion that Wu Qingyang regarded her and said, that is because you have yet to see through him. My instincts have never failed me. Let us wait for that day to come. Upon hearing this, Ying Shi nodded gently. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fu, the two women were discussing him that moment. He merely wished to remain an inconspicuous figure and develop the Qin village diligently. After returning to his room, Zhao Fu picked up the Stone of Revelation and entered the world of Revelation. Meanwhile, the 4 exploration teams had returned, bringing back not only a substantial amount of currency and equipment but also 2 S-rank corpses, over 100 A-rank corpses, and more than 900 individuals, along with 2 ordinary city-building stones and a silver city-building stone, which filled Zhao Fu with delight. The 10 Death Knights of Kings had transformed into over 1,000 skeleton soldiers. While these skeletons were not as formidable as those encountered in the passageways, they were certainly much stronger than ordinary skeletons, wielding primarily their previous weapons, such as iron swords and knives. Currently, Zhao Fu commanded a total of 30 villages. With a combined population exceeding 18,000, alleviating any concerns regarding food supply. Thanks to the various attribute bonuses from Dachin Village, crops could mature in just over a month, yielding double the harvest. The territory of Dachin Village spanned over 300 square miles, with all planted crops benefiting from its attribute enhancements, making food the least scarce resource among various factions. Zhao Fu chose not to further expand his military, as the 5,000 soldiers he already had sufficed. Combined with the 3,000 skeletons from the Death Knights of Kings, his forces were more than adequate. Additionally, having recently acquired the Ring of Kings, Dachin Village's experience was only a little over 20,000, and Zhao Fu's military honor stood at 400, meaning he still had some time before leveling up. However, the rate of advancement should accelerate, given the fourfold experience and double military honor bonuses. Lastly, regarding the Divine Refinement Plan, it had been postponed due to the need for crystal stones to refine the corpses and the preparation of various materials. At that moment, Baishan approached to report that the research on the language stele had been completed. Zhao Fu, intrigued, decided to take a look. Language stele. Currently available languages include Chinese, Elvish, Orcish, Dwarvish, Goblin, and Gremlin. Observing this, Zhao Fu nodded in satisfaction. With the language stele, he could directly learn all the languages recorded there, eliminating the need for translators. Even if they were not his subjects, as long as he learned the language, he would understand and be able to speak it. He decided to learn all languages except for Chinese, then instructed Baishan to research the intermediate teleportation array. As he could not rely on the system's main city to escape the terrifying forest, he would have to break through the barriers between regions using his own strength. The primary teleportation array, unless it transported him to the system's main city, could only cover a maximum distance of 500 miles. Without the intermediate or advanced teleportation arrays, it was impossible to open pathways to other locations. After addressing matters concerning Dachin Village, Zhao Fu teleported back to the city of Holy Light, surprised to find the entire city enveloped in a festive atmosphere, with colorful floral ribbons adorning the streets and the indigenous people gathering joyfully in celebration. What is happening? Is there a festival in the city of Holy Light? Pondering this, Zhao Fu returned to the Westfall Tower, where he learned from others that it was a celebration in the world of revelation known as the Festival of Blossoms. This festival would last for 7 days, during which flowers would bloom simultaneously, and a substance called flower tears could be collected. These flower tears could be exchanged for countless items at a stone stele within the system's main city. The indigenous people regarded it as a divine blessing, while Zhao Fu perceived it as merely an event within the game. Upon reaching the center of the city of Holy Light, he indeed found a new stone stele. Surrounded by a throng of people, Zhao Fu examined it, astonished by the array of rewards available. There were legendary-grade equipment, S-class skills, gold-quality city-building stones, high-tier elixirs, and special items. Zhao Fu felt quite tempted. However, this event was on a global scale, open to all, including both players and indigenous people, intensifying the competition. While these items were appealing, acquiring them was an entirely different matter. The Festival of Blossoms would officially commence at midnight tonight. Zhao Fu teleported back to Dachin Village to prepare for the celebration. As other factions were similarly engaged in their preparations at midnight, a large and luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the night and dispelled the darkness. Beneath this enchanting moonlight, blossoms unfurled in a breathtaking display, creating a dreamlike ambience, a night of flowers and a full moon. Among the myriad flowers, only a few contained translucent pearls the size of soybeans at their centers, glimmering beautifully in the moonlight. These were the much-coveted flower tears. Zhao Fu had ordered his subordinates to halt all tasks, including the 4 exploration teams, to collectively gather these flower tears, given that Dachin Village brewed a variety of floral wines. Zhao Fu was well acquainted with many flowers in the vicinity, and since the area within 100 miles was under his control, competition was minimal. Hardly anyone sought to contest him for them. This presented a significant advantage, instilling Zhao Fu with confidence that he could easily outpace the player factions within the terrifying forest. However, the same could not be said for the system factions. Currently, each indigenous population within the system's main cities numbered around 300,000, with an additional 100,000 soldiers, totaling 400,000. In contrast, player numbers typically exceeded 1 million in the main cities. The next day, when Zhao Fu teleported back to the city of Holy Light, not only were countless player factions frantically offering high prices for flower tears, but even the system factions were engaged in a buying frenzy. The official forces of the system cities dispatched the majority of their soldiers into the terrifying forest to collect flower tears, facing little competition. This situation rendered Zhao Fu's forces seemingly insignificant. He realized that if he did not devise a strategy, he might struggle to compete against these official system factions. Chapter 88. The Legendless. Now, people hurriedly streamed towards the city gates, many shouting excitedly. Some called out, 20 silver coins for a flower tear. We're offering high prices for them. Come find me. Others exclaimed, trade equipment or skills for flower tears. It's an incredible deal, and this opportunity only comes once. Still, others shouted, who will sell flower tears to our white tiger gang? You'll become our brother, and we'll take care of you, providing you with all the best. Even amidst the chaos, a woman of decent appearance called out, whoever offers me 100 tears of flower can have me as their girlfriend for a day. And I'm open to anything. It is now evident that the area outside the central system city is teeming with people, a scene of utter disarray. In an instant, the tears of flower scattered outside the system city were thoroughly scavenged by players and locals alike, leaving not a single one behind. Just envision over 1 million individuals conducting a thorough search. The very ground would be overturned, leaving no trace of a single tear of flower, with the tears of flower around the main city of the system completely depleted. Some individuals began to distance themselves from the central city, which greatly increased the danger, for it was not only necessary to remain vigilant against other races, but also to be wary of fellow humans intent on seizing what one had. One must not assume that possessing a tear of flower guarantees safety. In the face of such immense temptation, most individuals would not hold back. If one were to be robbed, there would be little recourse for justice. Only by returning with the tears of flower and exchanging them for points could one truly claim them as their own. Presently, the value of the tears of flower is well understood by the masses, and most have no intention of selling them. Occasionally, a few individuals might announce their desire to sell, only to be swiftly encircled by eager bidders, often resulting in the spoils being claimed by the forces of the system. As the player's resources are still lacking in comparison, Zhao Fu also contemplated trading coins or equipment for some tears of flower. Though his village of Daqin lay at a distance, the tears of flower obtained here were certainly more plentiful than those of the typical system forces. Yet they still could not compete with the official powers of the system. Ordinary individuals sought to exchange their tears of flower for coveted items unattainable with mere currency, while factions aspired to trade for city-building stones. However, what drove the official forces of countless system cities into a frenzy were the 37 pieces of legendary equipment. It can be said that even the number possessed by the central system city is exceedingly rare. For players lacking even golden equipment, the allure was even greater. Furthermore, the top 3 pieces among these legendary items had already reached semi-epic status, prompting some to compile a ranking of legendary equipment based on their attributes and descriptions. The first, Heavenly Demon, a sword-shaped weapon, semi-epic, forged from the remains of a heavenly demon, imbued with heavenly demon power. The second, Dragon Soul, a knife-shaped weapon, semi-epic, crafted from the essence of a divine dragon, containing divine dragon power. The third, Demigod, a hammer-shaped weapon, semi-epic, originally merely an ordinary legendary weapon, but now infused with a significant amount of demigod blood, carrying demigod power. The fourth, Radiant Sun, a bow-shaped weapon, legendary, created from the stone of extreme sunlight and infused with the fire of extreme sunlight, imbued with solar power. The fifth, 8 Mountains, a shield-shaped armor, legendary, forged from the heart of the 8 mountains, containing 8 mountain power. The sixth, Giant Spirit, a staff-shaped weapon, legendary, the weapon wielded by the giant spirit since birth, imbued with giant spirit power. The seventh, Holy Sky, armor, legendary, a suit of armor worn only by high-ranking angels in the heavenly realm, imbued with holy light power. The eighth, Thunder Fong, an axe-shaped weapon, legendary, crafted from the teeth of the thunder beast, imbued with thunderstorm power. The ninth, Cold Soul, a sword-shaped weapon, legendary, forged from the fusion of thousands of icy souls, imbued with extreme cold power. The 10th, Spirit Tree, a staff-shaped weapon, legendary, crafted from a white locust spirit tree over 1,000 years old, imbued with spirit power. This is the top 10 equipment on the legendary ranking, which has incited envy and frenzy among countless individuals. Zhao Fu too felt a pang of desire. However, these legendary items are highly sought after worldwide, and he felt the weight of pressure mounting as he pondered his next move. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhao Fu, prompting him to teleport back to Daqin village. The teleportation array possesses three primary functions. The first being fixed-point teleportation, allowing precise travel from point A to point B. The second is random teleportation, which sends one to an unpredictable location. And the third is directional teleportation, where one selects a direction to travel towards. Zhao Fu commanded his companions to halt all tasks and continue collecting tiers of flour, while he, accompanied by Bai Shan and another scholar, utilized the third function of the teleportation array to head north towards the terrifying forest. Given the initial teleportation array's maximum range of 500 miles, Zhao Fu found himself in a mountainous area north of the terrifying forest, precisely 500 meters from Daqin village. He quickly sought a concealed location and instructed Bai Shan and the other scholar to expedite the construction of a teleportation array. After approximately half an hour, Bai Shan and the other scholar hurriedly completed the array, and Zhao Fu, along with them, again employed the teleportation array's third function, heading another 500 miles north into the terrifying forest. This time, Zhao Fu emerged near a waterfall, and without delay, he sought out a cave and directed Bai Shan and the other two to swiftly construct yet another teleportation array. Once this array was completed, Zhao Fu led them onward, once more using the teleportation array to journey north into the terrifying forest. After a continuous series of over 20 teleportations, they finally arrived at a forested area. Just as they materialized, they heard the anguished cries of wild beasts, followed by the sight of over 30 orc warriors hoisting several wild boars, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Zhao Fu and his two companions. The orcs exchanged glances, immediately discarding the wild boars and brandishing their weapons to charge at Zhao Fu. The relationship between humans and other races is akin to fire and water. However, as the orcs closed in, Zhao Fu remained unflinching, standing resolutely as he uttered a series of strange syllables, causing the charging orcs to halt in their tracks, bewildered by the fact that this human could speak their language. Zhao Fu conveyed, "Wait, brave warriors of the orc tribe, I have matters of importance to discuss with you." Although surprised by Zhao Fu's command of their tongue, the orcs still encircled him, preventing any chance of escape. At that moment, the leader of the orcs demanded, "Human, speak quickly. What do you want?" Chapter 89. Orc City. Zhao Fu smiled gently and replied, "I come bearing what you desire most, a bounty of food and equipment. This matter is of utmost importance, and I am certain your esteemed leader, Lord Kaji, would be most eager to meet me." The orc's expression turned to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "How do you know we are the subjects of the great leader Kaji?" Zhao Fu mused to himself. Having noted that there was a quest to slay Kaji within the central system city, and the location was vaguely indicated. After utilizing the teleportation array so many times, he had calculated that he should now be within Kaji's domain. Encountering this group of orcs, Zhao Fu immediately made the connection. While he had suspected previously, the orcs' admission confirmed his target. Yet, he could not disclose this to the orcs outright. Zhao Fu stated, "I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Lord Kaji, and I have come with generous gifts to pay my respects that I hope you will escort me to meet him, or at the very least, relay this message." Upon hearing Zhao Fu's words, the orcs, driven by their nature, were inclined to disregard his request, and instead smirked menacingly, preparing to rush forward and seize the gifts. Zhao Fu, however, remained unfazed, for he was no longer the same individual he once was. Now endowed with royal authority and the power of a king, he calmly drew a silver-quality sword from his side, and, with a swift motion, unleashed a tremendous wave of sword energy that sent the foremost dozen or so orcs flying several meters away. Zhao Fu's presence radiated an extraordinary strength, and coupled with his dark cloak, he exuded an air of unfathomable mystery that compelled the advancing orcs to halt abruptly. "You may go and report the news now," Zhao Fu said coolly. These other races understood no reasoning. They only acknowledged the supremacy of strength. The fallen orcs scrambled to their feet, their demeanor shifting from that of hunters to that of wary adversaries. The remaining orcs still surrounded Zhao Fu, but a few ventured off to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of orc cavalry riding gray wolves approached Zhao Fu. This marked Zhao Fu's first encounter with the orc wolf cavalry, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Human, follow me," the leading robust orc commanded, glancing at Zhao Fu, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhao Fu thought it fortunate that Kaji was not foolish enough to dispatch an army to eliminate him. Clearly, the establishment of this orc city indicated a level of intelligence beyond that of ordinary orcs. Subsequently, Zhao Fu followed the wolf cavalry to a formidable city. The structure was rugged, with walls built from massive stones. Rising 15 meters high, guarded by numerous orc archers atop, the city itself was an impressive sight, perfectly befitting the Orcish character. Upon entering the city, Zhao Fu observed a variety of orcs populating the streets. Their curious gazes fixated on the three humans accompanied by the wolf cavalry. As he walked, Zhao Fu discreetly assessed the strength of the orc city, noting that alongside the orcs, other subjugated races, such as goblins and gremlins, were present, though no humans could be seen, as orcs typically killed any human they encountered. In addition to a complete array of military units in the orc city, including wolf riders, formidable archers, and heavily shielded infantry, it is noteworthy that orcs seldom don armor. This is primarily due to their limited ability to forge intricate equipment, as they are predominantly a hunting race rather than an agricultural one. Thus, the provisions and gear offered by Zhao Fu hold immense allure for the orcs. As they continued their journey, Zhao Fu observed an altar where several orc shamans were wielding bone-laden staffs, casting beams of green light, presumably engaged in some ritual. Eventually, the cadre of wolf riders escorted Zhao Fu and his companions to a grand tent, where the leading orc exchanged a few words with the guards stationed outside before permitting them entry. Upon entering, Zhao Fu beheld an elderly orc seated above, who, despite lacking the distinct aura of a city lord, undoubtedly held a significant status. The orc elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he smiled at Zhao Fu and gestured for him and his companions to take a seat, exclaiming, "Honored guests, please make yourselves comfortable." In response, Zhao Fu nodded and settled into a chair draped with bear hide. "I am Gunadu, the Vice Lord of Kaji City. Feel free to discuss any matters with me. As I have authority over the city's affairs," the elder introduced himself to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu, recognizing Gunadu as a perceptive individual, did not mince words and stated, "Esteemed Vice Lord, I trust you are aware of the floral festival. I have brought a substantial quantity of provisions and equipment in exchange for the flower tiers, which hold no value for you. Given that only system cities possess the exchange steel, these foreign races cannot redeem flower tiers, rendering them entirely useless to the orcs." Zhao Fu's understanding of this fact emboldened him to engage in trade within the orc city. Gunadu nodded with a smile, acknowledging that orcs, reliant on hunting and possessing large appetites, face a significant shortage of food and lack the expertise to craft fine equipment, thus resorting to crude gear. Since flower tiers are of no utility to them, it is more prudent to exchange them for items needed in the orc city. A notion that Gunadu fully comprehended. He had anticipated Zhao Fu's intentions and had personally arranged to meet him. The discussion then turned to the exchange rate between flower tiers and provisions. After an extensive negotiation, Zhao Fu and Gunadu concluded their conversation amicably. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed a refreshing experience. Zhao Fu retrieved thousands of kilograms of food and hundreds of pieces of equipment from his Ring of Kings, consisting mainly of discarded gear from the Qin village and a few crafted from fine bronze, following the fusion of the Ring of Kings with fragments of the King's artifact. The storage capacity expanded from over 300 square meters to a staggering 10,000 square meters, ample space for his needs. Presenting the items, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "This is merely a modest token of appreciation for you, Vice Lord. I hope for fruitful cooperation in the future." "Indeed," Gunadu replied with a smile, recognizing the abundant opportunities for collaboration ahead. Subsequently, Gunadu bestowed upon Zhao Fu a token, granting him unfettered access to meet him at any time. Zhao Fu graciously accepted the token. He then instructed by Shan and his companions to construct a teleportation array to return to Qin Village, ensuring that only residents of Qin Village could utilize it and that its location remained discreet. With over 200,000 orcs now serving him, Zhao Fu felt a surge of joy, unperturbed by the prospect of the orc city growing in power, as that was a concern for the three system cities. Perhaps it would be challenging for a single system city to conquer the orc city, but together, the three could dismantle it in mere moments. Presently, the food reserves of Qin Village, while sufficient for their own needs, could not meet the immense demand of the orc city. Zhao Fu planned to procure food from the system cities, a worry-free endeavor, for food was currently the most affordable resource. Chapter 90. Ascending to Heaven and Earth. Of course, to avoid unnecessary complications, Zhao Fu refrained from making personal appearances, delegating these tasks to his subordinates. He arranged for over 50 individuals across the three system cities to gather intelligence on various matters and observe the movements of other factions. while also managing certain discrete affairs that Zhao Fu could not directly involve himself in. The appointed leader, Guobinglin, had previously acquired 2 S-rank qualification orbs, one of which he bestowed upon a goblin warrior, and the other upon himself. Zhao Fu issued his orders, instructing him to maintain utmost secrecy regarding their identities, particularly given the sensitivity surrounding the orc city. Guobinglin complied and promptly departed, after which news of a mysterious faction accumulating vast quantities of food spread across the 3 major system cities. Many factions found this information peculiar, yet, with the current demand for substantial amounts of currency to purchase flower tiers, food was generally abundant, often going unsold. The emergence of a buyer was, therefore, welcome news. Consequently, various factions rushed to sell their food supplies. And Zhao Fu accepted every offer, as the acquisition prices were minimal, incurring little cost in currency that AS factions hurriedly sought to gather flower tiers. Zhao Fu was no exception, quickly amassing them, driven by his desire for the legendary equipment listed on the leaderboard. Late at night, Zhao Fu summoned Li Si to assess the day's overall gains. That LIC conducted a rough calculation and reported, "Your Highness, the Qin village has gathered approximately 100,000 flower tiers." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu sighed. While this quantity would surely delight other factions, he could only lament that, despite Qin village's considerable advantages, they had managed to secure merely 100,000 flower tiers, which was far from sufficient. 1 flower tier could be exchanged for 10 flower tier values, meaning 100,000 flower tiers would equate to 1 million flower tier values. However, the legendary equipment on the leaderboard requires at least 30 million flower tier values. And with only 7 days for the floral festival, if they continued to gather 100,000 flower tiers daily, they would only amass 7 million flower tier values, which was undeniably inadequate. This was the source of Zhao Fu's discontent. Currently, hope rested solely on the orc side. Among the flower tiers collected that day, 5 were particularly special, distinguished by their pink coloration rather than being transparent. Each pink flower tier could be exchanged for 1,000 flower tier values, equivalent to 100 regular flower tiers. Moreover, collecting 10 pink flower tiers allowed for their synthesis, yielding a blessing from the flower fairy. Blessing of the flower fairy. Duration: 3 years. Description: the most exquisite blessing from the flower fairy, accelerating the growth of flowers in your territory by 100, while delaying wilting by 100. With a very slight chance of attracting flower sprites. At first glance, this blessing appeared to hold little value beyond enhancing the environment. Yet the sole advantage for Qin village lay in the brewing of floral wine, for which the raw materials were plentiful. Zhao Fu speculated that the most significant benefit of this blessing might indeed be the last clause, with a very slight chance of attracting flower sprites. What are flower sprites? Zhao Fu was uncertain, but could surmise that they were likely a highly beneficial creature. At that moment, a soldier approached to report that Xianru wished to see him. Zhao Fu, somewhat puzzled, nonetheless transported to the city of Holy Light. "What brings you here?" Zhao Fu inquired upon reaching the 3rd floor of the Westfall Tower, where Xianru sat under the moonlight, accompanied by a small spread of delicacies and a jug of wine. Xianru smiled gently and said, "Your Highness, please have a seat. Let us enjoy a meal while we converse." Zhao Fu nodded in agreement and took a seat at the table. Xianru then rose to pour Zhao Fu a cup of wine and asked, "Your Highness, are you troubled by the matter of flower tiers?" Zhao Fu chuckled and replied, "It seems nothing escapes your notice. I am indeed troubled, for with the flower tiers I currently possess, acquiring a legendary grade piece of equipment is impossible." "Your Highness, I have a solution," Xianru said softly. Zhao Fu, taken aback, inquired, "What is your solution? Are you aware of the description of the prayer platform?" Xianru asked. Zhao Fu nodded in acknowledgement. She then elaborated. "The purpose of the prayer platform extends beyond merely enhancing attributes. Its true function is to bridge heaven and earth, facilitating communication with the cosmos, which is its genuine utility." Upon hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu suddenly grasped the concept and asked, "How is this accomplished?" Xianru patiently explained every detail to Zhao Fu. Once she had finished, Zhao Fu immediately rose, eager to instruct someone to prepare for the undertaking. "Your Highness, this can only be conducted at dawn, so there is no need to rush. You have yet to sample the dishes I prepared for you," Xianru said with a smile. Zhao Fu realized he had been hasty, offering an apologetic smile as he returned to the table, downing a cup of wine, while Xianru poured him another. Elsewhere, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of extraordinary grace and power, stood upon the prayer platform. He was CG, the heir of the great Xia. Beside him stood another youth, cloaked in an aura of mystery, manipulating a divination board. This young man hailed from the lineage of Fushi. Reputed for his mastery of divinatory arts. In another location, a robust young man, his angular features exuding coldness and dominance, stood bare-chested on an elevated platform. At this moment, several enchanting beauties, draped only in delicate veils that barely concealed their alluring figures, playfully pulled the Emperor Wutian into a room. "Your Highness, fear not. Everything is in our capable hands. You may simply indulge yourself," they chimed. These women, it seemed, hailed from an extraordinary lineage, rumored to be descendants of the fox spirits from Qingqiu. In another chamber, a handsome young man smiled faintly as he engaged in conversation with an elderly sage with flowing white hair, who was none other than Jiang Zia. The young man was Ji Shinming. In yet another corner, a refined youth conversed with an elegant scholar. The former was Lu Yi, the heir of the Han dynasty, while the latter was Li Mo, a scion of Confucianism. Most of the Confucian scholars had aligned themselves with the Han. As Liu continued to uphold the doctrine of prioritizing Confucianism over the 100 schools of thought, thereby ensuring that Confucianism would be significantly valued here. Lastly, beside Li Baiqing stood a Taoist priest imbued with an ethereal aura. A man of considerable renown within the Taoist sect, known as Qingshui. Chapter 91. The ceremony of offering to heaven in the early morning. The air was fresh, and the distant sky gradually revealed a pale light akin to a fish's belly. With the crescent moon still lingering in the azure expanse, the villagers of Daqin gathered around the altar of prayer to heaven, where several banners were erected, and a crimson carpet adorned the steps. Flanked by rows of valiant soldiers, "His Highness has arrived," a resounding proclamation echoed, prompting both villagers and soldiers to kneel in unison. On the opposite side, Zhao Fu donned a black and gold dragon crown and a robe embellished with dragon motifs, exuding an imperial grandeur, accompanied by generals such as Bai Qi and Li Si. Upon reaching the base of the altar of prayer, Zhao Fu ascended the steps slowly, with Bai Qi, Li Si, and the other generals kneeling in reverence behind him. Step by step, Zhao Fu's heart was clear as he reached the summit of the altar, which was adorned with an incense platform, candles, and offerings, all meticulously arranged. As he stood atop the grand altar, the golden sun began its ascent in the east, casting rays of light that pierced the darkness like the dawn of a new day. The golden sunlight enveloped Zhao Fu, illuminating him with a divine radiance, imbuing him not only with imperial majesty but also a profound sanctity. With deliberate steps, Zhao Fu approached the incense platform, igniting 3 sticks of incense in a gesture of reverence. "Today, in the name of the heir of the Daqin Empire, I conduct the first offering to heaven. We, the subjects, place our faith in the heavens and express our sincere intentions, hoping that the celestial realm will understand," he proclaimed. After placing the incense, Zhao Fu closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly back, entering a state of deep meditation to connect with the essence of the universe. A resounding boom reverberated in his mind as an immense, vast, ancient, and weathered aura descended. Zhao Fu opened his eyes to behold countless specks of light cascading from the sky like a flurry of snowflakes. An extraordinarily magnificent sight. These lights settled upon the flowers, coalescing into glistening droplets of floral tears. Zhao Fu felt a surge of joy. Surely, the words of Xianru had borne fruit. After concluding the ceremony, he ordered the collection of the floral tears, which amounted to a staggering 1 million, equating to 10 million floral tear values, filling Zhao Fu with elation. However, the offering to heaven could only be performed once in a short time. Yet Zhao Fu was content, having gained this considerable bounty. Among the floral tears, Zhao Fu had already gathered 10 pink floral tears and discovered a rarer blue floral tear. Knowing that 10 blue floral tears could be synthesized to obtain the blessing of a second-tier flower fairy. Second-tier flower fairy's blessing, duration, 3 years, description, the most exquisite blessing of the flower fairy, accelerating the growth of flowers within your domain by 200 and delaying their wilting by the same percentage. With a chance to attract flower spirits, the second-tier blessing further amplifies the growth and wilting delays by an additional 100, with a slight chance of attracting flower spirits. Zhao Fu had collected only 3 blue floral tears and did not rush. First, he combined the 10 pink floral tears into a pearl-sized pink orb, then made his way to the village center to utilize it as the pink orb slowly levitated from Zhao Fu's hand. It soared into the sky, transforming into the ethereal image of a beautiful maiden, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, adorned in garments fashioned from various flower petals. This must be the flower fairy. Upon her manifestation, the flower fairy let out a gentle laugh, extending her arms as countless petals cascaded from her hands, and a wave of pink light radiated outward. Subsequently, the flower fairy's figure gradually faded, and Zhao Fu received the notification that Daqin village had been blessed by the flower fairy. After attending to this matter, Zhao Fu, laden with a bountiful harvest of grain, made his way to the orc city. Presenting the token bestowed by Gunadu, which allowed him to meet with him as desired. Esteemed Vice City Lord, I have brought a substantial amount of grain for you. May I inquire how many floral tears you have collected? Zhao Fu's voice resonated beneath the black cloak. Gunadu responded with a confident smile, producing 10 ordinary storage rings. Upon inspection, Zhao Fu discovered that each ring contained 10,000 floral tears, totaling 100,000, a result of the efforts of over 200,000 orcs. Elated by such a bounty, Zhao Fu proceeded to exchange according to their agreed-upon price, successfully acquiring 100 floral tears. The trade continues. I hope the esteemed Vice City Lord will persist in gathering floral tears, Zhao Fu said as he stored all the floral tears within the Ring of Kings. Bowing with a smile towards Gunadu, having received such an abundance of grain, without losing a single soldier, merely utilizing floral tears that held no value for them, wore a broad smile, nodding in agreement. Both parties had obtained what they desired, and this transaction concluded perfectly. Not long after Zhao Fu's departure, a robust orc radiating an aura of intimidation entered, expressing dissatisfaction. Gunadu, why do you place such trust in this human? Engaging in trade with him, Gunadu, maintaining his smile, replied, I do not place my trust in him. We are merely utilizing each other to fulfill our needs. If he possesses so much grain, why not seize it directly? The formidable orc retorted. Hearing this, Gunadu shook his head with a chuckle, saying, Bodilai, can you not exercise a bit of reasoning? One should learn from humans in this regard. Brute force is not always the best method. Do you wish for a mere morsel of grain, or an immeasurable bounty? Bodilai, the strong orc in question, replied blankly, Of course, I desire the immeasurable bounty. Then the matter is clear. Gunadu stated, however, upon hearing Ganado's words. Bodilai appeared utterly confused. Gunadu, what do you mean by that? Gunadu, the wisest orc in Kaji City, felt somewhat exasperated. What are you referring to? Bodilai inquired, suddenly intrigued. Gunadu, shaking his head in frustration, realized that Bodilai was indeed a peculiar character among the orcs. While they revered strength, it did not mean they were foolish. Bodilai, however, seemed genuinely simple-minded. Engaging with him in conversation would ensnare one in a whirlwind of endless questions for days on end. Nonetheless, he was an absolute powerhouse. Aside from the city lord Kaji, no orc among the 200,000 could match him in strength. To expedite Bodilai's departure, Gunadu casually remarked, The city lord Kaji seems to be looking for you. Perhaps you should check on that. Bodilai, believing Ganado's words, complied and left, demonstrating how easily he could be deceived. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu exchanged 2 million floral tears for 20 million floral tear values in the city of Holy Light, turning his attention to the legendary equipment ranked among the top 3. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted from the exchange monument, and one of the 37 legendary items vanished in an instant, leaving Zhao Fu astonished. Chapter 92. The Celestial Demon. How could someone have exchanged for legendary-grade equipment so swiftly? Although what disappeared was merely the least valuable of the 37 legendary items, this news startled countless factions, revealing the intense competition that existed, compelling all factions to scramble to collect floral tears in a race against time. The sudden disappearance of a legendary item also dampened Zhao Fu's confidence in acquiring a top 10 legendary item, illustrating that there are always greater heights to aspire to, not wishing to squander time. Zhao Fu teleported back to Daqin village, urging his men to hasten the collection of floral tears. Time passed swiftly amidst their busyness, and before long, nightfall descended. Zhao Fu stood in the village square as Li Si tallied the recent harvest, reporting, Your Highness, we have gathered a total of 150,000 floral tears. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. The total floral tears amounted to only 2.27 million, still insufficient. He teleported back to the city of Holy Light to exchange the recently acquired floral tears for floral tear values. Upon arriving at the exchange monument, He noted that another 2 legendary items had vanished, bringing the total to 3. Just as he contemplated leaving after reviewing the vanished legendary items, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Jiang Ro. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Fu inquired softly, gazing at Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro glanced to the side and suddenly reached out to pull Zhao Fu into a secluded corner. A wave of confusion washed over Zhao Fu. "This is for you." At that moment, Jiang Ro handed him an ordinary storage ring. Upon receiving it, Zhao Fu looked inside and discovered approximately 6,000 flower tears. Seeing this, he immediately returned it to Jiang Ro. With a perplexed expression, she remarked, "Xiao Axine, are you not in need of this? Rest assured, this is something I acquired personally, not belonging to the Jiang family." The moment Zhao Fu heard this, he felt even more compelled to refuse. Although he was in dire need of flower tears himself, he understood that if the Jiang family were to discover Jiang Ro's actions, she would face significant backlash, making her situation even more challenging. Touched by her gesture, Zhao Fu couldn't let her fall into such a predicament. With a light chuckle, he shook his head, offering only a simple "thank you." Jiang Ro, seeing this, could only reclaim the storage ring. The two then engaged in a brief conversation about their respective circumstances, and gradually, their mental states relaxed. The urgency and anxiety that had once plagued Zhao Fu dissipated. While Jiang Ro shed her previous tension and restraint, subsequently they exchanged smiles, bringing their conversation to a close. The following day, laden with ample provisions, Zhao Fu arrived at the tent of Guna Duo, only to find an extraordinarily powerful orc alongside him. Radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure, equivalent to several times that of a first-tier soldier in the system city, a shiver ran down Zhao Fu's spine at the sight of this orc, as he sensed that its cultivation had undoubtedly surpassed the 3rd tier. Nevertheless, Zhao Fu maintained his composure, for his greatest reliance lay in the national treasure. "Esteemed Deputy City Lord, once again, I have brought a substantial amount of food. May I inquire about your harvest of flower tears?" Zhao Fu entered the tent, clasped his hands, and smiled at Guna Duo. Guna Duo returned the smile, stating, "Honored guest, I have prepared this in advance." With that, Guna Duo produced 12 storage rings. Zhao Fu's heart leaped with joy upon seeing this, and as he took them and examined their contents, he confirmed the presence of 120,000 flower tears. He then presented a large quantity of provisions in exchange. After completing this transaction, Zhao Fu felt a sense of curiosity regarding the powerful orc beside Guna Duo, who had remained silent throughout, merely staring at him with a blank expression. Zhao Fu wondered if this individual might be mentally unwell. Eager to depart, Zhao Fu understood that while ordinary dogs were not particularly frightening, one must be cautious of the unpredictable ones that might suddenly bite. As Zhao Fu turned to leave, Badalai could no longer contain himself and solemnly declared, "I sense this human is no ordinary figure." Guna Duo, taken aback, asked, "How did you ascertain that?" Badalai replied directly, "Because he is unperturbed by my glare." Guna Duo was left speechless and chose to ignore Badalai, focusing instead on organizing the provisions he had just exchanged. Upon returning to Daqin village, Zhao Fu mounted his steed, Xiao He, and took Xiao Hui along, intending to personally search for any unexpected discoveries. This time, he relied mainly on Xiao Hui's keen sense of smell, hoping it could detect the presence of more flowers. However, it was certain that the nearby area had been thoroughly scoured by ordinary gray wolves, prompting Zhao Fu to venture further afield. Riding Xiao He and following Xiao Hui, Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised to uncover a hidden valley brimming with a variety of flowers. To his astonishment, he also discovered a rare purple flower tear, more precious than the cyan variety. This purple flower tear was about the size of a marble, hovering above a vibrant red rose, emanating a mysterious and noble purple glow. By utilizing 10 purple flower tears, one could receive the blessing of a level 3 flower fairy. Level 3 flower fairy's blessing. Duration: 3 years. Description: the most splendid blessing from the flower fairy, accelerating the growth rate of flowers in your territory by 400 and delaying their wilting by 400. With a significant chance of attracting flower sprites, the level 3 blessing of the flower fairy grants even greater attribute enhancements, reaching an impressive 400 and significantly increasing the likelihood of attracting flower sprites. Unfortunately, this purple flower tear is exceedingly rare, as Zhao Fu was the only one to discover even a single one amidst the multitude of orcs in the orc city. Furthermore, one purple flower tear equates to 10,000 ordinary flower tears. Zhao Fu had already collected 7 cyan flower tears, and it wouldn't be long before he could obtain the level 2 flower fairy's blessing. After discovering this concealed location, Zhao Fu brought his companions to gather the treasures. As night fell, the moon was absent, leaving only a few twinkling stars scattered across the darkened sky. The night felt particularly dim. Upon counting his latest haul, Zhao Fu found he had amassed a total of 830,000 flower tears. However, he also learned that 8 legendary quality items had vanished today, among which was even the legendary equipment ranked 7th, Holy Heaven. This news sent shockwaves through countless factions, intensifying Zhao Fu's anxiety. Early the next morning, he rushed to the orc city to exchange his flower tears. This time, the orc city had collected 1.3 million flower tears, which finally eased Zhao Fu's worries. His total collection of flower tears now amounted to 5.6 million, equivalent to 56 million flower tear values, just enough to exchange for the legendary item ranked first on the leaderboard, Demon of Heaven. Upon teleporting to the City of Holy Light, Zhao Fu felt a surge of excitement and anxiety as he exchanged for Demon of Heaven, hastily storing it within the King's ring without a second glance. Suddenly, the exchange monument emitted a dazzling glow, half orange and half purple, and a catastrophic event unfolded as the number 1 ranked item, Demon of Heaven, vanished. Chapter 93. The Domain of the Demon of Heaven. How is this possible? Countless faction leaders stared in shock at the disappearance of the Demon of Heaven. Now that the top-ranked equipment has vanished, how long until the second and third follow suit? Will there be any left for us among the top 10 legendary items? Quickly, spare no expense, whether through purchase or outright theft. Acquire flower tears for me. The leaders of numerous factions roared, their eyes bloodshot. The disappearance of the top-ranked Demon of Heaven was a severe blow, far surpassing the impact of the 7th-ranked Holy Heaven. The vanishing of Holy Heaven had already pushed the nerves of all factions to their limits, signaling that the legendary items among the top 10 were no longer safe and could fall at any moment. With the disappearance of the first-ranked Demon of Heaven, it foreshadowed the possibility that in the next second, all remaining legendary items could likewise vanish, exchanged by others, igniting a frenzy of desperation. Many players speculated that a super-colossal official system faction was behind this, leaving even the city lords of system factions astonished. They, too, valued the top 3 semi-epic items, but were taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the first-ranked Demon of Heaven. Consequently, they sprang into action to SIG, Emperor Wu Tian, Ji Xinming, and Lu Yi, initially confident in their chances of acquiring the Demon of Heaven, symbolic of a king. Steeped in a history of over 5,000 years in Huaxia, were disheartened by the news that the legendary sword had been claimed by another. The absence of the Demon of Heaven struck a heavy blow to their spirits, rendering their once assured expressions pale. Yet, the situation worsened. Following Zhao Fu's lead, the official system factions began to act, resulting in the disappearance of the top 6 items: Long Pu, Semi-Divine, Hao Ri, Ba Shan, and Zhu Ling. This not only drained the color from CG and his companions' faces, but also left the leaders of all player factions aghast. With the initial disappearance of Holy Heaven, the leaderboard was now left with only the 8th, Leia, the 9th, Han Han, and the 10th, Ling Shu. The remaining 3 legendary items would surely face even fiercer competition. Zhao Fu, oblivious to all this, felt exhilarated after exchanging for the Demon of Heaven and promptly teleported back to Daqin village. When the generals learned that Zhao Fu had secured the top-ranked Demon of Heaven, their faces lit up with joy at that moment. Zhao Fu revealed the sword, a pitch-black blade, 3 feet in length, emanating a menacing aura. The hilt bore a devilish motif where it met the blade, and its grip felt as cold as ice, giving it an unmistakable aura of malice. Suddenly, the Demon of Heaven emitted a series of piercing cries, shaking violently as it slipped from Zhao Fu's grasp. Plunging into the ground, a surge of dark energy erupted from the blade, saturating the earth in inky blackness, which gradually expanded to envelop a 10-meter radius. A figure slowly emerged, standing atop the hilt of the Demon of Heaven, unfurling a pair of vast black wings. She appeared as a female demon, tall and elegant, with flowing black hair cascading down to her waist. Adorned with ram-like horns, her beauty was breathtaking, almost suffocating, accentuated by a pair of sharp fangs and blood-red slit pupils that regarded Zhao Fu with a haughty disdain as she spoke. "Human, you believe you can wield me?" Confronted by this demon, Zhao Fu recalled the lore of the Demon of Heaven, crafted from the remains of a fallen demon, which she now embodied as a sword spirit. Her essence, once belonging to the demon of heaven, had been sealed within the blade upon her death, her spirit bound to serve as its guardian. Zhao Fu found her arrogant tone and condescending demeanor distasteful, and with a cold snort, he stepped forward, unleashing a black dragon motif that enveloped the vicinity. At present, Zhao Fu's sovereign domain extends a full 30 meters, effectively suppressing the demonic territory unleashed by the heavenly demon. The demon, taken aback, instinctively prepares to resist. However, Zhao Fu emits a cold snort and channels his full strength into the sovereign domain, causing the originally 30-meter black dragon pattern shield to expand to 50 meters. The demon's territory crumbles under this force, dissipating into wisps of malevolent energy. The demon's complexion pales, its blood-red vertical pupils fixating on Zhao Fu as it prepares to speak. Zhao Fu extends his hand, grasping the demon sword in midair, and the demon's corporeal form is drawn back into the sword, an unseen force compelling the demon's sword to soar into Zhao Fu's grasp. Suddenly, a voice resonates in his mind. Humph, human, I did not foresee you acquiring the power of a sovereign. But in my prime, I would not have feared you. Zhao Fu promptly injects sovereign power into the sword, causing the demon within to yield. Only then does Zhao Fu examine the attributes of the demon sword. Demon sword, tier, half-epic attributes, strength 20, intelligence 15, constitution 10, agility 10. Description: a powerful demonic sword forged from the corpse of a heavenly demon. Its attributes are tantalizingly close to that of an epic-grade weapon. Merely lacking a catalyst, Zhao Fu's thoughts turn to a certain general's soul. This singular soul is equivalent to 10 soldier souls. Only 10 are required to forge a weapon of the commander. Yet the purity of the general's soul far surpasses that of 10 soldier souls. Zhao Fu resolves to use this general's soul to elevate the demon's sword to epic quality, without hesitation. He initiates the fusion of the soul with the demon's sword. As the general's soul slowly merges into the demon's sword, the sword levitates in midair, radiating dazzling purple and orange hues. Enveloped by these colors, the demon's sword seems to undergo a profound transformation. Suddenly, the sky darkens and clouds swirl, golden auspicious clouds appearing overhead. The purple glow emitted by the demon's sword diminishes, ultimately vanishing and being replaced by a rich, time-worn orange. The golden clouds stretch for hundreds of miles, cascading beams of light from the heavens, accompanied by ethereal melodies, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The demon's sword, now fully transformed, gently descends. The forging of legendary quality equipment incites celestial phenomena, and this event marks the demon sword's ascension to epic quality. As Zhao Fu catches the sword falling from the sky, he senses an added aura of lethality emanating from it, making it much more adept in his hands. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Master, I desire more. Chapter 94. The holy light gilded. Upon hearing the demon's words, Zhao Fu is taken aback by the sudden shift in tone, yet he firmly replies, there is none. Humph. A miserly human. The rapid change of attitude is amusingly disconcerting to Zhao Fu. After this exchange, the voice of the demon gradually fades away, and Zhao Fu resumes his examination of the demon's sword's attributes. Demon sword, tier, epic attributes, strength 30, intelligence 25, constitution 20, agility 20. Description: a powerful demonic sword forged from the corpse of a heavenly demon. The basic attributes have all increased by 10 points. And it possesses certain special abilities, not explicitly detailed in the system data. For instance, equipment imbued with a spirit relies on that spirit to manifest its special capabilities. Others allow direct access to higher tier powers. For example, Zhao Fu firmly grips the sword's hilt, and a surge of malevolent energy erupts from the blade as he swings it. Clang! A streak of black sword light flashes, leaving a 5-meter-long scar on the ground. Accompanied by wisps of demonic energy, this is the power of the demon, a force vastly superior to ordinary demonic energy. After reviewing the attributes of the demon sword, Zhao Fu promptly stores it within the sovereign ring. Now possessing the top-ranked demon, Zhao Fu feels a profound sense of satisfaction, as the demon sword fulfills his need for a weapon. Furthermore, during his dealings with the orcs, he has gathered 10 green flower tears, which he fuses into a single green orb, subsequently using it to receive a level 2 blessing from the flower fairy. As for the purple flower tears, he has collected 3, given their rarity. He is uncertain whether he will amass 10 before the conclusion of the flower festival, as these flower tears will vanish once the festival ends. With the desired weapon acquired, it is time to shift his focus to other items. The flower festival is now in its 4th day, with 3 days remaining, allowing ample opportunity to exchange for valuable items. Zhao Fu teleports back to the city of Holy Light and examines the exchange stone tablet. Astonished to find that all the legendary grade equipment in the top 10 has vanished. What could have transpired? Zhao Fu, unaware that his acquisition of the demon's sword has sparked a wave of chaos, shifts his gaze to other items. The building stones are nearly depleted due to their scarcity, prompting Zhao Fu to turn his attention to skills, materials, potions, and special items. He discovers a few useful items. Unfortunately, most of the flower tiers in his possession have been spent, leaving him merely to gaze longingly, unable to purchase anything. Just as he decides to leave, he encounters a sunlit youth clad in armor, accompanied by a throng of players who approaches the exchange stone tablet. The surrounding players instinctively part to create a pathway, whispering among themselves, "I wonder how much the Holy Light Guild has harvested this time." I heard Lu Nanmi led them into the depths of the terrifying forest. The Holy Light Guild, the most dominant player faction in the city of Holy Light. Zhao Fu casts a cursory glance and finds the leading youth intriguing, radiating a certain aura of holy light. Nevertheless, each individual has their own opportunities, and Zhao Fu pays little heed, opting instead to remain a mere observer. Cloaked in his robe, he is difficult to recognize unless one is familiar with him, as many players don similar attire. Entering the apocalypse world does not alter one's appearance or voice, and many choose cloaks to avoid potential troubles, as offending someone could lead to real-world repercussions. Lu Nanmi approaches the exchange stone tablet to redeem flower tiers, while the other members of the Holy Light Guild stand behind him at a tea. This moment, a curious player inquires of the guild members, "Brothers, I heard your Holy Light Guild dared to venture into the depths of the terrifying forest. I am quite impressed. How much flower tiers did you manage to acquire?" The respondent beams with pride, replying, "Of course, you should see the strength of our Holy Light Guild. We are the largest player faction in the city of Holy Light. If you wish to know how many flower tiers we obtained, let me tell you." With that, the Holy Light Guild member smiles and raises a single finger. The inquirer gasps in astonishment, exclaiming, 10,000 flower tiers. In response, the guild member chuckles lightly. "No, it is 100,000 flower tiers." What? A wave of astonishment sweeps through the surrounding crowd, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. "You mean to say the Holy Light Guild has gathered such an immense quantity of flower tiers? I'm nearly speechless. I would be overjoyed to possess just 100. Upon hearing the awe from those around them, the faces of the Holy Light Guild members glow with pride, and envy ripples through the crowd. Soon, someone calls out, "Captain Lu, is your Holy Light Guild still recruiting?" At this point, Lu Nanmi completes his exchange and, hearing the crowd's inquiries, smiles slightly and responds, "Our Holy Light Guild is always open for recruits. As long as you can pass our assessment, you are welcome to join." "I want to join." "Me too. Take me in." Holy Light Guild. A chorus of voices erupts, and the scene becomes lively. Zhao Fu stands nearby, smiling to himself. For him, who has already spent over 5 million flower tiers, the figure of 100,000 is trivial. Yet, for an ordinary player, it represents an astronomical sum. One can only imagine the reaction if they learned that Zhao Fu possesses over 5 million flower tiers. Zhao Fu currently has no intention of establishing a player faction, as managing players proves challenging. Their loyalty is often fleeting, and they are unlikely to fully commit to serving you. When danger arises, they are the first to flee. Moreover, upon death, they simply respawn elsewhere. For instance, if he trained someone to become an elite only to lose them, all that effort would be in vain. Noble families rarely recruit ordinary player factions, as they have long cultivated loyal followers. Rather than allocate resources to a multitude of ineffectual players, it is far more prudent to nurture one's own. Although noble families may be fewer in number, they far surpass player factions in combat prowess. Thus, astute player factions are selective about their recruits. The cost of resources is too great, and accepting disunited and weak individuals equates to nurturing a horde of parasites. Hence, a rigorous assessment system must be established to select valuable individuals for inclusion, gradually fostering a sense of honor and belonging, which in turn cultivates their loyalty and dedication. Zhao Fu is acutely aware of this, but presently has numerous considerations. Thus he opts to defer the establishment of a player faction, though he may eventually create one. Chapter 95. The Nightmare. Having concluded these matters, Zhao Fu teleports back to the Great Qin village to attend to other affairs on the 5th day of the Flower Festival. After another transaction with the orcs, he acquires 1.1 million flower tears, combining this with his previous collection of several hundred thousand, and approaches the exchange stone tablet, where he exchanges all his tears for an item of great significance to him. Ba Yuan Dan Dan Fong Evaluation. Blue, 2nd tier. Required materials. Ba Yuan Grass, Kuwu Jin, Xiangxi. Efficacy Summary. Can quadruple the speed of cultivation. The exchange price for the Ba Yuan Dan formula is 12 million flower tears, which has consumed nearly all of Zhao Fu's flower tears. The Ba Yuan Dan is superior to the Shaoling Dan, capable of enhancing cultivation speed by 4 times. Similarly, the primary ingredient of the Ba Yuan Dan is Ba Yuan Grass, a 2nd-tier herb, which is likely more challenging to find than Shaoling grass, thus relying on a degree of luck. Having collected 2 more purple flower tears, Zhao Fu now possesses a total of 5. And with only 2 days remaining until the Wanhua festival concludes, he feels a twinge of concern about completing his collection of purple flower tears. As time slipped away, the 6th day of the Wanhua festival arrived, and all legendary equipment on the leaderboard had vanished. Countless factions vied desperately for the 37 pieces of legendary equipment, with those who obtained such items reveling in joy, while those who did not were left disheartened. This time, the majority of the 37 pieces of legendary-grade equipment likely fell into the hands of system factions, with only a few player factions managing to secure a piece. Zhao Fu, of course, emerged as the greatest victor. Now on the 6th day of the Wanhua festival, another transaction with the orcs netted him 1.2 million flower tears, which he used to exchange for 3 items. Among these was 1 type of material and 2 pills, specifically. Kong Ming Jin Tier, Gold, Description, a common material of golden quality, suitable for crafting golden quality equipment, compared to directly exchanging for golden quality equipment. Acquiring materials proves to be more economical. Luoda is also on the verge of a breakthrough, soon capable of crafting golden quality equipment, which does not concern Zhao Fu. Thinking of golden quality equipment, Zhao Fu couldn't help but wonder about Gongsun Lin and how she was faring. The remaining 2 pills were Sheng Shui Dan, Tier, Gold, 4th tier. Description, can be used by certain creatures to enhance their bloodline. Note, limited to other creatures. Humans or humanoid beings cannot use it. These 2 pills were, of course, prepared for the Grey Wolf King Xiao Hui and the Black Forest Horse King Xiao He. Each golden material costs 500,000 flower tears, while the 2 Sheng Shui Dan require 700,000 flower tears, thus depleting Zhao Fu's flower tears once again. As for the purple flower tears, he only collected 1 today, bringing the total to 6, still 4 short. With only 1 day remaining, he could only hope for a stroke of luck on this final day. Upon returning to the Qin village, he summoned Xiao Hui and Xiao He to his side, having previously promised to help them evolve into the most powerful beings. As a king, he was determined to fulfill his promises. Calling them close, he fed each a Sheng Shui Dan. Xiao He and Xiao Hui undoubtedly possessed other bloodlines, as they were not merely leader-level creatures. Their distinctive appearances set them apart from ordinary gray wolves and black forest horses. After consuming the Sheng Shui Dan, both began to undergo transformation. Xiao He grew agitated, stomping its hooves on the ground as a swirling mass of green flames erupted around it, growing more intense and engulfing Xiao He entirely, which cried out in anguish amidst the inferno. Upon consuming a Sheng Shui Dan, Xiao Hui emitted terrifying low growls, its body radiating a multitude of silver light. Unable to contain itself, Xiao Hui let out a pained howl to the heavens. Its gray fur gradually fading away. As the 2 howled in agony, their cries echoed like thunder, resonating for miles. Ordinary black forest horses and gray wolves lost control, joining their king in howling. Suddenly, the sounds of wolves howling and horses neighing filled the Qin village. This unexpected change startled Li Si, who rushed to the scene where Xiao Hui and Xiao He were in distress, witnessing their astonishing transformations. As he approached to report to Zhao Fu raised a hand, and Li Si respectfully withdrew to the side. Zhao Fu stood calmly, observing the metamorphosis of Xiao Hui and Xiao He. While he understood their suffering, he recognized it as a transformation they had long desired. Wrapped in green flames, Xiao He exuded a terrifying power. Its size remained unchanged, yet the short black horns on its head grew wildly, extending nearly a foot and glinting ominously. After a while, the green flames surrounding Xiao He began to dissipate, signaling the completion of its transformation. Its appearance had altered somewhat. The black horns now extended a foot, and its green eyes burned like two fiery orbs. Exuding an eerie aura, its coat had darkened, and green flames danced around its hooves, significantly enhancing its aura, making it far more formidable and dangerous. Then came Zhao Fu, which emitted a brilliant silver glow, illuminating a 10-meter radius with twinkling starlight, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Its previously silver tuft of fur now resembled silver flames, while its gray coat gradually transformed into a lustrous silver. Ultimately, Zhao Fu also completed its metamorphosis. Its size had doubled, now resembling that of a cart, while its fur shone silver and its eyes turned into twin silver orbs. Overall, the transformation was substantial, with an even more powerful and mysterious aura. After both completed their transformations, the other ordinary gray wolves and black forest horses returned to normal. Zhao He and Zhao Hui rushed to Zhao Fu's side, affectionately licking him to express their joy. Zhao Fu smiled, ruffling their fur, and checked their attributes, noting significant enhancements. Zhao He had awakened a bloodline named Yu Yin and gained the power of the nightmarish, while Zhao Hui had awakened a bloodline called Xingyu and acquired the power of the Star Moon. Congratulations, Your Highness. Li Si, witnessing the remarkable changes in Zhao He and Zhao Hui, wore a broad smile as he addressed Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded in acknowledgement, while Zhao Hui and Zhao He continued to nuzzle against him. Zhao Fu patted their heads once more, allowing them to play for a while as he turned his attention to other matters. Time swiftly passed to the 7th day, the final day of the Wanhua festival. Chapter 96. Flower Tears. This morning, fortune seemed to smile upon Zhao Fu, as he quickly discovered a purple tear, bringing his total to 8. With the Wanhua festival officially concluding at midnight, he decided against trading with the orcs in the morning, opting instead to wait until 9 in the evening. With 8 purple tears in hand, he felt it prudent to see if anyone was selling more. Hoping for a stroke of luck to avoid finding himself without a single purple flower tear in the remaining time. After wandering around Holy Light City without any luck, Zhao Fu made his way to the Forest of Soldiers, where he found a crowd gathered around a stall. Intrigued, he approached and was delighted to see the vendor selling a purple flower tear, a coveted item worth countless ordinary flower tears. However, the vendor was asking an exorbitant price of 3 million silver coins, equivalent to 300 million copper coins, or 3 billion in real-world currency. Such a price was outrageous, especially considering that a single ordinary flower tear typically sold for no more than 20 silver coins. Thus, a purple flower tear could logically fetch a maximum of 200,000 silver coins, based on its ordinary counterpart's value. But given the rarity of the purple flower tear, it was undoubtedly worth far more. However, it could never reach the staggering price of 3 million silver coins. As the Wanhua festival drew to a close, the value of the purple flower tear would only correlate to that of 10,000 ordinary flower tears. Had the vendor presented the purple flower tear at the beginning of the festival, it could have fetched at least 500,000 silver coins under more favorable conditions. But now, as the festival neared its end, it would be lucky to sell for 300,000 silver coins. This vendor had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, intending to join the search for flower tears outside the city. He had found himself pursued, eventually tumbling down a slope and discovering this purple flower tear. After some inquiries, it was revealed that most major factions had only obtained pink flower tears, with azure flower tears being unseen, let alone the rarer purple ones. Understanding the rarity of the purple flower tear, he boldly set such a high price. Zhao Fu approached the vendor and inquired if he would sell it for 300,000 silver coins. The vendor flatly refused. Zhao Fu then raised his offer to 500,000 silver coins, yet the vendor remained adamant, insisting on 3 million silver coins. The high prices Zhao Fu quoted astonished the onlookers, as most factions could never muster such wealth. Were it not for the vendor's tone, they might have assumed Zhao Fu belonged to a powerful system faction. Seeing the vendor's obstinacy, Zhao Fu chose not to press further. Recognizing that a purple flower tear was worth its asking price, he took several steps back, unwilling to part with 3 million silver coins as a frivolous expenditure, for even with his current wealth, it would take him over half a month to earn that much. Meanwhile, a few individuals nearby eagerly approached Zhao Fu, offering to exchange large sums of real currency for silver coins. However, Zhao Fu had little interest in real currency, as it would soon become as worthless as a pile of scrap paper. However, having now collected 8 purple flower tears, only 2 remain. Zhao Fu intends to first visit the orc city. If all else fails, he might have to play the role of the unwitting fool, For having gathered so many, it would be a pity to abandon the quest. Subsequently, Zhao Fu teleports to Orc City, where Gunadu initially wonders why Zhao Fu did not arrive for trading that morning, but soon recalls the festivities of the Wanhua festival and assumes Zhao Fu will return in the evening. To his surprise, Zhao Fu arrives at that very moment. Esteemed guest, have you come for trading? Gunadu inquires. Inviting Zhao Fu into his tent, Zhao Fu gently shakes his head and responds, Honorable Vice City Lord, I am not here for trading at the moment, as the Wanhua festival is nearing its end. I wish to conduct transactions at 9 o'clock tonight. I have come to inquire how many purple flower tiers you currently possess. Gunadu quickly understands. They hold little interest in the blessings of the flower fairy. For no orc would have an affinity for flowers. Thus, any flower tiers obtained are merely for exchange with Zhao Fu. Upon hearing Zhao Fu's words, Gunadu retrieves a single purple flower tier from a storage ring and hands it to Zhao Fu, stating, Dear guest, this item is quite rare. We have managed to find only one. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's heart leaps with joy as he accepts the purple flower tier, bringing his collection to 9. Only one remains to be gathered. He excuses himself to Gunadu, takes the purple flower tier, and agrees to meet for trading later that evening. Zhao Fu then teleports to the Forest of Warriors. With only one purple flower tier left to collect, Zhao Fu reluctantly resigns himself to being the unwitting fool, a role he is loath to assume, yet feels compelled to play, having painstakingly gathered 9. The absence of the 10th would mean the loss of a level 3 blessing, a thought that weighs heavily upon him. However, upon his return to the Forest of Warriors, he is met only by the lifeless body of a vendor, brutally slain by a flurry of blades that in the world of Apocalypse. A player's corpse remains for a day after death, which is why Zhao Fu is able to witness the grim scene. After inquiring with others, he learns that shortly after his departure, a group seized the opportunity, striking the vendor down as the patrol had just left. In the realm of Apocalypse, there are no issues of drop rates upon defeating an opponent. All their possessions become yours. Although most of the assailants were eventually dispatched by the guards, a few managed to escape with purple flower tiers in hand. Zhao Fu sighs, recognizing that when vast profits are at stake, safety becomes a mere illusion. This outcome was, after all, foreseeable. The minimum value of a purple flower tier is 200,000 silver coins, equivalent to 2 million in the real world, which drives individuals to risk everything for such treasures. Naturally, standard shops are guarded, capable of swiftly eliminating a multitude of players, but a street vendor offers little in terms of security. Now that the purple flower tiers have been snatched away, Zhao Fu can only fret over the final one. As time continues to slip away to 9 o'clock that evening, Zhao Fu has amassed a total of 160,000 flower tiers, but not a single purple flower tier. With his last hope, he ventures to Orc City, where he collects 1.7 million flower tiers, yet still finds no purple flower tier. This heavy disappointment sinks Zhao Fu's heart, as only 3 hours remain before the Wanhua festival concludes. Feeling anxious, he wanders through the city of Holy Light, only to be beckoned by Xianru, who greets him with a gentle smile. She extends a delicate hand, slowly revealing a single purple flower tier.